Although she struggled desperately, as an ordinary person, she couldn't break free from the cultivator's grasp at all. In her moment of deepest despair, the demonic cultivator suddenly spurted a large amount of blood, looking behind him in disbelief. "You don't play by the rules." Only I was seen standing under the setting sun, holding a sword in one hand, long hair flowing like a celestial general. "I am Elder Wu of the Jin Zone, Subei. Now that your parents' home has been destroyed, are you willing to join the immortal path under my tutelage?" Xiao Ruoqing stared blankly at the man before her. The familiar scene instantly plunged her into memories. It was like this in her previous life too. This man appeared when she was most desperate. From then on, her heart and eyes were filled only with him. It wasn't until he killed her with his own hands that she foolishly realized. The reason this man took her as a disciple was merely to seize her innate Tao body, to improve his own aptitude. In this life, she would personally turn this sanctimonious hypocrite into dust. But Xiao Ruoqing didn't know, the Subei at this moment had long been replaced by me, who had transmigrated. And the reason I still appeared here was entirely because I had awakened the maximum 10,000-fold feedback system for accepting disciples. Xiao Ruoqing was the only red child of Qi resonance the system had currently found. In order to live a laid-back, slacker life mooching off disciples, I rushed all the way here. Finally, I saved this little girl at the last moment. The first time I saw this girl, I noticed she was covered in special effects, almost screaming "I am the favored daughter of heaven" all over her face. That's why I was so eager to take her as a disciple. Who knew that after I spoke, this little girl went mute, lowering her head, refusing to make a sound. Letting her go was impossible. I could only try a little provocation. "Why are you thinking for so long? If you are unwilling, you can speak directly." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Ruoqing suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to me. Disciple Xiao Ruoqing pays respect to master. I didn't expect this little girl to be quite respectful of her master. It's just that the look in her eyes is a bit strange, like she wants to stab me. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully accepting a disciple. Received the all-purpose 10-pull mission reward. Reward acquired. I started the lottery draw without hesitation. Turns out the first few pulls were all useless junk. This shouldn't be right. Clearly, the child of Qi resonance is right beside me. Could it be my method of drawing is wrong? Ding! Host has obtained the legendary title Child of Destiny. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Now that's more like it. Putting away all the rewards, I waved my hand and summoned my flying sword, preparing to take Xiao Ruoqing back to the sect. Since you have become my disciple, then follow me back to the Jin Zone. When you have achieved success in your studies in the future, Master will personally accompany you back to avenge this blood feud. To prevent this girl from causing trouble everywhere later, I sternly warned her on the way back. Seeking immortality requires solid footing. Don't have delusions of windfalls from heaven, nor are there so many opportunities for you to play the hero. Just as the words fell, a righteous voice came from below. Dare to harass this young lady again, and I'll have your head. My expression remained normal as I cleared my throat and continued. Even if you are exceptionally talented, you can't possibly encounter so many peerless techniques so easily. Ha ha, I, Huhan-san, finally found the little dragon 180,000 palms. Xiao Ruoqing stared wide-eyed down below. Master, shut up. I forcibly interrupted what Xiao Ruoqing wanted to say. In short, cultivation is a very tedious matter. No matter how strong you are, how lucky you are, the most important thing is definitely to give feedback to master. Not, stay alive. Seeing her somewhat exasperated master, Xiao Ruoqing very obediently indicated she remembered. Seeing this, I nodded with satisfaction. Teachable indeed. Just as we entered the Jin Zone territory, I saw a disciple below shouting towards me, "Fifth Elder, the First Elder wants you for a meeting." Strictly controlling it, I abruptly stopped the flying sword. Xiao Ruoqing was instantly thrown forward by inertia onto the sword tip. If not for her innate Xiangsha, she probably would have been thrown off completely. You first return to Bu Jianfeng with Master's sword accessory. Master will be back after the meeting. After speaking, I stepped onto the void and followed that female disciple to the meeting. Xiao Ruoqing stared blankly at my departing figure. She always felt he was different from the black-faced great demon king of her previous life. Halfway there, I suddenly remembered something. Wait, turning my head, I instructed, under the table leg there's a Qi refining manual. Read it first if you're bored. Just remember not to touch the bottle on the table. On the way to the Elder Peak, I called out the system to check if my attributes had changed. The 5 attributes were still 1 star. Still that familiar pentagonal trash. This garbage system said I'd get 10,000-fold feedback for taking a disciple, but now there's no change at all. Just then, a fragrant breeze came from behind me, followed by a suffocating feeling mixed with a milky scent. Little Bebe, you're finally back. Senior sister really missed you to death. The surrounding elders were long accustomed to this, directly pretending they saw nothing. It was second elder Shichingi who couldn't stand it anymore and coughed twice, interrupting, "Please, first elder, pay attention to your influence and conduct." Pingshin snorted disdainfully, "You old feudalist. I changed little Bebe's diapers when he was small. Which part of his body haven't I seen?" Shichingi's pretty face flushed red with anger, slamming the table fiercely. "Standing up," she said, "look at yourselves. What do you look like?" The esteemed first elder of the Jin zone, actually rubbing her chest against fifth elder's face. And fifth elder is obsessed with big breasts all day. His cultivation is still merely mid-Huashan stage. Afterwards, she turned and pointed at the drunk, sloppy man nearby. "And you, old sixth, doing nothing all day but drinking, aren't you ashamed?" Seeing himself implicated and scolded, Jun Wuxie struggled to open his eyes. "Fifth senior brother, you really need to work harder. Look, I've already reached the Fan Su initial stage." Jun Wuxie had just laughed smugly twice, when he was stepped into the ground by Shichingi. "You seem quite proud, kid. We are a 985 sect. Have you ever seen a 985 sect elder whose cultivation is below the Fan Su stage?" Wenren Pingshin finally released me, smiling and waving her hand. "But the elders in our sect get along very well, unlike other sects fighting intrigue all day." Now, back to the main topic. Let's talk about this recruitment conference. Hearing this, my expression turned serious. The recruitment conference held every 50 years? It's really whatever you wish for comes true. Could it be the system also has prophetic abilities? The person in charge of the recruitment conference must definitely be powerful. Among the elders with the lowest strength, I inexplicably felt stabbed. And must have a lot of time. Another stab. Who made me promise to help the disciple I just picked up seek revenge? Finally, eloquence must be good, otherwise, the good seedlings will be snatched by other sects. Very good, might as well just say I'm not allowed to be in charge. After Wenren Pingshin finished all the requirements, Shichingi immediately raised her head proudly. "Then, junior sister, I won't be modest. After all, among everyone present, only I meet the criteria." While speaking, Shichingi was also calculating in her heart. "Just use the recruitment conference to expand the strength of my Zuejian phone. Then, the next sect master position can only be filled by me." Who knew Wenren Pingshin leaned towards me? "I think having little Bebe in charge is most suitable." On the other side, at Bu Jian phone, Xiao Ruoqing was gulping down the unknown liquid from the bottle on the table, mumbling incoherently, "What's so untouchable about this little bottle? You tell me not to. I insist on doing it." Just then, someone suddenly pushed open the door of the thatched cottage. Xiao Ruoqing collapsed on the ground, flushed red, tightly clutching the bottle from the table. "Who are you? What do you want?" I looked speechlessly at the puddle-like Xiao Ruoqing sprawled on the floor. This little girl is really something. She actually drank all the water of life I brewed for sixth junior brother. I carried Xiao Ruoqing to the bed, looking at the disheveled little girl. I couldn't help but feel some pity. "Forget it. Who asked you to have such a handsome master like me?" I took out a set of female cultivator clothes to change her into. But just after changing, I heard a stumbling sleep talk. "Master, why aren't you dead yet?" The girl took her lifesaver as her master, but not only was her entire Dao foundation dug out, she was also used as a cultivation cauldron and casually humiliated. Reborn, she wholeheartedly wanted to personally scatter my ashes. For this, she didn't hesitate to enter my tutelage again. When I was painstakingly helping the little girl change clothes, I heard her stumble out, "Master, when are you going to die?" It directly stunned me. And just at this moment, old sixth, that drunkard, came in without even saying hello. Seeing the scene before him, his remaining bit of drunkenness instantly vanished. Without a word, he turned to leave. Since senior brother is busy, then junior brother will come back in 1 minute. I was about to explain, but suddenly realized the implication in his words. I lifted my foot and kicked this unreliable junior brother out the door. "You're 1 minute. Your whole family is 1 minute. While hitting him, I told the story to old 6th, Jun Wuxia. Learning that the water of life I brewed for him was drunk, he immediately started crying without regard for his image. Xiao Ruoqing, resting on the bed, was woken up by our unrestrained conversation. Looking at the new clothes she was changed into at some point, she curiously tugged at the white silk on her legs. This thing that's like both pants and socks feels so special. Could it be the disciple attire of Jianzong? Speaking of which, that fiend found out I secretly drank his stuff. He will definitely be furious. I need to think of a way to appease him. Not long after, Xiao Ruoqing came to the courtyard carrying a bowl of soup. Master is back. Come quickly and try the chicken soup I just stewed. Seeing this, I nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this disciple wasn't taken in vain. Xiao Ruoqing saw my gentle expression, thought I was fooled by her sugar-coated bullets, couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Go on, drink it. There are plenty of oyster ingredients waiting for you inside. I casually glanced at the soup bowl on the table. Suddenly discovered inside was Mang Xiao used to treat so constipation. I was just about to ask this little girl if she put in the wrong seasoning. But the grief-stricken old 6th snatched the soup bowl. Why should senior brother drink first? You master and disciple drank my water of life. This bowl of chicken soup will be compensation. Then, ignoring our protests, he drank the soup clean in one go. Senior brother, you're amazing. Actually using a spirit-cultivated hen to make soup. Jun Wuxie said while pouring himself another bowl. Junior brother won't be polite then. Senior brother just needs to replenish the water of life for me later. Seeing old 6th wanting to drink more, I quickly stood up to stop him. Before I could grab old 6th's soup bowl, Jun Wuxie's stomach let out a thunderous rumble. A single clear tear slid from the corner of Jun Wuxie's eye. Senior brother, I bet it's a fart. Bujian Feng Valley, a group of disciples pinched their noses as they passed by. Fifth elder, are you researching that thing called marsh gas again? I remember the first elder stopped that long ago. Xiao Ruoqing, already changed into a maid outfit, was desperately spraying the air freshener in her hand. Sixth elder is too dirty. I really want to blow up this house and rebuild it. Then she suddenly noticed a book propping up the bed leg. To prevent the book from being contaminated by sixth elder's poisonous gas bomb, Xiao Ruoqing planned to replace the book too. Who knew this was actually the Jin Zone's secret Jinding? As long as I cultivate day and night, crushing this fiend is just around the corner. Before she could think more, the Jinding in her hand was taken by me. What are you doing with the scrap paper I used to prop up the bed corner? Quickly put it back, otherwise, the bed will wobble when I sleep at night. I know you want revenge, but such an ordinary manual is meaningless to cultivate. Xiao Ruoqing immediately became anxious. Master, this is the secret technique of the Jin Zone. I waved my hand calmly. So what? In the Tsang Jin Ge, there are plenty of manuals better than the Jinding. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing directly hugged my thigh. That must be a manual only elders can see, right? Please, master, help me go look in the Tsang Jin Ge. A bout of coquetry immediately made me feel a bit smug. What's so difficult about that? Master will naturally pass down the best technique to you. A moment later, I gently pushed open the door of the Tsang Jin Ge. A clear voice came from above me. Senior brother, going to the Tsang Jin Ge to choose a secret manual? If you go and don't return, then so be it. The realm senior brother mentioned 2 years ago, where one can cut down myriad stars with a blade of grass in hand. I still haven't comprehended it. Since I see senior brother today, please enlighten me. The surrounding disciples were stunned upon hearing this. But my heart was incomparably frantic. I was just talking nonsense because you were annoying. How could you actually believe it? In order not to be killed by a sword strike, I quickly put on a profound and mysterious facade. Junior sister, you really don't understand? Forgive junior sister's ignorance. I truly don't understand. Please, senior brother, guide me. You disappoint me greatly. Junior sister, as a sword cultivator, do you know what the way of the sword is? Junior sister believes the way of the sword is limitless. The limitless sword can break all techniques. The person is the sword is the person. The unity of person and sword makes one invincible. I snorted disdainfully. A natural sword immortal, even facing 3 million swords, I must bow my head. Heaven did not birth me, Su Jinxian. The path of the sword is like an eternal night. All matters under heaven are but a matter of one sword to pacify the injustices under heaven. One sword, no shame towards the guilty under heaven. As these words came out, everyone present stood frozen on the spot. Shanwok even muttered absent-mindedly, "Is this the way of the sword senior brother comprehended?" But I got a bit carried away and continued, "I, Subei, vow that the star sword cultivators of this world, everyone can slay the heavens with one sword. A call for swords, and all swords under heaven come." Overbearing. I turned and slowly walked into the sword storage pavilion, leaving only a proud and natural and unrestrained back view for the crowd. Damn it, I'll never act pretentious again. Luckily I've read many novels. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to smooth this over. I looked along the bookshelves, layer by layer. Suddenly, I was attracted by one of the books. It actually dares to say it's a must-cultivate technique for protagonists. Then it's decided, it's you. I was just about to see how awesome this technique was, but felt inexplicably that someone was staring intently at me. But besides me here, there's only the guardian, ninth junior sister. But this one is an ice queen. She would never look at others with such a naked gaze. To avoid trouble, I took the technique and hurriedly left the Tsung Jinji. After I was far away, Shan Wulan suddenly appeared where I was before, glanced at the crooked book with traces of attachment. The cold senior sister fell in love with me book. A blush inexplicably rose on her smiling face. On the other side, inside the thatched cottage, Xiao Ruoqing was crazily reading the Jinding. "In the last life, you fobbed me off with those miscellaneous books. This time, I'll directly cultivate the Jinding and crush you." Just as she was engrossed, I suddenly appeared behind her. "Hey disciple, look at the great treasure master prepared for you." Xiao Ruoqing pointed at the small words on the cover, "Master." It says on it, "If your luck is bad or your Dao heart isn't firm, you will die." I patted her head nonchalantly. "Don't you trust Master? What benefit is there for Master to harm you?" Xiao Ruoqing's face darkened again. Recalling the deeply engraved painful experience, she couldn't help but tightly hug the Jian Ding in her hands. Seeing this little girl still clinging to the Jian Ding, refusing to let go, I immediately urged her to quickly put the book back under the bed leg. Who knew Xiao Ruoqing would suddenly turn her head, staring at me with murderous eyes? I inexplicably felt a chill down my spine. What's with this murderous look? Does she want me to teach her techniques to help her get revenge? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but pat Xiao Ruoqing's head. "Are you homesick? Cultivate well. From now on, Bu Jianfeng is your home." Xiao Ruoqing nodded with tears in her eyes. "I will definitely cultivate well. And then personally grind your bones to dust." I went through great pains to find a peerless divine technique for my disciple. Who knew that on the surface she looked grateful, but turned around and set fire to my ancestral grave. Opening the technique I handed over, visible to the naked eye was, "If you lack the confidence of a child of destiny, then give up on this book's advice." Xiao Ruoqing couldn't help but be startled. Could it be my rebirth has been discovered? This old schemer deliberately came to test me? I need to find a way to draw him out. So she asked with a bashful face, "This book is so strange. Does Master think I am the protagonist or the child of destiny?" Hearing this, I couldn't help but frantically complain in my heart. "The chi resonance on you is so red it's about to emit black smoke. If not you, could it be me?" So I raised my hand and tapped between her eyebrows. "Everyone is the protagonist of their own life. Master will now perform Guan Ding for you. Carefully feel the flow of spiritual energy." As spiritual energy surged into her meridians, Xiao Ruoqing instantly knelt in pain. "Master, Xinger feels so uncomfortable." Coincidentally, Shanwok was puzzled by my pretentious quotes. Not long after I left the Tsang Jinji, she chased after me. But as soon as she entered the door, she saw Xiao Ruoqing kneeling before me, while I was saying, "Disciple, endure it a bit. It's indeed a bit uncomfortable at first. Once you get used to it a little, it will feel comfortable." This terrible conversation made Shanwok almost explode on the spot. Broad daylight, clear skies. "Senior brother, how could you do such a thing?" I turned around with a puzzled face. "Immortal touches my crown, granting longevity. I'm helping my disciple clear blockages. What's wrong with that?" "Your disciple's expression doesn't look right no matter how you look at it." After confirming senior brother wasn't doing anything bad, Shanwok cleared her throat and said, "Junior sister came specifically to thank senior brother this time." Saying this, she respectfully bowed. Her gaze happened to fall on Xiao Ruoqing's white silk stockings, so she took out the letter the first elder asked her to bring along, pretending to ask casually, "Where did you buy those pants your disciple is wearing?" Speaking of this, I immediately perked up. This is close-fitting pants made by your senior brother using ice silkworm silk. Not only light and comfortable, it can also increase attack speed and critical hit rate by 50%. Truly a good treasure beneficial to oneself. Hearing this, Shanwok was instantly tempted. She knelt down and curiously tugged at Xiao Ruoqing's white silk stockings. Then, senior brother, do you have more? Junior sister also wants pants like these. I generously took out a pair of black silk stockings. Naturally, I don't have extras of such treasures. Since junior sister wants them, this pair I kept for myself will be gifted to junior sister. The moment she received the black silk stockings, Shanwok directly took off the pants she was wearing, changing into the black silk stockings right in front of me. This humble king only felt a wave of warmth rise in his nasal cavity. So scared I quickly blocked both nostrils. Just wearing these pants isn't quite right either. Let senior brother match a suitable outfit for you. A moment later, Shanwok changed into a familiar female headmaster outfit. Senior brother, this outfit fits very well, but what is this stick used for? I turned around mysteriously. Junior sister, do you know what a sword heart is? The sword heart is the heart and mind of the sword. Unparalleled resolve, forging ahead relentlessly. The sword wielder must have a sharp sword, a sharp belief, dare to challenge everything. Spouting a string of lines from some league, Shanwok was once again fooled into looking full of admiration. After putting on a big show, I contentedly opened the first elder's letter. Just a glance, the dozens of words made my heart turn cold. Taking out the 5 saints battle armor given by the system, I turned, stepped onto my flying sword, about to go fight the first elder. Forget it, senior brother. That soup dumpling shop at the foot of the mountain hasn't seen what eldest senior sister's money looks like for 20 years. Every time she uses repairing the sect's protective formation as collateral. Now even if the Jin Zone is attacked by the enemy court, that shop probably won't have any problems. I'm really stupid, really. Only knew eldest senior sister was stingy, but never thought she could be this stingy. Then, a flash of inspiration hit me. If I make the immortal pearls from Bu Jianfang's back mountain into soup dumplings, won't I have funding? On the other side, looking at the 2 pages full of mockery and the strongest technique I gave, Xiao Ruoqing instantly saw red, frantically tearing the secret manual in her hands. Damn fiend! How dare you humiliate me like this? When I master the Jin Ding, I will definitely tear you into pieces, grind your bones to dust. After she finally calmed down, preparing to focus on cultivating the Jin Ding, she was called by me, who had rushed back, to count pigs in the back mountain. If she remembered correctly, the back mountain of Bu Jianfeng is where the ancestral graves of past elders are located. This fiend is actually raising pigs in the ancestral graveyard? And after changing out of my battle armor, I gave very thoughtful instructions. It's getting dark soon. Remember to bring 2 torches. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing revealed a cold smile. Master, you're the one who told me to bring torches to the ancestral grave. Don't blame this clumsy disciple for sending you into the Mianbaya for lifelong repentance. At this moment, I had already arrived at the Elder Hall. Little Bei, how's the recruitment conference going? You know, ever since the Qingping sword was lost, the Jin Zone's strength plummeted. There really isn't any extra funding. Your untalented junior brother, indeed, is still troubled about raising funds. However, the recruitment conference is the Jin Zone's chance to return to its peak? Even if I'm alone. Wang Yi, upon hearing this, Shi Qingyi immediately snorted coldly. Junior brother Wu spends all day researching those strange contraptions, probably has already emptied Bu Jianfeng's funds, right? Listen to senior sister's advice, you're still young. You can't handle the recruitment conference, better leave it to senior sister. Senior sister can handle it. Shi Qingyi wanted to continue, but Jun Wuxie, gulping down wine beside her, suddenly spoke. 5th senior brother, your alchemy skills are truly superb. I looked at old 6th, completely bewildered. Junior brother, why do you say that? I haven't practiced alchemy recently. Jun Wuxie stopped, pointing outside the meeting hall. That thick green smoke over Bu Jianfeng, if it's not alchemy, then what is it? Just then, a disciple rushed into the meeting hall with a panicked expression. Bad news. The ancestral grave Bu Jianfeng's ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. Jun Wuxie, face flushed with drunkenness, suddenly took 2 big sniffs. This smell is roasted suckling pig. Appetizers are calling me. Just as Jun Wuxie finished speaking, I stepped onto my flying sword and rushed out of the meeting hall. If the ancestral grave burns, it burns. Just don't burn my immortal pearls. Bu Jianfeng Ancestral Grave Forbidden Area. Xiao Ruoqing casually tossed the torch in her hand. Ancestors, here to wish you an early new year. By the time I arrived, Xiao Ruoqing had long hidden herself. The fire in the ancestral grave was almost extinguished too. With a long face, I looked at the roasted suckling pigs covering the ground. My great pig raising plan, my start-up capital. Only thought about letting the disciple bring torches, but didn't expect she could cause trouble just counting pigs. Jun Wuxie immediately said upon hearing this, for counting pigs, senior brother should have asked me. I definitely wouldn't miss a single one. I silently returned an international friendly gesture. After Wenren Pingxin summarized the general course of events, she immediately asked me where Xiao Ruoqing went, but I had no mood to care about that, hugging my piglets and weeping bitterly. A full 50,000 taels, gone just like that. Shi Qingyi saw everyone's gaze focused on the immortal pearls. Immediately scolded, "Don't think you can use immortal pearls to cover up the great crime of destroying the ancestral grave. No matter what, you must be punished with 50 years of confinement in Mianbai." Shanwuk quickly stepped in front of me upon hearing this. Senior brother didn't burn the ancestral grave, how can he be blamed? Ever since Shan Wulan saw Shanwuk wearing the clothes I gave her, she found her own sister extremely displeasing. Now that her sister was actively speaking up for senior brother, she found it even more displeasing. If these two weren't separated, how could she and senior brother have a chance? So she directly drew her sword. Burning the ancestral graves is a great crime. According to the rules, one should enter the Mianbai. No one can be forgiven. Shanwuk saw this, quickly interrupted, "Eldest senior sister hasn't finished asking yet. Little sister, you're pushing too hard, fifth senior brother won't be able to take it." As soon as these words came out, it directly fried Shan Wulan's CPU. Shi Qingyi finally caught such a good opportunity, immediately pointed at my chest and demanded, "Even if it was your disciple's doing, you can't escape responsibility." Facing the questioning from several people, I didn't take it seriously at all. In this life, I'm counting on fleecing my good disciple. How could I possibly send her to Mianbai? Besides, that spendthrift is a child of Qi resonance. Doing this must have her reasons. Xiao Ruoqing, watching everything from the shadows, her face filled with the excitement of revenge achieved. Last time's chicken soup didn't make you stumble. I don't believe you can escape this trial of burning the ancestral grave. Master, you lost after all. The disciple I painstakingly saved actually turned around and torched my ancestral grave. Everyone thought I would make my disciple come out and confess. But I raised my right hand, no need to say more. I ordered my disciple to set this fire. Hearing this, Shi Qingyi instantly became excited. "You admitted it yourself." I ignored this shrew, because the system's voice sounded at this moment. "Congratulations host's disciple for cultivating Qi sense. Reward, 1 fate dice." I chose to use it without hesitation. At the same time, I said unhurriedly, "I will naturally bear all responsibility. But aren't you all curious why I wanted to burn the ancestral grave?" Shi Qingyi curled her lip disdainfully. "Stop playing mysterious here. If you can really come up with a valid reason, I'll directly scatter all the ashes of Zui Jianfeng." Just then, Jun Wuxie, engrossed in gnawing on a pig's leg, suddenly froze. "Senior brother, your family's ancestral grave seems about to explode." As soon as the words fell, the stone tablet erupted with a strong white light. Spiritual energy carrying endless sword intent surged towards the sky. Everyone present's sword accessories were attracted by this spiritual energy, flying one after another towards the sky above Bu Jianfeng. Even Shanwuk's starfall sword couldn't be controlled, forcibly breaking free and stabbing towards the sky. Xiao Ruoqing poked her head out, bewildered. What's going on? Why did the ancestral grave exploding cause myriad swords to resonate? As the stone tablet completely shattered, a rust-covered ancient sword appeared before everyone. I put on a calm expression as if I knew this would happen. As the saying goes, seeking dragons and dividing gold depends on winding mountains. One layer wins, one layer bars. I, seeking the sect's ultimate treasure, the Qingping sword, have painstakingly practiced the art of geomancy for many years, which is why I ordered my disciple to burn the ancestral graves. Then I turned my head to look at the stunned Shi Qingyi. Is second senior sister satisfied with this reason? The first elder, who had been trying to find excuses for me, showed surprise. Compared to the Qingping sword which could lead the Jianzong back to the top tier 985, Burning the ancestral grave is not a big deal at all. Shi Qingyi wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start, could only turn her head away unwillingly. Seeing everything settled, Xiao Ruoqing walked out pitifully from her hiding place. Master, Qing'er's clothes were burned. When she really couldn't come out to face people, I took out a cloak and covered her. No need to say more. Master trusts you. Whatever you did, you are the disciple I personally accepted. Disciple Xiao Ruoqing's mind was in chaos. Why is this fiend protecting me? I was clearly trying to harm him. No, this is all an act by that fiend. The master in the previous life was also this gentle. Just as Xiao Ruoqing's thoughts were in turmoil, Shi Qingyi, having organized her thoughts, challenged me again. Finding the Qingping sword is naturally a great merit, but you knew the sect treasure was here long ago. Why didn't you inform us earlier? Wenren Pingxin also leaned over curiously. Quickly tell senior sister. The sword the old man searched for hundreds of years without finding, how did you burn it out with just one fire? This question immediately aroused everyone's curiosity, asking one after another how I knew burning the ancestral grave would work. This question was really sharp. For a moment, I really couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. So I quickly stood up and gripped the Qingping sword. Instead of caring about those reasons, why not think about how to pull out the Qingping sword? First elder pushed me away upon hearing this. In this world, there's no stick this old lady can't pull out. But no matter how hard the first elder tried, the Qingping sword remained firmly stuck in the stone crevice. The sweat-drenched first elder wiped her forehead. This divine sword is after all the sect's ultimate treasure. Perhaps only master, that old man, is qualified to pull it up. Shi Qingyi couldn't help fantasizing too. If this sword could be inserted in front of Zui Jianfeng's ancestral grave, what glory that would bring to the family. Just as she was thinking about how to snatch the Qingping sword, two disciples ran over in panic. Oh no, second elder. Sixth elder, don't know what got into him, suddenly remembered the power of Lian Su, burned Zui Jianfeng's ancestral grave, and kept drinking and breathing fire. We really couldn't stop him. It turned out while everyone was enthusiastically trying to pull out the sword, the delirious Jun Wuxie suddenly muttered to himself, fifth senior brother burned the grave, revealed the sword. The sword revealed because the grave burned, so burning graves reveal swords. He, I'm really a genius. Jun Wuxie, you little brat. This old lady will personally skin you. By the time Shi Qingyi arrived, Zui Jianfeng's ancestral grave had long been engulfed by fierce flames. Jun Wuxie, you mother ****, dare to make another move. This old lady will skin you alive. Jun Wuxie showed a delirious silly smile. Second senior sister. Zui Jianfeng's feng shui is much better than Bu Jianfeng's. If Bu Jianfeng can hide the Qingping sword, why can't Zui Jianfeng have a peerless treasure? Hearing this, Shi Qingyi couldn't help but halt her attack. Anyway, the ancestral grave has already been burned by this old sixth. Beating him up is useless. What if there really is some treasure buried underneath? How could I miss it? Just as she decided to let Jun Wuxie burn the grave, Wenren Pingxin, following closely behind, shouted loudly, Jun Wuxie, how audacious you are! Daring to burn the ancestral grave. And so, a familiar scene occurred. Shi Qingyi stepped forward to block Jun Wuxie, shouting, I told him to burn it. Greatly moved by his senior sister's support, Jun Wuxie immediately unleashed a full-power, good fireball technique, directly melting the stone tablet of Zui Jianfeng's ancestral grave. But besides ashes of ancestors flying everywhere, there was absolutely nothing. Wenren Pingxin's eyes were about to explode with anger. You two bastards, daring to destroy the Jin Zone's ancestral graves. Go to the Siguaya for 50 years of confinement. On the other side, the thatched cottage. Xiao Ruoqing looked at me on the bed, hesitant to speak. I sat up rather helplessly. You just arrived 2 days ago and already burned the Jianzong's ancestral grave. In a few years, when your wings are strong, are you going to kill even me, your master? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing was startled. How does he know I want to kill him? Is he testing me again? I slowly walked towards Xiao Ruoqing. Qing'er, sigh, my silly disciple. Stick out your leg. Xiao Ruoqing didn't know what I wanted to do, she could only obediently extend her long, fair legs. I gently pulled off the white silk stocking from her leg, revealing the already swollen ankle, and gently helped treat it. At this moment, Xiao Ruoqing frantically warned herself in her heart. In the last life, he stabbed you without hesitation. Are you still greedy for this bit of tenderness? Xiao Ru watching, you're really pathetic. And after bandaging the wound, I roughly ruffled Xiao Ru watching's hair. Stop acting pitiful here. The immortal cultivation world is full of deceit and trickery. People without strength are nothing. This matter can't just be let go like this. When there's a chance later, Master will teach you a harsh lesson again. Go back to the thatched cottage and rest first. Master will find a random place to spend the night. Watching my departing figure, Xiao Ru watching said with immense determination in her heart, no matter what you do to me, in this life, I will kill you. The immortal pig graveyard in the back mountain. Shan Wuk, dressed in a top-quality female teacher outfit, stood ready. Fifth senior brother, please guide me. But not long after, Shan Wuk lowered her hand, head covered in sweat. Senior brother's scene of commanding all swords today is vivid in my mind, but junior sister still can't grasp the method. I casually pulled out the Qingping sword behind me. Indeed, it lacks a certain flavor. Watch as senior brother demonstrates for you. Then, I performed a set of university PE required Tai Chi sword forms. After finishing, I stuck the sword back again. Junior sister, have you memorized senior brother's technique? Only remembered a little bit. Seeing Shan Wuk's shy expression, I instantly thought of a certain famous sect leader. So I quickly pressed further. You really only remembered a little? Shan Wuk became even more embarrassed, completely forgot everything. That's the right position. I turned my back proudly. It seems you have already grasped the essence of this sword technique. Are there any other questions you want to ask senior brother? Since you can pull out the Qingping sword, why were you unwilling during the day? Hearing this, I fiercely looked at the Qingping sword behind me. Wow, I actually pulled it out just now? In the last life, to break through to Lian Su, I not only personally dug out my disciple's entire Dao foundation, but also used her as a cultivation cauldron day and night. Reborn, Xiao Ru watching wholeheartedly wanted to kill me. Taking advantage of my absence, she directly set fire to Bu Jianfeng's ancestral grave, originally wanting to use this to get me punished in Siguaya confinement, but the elders of each peak targeted the root of the disaster, forcing me to hand over Xiao Ru watching for punishment. They thought I would push her out following the trend, but I publicly stated that I ordered her to do it, because I am not the original Fiend Su Bei, but a transmigrated ultimate slacker king. As the child of Qi resonance who can let me lie flat and slack off, even if Xiao Ru watching blew up the entire Jian zone, I would find a way to protect her. After treating this little girl's wound, I rushed to the back mountain to meet Shan Wuk. Originally wanted to use the Plaza Grandpa's Tai Chi sword to cope, but accidentally pulled out the Qingping sword. By the time I reacted, the Qingping sword had already been casually stuck back into the stone crevice by me. How could I miss such a rare opportunity to show off? I immediately wanted to pull out the Qingping sword again, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't pull it out again. Facing Shan Wuk's doubt, I braced myself and said the Qingping sword was asleep. After all, not many people are like us, practicing swords here late at night instead of resting. Just as the words fell, a fluorescent light pierced the night sky, flying straight towards Bu Jianfeng's back mountain. Shan Wuk instantly sensed her sister's aura from the fluorescent light and was about to call out. I covered Shan Wuk's mouth. Don't make a sound. Hide in that pigsty over there first. Absolutely don't let your sister find you. Shan Wuk looked at me puzzledly. Senior brother and I are discussing cultivation, is there something shameful about it? I was sweating profusely. If Shan Wulan knew I was playing dress-up with her sister, wouldn't she skin me alive on the spot? I could only push Shan Wuk towards the pigsty, while saying this was to help her cultivate her sword heart. Just finished hiding her, Shan Wulan arrived over there. Today Bu Jianfeng was messed up so badly. As her junior sister, I naturally have to come help clean up. This dark and windy night, accidentally losing a few of senior brother's personal clothing items is also reasonable, right? He, what if senior brother is alone? A lone man and woman in a pigsty, it's hard to avoid sparks flying. He. Shan Wulan, continuously approaching the pigsty, suddenly stopped. Why do I smell a woman's scent? Seems like it's sisters? At the critical moment, I instantly appeared before Shan Wulan. The great Tao is ruthless, fresh dew is boundless. Is there anyone willing to appreciate this scene with me? Hearing this, Shan Wulan's brow furrowed slightly. Fifth senior brother took the blame for his disciple during the day, and has to endure loneliness alone at night. Under the heavens, perhaps only junior sister I understand you too well. I looked at Shan Wulan. Ninth junior sister. I don't believe my acting that fooled God can't fool you. Senior brother, you can't fool me. You're already lonely enough to recite poetry to a pigsty. Hey, wait. Senior brother, why are you reciting poetry to a pigsty in the middle of the night? Something's fishy. I didn't know. Shan Wulan thought so much in 2.5 seconds. Ninth junior sister, why visit senior brother's Bugn foam late at night? Shan Wulan emotionlessly spat out 2 words, moon gazing. I glanced at the moon completely hidden by clouds, didn't speak. Shan Wulan guessed what I was thinking. Can't I come to Bugn foam? I just like admiring the clouds covering the moon here. Usually dislikes me in various ways. Now secretly sneaking over in the middle of the night. Besides the Qingping sword, what else could it be for? Sundara. Just as I was thinking how to send this girl away, I saw her constantly looking around for something. Could it be she discovered her sister? At this moment, Shan Wulan's heart was full of resentment. Senior brother must have been with another woman just now. Damn it! I even prepared my tale. Just then, Shan Wulan and I simultaneously discovered the ruler and footprints left nearby. I hastily flashed over to block the items. Senior brother has recently been practicing a movement technique. Must constantly float my steps to comprehend it. Seeing Shan Wulan unmoved, still walking straight towards the ruler, in a flash of genius, I snatched the ruler first, using it as a back scratcher. Senior brother is a bit tired. Junior sister, if you have nothing else, please return early. The warm, original flavor stick instantly aroused Shan Wulan's desire for possession. She immediately stated she wanted to gaze at the moon all night. Tonight she'll sleep on the straw mat in the pigsty. Can that work? Your sister is hiding right inside. I quickly blocked Shan Wulan. Why don't junior sister come with me to the thatched cottage on the peak for a short rest? Shan Wulan didn't say a word, directly flew into the pigsty. Seeing her walk straight towards the straw mat, I lunged forward and lay down on the straw mat first. The sudden impact instantly made Shan walk, hiding in the straw mat, grunt. Feeling that peculiar point of impact, her pretty face flushed red, she hastily covered her mouth. And Shan Wulan, seeing my face covered in fine sweat beads, immediately urged me with concern to rest early. I really couldn't pretend anymore. Rather than being sent by her to reunite with Shi Qingyi and the others, better to gamble. Thinking this, I steeled my heart, directly put on a perverted face, and lunged towards Shan Wulan's side. Shan Wulan, rich in combat experience, instantly realized I couldn't reach her. Turning with a slide tackle, she arrived at my landing point, forcefully letting me press her underneath. Sure enough, she was stunned. How did this girl end up in my arms? And there's absolutely no sign of anger on her face. Instead, she seems rather satisfied and enjoying it. What's the situation? In this ambiguous atmosphere, Shan Wulan very obediently pulled off her outer clothes. Just as the next step was about to happen, a purple light once again pierced the night sky, flying straight towards Bu Jianfeng's back mountain. At this moment, I was devastated. Why is eldest senior sister here too? This is enough for a mahjong table. Shan Wulan put her clothes back on with a gloomy face. If eldest senior sister hadn't interrupted, perhaps in 10 months, little Subei would be born. But head can break, blood can flow. My cold persona cannot be lost. So she looked at the straw mat behind her, and plunged right in. Surrounded on 3 sides, I couldn't stop her at all. Seeing her sister wearing thick clothes, Shan Wulan's jealousy flared. She started grabbing Shan Wuk all over, especially after hearing these clothes were all given by me. Jealous, she ripped off Shan Wuk's black silk stockings on the spot. Don't I know these were given by senior brother? You must be showing off to me. The two hadn't been fighting long, when Wenren Pingshin's voice sounded, Little Bebe, did you miss sister? Why do you look so sad and refuse to look at sister? My expression cracked a little as I replied, Bu Jianfeng's ancestral grave is gone. Junior brother is thinking about where his own ashes will be buried later. Wenren Pingshin chuckled inwardly. Isn't the matter of burning the ancestral grave already over? Did little Bebe do something outrageous again? So she observed her surroundings, quickly locking onto 2 completely different sets of footprints. 2 at once? Little Bebe has really grown capable. Then she looked at the Qingping sword, noticing obvious friction marks at the stone crevice. Who pulled it out? She pushed me aside very suspiciously. If it was little Bebe, he would definitely pull it out in public and show off. Need to test him. I just consulted numerous ancient texts, learned that to use the Qingping sword, Besides forcefully wielding it with great accomplishment strength, one can only obtain the Qingping sword's recognition. I asked intently, how can one obtain the Qingping sword's recognition? The Wuwa realm. But I'm afraid no one in the Jian zone can reach this realm. The Qingping sword can only serve as a mascot. However, in my opinion, little Bebe, you still have hope. Not understanding what I was saying, Wenren Pingxin hugged me again. Let's not talk about this first. Little Bebe, help senior sister with something, okay? I was about to refuse without thinking. The next second, a smooth jade leg grazed past my ear and smashed onto the pillar. Half a month ago, a batch of disciples went missing in Imo Chang. I suspect someone wants to extend their hand into our Jian zone. So I plan to use this recruitment opportunity to investigate secretly. But if little Bebe is unwilling, I won't force it. Ding! Red Chi resonance child discovered. Location, Imo Chang. Just as I was about to refuse, my attitude changed completely. Go through fire and water for senior sister. The 9th junior sister who always gave me the cold shoulder actually took the initiative to come see me at night wearing a tail. Just as I was about to get my first score after transmigrating, I was interrupted by the suddenly appearing eldest senior sister. Regarding the task eldest senior sister assigned, I was about to refuse without thinking. But the system appeared at this moment and discovered a new child of destiny. The location happened to be Imo Chang, where the recruitment conference was held. So my attitude changed completely, accepting the mission with great righteousness. Shan Wulan, hiding in the straw mat for half a day, couldn't hold back her gaze, looking fiercely at her sister beside her. From now on, you are not allowed to meet 5th senior brother again. Take off all the clothes he gave you too. Hearing the argument coming from the straw mat, I instantly felt my life was hanging by a thread. Senior sister, can my ashes be buried in your family's ancestral grave as an exception? The next second, the straw mat was broken open by the fighting sisters. Wenren Pingxin watched the scene cheerfully. Why were the 2 junior sisters hiding? Afraid senior sister would stumble upon some indescribable scene? Shanwuk quickly denied loudly, how could that be? I came to learn sword techniques from senior brother. Senior brother pulled out the Qingping sword just now. Wenren Pingxin smiled slightly. As expected, no wonder he had the confidence to accept this task. So, she glanced sideways at me, trying hard to lower my presence. So little Bebe can pull out the Qingping sword? Can you demonstrate for senior sister? Hell no, I probably can't pull it out again. Just now must have been successful by catching the Qingping sword off guard. Just as I was racking my brains for an excuse, Shan Wulan said innocently, senior brother had a hard time communicating with the Qingping sword just now. It probably won't work now. Wenren Pingxin nodded as if it were obvious. Men always have times when they can't perform. It's okay, senior sister understands. I grabbed the Qingping sword hilt. Men can say anything, except that they can't perform. One morning, I couldn't help but ponder, maybe I should just admit defeat while there are fewer people. When more people gather, I'll truly lose all face. Shanwuk saw me hesitating, thought I wanted to wait until everyone arrived to witness this miraculous moment together. So she gathered all her spiritual energy, shouted, Elder Wu is going to pull the Qingping sword. Everyone quickly call your friends to come watch. At this moment, my suspended heart finally died completely. Shi Qingyi and her companion, on their way to Esaiguaya, happened to pass by. Seeing many disciples gathered below Bu Jianfeng, they couldn't help but wonder what happened. The escorting disciple replied, Elder Wu is pulling the Qingping sword today. If I weren't escorting you two to confinement, I would go watch too. Hearing this, Shi Qingyi instantly bristled. Su Bei, that grave-burning loafer, what right does he have to pull the Qingping sword? Second senior sister, it seems we were punished with confinement precisely because we burned the ancestral grave, right? Shi Qingyi refused to accept this fact, directly changing direction and rushing towards Bu Jianfeng. I want to see what right that loafer has to pull out the Qingping sword. The escorting disciple was about to chase after them, but was stopped by Jun Wuxie. How can matters concerning Jianzong elders be considered escaping? Since we happened to pass by Bu Jianfeng, actively going up to say hello is also reasonable, right? Wenren Pingxin saw I still refused to pull the sword, asked if I was having difficulties. I was just about to confess and be lenient. Then old Sixth's devastatingly weird cry came from above. The great drunkard arrives. Everyone move aside. I want to see 5th senior brother show off in front of everyone. At the same time, Shi Qingyi, rushing over, pressed down on my hand. The Qingping sword cannot be wielded without great accomplishment strength. Jianzong elder Su Bei, seeking fame and reputation, truly disgraces the sect's treasure. Although I, Shi Qingyi, am guilty, my heart is always with the Jianzong. I absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. Jun Wuxie excitedly raised his head. Second senior sister is right. We must imprison Su Bei for 50 years. Cold sweat immediately started pouring down my back. If I really fall into the hands of these two, I'm afraid I won't have a good end. Just as I was caught in a dilemma, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Xiaoru watching broke through to the Qi refining realm. Successfully comprehended a trace of the Wuwo realm. Host received 7,700 times feedback. Comprehended the great accomplishment of the Wuwo realm. It turns out while I was meeting 3 women at night, Xiaoru watching cultivated the Jianding diligently all night. And because of her experiences in the previous life, she faintly comprehended the Wuwo realm. Isn't that what you call a child of Qi resonance? Broke through on her own just 2 days after arriving at Jianzong. Simply an essential home artifact for showing off. I saw my whole aura change. Ling Qinsheng said, Bei boldly requests everyone witness, pulling the sect's ultimate treasure, the Qingping sword. Shi Qingyi snorted disdainfully, just know how to boast here. If you can pull out the Qingping sword, I, Shi Qingyi, will swallow a ton of crap on the spot. Before the words faded, a clear sword cry echoed throughout Bu Jianfeng. Rainbow-like sword intent surged towards the sky, directly enveloping the entire Jianzong. Xiaoru watching, having cultivated all night, just walked out the door and was attracted by this divine sword light. What's going on? Could it be that when 6th Elder burned the ancestral grave last night, he really burned out something good? But why is the sword shadow surrounding Bu Jianfeng? She quickly ran towards Bu Jianfeng's back mountain. But before she arrived, she heard my pretentious quote, Heaven did not birth Su Bei. The path of the sword is like an eternal night. Bei, with the great accomplishment of the Wuwo realm, requests the Qingping sword to aid our Jianzong. Xiaoru watching collapsed on the ground in disbelief. Relying on the hardships of my previous life, I could barely transcend Wuwo. But Su Bei has already reached the great accomplishment realm? Can someone tell me how to take revenge? Wenren Pingxin saw I could really pull out the Qingping sword. Immediately asked curiously how I comprehended the Wuwo realm. The so-called way of the sword. The first thing to stay away from is emotion. Everyone remember, relationships will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. No women in the heart, drawing the sword is naturally divine. So that afternoon, breakup principles could be seen everywhere in the Jianzong. And as the main culprit, I was currently rummaging everywhere in Bu Jianfeng, preparing to sell the remaining belongings as funds for recruitment. Inadvertently, a piece of paper listing all the tasks flew out. Xiaoru watching opened it and browsed through, asking curiously, Master, who is the old man? That's my master, the Jianzong sect master. Are you packed? We need to hurry down the mountain. Xiaoru watching quickly shouldered the packed large bags. Master, I'm packed. I complained quite speechlessly, are you going back to your maiden home? Since you've already broken through to the Qi refining realm, then this spatial ring is for you. Xiaoru watching stared blankly at the ring in her hand. Master, if only you could always be like this. On the way down the mountain, I rambled on, planning Xiaoru watching's cultivation plan. For this kind of child of Qi resonance, we must achieve a heavenly Tao foundation establishment. Then I thought of something else. Holding a large pile of bottles and jars, handed them to Xiaoru watching. Master's beginner gift package for you. This bottle contains about 300 Qi refining pills. Just treat them like candy when you're free. Look at the others yourself, Master won't introduce them one by one. Xiaoru watching looked at me with deep eyes. In my previous life, I never even saw the shadow of a Qi refining pill. Now he gave so many precious pills at once. Master, which one is the real you? On the other side, in the Mo family, a woman was frantically slashing at the lower regions of a mannequin with a knife. Just as she was contemplating a more vicious castration blade technique, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Li Air. All the invitations from the surrounding martial sects are here. With your aptitude combining insight, bone, and physique, the 21 surrounding sects are all available for you to choose freely. Mo Li opened the invitation sent by Jianzong, staring fixedly at the name at the signature. In the last life, you dug out my sword bone, destroyed my sword heart. Now I know your length inside out. I will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces. The girl practiced the descendant-ending sword technique diligently. Every day she had to vertically chop 3,000 koan, only because in her previous life she was deceived by my sweet words. Not only was her sword bone stolen, even her sword heart was shattered because of it. So when Emily received the invitation I sent, she agreed without hesitation. Because the once every 50 years recruitment conference was about to begin. So people from all walks of life gathered in Emochang. Just stepping into Emochang, I heard someone nearby asking about the Gen Zone. Who knew? The information broker shook his head. Gen Zone, that trash 985, even dogs shake their heads hearing about it. I didn't care about this at all, calling Xiaoru watching to find lodging. But just as I turned, I heard that kid shout loudly. Gen Zone is at least one of the surrounding martial sects, right? My sister is determined to go to Gen Zone. She also wants to become the disciple of Elder Wu, whom she admires most. I flashed before this kid, patted his shoulder satisfactorily. What's your name? Seeing the person's outstanding posture and extraordinary temperament, Mo Xiaoqian instantly thought he had encountered an immortal opportunity. He quickly introduced himself seriously. Xiaoqian, Gen Zone is currently just a local 985. Why speak up so righteously for it? Mo Xiaoqian felt in his heart, the seniors test has come. My sister and I both think Gen Zone is underestimated. Sword cultivators have always been about swift justice and settling grudges. The corner of my mouth curled up slightly, forcibly interrupting Mo Xiaoqian's next words. You also have a sister? Xiaoru watching, standing aside, saw me constantly asking about his sister. Felt inexplicably annoyed in her heart. Master, we are here to investigate matters. It's getting late now. We need to quickly find a place to stay. Looking at Xiaoru watching's serious expression, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Always following my heart, I immediately decided to send Mo Xiaoqian away with the token first. Not long after parting, an extremely charming voice sounded in my ear. Io, isn't this Master Su? You haven't been to our Hong Ge in a while. I righteously reprimanded the procuress. What nonsense! A place like this that corrupts public morals, when has Su ever set foot here? I must go in and severely criticize you all. Disciple, follow me, we're staying here tonight. Just walking into Hong Ge, I was surrounded by two graceful beauties. Elder Su, you haven't been here for more than half a month, right? We sisters thought you had forgotten us. I skillfully took out a handful of gold. Gen Zone recently had disciples go missing in Mochang. I came specifically to inquire about news. How could I do those things that corrupt public morals? Seeing me being so generous, the pink-haired woman quickly held my arm and walked upstairs. Master needs to attend to official business. Disciple, go back to your room and rest first. Through chatting on the way, I learned that the Gen Zone disciples were indeed detained by Hong Ge, because they acted ostentatiously during the top courtesan competition, but didn't bring enough money. For a moment, I didn't know how to react. So they were punished for trying to dine and dash on a prostitute? As the pink-haired woman pushed open a door, several completely naked Gen Zone disciples were seen, hanging from the rafters, their bodies covered in whip marks. My face instantly darkened. Even if my sex disciples didn't bring enough money, Hong Ge cannot abuse lynching, right? The pink-haired woman explained with a slightly embarrassed expression. Elder Su misunderstood. These marks were left during their play. We didn't lay a single finger on them otherwise. Angrily, I lifted my foot for a big kick. Soliciting without enough money is one thing, but also playing such kinky games privately. No wonder people say even dogs shake their heads at Gen Zone. One of the disciples shouted with great satisfaction, Fifth Elder, we were scammed. It was supposed to be 1,000 taels of gold, who knew it was 1,000 taels per stroke? The pink-haired woman took out a bill. Elder Su is clear about Hong Ge's reputation. One stroke means one stroke. There are fingerprints signed below. Mo Yuqian total 171,000 taels. Hao Shui total 667,000 taels. Jin Jianting total 3,000 taels. Clearly priced, no cheating young or old. I turned around, supporting myself, unwilling to face this group of talents again. Where is your manager? I'll talk to him personally. Led by the pink-haired woman, we soon arrived at the door of the Hong Ge master. Unexpectedly, the owner behind Hong Ge was actually Xinyue Zong's sect master. Just as I stepped into the room, the Qingping sword I carried issued waves of warnings. Soul-snatching peony, mind-confusing incense, and Xinyue Zong's Mei Shu. Sect Master Yu thinks too highly of me. Yu Hongxiu's expression was calm, my Mei Shu treasure. Even someone at the Lian Su realm should be charmed. Then she struck a sexy pose. Elder Su is the first man to come to my boudoir. I must see if you have the conscious ability. My expression returned to calm. I came here, this time representing Jianzong, to discuss cooperation with Xin Yue's own. Sect Master Yu, please put away these tricks. Yu Hongxiu's red lips parted slightly. Jianzong owes my Xin Yue's own nearly 10 million taels of gold. Besides, can you represent Jianzong? My expression remained unperturbed. I impassively revealed the Qingping sword at my waist. Naturally, I can. Yu Hongxiu sat up curiously. Jianzong can't even produce 10 million taels of gold. Where would the capital for cooperation come from? What if I have a plan that can give the two cooperating sects an annual profit of nearly 10 million taels of gold? Just as Yu Hongxiu and I were discussing cooperation, Xiao Ruoqing was unexpectedly stopped by Shan Wulan, who had followed in disguise. She straightforwardly took out the Tiandi Lingzhu. Are you willing to take me as your master? This item is called the Tiandi Lingzhu. It can help you achieve Tiandao Zhuji, and I can help you defeat your enemy right now. With such a rare treasure before her, Xiao Ruoqing was deeply moved. But thinking of how I would soon dote on other junior sisters, she resolutely chose to refuse. It's only been a few days, and she's already clinging to senior brother, not letting go. Shan Wulan was furious inside, but maintained a facade of indifferent coolness. Consider the spirit pearl a gift for you becoming fifth elder's disciple. But I still have to remind you, your master might not be as good as you think. Xiao Ruoqing was startled. Could it be ninth elder had seen through master's true nature long ago? Meanwhile, I was eloquently explaining my Weibo plan. With Xin Yuezong's strongholds in the 21 surrounding regions as support, we can quickly consolidate the most discussed intelligence into rankings. Before long, we can control public opinion. By then, if someone wants to get on the rankings, they must offer substantial gold coins. After hearing my entire plan, Yu Hongxiu was greatly impressed. Didn't expect this person to have such terrifying thinking. Why didn't I notice him before? Elder Su is truly a divine person. But aren't you afraid I'll kill you, and arrange for Xin Yuezong to implement your ideas? Just as the words fell, Yu Hongxiu's figure instantly appeared before me. The sudden change left me feeling helpless, as expected of a demon sex enchantress, turning hostile in an instant. I calmly sat down beside Yu Hongxiu. Sect Master, you must be joking. Please don't joke next time. Yu Hongxiu's eyes were inscrutable. What if I wasn't joking? Elder Su, with your mere Huashan cultivation, just one finger is enough to end your life. I elegantly lifted the teacup and took a sip, not answering. If it were 5 minutes ago, I would be very panicked. Unfortunately, just now, ding! Host's primary disciple has completed Tiandao Zhuji for the first time. Reward, 2 5-minute trial cards for Peak He Dao Aura. Seeing I remained calm and composed, Yu Hongxiu's tone couldn't help but harden. You're not afraid? I raised my hand, pulled Yu Hongxiu's fragrant shoulder closer, secretly using a trial card. Although Sect Master Yu is the head of Xin Yuezong, you are not yet qualified to make Su afraid. Yu Hongxiu sneered, just about to say something more, when an immense, vast Peak He Dao aura enveloped her. The girl served me wholeheartedly for decades, but I not only dug out her entire Dao foundation, but also used her as a cultivation cauldron day and night. Reborn, she wholeheartedly wanted to grind my bones to dust. After deliberately causing trouble each time, she surprisingly discovered Master seemed different from the previous life, and I, in order to go to Mo Chang to find new disciples, was forced to accept eldest senior sister's investigation task. But I never expected those missing Jianzong disciples were actually detained for trying to dine and dash in a brothel. Since Jianzong still owed Hong Ji nearly 10 million taels of gold to redeem this bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, I could only talk cooperation with Hong Ji's owner. But after hearing my plan, this enchantress actually intended to kill me to silence me. Luckily, Xiao Ruoqing timely broke through Tiandao Zhuji. With the system's help, I instantly erupted with Peak He Dao aura, directly intimidating the restless Yu Hongxiu. This is a 500-year-old Peak He Dao cultivator. I must find a way to tie myself firmly to him. So she suddenly hugged me from behind, a pair of slender hands deftly sliding around my waist. I was quite impolite earlier. In private, when no one is around, Elder Su, perhaps change the form of address? I grabbed Yu Hongxiu's continuously exploring hand. Beauty traps are useless against Su, But Su can understand sect master Yu's difficulties. To allow the sect's female disciples to escape the clutches of worldly scumbags, sect master Yu must have expended considerable energy and effort. Hearing this, Yu Hongxiu suddenly showed a trace of grievance. For hundreds of years, countless men have coveted my body, but only Elder Su can understand my actions. Then she handed me a fish-shaped token. This is the Xingyue Ling. With it, one can mobilize all resources of Xingyue Zone. I want to be friends with Elder Su, so this item belongs only to you, unrelated to Jin Zone. Didn't expect this enchantress to go all in right away. But heaven's gifts cannot be refused, lest misfortune follows. I very naturally accepted the token. Then I'll trouble Sister Yu to prepare 1,000,000 taels of gold. Yu Hongxiu pressed her entire body against me. Sister will naturally handle Brother Su's request as soon as possible. I secretly complained in my heart, if you keep doing this, even my realm can't withstand it. But it's impolite not to reciprocate. I countered by stuffing a pair of black silk stockings into Yu Hongxiu's hand. I have many matters. Consider this a return gift from your younger brother. Not long after I left, Shan Wulan walked into Yu Hongxiu's boudoir. It turned out that while I was contending with that enchantress earlier, a trace of the Qingping sword's aura leaked out. Shan Wulan sensed it and worried something happened to me, immediately rushing into Yu Hongxiu's room. Seeing we were just discussing matters, she restrained herself from appearing. Now seeing me leave, she immediately drew her sword accessory and questioned the enchantress. Why did you bewitch senior brother? And arbitrarily detain Jianzong disciples? But her cultivation was merely early Lian Su stage. Yu Hongxiu merely released a slight pressure from her own He Dao realm, forcing Shan Wulan to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Yu Hongxiu's eyes were full of mockery and disdain. Ignorant fool! Why don't you look in the mirror? How could Su Bei possibly like a willful, shrewish woman like you? As soon as these words came out, Shan Wulan instantly broke down, even her Dao star showed signs of shattering. She staggered to her feet, walking towards my room distractedly. How could senior brother possibly see me like that? I need to go ask him clearly. Just reaching my room door, about to knock, she heard Xiao Ruoqing's curious voice from inside. Master, what kind of person is ninth senior aunt exactly? The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly. Your ninth senior aunt's name is Wulan. In others' eyes, she always has an unapproachable, cold appearance. But Master knows she's just not good with words. In Master's eyes, she's always that little girl with wide eyes asking Master to help her shake the peach blossom tree. Shan Wulan choked, collapsing by the door. Damn Xingyue enchantress, I'll remember this grudge. Now that I've seen through the Xingyue demoness, I need to find a place to break through to mid-Lian Su stage inside the room. I looked smilingly at the contemplative Xiao Ruoqing. New little girls love these romantic stories. Just make up a little story to fool her. I waved to wake the pondering Xiao Ruoqing. Don't just stand there dazed. Follow Master to rescue the sect disciples. Just leading this group of hidden talents/fools out of Red Pavilion, we ran right into Mo Li, who had specifically come looking. It turned out after parting with me, Mo Xiaoqiang immediately went to show off to his sister Mo Li. Learning her brother met the legendary Elder Wu of Jianzong, Mo Li instantly became excited. Directly suppressed her ignorant younger brother with force, snatched the token, and followed the directions here. Towards the red child of destiny who delivered herself to my door, I was naturally happy to build a good relationship with her. But Xiao Ruoqing's eyes beside me were filled with desolation. Can I really not escape the fate of my previous life? I didn't know the others' thoughts, found a restaurant and chatted with them while eating. Emily eagerly began her abstract revenge operation. First, tripping her left foot with her right, accurately splashing the hot tea towards my crotch. If I hadn't caught it quickly, my crotch would be red for a while. One attempt failed, Emily tried another. Under the pretext of finding tissues, she threw miscellaneous items from her storage bag everywhere. Only the dagger came straight towards my crotch. Luckily, I had specifically trained finger techniques, precisely intercepting this dagger. Although I caught it horizontally, at least my crotch was saved. Seeing this, Emily immediately apologized awkwardly. Elder Su, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. This dagger is for my self-defense. There's coated on it. Before she could finish, my crotch excitedly perked up. This feeling, it's an aphrodisiac. I was truly speechless. Which decent person coats their self-defense dagger with aphrodisiac? Afraid the attacker won't molest them, right? As the esteemed Elder Wu of Jianzong, I always need face. I could only suppress the agitation in my heart, politely and gently inviting Emily to sit down. I heard you greatly admire Jianzong? Hearing this, Emily's eyes instantly flashed fiercely. I only greatly admire torturing you. But she quickly adjusted her emotions. Emily has had an indissoluble bond with the sword since childhood. It seems this life was meant for the sword. So the first choice for this recruitment conference is Jianzong. After hearing this, before I could say anything, Mo Xiaochang beside me slammed the table and stood up. You! Emily with the thick eyebrows. This young master took pity on you and brought you to see Elder Su. Didn't expect you to openly cozy up to the elder. I, Mo Xiaochang, am destined to be companions with the sword. Everyone knows the outcome. The child is ignorant, please forgive him, Elder Su. For our first meeting, Emily specially prepared a gift for Elder Su. I awkwardly crossed my legs. I appreciate the kind thought, but the gift is unnecessary. Xiao watching, completely ignored, pouted angrily. Master and junior sister Mo flirting is so hateful. I must stop Master from harming junior sister. So she forcibly interrupted our conversation. Master, official business is important. Emily and Xiao watching looked at each other, simultaneously shouting firmly in their hearts, Junior sister, rest assured, I will definitely save you in this life. Master, I'm determined to kill you. Unaware, I silently took a sip of tea. Disciple, I heard there once was someone who was particularly prone to jealousy. Xiao watching looked over curiously. And then? Then he died of acidity. Xiao watching was instantly choked speechless. Just then, a loud hawker's cry sounded at the restaurant entrance. Esteemed masters of Wu Hua Kei, please come inside. This group happened to sit at the table next to us. After a few sentences, they suddenly started talking about Jianzong. I actually saw people from Jianzong? Aren't you busy burning ancestral graves recently? Sword cultivators always have explosive tempers. Hearing someone mock their sect in public, the three idiots immediately started arguing with the Wu Hua Kei people. Although I was sitting nearby, Wu Hua Kei's leading elder is at the Liansu realm. My mere Huashan realm cultivation really doesn't have much deterrence. I was just thinking of stepping out to mediate. Then I heard some big idiot roar hoarsely, a mere Liansu dares to boast wildly here? Our elder Su only needs one glance to easily annihilate you Wu Hua Kei people. You trash, don't include me when you boast. I'm still under the effect of the aphrodisiac. The girl swore to tear me into pieces, but now in front of others, forcibly took my first kiss. Because while I was chatting with the Emo siblings in the restaurant, we happened to encounter the people from Wu Hua Kei who came here to eat. This group started mocking Jianzong after just a few sentences. Sword cultivators, known for their fiery tempers, how could they swallow the insult? They immediately started arguing with Wu Hua Kei, even claiming I could easily suppress them with one glance. I, eating melon seeds on the side, instantly broke into a cold sweat. Kid, don't drag me into your boasting. It's already hard enough for me to suppress the aphrodisiac. Elders saw I remained unmoved, couldn't help frowning. This kid is at most a Huashan, how can he pretend so well? So he directly pointed at me, provoking, what does your Jianzong amount to? A mere local 985 sect, dares to clamor about suppressing me, Luo, with one sword? Others are already shitting and pissing on my neck. Naturally I can't endure it any longer. Just as I was preparing to use the remaining He Dao trial card, a purple sword chi suddenly appeared, going straight for Elder Luo's head. Shan Wulan stood up sharply, shouting loudly, then what does your Wu Hua Kei amount to? Elder Luo hastily raised his hand to counterattack, but couldn't harm Shan Wulan at all. You broke through to mid Liansu stage? While the two fought inextricably, the aphrodisiac in my body began to exert its true effect, forcing me to desperately clamp my legs together while fully activating the Wu realm. Seeing I not only ignored him but also closed my eyes to rest, enraged Elder Luo pointed at me and cursed, your Jianzong disciple said Elder Su, could suppress Luo with one sword, yet now hides behind a woman, afraid to make a sound? Are the elders of Jianzong all such cowardly turtles? When Shan Wulan, whose heart I saw through, was instantly exposed, she directly erupted with full power to kill Elder Luo. Elder Luo gathered his strength, unwilling to show weakness, clashing with Shan Wulan. Seeing the entire restaurant about to be destroyed by their pressure, I fiercely kicked up a stone slab, blocking these two lunatics. You ask what Jianzong amounts to? Then I tell you, what Wu Hua Ke dares not do, my Jianzong will do. Matters Wu Hua Ke dares not manage, my Jianzong will manage. Elder's was heart trembled. Can Jianzong do whatever it wants? I pulled out the Qingping sword from my waist. The original Jianzong might not have been able to. But the Jianzong with the Qingping sword can indeed do whatever it wants. Boundless sword intent gathered on the Qingping sword, instantly freezing through the entire restaurant. A huge sword intent appeared above Mo Chang, announcing the return of the Jianzong treasure to everyone. Emily stared darkly at the Qingping sword in my hand, subconsciously licked the dagger in her hand. Master, did you have the Qingping sword in the previous life? Things seem to be getting interesting. Mo Xiaoqiang stared wide-eyed at Emily. Sis, do you feel anything special? Emily looked back at the dagger in her hand, her cold expression suddenly struggling to hold. At this moment, I was immersed in immense satisfaction. This trip to Mo Chang was worth it. Found the missing disciples, got money, discovered the red child of Qi resonance, and also put on a big show. Then I pulled aside the approaching Mo Xiaoqiang, speaking gently to Emily. Are you willing to become my disciple? The next second, I noticed Emily's expression wasn't quite right. Why is your face so red? Emily, burning hot all over, collapsed onto the chair. Master, I'm burning up. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing was startled. Damn it! She already considers Su Bei her master? Absolutely cannot let her succeed in becoming his disciple. Otherwise, she will definitely suffer Su Bei's persecution. Yes, that's it. I curiously poked the stunned Mo Xiaoqiang behind me. What's wrong with your sister? She licked her dagger for some reason just now. Should be under the effect of the aphrodisiac now. Hearing this, I immediately became anxious, quickly taking off my top and covering Emily. This is an aphrodisiac even Huashan cultivators can't withstand. I instructed Xiao Ruoqing to help Shan Wulan handle the aftermath, then carried Emily and hurried towards Hongji. Watching my departing figure, Xiao Ruoqing couldn't help but associate it with some strange things. But before she could speak, Shan Wulan beside her said with a gloomy face, Senior brother is going to perform indecent acts on Emily. Not long after, I arrived at Yu Hongxiu's boudoir. She manages nearly 1,000 brothels under her command, should have methods to dispel aphrodisiacs. But after a simple examination by Yu Hongxiu, she threw up her hands, saying she couldn't help either. Aphrodisiacs essentially just stimulate human nerves. Hearing this, I couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn it, can I only use the most primitive method? Just as I was about to try the French kiss, Yu Hongxiu suddenly said, it's not impossible. In between stops, she took out a small porcelain bottle. This is I love Yi Tiao Chai. After Emily takes it, she will become even more insatiable. But the interacting drug effects might damage her meridians. But I have long memorized the Han Yu Qi. As long as she soaks in it, continuously flushing with spiritual energy, she can naturally escape the sea of suffering. Hearing this, I was overjoyed, quickly asking Yu Hongxiu to take me there. While speaking, I suddenly felt the hand suppressing Emily turning back. I met Emily's seductive eyes like silk face. Before I could react, Emily held my head and kissed me. The aphrodisiac I had been suppressing instantly ignited, scaring me into pushing Emily away. This is my first kiss. Yu Hongxiu, watching the show on the side, chuckled lightly. Sister indeed didn't misjudge you. You were drugged with qi in Huan San and can still maintain your composure. Led by Yu Hongxiu, I carried Emily to the side of the Han Yushi. After she poured the I love Yi Tiao Chai into the pool, I impatiently threw Emily in. Then I also plunged into the pool myself. Facing a human stunner like Emily drugged with aphrodisiacs. Stunner, even with the Han Yushi, it's hard to maintain control. Luckily I have the great accomplishment of the Wuwa realm. Thinking of this, I couldn't help sighing. Thanks to my precious, passionate disciples' diligent cultivation, this counts as reaping what I sow. Emily, having recovered some rationality, heard this, instantly overcome with anger. When you killed me in the last life, you clearly said it would be Ruoqing and Ziyun's turn next. Could it be he didn't kill Xiao Ruoqing? Only killed me, bitch. The angrier she got, the more she thump onto me. This damned adulterous pair. Everyone who likes you, betrayed me, all go to hell for me. Almost suffocated by two large breasts, I quickly pulled this delirious madwoman away. This elder saved you without committing any indecent acts. What do you mean by that man-eating glare again? Hearing this, Emily became furious again. You actually don't want to do anything to me? As the atmosphere grew tense, Xiao Ruoqing's voice suddenly sounded behind me. Master, what are you doing? I turned around speechlessly. Saving someone, of course. Didn't Master tell you before I came? Not only you, ask Emoli too. I really didn't do anything. Only then did Xiao Ruoqing sit down by the pool relievedly. Qinger was just worried about Master's body, that's why I rushed in recklessly. Hearing this, I couldn't help teasing. Seeing how anxious you look, like you're catching adulterers. Those who don't know might think you've fallen in love with Master, and are jealous. After completely dispelling the aphrodisiac from the body, I incidentally asked Yu Hongxiu about the Weibo preparations. Unexpectedly, not long after this plan was made, the wealthy Xinhua Zong already created a mobile phone substitute. With the most basic communication tool, next is the time for me to show my skills. A man who mustered the courage to castrate himself, is he a real man or a fake man? The human body contains 70% water, why not use human mud to extinguish fires? Taking medicine and laxatives at the same time, will you defecate while sleeping at night? 21 stories people in the 21 regions must know. Titles like these were written down by me one after another. Having never encountered the UC shock system, Yu Hongxiu was directly stunned. Just as she was about to say something, shouts came from downstairs. Su Bei, you bastard. Quickly roll out here. Oh no, oh no. Just as I took Mo Li away from Hong Ji for detoxification, old Master Mo also received news of me, pulling out the Qingping sword. He happily asked the butler, have Qiao and Lier both successfully become disciples? Not quite. After Elder Su pulled out the sword, he carried mist to Hong Ji. Old Master Mo was stunned upon hearing this. Su Bei, I'll **** your ancestors. He actually dared to take my daughter into a brothel. Immediately order people to surround Hong Ji for me. Not long after, while I was discussing Weibo matters with Yu Hongxiu, I heard successive shouts from downstairs. But I paid it no attention at all. With that time, better think about how to solve the reading barriers for illiterate users. Yu Hongxiu looked at me surprisedly. I glanced just now, downstairs are almost all Mo family members. The leader is the Mo family patriarch. Just as the words fell, a servant quickly ran up. Sect Master, the Mo family patriarch wants to see Elder Su. Hearing this, I didn't say much, turned and walked downstairs. On the other side, Mo Zhan carried a crescent blade, stared murderously at Hong Ji's main gate. But after waiting for a long time, the first one to walk out was actually his own silly son. Several hours have passed, Patriarch. That brother-in-law's combat power is simply terrifying. Mo Xiaoqiang had no idea what happened, crashing straight into Mo Zhan with eyes closed. Dad, are you bringing everyone to Hong Ji for team building? Mo Zhan stared gloomily at the idiot. What exactly happened to your sister? Sis took aphrodisiacs. So before he finished, a big slap landed on his face. Why didn't you protect your sister well? Mo Xiaoqiang looked utterly pissed. She poured the aphrodisiac into her own mouth. How the **** could I manage her? Seeing Mo Zhan about to draw his 7 wolves, Yu Hongxiu and I finally appeared at the entrance. Patriarch Mo, why have you come to my Xinhua zone? Mo Zhan, face full of killing intent, turned his head. Sect Master Yu, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to stand up for this lecher Su Bei? Seeing the patriarch leading the charge, the Mo family members behind him immediately clamored for me to compensate for the losses. And Jin Jianting, mixed in the crowd, expressed, I'm purely a passerby. But I heard there are still Wu Hua K people in the tea house. Setting aside the facts, isn't Wu Hua K even slightly at fault? After destroying the tea house, they just turned and ran. What exactly happened? Elder Su, say something. I couldn't be bothered to debate with this group. This isn't NV Ping, what's the point of saying yes or no? These words directly infuriated Mo Zhan. My daughter's reputation is unclear. Taken into a brothel by you, and you tell me it's meaningless? What exactly did you do to my daughter? If there's no explanation today, I, Mo Zhan, will fight you to the death. After speaking, he even licked his precious blade. Good grief, can this habit of licking blades also be inherited? Just then, Mo Li, wearing only a silk slip dress, walked out of Hong Ji. Seeing this, Mo Zhan quickly dropped his large blade and came up asking solicitously. But Mo Li turned and bowed to Yu Hongxiu and me. Mo Li thanks Elder Su for saving my life, and thanks Sec Master Yu for the Hanyu Chi. After doing this, she turned back to explain the situation to her father. Jin Jianting in the crowd immediately perked up upon hearing this. Since Elder Su is innocent, then there is only one truth. It must be those bastards from Wuhua Ke. Mo Zhan knew he was too hasty this time, coming to cause trouble rashly without inquiring clearly. He quickly stammered an apology, but I didn't accept his words. Beyond the 21 regions lies the great wilderness. Back then, desolate body cultivators crossed the Zhangjiang, the calamity of 10,000 races. For tigers, wolves, 21 emperors, only Jianzong participated in the war. At that time, Jianzong was still called Tianxia Jianzong. 800 yuaning, tens of thousands of Jin Dan and Zhu Ji never retreated. Under the firmament, everywhere were cultivators using their bodies as swords, finally repelling those great desolate cultivators. And later? Tianxia lost Jianzong, Jianzong lost Tianxia. Su says this not to clear Jianzong's name, but just to tell everyone. Jianzong people are not eloquent, cannot win verbal disputes. But the 3-foot clear breeze is righteous and selfless. Jianzong cultivators never lose any battle for the greater good of the world. A speech full of emotion made Mo Zhan instantly ashamed beyond measure. He bowed in apology. This old man judged a gentleman with a petty heart, truly shaming my ancestors. I calmly helped Mo Zhan up. Patriarch Mo, as a parent, worry leads to confusion. Su naturally won't take it to heart. However, Su wants to hold a grand recruitment speech at Mo Manor. Everyone who comes can receive 10 eggs. Would Patriarch Mo be willing to help? Mo Zhan, filled with guilt, agreed without thinking, and proactively increased the number of eggs to 20. Seeing Mo Zhan being so generous, I couldn't help reminding, the number of eggs needed is not small. Patriarch Mo should think thrice. On the other side, Emoli, currently picking clothes, suddenly spoke. Since Miss Xiao has arrived, why not come out and say hello? Then holding 2 sets of clothes, she turned to look at Xiao Ruoqing. Which set do you think looks better on me? Miss Mo choosing Hong Ge clothes, I wonder who it's for. Emoli smiled provocatively. Naturally, it's for the person looking at me to see. Xiao Ruoqing questioned with a serious expression, did you two do it? Emoli laughed even more freely. Miss Xiao came at the wrong time, otherwise, it's really hard to say. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing was quite exasperated. You don't know what kind of person Elder Su is at all. Naturally, I don't know Elder Su's character well. But Fairy Xiao, as a disciple, even meddles in Master's private affairs? Such vigilance makes it hard to imagine the relationship between you two. Seeing she couldn't gain an advantage, Xiao Ruoqing could only put down a small porcelain bottle. Master, here's a Xiao Wan Dan for you to restore your energy. Then she laughed angrily. Emoli looked gloomily at the porcelain bottle in her hand. What Ruoqing, Ziyun Master? In this life, you can only be stepped on by me alone. Meanwhile, I was with those 3 rotten fish and shrimp discussing the next plan. Seeing Xiao Ruoqing return, beckoned her to sit beside me. Who knew this little girl angrily turned her head away, directly ignoring my words. Whose vinegar jar overturned? Why such a strong smell? Seeing Xiao Ruoqing still didn't react, I couldn't help reaching out to touch her forehead. No fever. Were you possessed? But Xiao Ruoqing suddenly raised her head and asked, Master, will you accept Emoli as a disciple? Emoli has excellent talent and a deep background. While my talent is low, my appearance is plain, and I'm a helpless orphan. Before Xiao Ruoqing could finish, I pulled her in front of me. No wonder you looked so distracted, turns out you were jealous. It's rare to come to Mo Chang, Master also earned quite a bit of money. How about I take you shopping? The nights in Mo Chang were still bustling with people. I familiarly led Xiao Ruoqing to the night market. Master seems very familiar with this area. Hearing this, I quickly denied it. I'm very unfamiliar with this place. Hold Master's hand, otherwise, you'll get lost later. While strolling, Xiao Ruoqing was suddenly attracted by a small stall on the roadside. Attracted her gaze. Master, a fortune teller. Sigh. I, who always scoffed at feudal superstitions, was about to refuse, but suddenly thought of something, pulling Xiao Ruoqing to the stall front. The fortune-telling old man looked at the two, calculated for a bit, suddenly frowned and whispered, strange. Both of you seem to have fatal calamities. You seem likely to die by her hand. No. It seems he might die by your hand. I randomly found an old fortune teller on the roadside, and he could tell at a glance we both have fatal knots in our destiny. Xiao Ruoqing, as a reincarnator, already knew her original ending clearly, directly stunned on the spot. But even if this old man pinched his fingers off, he couldn't possibly know I transmigrated here. So I pulled the old man to a corner, stuffed a token into his hand. For every cultivation seedling recruited, I'll give you 10 spirit stones. Gather 100 and come find the sect. So, will you do this business or not? I know you colleagues have ways to contact each other. Find a way to develop them into your downline. You set the price difference yourself. I only care about paying you per head. The old man immediately agreed after hearing my plan. Elder Su, rest assured. Anyone who comes to this old man for fortune-telling, every single one, I'll trick them into joining the sect. Having settled the pyramid scheme group, I pulled Xiao Ruoqing, who was eavesdropping in the corner, to go shopping. Xinhua Zone has many shops in Imochang. I took Xiao Ruoqing randomly into a women's clothing store, and a clerk warmly greeted us, also stating that all my expenses here are free. How could I refuse a freebie delivered to my door? Directly asked the clerk to pick the most expensive outfit for Xiao Ruoqing. Unfortunately, I can't withstand the devastation of steel wool, otherwise, I'd definitely latch onto this rich woman. Bored, I planned to browse other rooms, but was firmly stopped by the clerk. This is for women's exclusive use, Elder Su, you cannot enter. But just right for my disciple. Pick a few duta for her, she hasn't been wearing one. Xiao Ruoqing quickly interrupted me, pulling the clerk into that mysterious small room. Not long after, Xiao Ruoqing changed into a gorgeous dress. After returning to the inn, Xiao Ruoqing looked ashamed and indignant at the new clothes on the bed corner. This great fiend really isn't a good person, actually having the clerk pick this kind of clothing. But this outfit is very expensive. Maybe I should try it? Xiao Ruoqing endured the shame, picking up the clothes on the floor. Just pulling up the short skirt, I suddenly pushed the door open. Don't forget tomorrow's Mo family recruitment speech. Halfway through speaking, I was driven out by a series of teacups. Early the next morning, Mo Manor was blocked solid by lines of people sending eggs and receiving eggs. Mo Zhan listened to the butler's report, wanting to cry but having no tears. He never expected. In less than an hour, 100,000 eggs were completely gone. Although his heart was bleeding, for the face of the Mo family, he could only grit his teeth and have people continue buying eggs to distribute. Under the effect of the Great Egg Flow method, the vast Mo Manor was squeezed so tight there was no place to stand. I found Jin Jianting mixed in the crowd, gestured to him. Jin Jianting quickly signaled to the shills in the corner. Elder is ready. Release the immortal cranes. Instantly, huge figures, immortal cranes emitting faint starlight flew over everyone's heads. My voice also sounded at this moment, oh, how high and lofty. Seeing the immortal speak, everyone couldn't help but close their mouths. Cultivating immortality is difficult, harder than reaching the blue sky. But, 108,000 years, cut off from the mortal world. East Wind Jianzong has the immortal path, crossing 20 peaks. Jianzong is majestic and formidable, one man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot break through. On stage, I plagiarized happily. The people below were completely bewildered. But I had anticipated this. Suddenly a bald head popped up from the crowd. He roared with tears in his eyes, Su, Elder, with extremely romantic techniques, presented Jianzong's majesty, ruggedness, and insurmountable magnificent momentum. Such a good poem must be reported to the sect immediately. Recently, why didn't this guy mention Jianzong, but instead brought up the RU men? How could I, Su Bei, pave the way for others? Just as that old gentleman said, everyone knows cultivating immortality isn't easy. And the first thing cultivation values is magnanimity. How many wrongful immortals you've cultivated determines how much magnanimity you have. Many disciples betrayed my Jianzong. Jianzong directly gave them 1 million to leave the mountain. Then I fiercely raised my sword, pointing at the crowd below. Those who betray Jianzong get 1 million, but those always loyal to Jianzong get several 100 million. Understand? Applause. After the brainwashing from the success speech, Mo Chang was filled with people clamoring to go to Jianzong. With all matters settled, I led the Jianzong group to set off back to the sect. Before departing, Mo Li suddenly gave me a small box, specifically instructing me to open it only after returning to Jianzong. As I reached out to take it, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly rose from behind me. But how could I pass up a free gift? I firmly put the item into my storage ring before setting off. Passing a fork in the road, Jin Jianting and the others asked for my opinion. The main road is stable and close. The small path is dangerous and far. So before I finished speaking, the three geniuses rushed onto the main road. Xiaoru watching, however, twisted her fingers anxiously. Master taking me down the desolate path. Could it be he wants to take advantage of the seclusion to make improper advances towards me? Who knew I actually led her to the front of a cliff? Did that great manual say the protagonist needs to jump off a cliff? Xiaoru watching's mouth twitched slightly. That book was turned to ash by me long ago. But meeting my expectant gaze, she could only stammer that it seemed to have said so. I nodded with satisfaction. That's right then. Master will take you cliff jumping. Before I could act, a battered Shan Wulan suddenly flew up from the bottom of the cliff. I quickly supported the weakened Shan Wulan. What happened? Run! Someone is hunting Jianzong. Just as the words fell, Shan Wulan violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, then fainted. Seeing Shan Wulan's injuries were so severe, I quickly told Xiaoru watching to take out a Dehuan Dan. The Dehuan Dan has excellent healing effects. Shan Wulan woke up not long after. I was just about to ask what happened, when a black-clothed person wearing a green mask appeared before me. The Cloud Sea Sword Immortal is indeed extraordinary. Took 2 sword strikes from late-stage Lian Su cultivators, and could still escape here. So it was you who injured my junior sister? Another Jianzong elder? Truly laughable. With just this little skill, you dare to emulate others and establish a sect? Although your junior sister isn't durable, she's at least mid-Lian Su stage. You, a weak Huashin, still want to avenge her? I handed the Shan Wulan in my arms to Xiaoru watching. Since Master took disciples, I have never attacked. Today, watch Master show you a thing or two. The masked person snorted disdainfully. Ignorant ant. 1 sword, frozen sky. A clear sword cry sounded. Immense sword intent frantically poured into the Qingping sword I held high. Sword 1, forward and deep. The unstoppable sword chi instantly submerged the sky full of ice thorns. In the masked person's terrified eyes, it crushed his physical body and divine soul like rotten wood. Shan Wulan looked in horror at me. Her 5th senior brother possessed extreme sword intent? Senior brother indeed hid his cultivation. But I looked excitedly at my slightly trembling left hand. Didn't expect the sword move returned from the disciple cultivating Jianding would be so terrifying. However, I was still almost drained dry. Killing the opponent instantly was reasonable. After dealing with the pursuer, I finally had time to ask what happened. It turned out when Shan Wulan passed by here, she happened to see 2 Jianzong disciples killed by the masked person. Another disciple was trapped by a formation, shrouded in black qi. Then, that disciple's sword bone was extracted by the black qi. Hearing this, I couldn't help frowning. Didn't kill them, but just knocking someone out to steal their sword bone is too sinister. Xiaoru watching awkwardly averted her gaze. You fiend, how do you have the face to say that? Junior sister must have been ambushed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured like this. I didn't yield for righteousness, but couldn't defeat their joint forces. My hand-wiping tears suddenly paused. You mean they had accomplices? Yes, they attacked together. I scooped up Shan Wulan. Disciple, let's go. Xiaoru watching's expression turned serious. Master, aren't we looking for the cliff anymore? I didn't answer. Can't possibly say I was drained by that last move. If we encounter another one, we can only wait for death, right? Rushing until dark, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, resting on the spot. Xiaoru watching took out a small paper package. I'll go brew a pot of peach blossom tea for 9th senior aunt. Seeing Xiaoru watching's face full of malicious smiles, Shan Wulan, unsure what she thought, suddenly grabbed my collar and kissed me without explanation. Xiaoru watching, walking over with the teacup, her pupils trembled violently. Thunder seemed to explode in her mind. While returning to Jianzong with the disciples, I encountered a masked person specifically ambushing Jianzong cultivators. I exhausted all my spiritual energy to kill this person instantly, escaping with the 2 women. Seeing the situation, Xiaoru watching proactively ran aside to brew tea for us. But just in that brief moment, Shan Wulan suddenly pulled my collar hard, held my head, and gave me a French kiss. Xiaoru watching watched this scene in disbelief. Thunder seemed to explode in her mind, shaking her uncontrollably. The teacup in her hand slipped and shattered into pieces. Hearing the sound, I quickly pushed 9th junior sister away, shouting behind me, Disciple, listen to my explanation. He killed me. I wish I could skin him alive. What does him kissing another woman have to do with me? He can kiss whoever he loves. Even having children with ninth senior aunt has nothing to do with me. Xiaoru watching, thoughts utterly chaotic, couldn't hear anything, just kept running forward blindly, completely unaware of the cliff ahead, rushing straight off. Fortunately, she had already achieved Tiandao Zhuji, subconsciously grabbing a protruding rock on the cliff face. Why? Why can she kiss Master? Xiaoru watching was completely lost in her own thoughts. Then, my anxious shout suddenly came from above. Spendthrift disciple, don't let go. Master is here. Xiaoru watching had already lost her reason, subconsciously letting go upon hearing the words. Why should I listen to you? I refuse. As the strong sense of weightlessness hit, she suddenly realized, I just completed foundation establishment, I can't fly yet. Seeing Xiaoru watching about to fall into a pile of meat paste, I finally reached her side, holding her, flew back to the mountaintop. Exasperated, I directly flipped this little girl over, slapping her round buttocks several times in a row. I told you not to let go. You just gave up struggling, huh? Xiaoru watching wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Master and ninth senior aunt were kissing inseparable. Why bother caring about Qing'er's life or death? This strong scent of Bilyukun couldn't help but make me frown. Ever since Imo Chang, this little girl has reeked of vinegar. Today, I must teach her a good lesson no matter what. Well said. Master shouldn't have bothered with you. Why didn't I just let you fall to your death? Before the word death was spoken, I suddenly froze on the spot. Wasn't that just the classic cliff-falling trope? If I hadn't acted just now, would she have already found a peerless technique inside a dead monkey's stomach? Thinking of this, I instantly looked at Xiaoru watching excitedly. Precious disciple, why don't you jump one more time? Hearing this, Xiaoru watching refused without hesitation. Master must have been kissed stupid by ninth senior aunt. I tried persuading, unwilling to give up. Has Master ever harmed you? How could I, as a master, possibly harm my disciple? Xiaoru watching looked at me with complicated eyes. Will Master really never harm Qing'er? I immediately raised 3 fingers. Master dotes on his disciple the most. Speaking of which, since Master took you as a disciple, we haven't had a proper heart-to-heart talk. What do you want to do after cultivating immortality? Xiaoru watching pondered for a moment, then stated firmly, disciple cultivates immortality only for revenge. Hearing this, I smiled slightly, extending my palm towards her. Then let's high-five. Although Master's cultivation is not high, and doesn't care about the feelings of those around me, but Master wants to try to cover up this lingering hatred in your heart. Xiaoru watching stared blankly at the outstanding man before her, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Will Master never betray Qing'er? I answered firmly, never. Then Qing'er doesn't want revenge anymore. Qing'er wants to protect the people she wants to protect in the future. Cultivate immortality. Seeing the atmosphere was right, my tone suddenly changed. Then can we jump off the cliff now? Xiaoru watching didn't understand why I was so insistent on her jumping off the cliff. But after hesitating for half a moment, she still agreed. Cliff jumping is fine, but ninth senior aunt must come too. Not long after, I brought the 2 women to the edge of Bu Huiya. Senior brother, are you sure you came up from here just now? This Bu Huiya is one of the 8 great mysterious places. No one knows what's down there. Spiritual energy, once you go deep, will be hindered, unable to circulate smoothly. I couldn't be bothered with all that. Grabbing one in each arm, don't waste time. Jump early, reincarnate early. A moment later, 3 landing sounds echoed successively in the valley. Xiaoru watching and Shan Wulan stood up from the water simultaneously, elegant hair flicking off strings of clear water droplets. While climbing ashore, I boasted smugly, see? I said cliff jumping wouldn't be a problem. Xiaoru watching covered her chest, face flushed red. Master, quickly turn around. Shan Wulan looked at her, grinding her teeth. Shameless. Already wearing the clothes senior brother just bought? Who are you trying to seduce? I readily turned around and covered my eyes. It's so dark, how could I possibly see any white, flowery things? Better quickly climb a tree and look for opportunities. Look how symmetrically that pair of skeletons is placed. There must be an opportunity here. The girl swore to grind my bones to dust, but when she saw me kissing ninth junior sister, she jumped off the cliff heartbroken. After I exhausted all efforts to save her, I suddenly realized, a child of Qi resonance falling off a cliff will definitely obtain an opportunity. I felt my actions were completely redundant. so I directly pulled ninth junior sister along, accompanying Xiao Ruoqing to jump down Bu Huiya. As expected, the bottom of the cliff was a huge clear spring. Even though our spiritual energy was interfered with, we still landed safely. And I just randomly walked a few steps at the bottom of the cliff, found an immortal fate grass. But this thing is used to conceal heavenly secrets. The three of us have absolutely no use for it in the short term. If this is the so-called opportunity, then that's a bit too anticlimactic. I was just about to call the two women. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. A tiger demon as huge as a mountain slowly walked out from the depths of the forest. Spirit plants are protected by spirit creatures. This great demon's target is the immortal fate grass. As long as we don't act rashly, there won't be any problems. Just as the words fell, the tiger demon suddenly let out a fierce and murderous roar. Although Shan Wulan has mid-Lian Su stage cultivation, severely injured, she could only barely protect herself. I decisively protected Xiao Ruoqing beneath me. This great demon has at least Lian Su strength. With Xiao Ruoqing's foundation establishment cultivation, she would likely be shaken to death by this roar. My mind was frantically planning escape routes, when a clear fragrance suddenly drifted from afar. Damn it, blooming at this time. Now we're completely done for. As the Xian Yuan flower fully bloomed, bright and sacred radiance illuminated the dim cliff bottom. Countless terrifying roars also sounded at this moment. Shan Wulan's expression was extremely grave. There's actually a beast tied at the bottom of this cliff. I unhurriedly took out a strangely shaped wooden stick. Luckily, I prepared an exorcism stick beforehand. Even a beast tied will force us to move. The great tiger demon is at most peak Lian Su. Wait until it and those fierce beasts fight until both are injured. The Xian Yuan grass will be ours. But the tiger demon's strength completely exceeded my expectations. Just a single roar, and the front row of demonic beasts exploded like fireworks. Seems I still underestimated it. This tiger demon is a He Dao great demon. While the tiger demon and fierce beasts fought fiercely, I quietly approached the Xian Yuan flower with Xiao Ruoqing. Little did I know, the tiger demon was watching this side the whole time. The moment I plucked the Xian Yuan flower and prepared to retreat, a tiger claw filled with endless killing intent fiercely slapped down towards me, directly smashing me into the huge rock behind. Does this tiger have racial discrimination? Why is it so ruthless towards humans? While my mind wandered, the tiger demon's second attack followed closely. Just as I was about to be smashed into meat paste, a crane's cry sounded in my ear. Bing Hai Chi Shi! Resplendent sword light fiercely slashed towards the tiger claw. Shan Mulan turned her head and shouted at me, "Senior brother, run quickly!" Before finishing her words, Shan Wulan was slapped away. I quickly helped up the unconscious Xiao Ruoqing, anxiously rushing towards where Shan Wulan fell. Junior sister, what were you thinking? That's a He Dao great demon. Senior brother, now we're even. You said after returning, you would plant Bu Jianfeng full of peach blossoms, does that still count? My fiery ancestor Yao, why are you raising flags at this time? Watching the tiger demon attacking me again, I calmly gripped the Qingping sword at my waist. Even if I die today, I'll carve a piece of flesh off you. Sword 1, forward and deep. Poochie! With a sound, the Qingping sword instantly pierced through the tiger demon's giant claw, cutting a long, narrow wound. The pained tiger demon raised its claw and swiped fiercely, directly smashing me into the cliff wall behind. I didn't expect the Qingping sword could actually injure a He Dao great demon. Unfortunately, I don't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy left in my body. Even with a divine weapon in hand, I lack the power to turn the tide. At the critical moment, large patches of frost suddenly condensed on the tiger demon's body, binding it firmly in place. A valiant gray-haired woman appeared above its head. Violent, murderous beast. Seeing the woman's strength was so formidable, the dead tiger demon turned tail and ran without a second word. The gray-haired woman snorted disdainfully. Let's see where you can run. You Feng Lai. A violent explosion sounded, the tiger demon was directly blasted into fragments. I let out a long sigh of relief. Finally saved 3 lives. Could this person be that spendthrift disciple's opportunity? The next second, a long sword pressed against my ear, stabbing into the tree trunk behind me. You also came for the Xian Yuan Chao? To find an opportunity for my protagonist template disciple, I insisted on taking the 2 cliff jumping, but ended up only finding a useless immortal fate grass, not to mention angering a He Dao realm great demon because of it. Just as we were about to die in the tiger's mouth, a valiant gray-haired woman suddenly appeared, waving her hand to summon a fire phoenix, instantly blasting the tiger demon into fragments. Just as I sighed in relief at being saved, the woman pressed a sword against my throat. You also came for the immortal fate grass? I prioritize sucking up. Fairy Wei Junjie, you saved our lives. Feel free to take the mere immortal fate grass. After obtaining the immortal fate grass as wished, the woman asked curiously, you only have late-stage Huashan cultivation, how could you injure that He Dao tiger demon? I didn't answer directly. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. I am Elder Wu of Jianzhong, Subei. May I ask the fairy's name? The woman took out a small porcelain bottle, indifferently replying, Rogue Cultivator, Nanji. Taking this medicine can heal your injuries. I speechlessly looked at the small porcelain bottle before me. Which rogue cultivator can cultivate to the tribulation passing stage, killing a He Dao demon, and casually possess such precious pills? Who are you trying to fool? However, I really need this bottle of pills right now, so I accepted it without courtesy. I don't know why I could injure that tiger demon either, maybe it's because I'm usually quite diligent. Nanji looked at me with smiling eyes. Does extreme sword intent possess such power? I smiled, feeding the pills to the two women. Actually, tribulation-passing cultivators in the world are few. Fairy need not deliberately hide her identity. But Elder Su, why not guess my identity? Currently, almost all existing tribulation-passing cultivators are old men. With a graceful and noble demeanor like the fairies. Perhaps only the one from the sacred land. Hearing this, Nanji chuckled slightly. He's taking me for Yao Yen? Then it's fine to play along today. I diligently handed the roasted tiger meat to Nanji. This is the saintess of the sacred land who can command myriad sects. If I can hug her thigh, this young master could walk sideways in the Jin zone later. But Nanji refused with a wave. I do not eat these harmful, dirty claws. Just then, the unconscious Shan Wulan suddenly coughed violently. A faint black aura dispersed from her body. Seeing this, Nanji was immediately startled. This is Sha Qi. Didn't expect Sha Qi to appear again in the 21 regions. Hearing this reality, I couldn't help frowning deeply. Junior sister was pursued earlier. This Sha Qi might have been left by that group. Does Fairy have a way to break it? Nanji formed a hand seal. The residual Sha Qi in her body isn't much. It just needs a long time to disperse. If you want to resolve it quickly, one can only go to Nanfeng Wadway to find the Miaojiang clan. They have considerable research on Sha Qi. One morning, Nanji prepared to leave with the immortal fate grass. Before departing, she suddenly looked at me. Although we met by chance, I feel we got along well. Let me gift you a fortune. Hearing this, I was slightly stunned. As expected of the sacred land saintess, so generous. Actually, I pointed at Xiao Ru watching on the ground. Su has long seen through the quest for immortality. If Fairy truly has this intention, perhaps gift this fortune to my disciple? Nanji's expression turned thoughtful as she fell silent. This person is actually so detached, truly unfathomable. Have you thought it through? This fortune is extremely extraordinary for you. I turned around, looking slightly desolate. My disciple has exceptional talent, yet followed an unrated master like me. Su wants her to go further, to see a wider world. Nanji came beside Xiaoru watching, eyes full of admiration. Innate Dao body indeed counts as exceptional talent. This fortune was requested for you by your master. Feel it carefully. The Jianzong's Jianding is divided into two paths. What exists in Jianzong now is the immortal Dao Sword Qi. The other half, the kingly Dao Sword Qi, its killing intent is greater, named Duan Shanha. Ding! Congratulations, host's primary disciple, for comprehending the second form of the kingly Dao Jianding. Congratulations, host's primary disciple, for breaking through to peak foundation establishment. System randomly performs 8,848 times feedback. My desolate figure, back turned to the sky, suddenly began to tremble slightly. Pleasant sounds echoed in my mind one after another. Ding! Host breaks through to peak Huashan. Because host can only perform hundredfold Duan Shanha, remaining feedback transforms into the complete kingly Dao Jianding. This disciple is too useful, directly sent me flying with joy. Slowly waking up, Xiaoru watching wasn't fully conscious yet, but fiercely kowtowed to me. Master is not an unrated master. Master is the greatest master in the entire world. I laughed like a pig internally. Look, she even has to thank us. The woman who saved us turned out to be the saintess of the sacred land who can command myriad sects. Not only did she actively gift me pills to heal my junior sister and disciple, but before leaving, she generously offered me a fortune. But I resolutely gave the opportunity to Xiaoru watching. After all, I have the feedback system, so I fiercely fleeced the disciple's wool. Even falling asleep at night, I'd sit up and slap myself twice. And Xiaoru watching, after waking up and learning about it, kowtowed to me with tears in her eyes. You heard everything? Xiaoru watching raised her head in shame. Qing'er received such grace from Master. Only now do I understand Master is wholeheartedly good for Qing'er. Nanji was also moved by this scene of master-disciple affection. Subei, you are a good master. You also have a good disciple. I gift this Hidao demon core to you, consider it witnessing this. I quickly declined. Absolutely not. I have already received great kindness from Fairy, but how about I consider the favor owed to Jinzong repaid with this? Hearing her say this, I wanted this demon core even less. Such a thick thigh cannot be compared to a mere demon core. Pills refined from the demon core can heal your junior sister's injuries. Hearing this, I hesitated for a moment, then accepted the demon core. With matters settled here, Nanji looked back, bid us farewell, and left via the air. And I picked up the still unconscious Shan Wulan, setting off with Xiaoru watching back to Jianzong. Just reaching the Jianzong mountain gate, their disciples' exaggerated mocking voices carried over. That Jinjian Ting, isn't he afraid of biting his tongue in the strong wind? Actually saying Elder Wu killed a Hidao great demon with one sword strike. My face suddenly darkened. Xiaoru watching behind me sensed the atmosphere wasn't right, called out to me with concern. Send the demon core to the third elder. Say ninth senior aunt's injuries are severe, urgently needing this pill for treatment. Also, to prevent him from defaulting, make sure the passing disciples all know this is the demon core sent by the fifth elder. Meanwhile, Mo Xingjian watched tearfully as the alchemy boy handed over the porcelain bottle. Even a peak Huashan demon core failed? A sweeping disciple nearby asked curiously, Master, what pill are you refining? Even a peak Huashan demon core couldn't withstand it? Master is refining first-grade Zhao Dan, aiming for first-grade alchemist. Forget it, this is fate. The disciple was even more puzzled. Then can't we just use a Hidao demon core? That's AF ***************************************************************************************************** ******* you think it's candy, kid? But disciple heard a Hidao great demon was slain. Mo Xingjian was stunned, then grabbed the disciple's shoulders, shaking frantically. Who did this? Why haven't I heard? Just as the words fell, Jinjian Ting's exaggerated voice sounded outside the door. Elder Wu stood proudly between heaven and earth holding the Qingping sword. With just a loud shout, the great Hidao great demon was scared out of its wits. Mo Xingjian couldn't listen anymore, directly flew behind Jinjian Ting and slapped him away with a fan. A Huashan realm cultivator scared a Hidao realm cultivator out of its wits with one shout? Do you hear what you're saying? According to sect law, slandering an elder can lead to expulsion from the sect. This old man asks you again, was what you just said true or false? Jinjian Ting sat up indignantly. Clearly everyone is boasting, why single me out for punishment? Recently, a trend of boasting has swept the sect, especially this Subei. As a Jianzong elder, yet idle and doing nothing. Now even saying he can slay a Hidao great demon. Simply outrageous. This person neglects his duties, only knows how to boast, hasn't progressed an inch in 100 years. Truly unfit to be a Jianzong elder. Just as he was getting worked up, Xiao Ruoqing, holding the demon core, appeared before everyone. Ruoqing, following master's order, delivers the Hidao demon core. Please ask third senior uncle to refine the Qishueda Huan Dan to save ninth senior aunt. Mo Xingjian waved his hand impatiently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Ruoqing slowly lifted the red cloth covering the demon core. True or false, third senior uncle will know upon inspection. Mo Xingjian took the demon core incredulously. It really is a Hidao realm demon core. Did Subei really get this? Xiao Ruoqing silently picked up the portrait discarded on the ground. Does it matter who killed the great demon? Ninth senior aunt and master are both severely injured. Hope third senior uncle can refine the Qishueda Huan Dan as soon as possible. Master and ninth senior aunt still need care. Qing'er will leave first. Please handle this simple matter, third senior uncle. Watching Xiao Ruoqing's departing figure and the demon core in his hand, Mo Xingjian couldn't help murmuring. Could it really be him? How terrifying can a menopausal woman be? Just hearing I slew the He Dao great demon, Mo Xingjian, furiously stomped on my portrait in public. And I, to put on a big show, directly had Xiao Ruoqing carry the demon core around town. But Mo Xingjian couldn't even be bothered to look, insisting it was fake. Meanwhile, I was checking the pulse of Shan Wulan resting in bed, but this action made Shan Wulan's heart flutter like a fawn. My face grew serious, frowning. Junior sister's pulse, why is it so chaotic? Could it be the injury has worsened? Shan Wulan's face flushed red. Just about to take the chance to confess her feelings, the door was kicked open by Shan Wuk, who rushed over hearing the news. Little sister, how are you? Junior sister's injury just caused her spiritual energy to be unable to condense. It's not a major issue. Shan Wuk naturally wouldn't believe it so easily. Grabbed her sister's hand to check her pulse. Clearly, this pulse is chaotic like playing confession balloon, especially this flushed face, almost cooked herself. Still trying to fool me saying it's nothing? Shan Wulan hastily broke free from her sister's hands, shouting, "Gu, it's from the sun." I also comforted from the side, "Don't worry, junior sister's life is indeed not in danger." Hearing this, Shan Wuk had to give up, turned and pulled me out of the room. "Senior brother, come with me." That night, catching the keywords, Shan Wulan fiercely perked up her ears. Seeing she couldn't hear our subsequent conversation, she suddenly started coughing violently. The two who had just reached the door stopped and turned back in unison. For a moment, I was also unsure. Could junior sister really have hidden injuries? But junior sister's pulse really has no problem. Could Lian Su cultivators also catch colds? Shan Wulan leaned weakly against the headboard. "Gu, I'm fine." That night, what did senior brother and sister do? Hearing this, Shan Wuk immediately smiled. "It was the night you also came. Senior brother taught me a set of sword techniques, so I want to spar with senior brother since Shan Wulan cares so much about that night." I couldn't help rubbing my chin. Ninth junior sister couldn't be jealous, right? I need to find a way to test her. So under the shocked gazes of the two sisters, I lightly tapped Shan Wuk's nose. But just at this moment, Xiao Ruoqing, who went to deliver the demon core, also rushed back, taking in this entire scene. She said aggrievedly with a sour tone, "Xinger seems to have come at the wrong time. What kind of ing Shura field plot is this?" I sighed helplessly, stopping Xiao Ruoqing, who was turning to leave. "No, you've come at just the right time." Xiao Ruoqing pouted angrily. "Master, you're so frivolous." Then forcibly broke free from my hands, turned and fled. "Xinger doesn't want to deal with master anymore." I turned back nonchalantly. "Wulan, please ask 8th junior sister to take care. I need to go out for something." Shan Wulan snorted disdainfully on the surface, but internally was so excited steam almost came out of her head. He called me Wulan. He has me in his heart. On the other side, Xiao Ruoqing fiercely punched the giant tree beside her. Damn great fiend actually cruelly ravaged the sister flowers. Then she glanced at the posters scattered on the ground. Instantly furious, she lifted her foot for a wave of war. Stomp! Damn philandering great fiend, die! Meanwhile, I, having chased all the way here, kept shouting, "Good disciple, where did you run off to?" Xiao Ruoqing didn't expect I actually ditched the superb sister flowers, momentarily forgot to hide her figure. "So you were hiding here. Later, how about master takes you to eat tanhulu?" Xiao Ruoqing couldn't help tearing up again. Always treating me like a 3-year-old child. Master really is different from the previous life. Xinger shouldn't always make things difficult for master. From now on, Xinger will never act willfully again. I was just about to step forward and help Xiao Ruoqing up, but my gaze was attracted by that poster on the ground. Although this image has been humorously defaced, it's hard to deny this person's unparalleled handsome and dashing heroic appearance. Who exactly possesses such earth-shattering grace? After finally comforting Xiao Ruoqing, I directly did the Guyu slouch on the sofa. Girls' thoughts are truly hard to grasp. In the future, she won't grow into that kind of unapproachable appearance, right? Little Bebe, are you talking about someone who cultivated to the He Dao realm but is still keen on being a mama-san? The sudden voice scared me into jumping up on the spot. Eldest senior sister, when did you arrive? Wenren Pingxin lifted my face with resentful eyes. Senior sister arrived long ago. It's just that little Bebe's eyes can no longer accommodate senior sister. Not understanding what I was saying, she suddenly jumped off the sofa again. Little baby, between senior sister and that sister of yours, who looks better? To verify if ninth junior sister was jealous, under her shocked gaze, I lightly tapped Sean Wuck's nose. Seeing this scene, Xiao watching, who happened to arrive, saw it. I originally wanted a bloody cycle, embracing left and right, but ended up angering Xiao watching away. But just as I coaxed my little disciple, Wenren Pingxin popped up from behind, asking me whether she or Yu Hongxiu looked better. Of course, I wouldn't answer this death question, could only vaguely say, plum blossoms yield to snow for purity by 3 parts, yet snow lacks plum blossoms' fragrance by a stretch. Just as the words fell, Wenren Pingxin's jade foot imprinted on my face. Heartless thing, only a few days and you've been hooked away by that dead fish, staying in Jian Zone for 500 years without producing a single good fart. A trip to Hong Ge and you come up with a Weibo for me? You're really capable. Now, there's less than half a month left until the Sacred Land opening ceremony. Do you have any thoughts? Now Jianzhong doesn't lack funds. Just needs senior sister's nod, and junior brother can shine brilliantly. Wenren Pingxin skeptically retracted her foot. You're not going to harm the female disciples of Jianzhong again, are you? What are you talking about? I, Su Bei, have always been noble and virtuous. This trip down the mountain was even more diligent. Unexpectedly, Wenren Pingxin couldn't be bothered to listen, kicking me off the bed with one foot. Don't I know your character? Fewer crooked thoughts are better than anything. I took the opportunity to hug her long leg. The opening ceremony needs senior sister's support. Don't force me to kneel and beg you. Senior sister can naturally support you. Then little baby, what is the price? Actually, junior brother has long wanted to gift senior sister a pair of unique pants. Unfortunately, official duties are busy. Wenren Pingxin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Are those the pants your disciple, junior sister, and that dead fish all have? I quickly took out a pair of Su Bei family. Of course not. This was specially prepared by junior brother for senior sister. It even has a unique logo. Wenren Pingxin sunderily picked up the black silk stockings. Guess I didn't dote on you for nothing usually. As she got up to leave, she casually tossed me a jade bottle. Great demons aren't that easy to deal with. In the future, run if you can, don't show off blindly. This thing can replenish drained qi and blood, keep it with you. I curiously opened the jade bottle, instantly captivated by the pills inside. This is the bottle of Shuelian Dan's senior sister specially prepared to restore qi and blood after breaking through tribulation passing. A few days later, Wenren Pingxin was eating free soup dumplings. Wandering around the sect, when a large group of female disciples with hearts in their eyes suddenly rushed out from behind her. Confused, she casually grabbed a disciple. What are you all doing? Fifth elder is choosing a Dao companion. Every female disciple has a chance. Wenren Pingxin looked in the direction the disciple pointed, saw a giant banner hanging over Bu Jianfeng, Minister Su Bei family's secret selection. Wenren Pingxin directly summoned her flying sword, flying towards Bu Jianfeng at full speed. Meanwhile, I was exhaustedly feeding medicine to Shan Wulan. Even though I added honey, Shan Wulan still refused to drink the medicine. Until forced to the point of no return, also opened her mouth and took my fingers in along with it, then spat out the spoon without spilling a drop. I looked incredulously at my wet fingers. Junior sister, you are truly unfathomable. Seeing no one around, Shan Wulan stared at me, cheeks flushed, saying, Senior brother, actually, I. Just as she could finally reveal her feelings, a murderous explosive shout suddenly erupted outside the door. Su Bei! What mischief are you up to again? The next second, the door of the thatched cottage was kicked open by Wenren Pingxin. Just told you second elder's 800th birthday is coming, and you pull this stunt on me. Shan Wulan snatched the medicine bowl, gulping down the medicine, trying hard to pretend she was transparent. Wenren Pingxin skillfully pinched my ear. Ninth junior sister, rest well. After your third senior sister's pills are refined, you will surely recover upon taking the medicine. I cried out, baring my teeth, eldest senior sister. Gently. It hurts. If you don't explain clearly today, there's more pain to come later. I gave Wenren Pingxin an extremely charming shoulder massage. Senior sister. You don't know, junior brother's move this time will definitely shock the 21 regions. Wenren Pingxin disdainfully gave the middle finger. Which Jianzhong opening ceremony wasn't shocking enough? Although I really wanted to complain that was blatant provocation, I still patiently explained. It was precisely eldest senior sister's divine opening performance that gave junior brother infinite inspiration. Wenren Pingxin asked curiously, what inspiration? A dance no one has ever seen before. Thousand Hand Guanyin. In order to hold an opening ceremony that shocks the 21 regions, I directly announced the selection of a Dao companion at Bu Jian Fom, even claiming every female disciple had a chance. Wenren Pingxin, hearing this news, didn't even eat her soup dumplings, stepping onto her flying sword to come demand an explanation from me. After my groveling explanation, she finally understood I wasn't choosing a bride, but selecting personnel for rehearsing Thousand Hand Guanyin. By the time I explained clearly to Wenren Pingxin, the participants for the selection had mostly gathered, so I walked directly to the center of the stage, announcing loudly, calling Jianzong disciples here this time, is to select 100 female disciples to participate in the Sacred Land's recruitment opening ceremony with this elder. Elder Su, this little woman is named Wan Guan. Good name, selected. Elder Su, can disciples be selected? Good bosom, selected. Disciple practiced contortionism since childhood, can unlock hundreds of positions. I need exactly talent like you. Just then, two female cultivators wearing servant disciple attire silently withdrew from the crowd. I stood up and came before the two. Why are you two leaving? The sturdy female disciple quickly bowed. Greetings, Elder Wu. This is Jian Yang, she cannot speak. Then she pushed Jian Yang forward. But she is a very good person, also exceptionally beautiful. Can she be selected? I didn't say much, pulling Jian Yang onto the selection stage. Although strength is the only principle in this world, Jianzong will accommodate all disciples. Whether servant, inner disciples, or even direct disciples, Jianzong will treat them equally. Wenren Pingxin watched the spirited man on stage with gratification. Thought it was a concubine selection farce, didn't expect this kid to actually impress me. After settling the participants, I took Xiao Ruoqing to the back mountain to plant peach trees. Master, isn't it a bit late to plant peach trees now? I smiled nonchalantly. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Just as Xiao Ruoqing was about to praise, she saw on the distant mountain peak a pillar of fire shot towards the sky. Master, the volcano is erupting. I turned around nonchalantly. Jianzong doesn't have Mount Fuji. The next second, a crazed laughter came along with the explosion sound. This old man finally succeeded. This old man is a first-grade alchemist. I clenched my fists in joy. Third senior brother succeeded. Looks like Wulan will recover soon. While speaking, a petite figure suddenly shot out from the rubble, landing steadily before me. Senior brother finally succeeded. Thanks to junior brother's He Dao Demon Core. These few pills are first-grade Zhaohua Dan. Just one pill holds the potential of an emperor's son. Senior brother, after some internal struggle, made a decision against ancestral teachings, the Mo family's 1,000-year unpassed formula. Offer it to the sect free of charge. I took the pills, smelled them, instantly felt much lighter. Worthy of being the first-grade pills that can cause bloody storms. Xiao Ruoqing looked enviously at the pills in my hand. Master absorbing the Zhaohua Dan will definitely become stronger. I don't have the fortune to enjoy such heavenly treasures. Just thinking about it, I threw the Zhaohua Dan in my hand to her. Disciple, you heard, right? Eat it, have some water? Mo Xinjian was stunned. Junior brother, you might misunderstand senior brother's meaning. This pill has significant effects even for the He Dao realm. It also enhances cultivation potential, physique, and other abilities. Guer. You must absorb this pill completely to be worthy of third elder's hard refining. Xiao Ruoqing looked incredulously at the Zhaohua Dan in her hand. This is a pill that can help master defy fate. He just gave it to me like this? Am I really so important in his heart? Thinking this, Xiao Ruoqing directly knelt before me, respectfully performing a bow. Disciple thanks third senior uncle for refining the pill, but master has already given too much for disciple. This pill, disciple, truly feels unworthy accepting it. Seeing this, I turned my head and coughed twice. Mo Xinjian instantly remembered Dan Xiaofeng still has matters to attend to. Senior brother won't disturb further. As Mo Xinjian met and left, Xiao Ruoqing stood up, placed the pill on the peach sapling nearby, and resolutely turned to leave. This move really confused me. I squeezed forward and grabbed Xiao Ruoqing. Cultivation, you're lazy. Cheating, you refuse. Xiao, Ruwaching didn't expect me to stop her so forcefully, instantly losing her balance and falling to the ground. I pinched Xiao Ruwaching's cheek without allowing refusal, forcibly bringing the Zhaohua Dan to her mouth. Master tells you to eat, so eat. What hesitation? Open your mouth for me and hold it. Just because I planted a peach tree in the back mountain, Dan Xiaofeng experienced a huge explosion. It turned out after many days of seclusion, Third Elder finally broke through to first-grade alchemist, successfully refining first-grade Zhaohua Dan. Because the most crucial He Dao Demon Core was provided by me, most of this batch of pills was given to me. The first thing I did after getting the pills was throw the first-grade Zhaohua Dan to Xiao Ruwaching. Who knew this little girl would act stubborn as a donkey, refusing to accept it no matter what? I immediately became unhappy. If you don't eat, how can I get the system feedback? So I pinched her cute face, forcibly stuffing the pill into her mouth. Swallow it for me. When you swallow it, Master will take his hand away. Meanwhile, Mo Xingjian was telling Wan Renpingxin about the earlier events. Junior brother Wu has really changed, actually unmoved even by first-grade Zhaohua Dan. Just then, 2 disciples passed by them, worthy of Third Elder. This heaven and earth phenomenon has lasted so long without dissipating. Mo Xingjian looked up at the peak, almost popping his eyes out. Immediately scrambled towards the alchemy room. Someone come quickly. Third Elder forgot to turn off the furnace. Alchemy room is on fire. After extinguishing the furnace fire, Mo Xingjian could only hold a pile of furnace ashes and wail miserably. My Zhaohua Dan, the heavenly treasures I painstakingly collected. Wenran Pingxin sighed helplessly. Water and fire are ruthless. Seems third junior brother is fated not to have that Zhaohua Dan. Mo Xingjian completely broke down, just about to beat his chest and stamp his feet to vent, but suddenly remembered I still had stock. Fifth junior brother is even willing to give it to his disciple, then giving it to me, his senior brother, should be even easier, right? So he directly jumped onto the dilapidated roof. One gulp, one drink. Perhaps fate dictates some calamities are unavoidable? Just now I sent the first-grade Zhaohua Dan to fifth junior brother, yet he casually threw it to his disciple to consume. I have never seen such a noble and pure person. Junior brother, do me a favor. Don't force brother to kneel and beg you. Meanwhile, Shan Wulan, whose injuries had completely recovered, was flying straight towards Bu Jianfeng. There are some words junior sister has hidden in her heart for a long time. Tonight, junior sister doesn't want to endure anymore. Only to see she kicked open the door of the thatched cottage, shouting loudly, "Senior brother!" Then saw me holding a red doo-doo, staring intently. It turned out after I forced Xiao Ruwaching to eat the Zhaohua Dan, her cultivation directly broke through to half-step Lian Su, also obtaining pure great Dao Qi. So I quickly returned to my room to take stock of my belongings, seeing what else I could feed my disciple. Unexpectedly, I found the storage ring gifted by Mo Li. I was very curious what was inside. Simply took everything out at once. And that led to the current situation. The door opened, scaring me, who was doing something guilty, half to death. I explained flusteredly, "Junior sister, things really aren't what you think. Junior sister just came to thank senior brother for the Dahuan Dan. Beyond that, it's none of my business." Senior brother, continue. Junior sister won't disturb your mood. Now I was really anxious. If I don't explain things clearly today, my reputation will be completely ruined. This doodoo was gifted to senior brother by Miss Mo. No. It was Miss Mo who asked senior brother to appreciate it alone. Shan Wulan pulled her hand free with a sullen face. What does any of this have to do with junior sister? Watching Shan Wulan's resolute departing back, I sadly extended an Urkong hand, silently fished the doodoo out of the water tank. But just then, Shan Wuk suddenly rushed beside me, picked up the water ladle and gulped down water without a word. I'm dying of thirst, senior brother. Have you seen my sister? Can't find her after not watching for a moment. I guiltily turned my back. Your sister was angered away by me just now. Shanwuk was just about to ask what happened, but her body inexplicably started heating up. Senior brother, why is it so hot in your room? On the other side, Xiao Ruwaching looked smugly at the golden lotus beneath her feet. An 18-year-old half-step Jin Dan is enough to look down on the 21 regions. This is all thanks to Master's contribution. Then she gathered spiritual energy onto her sword accessory, forcibly using sword 2, Jiao Chu Jian, but ended up falling directly to the ground due to improper technique. She punched the ground resentfully, Just a little bit more. I need to ask Master for guidance, surely I can grasp the knack of sword too. So she came straight to my room. Master. Qinger has some cultivation questions to ask. Halfway through speaking, Xiao Ruoqing was stunned by the scene before her. Master, I seem to have come at the wrong time. No. You've come at just the right time. I forcibly fed the girl a mysterious pill, but because of this, broke through to half-step Lian Su, also obtaining a strand of pure great Dao Qi. Having tasted the benefits, I took stock of my belongings overnight, planning to feed Xiao Ruoqing some more heavenly treasures. Who knew I'd find the Duda gifted by Mo Li? And this scene was witnessed by Shan Wulan. In panic, I threw the Dudu into the water tank. Shan Wuk, coming to ask about her sister's whereabouts. After drinking it, lost control like a beast and pushed me onto the bed. Seeing my chastity about to be lost, Xiao Ruoqing suddenly appeared at the door. Qinger seems to have come at the wrong time. No, this time you came at the perfect time. Seeing Xiao Ruoqing standing foolishly in place, I couldn't help urging anxiously, don't just stand there dazed. Quickly come hold down your senior aunt. After some struggle, we finally managed to tie up Shan Wuk. But how can mere ropes restrain a Lian Su cultivator? Shan Wuk, burning with lust, ripped open her pants, revealing her pair of fair, smooth long legs. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoqing immediately became anxious, quickly stepping forward to cover my eyes. Master, you're not allowed to look. The next second, Shan Wulan fiercely snapped the ropes on her body, lunging towards me like a fierce tiger pouncing on stone. Xiao Ruoqing, having just broken through to half-step Jin Dan, couldn't stop her at all, immediately slapped away. By the time she sat up, I was already pinned beneath Shan Wuk, being crazily gnawed on. As a 500-plus-year-old virgin, how could I withstand such temptation? My mind was filled with so fragrant, so soft. Don't know how long passed. Shan Wuk finally released me, collapsing weakly onto the ground, unconscious. I gasped for breath, damn it. Almost suffocated to death. After carrying Shan Wuk to the bed, I couldn't be bothered to explain anymore, pulling Xiao Ruoqing outside to clear our heads. After we both walked far away, Shan Wuk on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. I actually kissed senior brother. Could I be pregnant? Sister seems to like senior brother too. Speaking of which, if I really get pregnant, should the baby call senior brother daddy? One morning, the 800th birthday celebration of Jianzhong's second elder officially began. Shi Qingyi, dressed in a red qipao, appeared extremely arrogantly at the peak of Zue Jianfeng. Didn't expect it, right? Huhan-san came back so quickly. Just as she was excitedly singing, "Serve the country loyally," a servant disciple came forward to report, "Second elder, a letter from the Mo family." She opened the envelope and read carefully, completely unaware that I had arrived behind her with Xiao Ruoqing. Yo, isn't this second senior sister? Released so quickly? Fifth junior brother, hope you've been well. Shi Qingyi, wishing she could cut me into 1,000 pieces, was just about to speak threateningly, but suddenly noticed I had broken through to half-step Lian Su. On the way to the celebration venue, I specifically instructed Xiao Ruoqing not to compete on stage. Xiao Ruoqing looked at me puzzledly. Why is that? Bide our time. When the 21 regions grand competition begins, then give them a little Jianzhong shock. Following a majestic drumbeat, representatives of various invited forces began to enter successively. Looking at Mo Li exuding a cold aura, I couldn't believe. She's the type to use aphrodisiac-coated didu as gifts. Just as I suspected she might have taken the wrong one, Yu Hongxiu, wearing Sube family, gracefully walked before me. Seems little brother is doing well in Jianzhong. With such a beloved disciple always by your side, no wonder you refused to go to sisters Xin Yuuzong. Surnamed Yu, restrain yourself. That foxy scent on you can be smelled 800 li away. Is the Jianzhong first elder so idle? Still have time here to mind Yu's business? Still less idle than sect master Yu, actually having time to personally come to Jianzhong to celebrate second elder's birthday. Sparks flew between the two women's eyes. Simultaneously killed each other 800 times in their minds, then simultaneously spoke, "Let's go." Meanwhile, a high-pitched announcement sounded. Nanfeng Wud was Saintess, Li Ziyun, arrives. Xiao Ruoqing looked startled at that ethereal figure. Why would Ziyun appear at this time? Seeing my precious disciple frowning, I couldn't help asking curiously, "Poor, have you heard of this Li Ziyun? As a saintess, her talent shouldn't be bad, right?" Watching Li Ziyun pass by, felt deep regret in my heart. Look at this luck, so red it's almost purple. If only she could become my disciple. Then I called Xiao Ruoqing to grab seats, otherwise we'd have to sit at the kids' table. Li Ziyun turned her head as if sensing something, watching my departing figure. Could it be, Master, we meet again? Who would have thought the Jianzong's second elder, currently gulping down wine, was sentenced to 50 years confinement for burning ancestral graves not long ago? If not for coincidentally encountering his 800th birthday, would probably still be singing Iron Window Tears with Old Sixth right now. After Shi Qingyi finished speaking, the highly anticipated competition officially began. At another table somewhere, a noblewoman suddenly asked, Elder One Run, esteemed sect, is there an elder surnamed Su? Heard this person's wealth and cultivation are top choices. Even wearing the Jianzong treasure Qingping sword, walking the mortal world before Wenren Pingxin could answer. The captured Wu Hua Ke elder chuckled out loud. Empress Lin must be talking about Jianzong's Su Bei. This person indeed has some wealth, but cultivation? Wenren Pingxin clicked her tongue almost imperceptibly, then explained normally, Empress Lin, Su Bei is indeed the fifth elder of our Jianzong. May I ask where this elder Su is currently? Wenren Pingxin pointed towards a nearby rooftop. They're watching me gnawing on a chicken leg, while pointing fingers dissolutely at the martial competition below. Empress Lin couldn't help frowning. This Su Bei looks unremarkable, how could he gain the emperor's favor? Unaware, I casually handed the half-eaten chicken leg to Xiao Ruoqing. Try it. This chicken leg tastes like my favorite older brother. Just as I was watching the disciples from various sects compete with relish, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind me. Elder Su, long time no see since Imo Chang. I awkwardly turned my head. Haven't we only been separated a few days? What trouble is this ancestor planning now? Emily tidied her messy hair, continued. Emily came with father this time only for two things. One is sightseeing, the other is becoming a disciple. I smiled and nodded. This is a good thing. May I ask who Miss Mo plans to take as master? Father's intention is to take Elder Shi as master. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing beside couldn't help feeling slightly smug. In the previous life, junior sister Mo seemed to become master's disciple only after the recruitment conference. Before she could ponder the cause, Emily unexpectedly leaned close to me. However, Emily wants to enter Elder Su's tutelage. Did Elder Su see the gift Emily sent? I was instantly too embarrassed to speak. Luckily, Xiao Ruoqing pulled me and said loudly, Master, what are Su Booby's chances of winning? I glanced at Xiao Ruoqing with a headache. This little girl seems jealous again. Then looked towards Emily, who took out a bottle of unknown liquid. And this Emily with a strange burnt smell. This liquid definitely has problems. Elder Shi is outstanding in Jianzong. Miss Mo should listen to your father's arrangement. Don't act presumptuously. Miss Xiao, are you afraid your beloved master will be snatched away? You always approach master with ill intentions. It's hard not to suspect your motives are impure. Emily nonchalantly flicked her hair. I don't understand what you're saying. In this atmosphere, I absolutely dared not speak, could only shrink into a ball fearfully. Just then, a pure white cat suddenly leaped into my arms. Then a gentle voice sounded from below. Dabai, quickly come down. Rumen Li Ziyun has disturbed Sir. Dabai is naturally mischievous and always runs around. I released the cat I was holding, asking with interest. So the fairy's cat is called Dabai. Just then, a bald old man holding a wooden stick hurried over. Miss, don't run around. This isn't Nanfeng Guodwei after all. Li Ziyun carelessly comforted, Uncle Ryu, rest assured. Jianzong will naturally protect Ziyun. Comforting. It was Elder Su who helped catch Dabai. Hearing this, the old man quickly bowed to me. You thanks Elder Su for helping. This old man's appearance couldn't help but make my heart sink. Can't even gauge the strength of her follower. This Li Ziyun is destined not to be with me. That being said, I still plan to try. Through the years, it should be a fine time and scene set in vain. Li Ziyun instantly continued, even if there are 1,000 kinds of charm. With whom can I speak? Then she bowed. Ziyun really likes this poem. Next time we meet, I must ask for guidance in person. I silently watched Li Ziyun's departing figure. Although I've plagiarized quite a bit since transmigrating, I don't remember copying this one already. Xiao Ruoqing suddenly tugged my smelly sleeve. Master, look, Su Booby one. Elder Su once said, all matters under heaven are but one matter. The sword cultivators of Jianzong have only one sword in hand. This is Su Booby's sword heart. Then he clasped his hands around his sword and bowed to me. Su Booby thanks Elder Su for clearing the confusion. I speechlessly bit into the chicken leg. How the hell does this involve me? Just as everyone was praising me as a famous master producing high disciples, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Elder Su is indeed the king of trash talk. Mir Huashan actually dares to disregard everyone under heaven. Ling Ying, go up and teach Jianzong how to behave. Just as the words fell, a figure instantly appeared on the competition stage. Wu Huakei's Ling Ying, mid-Jin Dan stage, comes for guidance. I just copied a few lines from a novel in the Tsang Jin Ji, yet it allowed a Jianzong disciple to comprehend Sword Heart. He used this to crush peers in the competition. Just as everyone was praising me as a famous master producing high disciples, the Wu Huakei elder actually mocked publicly. Mir Huashan dares to disregard everyone under heaven? Ling Ying, go up and teach Jianzong how to behave. Facing Wu Huakei's provocation, Su Bubi naturally wouldn't flinch. Instantly appearing behind Ling Ying, one sword strikes straight for her heart. But Ling Ying just smiled nonchalantly, instantly leaping into the air. Mocked, with just this bit of meager strength, you dare talk big? By the time Su Bubi reacted, it was too late to dodge. Could only forcefully take this explosive palm strike, immediately beaten until bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsing on the ground, life or death unknown. Ling Ying stepped on Su Bubi's head. You and that surname Su are just good talkers. He can't beat my master. You can't beat me. Jianzong truly is getting worse with each generation. Just as he arrogantly pointed at the crowd shouting, I want to fight 10. A slender figure unknowingly walked to the edge of the competition stage. Back in Mo Chang, Wu Huakei was suppressed like stray dogs by Master's single sword. Only a few days have passed, yet dare to boast shamelessly before all sects of the 21 regions? As Master's only disciple, Jianzong Shaoruoqing, half-step Jin Dan, requests guidance. I didn't expect this little girl to be so bold. Quickly dissuaded, Master knows you want to prove Master right, but there's no rush now. Better come down first. Shaoruoqing looked at me, smiling like a flower. Under Biu Huiya, the fortune, the demon core, Xing'er remembers everything. Master sincerely teaches his disciple. Disciple naturally repays with death. Then she resolutely drew her sword accessory. A strand of great Dao Qi instantly emerged from her body. Jianzong Shaoruoqing requests guidance. Ling Ying disdainfully released her own spiritual energy. So what if it's an innate Dao body? So what about great Dao Qi? Today I'll let you witness the heaven and earth difference between Jin Dan and below. Fire cloud before the words faded, Shaoruoqing had already appeared behind her. An ethereal, cold voice followed closely. Sword 1, forward and deep. Ling Ying covered the wound on her chest in disbelief. I was careless, didn't dodge. But this is the end. Suyan fire palm, smash her. Shaoruoqing slightest. Ignored the fire cloud gathering above her head, raised her long sword high, Chen Sheng said, Kingly Dao sword. Ding! Sword 2, Duan Shanha. Sword like carrying boundless killing intent flashed past, instantly cutting the fire palm above in half. Ling Ying was directly smashed onto the ruined platform. Below, Wen Pingxin saw this, couldn't help frowning. How can she use the Kingly Dao sword? Then she turned her head to look at me, sitting stably on the roof. Little baby, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? And I, unfathomable in her eyes, was trembling, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. This spendthrift disciple scared Master to death. Winning is good, winning is good. Just as the words fell, Shaoruoqing, full of mana and health, arrogantly shouted, Master's dignity will be protected by me. Those who disagree, feel free to challenge. Sure enough, she's gone silly. Why learn anything from Master, except learning how Master shows off? Just as Shaoruoqing finished shouting, a cultivator dressed in Wu Huakei attire jumped onto the competition stage. From Wu Huakei, Hu Jun, late Jin Dan stage, requests fairy's guidance. Hearing this, the crowd below instantly cursed angrily, this Wu Huakei is so shameless. Late Jin Dan challenging a half-step Jin Dan, Elder Fei nonchalantly picked up his wine cup. Competition doesn't matter, winning is enough. And Hu Jun also thoroughly implemented Wu Huakei's shameless spirit. Attacking immediately with Fire Dragon technique, third form, raging fire burns the body. Facing the menacing Fire Dragon, Shaoruoqing slowly closed her eyes. Holy light blessed her, surging around her body. This life won't end so easily. Below the stage, Wen Pingxin saw this, instantly slamming the table and standing up. It's actually Sword 2. How long has it been? How could she possibly comprehend it? Sword 2, Jiruo Chu Jian. Following a crane's cry, holy sword light instantly pierced the attacking fire dragon, unstoppable, slashing Hu Jun's chest, directly smashing him off the stage. An uproar instantly sounded below the stage. Half-step Jin Dan consecutively defeating 2 Jin Dan cultivators. This is probably the biggest dark horse of this year's 21 regions grand competition. Meanwhile, several system sounds came to my ear. Congratulations host's primary disciple for comprehending the second form of Jianding. Congratulations host for comprehending the ultimate of Gruo Chu Jian. Momentary blossom. I was so excited I almost laughed out loud. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Emily beside, however, gritted her teeth angrily. How could Xiao Shijie be so strong in this life? Also cultivated Jianding. Why? Elder Fei was even angrier, fiercely pounding the table. Useless trash. Initiate Plan B. The next second, my pupils contracted. My body instantly rushed towards Xiao Ruoqing. Dodge quickly. Only to see behind Xiao Ruoqing, a knife-wielding cultivator suddenly appeared, mercilessly piercing through her chest. Just because I suppressed Wu Huake with one sword in Mo Chang, harboring hatred, they actually, at the second elder's birthday banquet, claimed to teach Jianzong how to behave. Xiao Ruoqing, unwilling to see me humiliated, directly, with half-step Jin Dan cultivation, severely injured 2 Wu Huake Jin Dan geniuses. Wu Huake, unable to lose, while Xiao Ruoqing was talking to me, secretly launched a sneak attack, severely injuring Xiao Ruoqing. Although I noticed and wanted to stop it, I was still a step too late, could only knock out the attacker. Who knew this elder Fei would actually play the victim first? Well done, Su Bei, daring to interfere in the juniors competition under everyone's eyes. As an elder, attacking a disciple, do you even regard my Wu Huake at all? Just then, Shi Qingyi suddenly blocked in front of me. Elder Fei, does this mean you represent Wu Huake to ruin Shi's birthday banquet? Elder Shi, Su Bei severely injured my Wu Huake disciple. Today you must give me an explanation. Below the stage, Wenrun Pingxin finally spoke, but what explanation does Elder Fei want? Elder Su injured my disciple. As his master, naturally must seek justice for my disciple. I want to spar with Su Bei. Hearing this, Wenrun Pingxin didn't reply, planning to stall until the birthday officially starts. Once the stone fireworks are set off, no one will care about this Wu Huake group, but I silently carried Xiao Ruoqing off the stage. Trouble eldest senior sister to look after my disciple for me. Then resolutely turned and walked onto the competition stage. Wenrun Pingxin looked at me incredulously. Su Bei, are you crazy? That's a Lian Su cultivator. On the other side, the old fortune teller thought the same. Elder Fei has already broken through to mid Lian Su stage. Su Bei likely has no chance in this battle. As my aura leaked, everyone noticed. I had already broken through to half-step Lian Su. But they still weren't optimistic about this match. Yu Hongxiu looked smilingly at the very nervous Wenrun. Pingxin, your precious junior brother is peak Hidao, yet you're still kept in the dark. TSK, I was seen pointing my sword at Elder Fei. Disciple preserved my reputation. Then master shall invite him to see the world's most beautiful lotus. Seeing this, Elder Fei directly used his ultimate technique, Fire Dragon Double Style. Since elders from various sects are here, Fei invites everyone to bear witness. Facing the roaring fire dragon, I charged straight into it without any hesitation. Seeing this, Elder Fei laughed wildly. A mere Huashin dares challenge me? This is the strength of my Wu Huake. The next second, Elder Fei's pupils constricted. A low voice sounded behind him. Sword 2, instantaneous splendor. Dazzling sword light flashed, a brilliant and beautiful lotus bloomed from Elder Fei's body. Elder Fei knelt weakly on the ground. How is this possible? I looked coldly at Elder Fei, like a dead dog on the ground. Su has never liked people standing above Su. Below the stage, representatives from various sects were even more shocked stiff. This F*********** ing is half-step Lian Su, truly worthy of being Tianxia Jianzong's sword emperor. Everyone present, probably none are confident in taking this sword strike. Yes, Elder Su's sword strike greatly resembles the style of Tianxia Jianzong back then. I slowly walked before Xiao Ruoqing. Was Master domineering just now or not? Domineering. Master is extremely handsome. I smiled slightly, pulling her to turn and leave this place. Let's go, back to Bu Jianfeng. Watching my departing figure, Wenren Pingxin couldn't help but ask Yu Hongxiu beside her curiously, "You don't seem surprised at all? He's not as simple as you see. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to receive my Xin Yue Ling." After returning to Bu Jianfeng, I suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood without warning. Master most dislikes people who collapse right after showing off, so I held on until a place where no one could see. Unfortunately, you still saw this pathetic side. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoqing couldn't even bother being sad, quickly grabbing my arm to check my pulse. Completely empty, meridians all severed. How could the injuries be so severe? Master's internal spiritual energy is about to give out. I must transfer spiritual energy to Master. But this method Master isn't saved yet. Acting now will expose my identity. Just as she was struggling whether to transfer spiritual energy to me, I violently coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. Now she could no longer care about anything else, circulating her technique, about to transfer spiritual energy to me. Just then, Shan Wulan suddenly appeared behind her. "Don't act rashly, I have a way." I turned my head, struggling to pull out an ugly smile. "Junior sister, you're not angry anymore?" Shan Wulan took out a pill and fed it to me, then gently lifted my head, continuously transferring spiritual energy to me, refining the pill. Xiao Ruoqing looked strangely at the two people on the bed. Senior Aunt's posture while treating Master truly doesn't carry any personal motives? With the help of the pill, I quickly escaped mortal danger. After Shan Wulan helped me up, she turned and left without a word. Seeing this, I quickly got off the bed and grabbed her. "The peach blossoms are about to bloom. Come to Bu Jianfeng to appreciate the flowers together then." To regain face from before, Elder Fei publicly invited me to spar, but the result was a grand mid-stage Lian Su cultivator was instantly killed by my tiny half-step Lian Su with one sword. But showing off is temporarily satisfying, afterwards it's the crematorium. With insufficient cultivation, I was almost killed by the backlash from Sword 2. Luckily, Ninth Junior Sister acted in time, helping me repair the severed meridians. At this time, the birthday banquet also reached its end. Shi Qingyi stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, "Everyone, today is not only Shi's birthday banquet, but there is also joyous news upon joyous news." Hearing this, Jun Wuxia instantly became excited. Is second senior sister finally getting married? The next second, he was pressed to the ground by the people of Zui Jianfeng, and fiercely beaten. Sixth elder is delirious and talking nonsense. Everyone please don't take it seriously. Today, the daughter of the Mo family patriarch from the Dongfeng ancient country will soon enter my Jian zone. Mo Zhan timely added, "What elder she said is true. And Mo Li will enter Jian zone today." Hearing this, everyone immediately began to speculate. Which elder will Miss Mo take as her master? Since elder she proposed it, she must be taking elder she as her master. Shi Qingyi smiled, looking at the approaching Mo Li's Su Bei's disciple as merely an innate Dao body. Once I accept Mo Li, I'll still suppress him. So while Mo Li bowed respectfully, saying formalities, Shi Qingyi already popped the champagne halfway. "No need for such courtesy, we'll be master and disciple soon." But before finishing, Mo Li's body leaned, shouting loudly towards me, who had just arrived, "Please accept me as your disciple, Elder Su." I looked at this little girl with difficulty. This genius who coats daggers and Buddha with aphrodisiacs. Do I really have to accept her? But looking at her expression, she must have reformed already. In the end, I still couldn't resist the temptation of the red chi resonance. Reaching out, I helped Mo Li up. "Disciple, please rise." No need for such courtesy. Ding. Congratulations host for successfully accepting Mo Li as a disciple. Reward, treasure Han Tan Ling Longzhu. At the same time, Mo Li revealed a cold smile. "My dear master, how should I play with you in this life?" In the spirit of treating everyone equally, I countered by taking out a Zhaohua Dan. Nowadays Bu Jianfeng is so poor it doesn't even have chickens. Can only use this Zhaohua Dan as your apprenticeship gift. Mo Li joyfully accepted the pill. "Thank you, master, for your generosity." I patted her fragrant shoulder with satisfaction. "You must cultivate well, don't disappoint master." Xiao Ruoqing watched this warm scene with a displeased face. "Master is no longer the fiend from the previous life. I absolutely won't let you have designs on master." After completing the procedures, I brought the two disciples back to Bu Jianfeng. "You two get acquainted first, then go into the thatched cottage to rest. Master will make do in the pigsty for the night." The two responded harmoniously, then walked hand in hand into the thatched cottage. The moment the door closed, Xiao Ruoqing's eyes instantly darkened. Junior sister is quite calculating. Didn't miss out on either the apprenticeship or the Zhaohua Dan. Emily blinked innocently. Junior sister doesn't understand what senior sister is saying. You just grasped master's temperament, knowing he wouldn't refuse if you asked openly for apprenticeship. In terms of status and cultivation, master is inferior to elder Shi. Yet you chose master. I absolutely will not allow you to have improper designs on master. Emily nonchalantly took a sip of tea. Just joined the apprenticeship a few days ago. Why put on the airs of a senior sister here? Master accepted me as a disciple. Does he need your permission? Senior sister thinks too highly of herself. Xiao Ruoqing was instantly choked speechless. I really still don't like you. In the pigsty on the other side, I threw the system reward item onto the pile of straw, then picked up that original flavored dudu. This is actually a material I haven't encountered before. I must study it carefully. Then I picked up that Hantan Linglong Zhu. Placing this item inside the Hantan can produce Linglong Qi. If I absorb a lot, I won't be reflected by the Jin Ding in the future. Then I grabbed a Sukumizu, flying towards the Hantan. Since the system gave me both these items at the same time, it means they must be used together to achieve maximum efficacy. Upon landing, I saw a set of clothes scattered by the pool. Looked like the clothes of that Dongfeng ancient country's empress. Just as I was thinking, a shy and angry female voice reprimand sounded behind me. Lewd thief, how audacious! I quickly put down the clothes in my hand, turned and explained, Su didn't know the empress was here, and meant no offense. Empress Lin waved her hand, summoning her clothes and putting them on. Elder Su, why have you come here? Su originally wanted to come here to discuss cultivation. Then Elder Su, did you see anything just now? My heart skipped a beat. I quickly used the sincere acting expression pack gifted by the system. When I saw a figure in the pool, Su immediately turned away. Empress Lin looked at me slightly entranced. This expression is too sincere. Doesn't look like lying at all. So she gritted her teeth and turned her head. Elder Su, please return. This palace does not wish for a third person to know of this matter. As if granted amnesty, I turned and ran. Only after running back to the pigsty did I let out a long breath. Didn't expect Empress Lin to be the Wu Yufeng Wang. If this got out, how many people would say she's overcoming something? Then I suddenly noticed something in my left hand. Lifting it up to look, I was instantly stunned. Isn't this the F*********** ing Empress's dudu? A magnanimous person like her probably wouldn't mind such a small matter, right? I just went out for a bath at midnight, but accidentally swiped the Empress's dudu. Now I was really sweating profusely. Coming back to my senses, I quickly ran towards the Empress's room. If her esteemed self isn't there, I can secretly put it back as if nothing happened. But just as I ran to the door, I heard furious curses from inside. Which bastard dared to steal this palace's dudu? This Empress sounds unlikely to be tolerant. So I returned the way I came without hesitation. My only plan now is to deny it to death to preserve both our reputations. But just walking in the door, Wen Renpingxin, who arrived at some unknown time, suddenly spoke. Little Bei, where did you run off to in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? But when she glanced at the dudu in my hand, her cerebellum instantly shrank a bit. Where did this phoenix dudu come from? No matter what, you can only target your own household. This one really cannot be stolen. I calmly hid the dudu under the bed. Senior sister must have seen wrong. Where's any dudu here? Wen Renpingxin's mouth twitched slightly. Then she calmly sat beside me. Forget it, I didn't come looking for you to talk about this. Previously found 100 Jinzong disciples to rehearse a program. How is the dance practice going now? I stared fixedly at the long leg resting on my body. Very good, particularly beautiful. Wen Renpingxin kicked me away with a dark face. You'd better be talking about the dance. I randomly wiped my nose. Of course I'm talking about the dance. They themselves have various shortcomings, so they cherish this opportunity very much. Only then did Wen Renpingxin stand up satisfiedly. Get them some clothes these few days. Don't lose face for Jinzong. I quickly hardened my resolve, then took out the Hantan Linglong Zhu and asked, Senior sister, have you ever heard of Linglong Qi? Wen Renpingxin took the pearl and examined it carefully. Ancient texts say it can strengthen meridians. It's a rare immortal qi in the world. I then seriously took out a Sukumizu, The Sukumazu was placed together with the Linglongju. Presumably, one must wear it to achieve the best effect. When Runpingxin's cheeks flushed red. Ah, can this fit? A moment later, when Runpingxin left with the Linglongju and the Sukumazu. Remember to go together tomorrow to send off the various sects leaving. I didn't reply, bearing a clear slap mark. One morning, I walked out of the room yawning. And Xiao Ruoqing, who woke up early, was currently cleaning the courtyard. Night Whale in Desolate Qin, West Ah. Xinger's figure, it's a pity not to wear a Sukumazu. Looking around, I didn't see Emoli. I couldn't help asking curiously, why is it just you, Xinger? Where's Emoli? Xiao Ruoqing pointed to a room beside her. Junior sister Mo might still be sleeping. Hearing this, I immediately walked towards that room. Master is already awake. Why are you still sleeping? If you lie flat, Master can't lie flat. But when I pushed open the door, saw Emoli hugging the quilt, chuckling darkly, intermittently calling out Master. I didn't expect this little demoness to have such a contrasting side. I quietly walked to her bedside, poking her slender waist while softly calling her to wake up. The next second, Emoli, in her sleep, suddenly swung her knife attacking me. Who's there? I quickly raised both hands to show my innocence. Looking at that dagger, I felt it looked inexplicably familiar. Emoli, waking up, saw who it was. It's me pulling back the quilt covering the fairy's body. Master, does Lear look good? Just as I was about to carefully appreciate, my eyes were suddenly covered tightly by a pair of small hands. Master, you're not allowed to look. Then heard Xiao Ruoqing angrily scold, quickly put on clothes. So shameless early in the morning. Emoli unhurriedly put on her clothes. Senior sister, why do you even manage this? In the future, will you also manage when junior sister bathes? Xiao Ruoqing couldn't stand this passive aggressiveness. You dare be so impudent in front of Master. Worried the situation would worsen, I pressed down on one head each, and the two instantly fell silent. Why stopped arguing? To become fellow disciples in the vast 21 regions is such a rare fate. Hearing this, the two immediately admitted their mistake obediently. I pulled up both their hands. Since it's like this, then shake hands and make peace. The moment their hands clasped, a proper handshake directly turned into a grip strength competition. Junior sister. I truly admire senior sister desperately cultivating for revenge. Junior sister, don't lose your life in vain later because of licking blades. I helplessly took out a Sukumazu. Alright, turn hostility into friendship. Xiao Ruoqing snatched the clothes from my hand. Thank you, Master, for gifting Qinger clothes. Wonder if it's just for me alone, or do other disciples have them too? I took out another Sukumazu and handed it to Emoli. Master always treats disciples equally, never showing favoritism. Xiao Ruoqing pouted dissatisfiedly. Qinger only gets others' leftovers. I really couldn't stand it anymore. Just as I wanted to slap myself unconscious here, old man ere you timely appeared. Ere you greets Elder Su. This is a letter Ziyun asked this old man to give to Elder Su. Why didn't Miss Ziyun come personally? Ziyun has been away from home too long, currently already on the way back. After speaking, old man ere you also hurriedly turned and left. The two women curiously wanted to know what was written in the letter, but I hid the envelope in my sleeve. Lifting one in each hand, went to send off the various sects returning home. Then a maidservant hurriedly ran before me. Major sects are plagiarizing Weibo. The pavilion master requests Elder Su to go discuss countermeasures. Arriving at Hongji, several counterfeit phones were already placed on the table. Yu Hongxiu casually picked up 2 counterfeit machines. Those bird people have no shame at all. Whatever content we publish, they copy it word for word. If we push forward to the next stage again, the common people probably won't even be able to distinguish who published first. How rampant is piracy in the cultivation world without copyright laws? I just came up with Weibo on the front foot. They churned out a bunch of counterfeits on the back foot. Even the content is copied exactly. But I don't care about this, after all, this was within my expectations. Those counterfeit intelligence network rankings combined cannot possibly rival Hongji's. So I waved my hand grandly, directly launching membership in trending topics sections. I even thought of the advertising slogan, 21 regions bright moon night, starry sky shakes into Weibo. Just as I was passionately explaining, a sharp voice suddenly sounded outside the door. The Empress arrives. Empress Lin slowly walked into the room. Elder Wanrun, this palace is not returning to court today. May I trouble an elder to accompany this palace for a stroll? To tour and appreciate Jianzhong. Hearing this, my face stiffened. Oh no, could this woman be here to hold me accountable? Wenran Pingxin also guiltily wanted to refuse. But Empress Lin didn't wait for her to finish speaking, specifically asking me by name. I wonder if Elder Su has time. I simply bowed. Su has been busy with affairs recently, really cannot spare the time. Who knew Empress Lin acted as if deaf, directly grabbing my collar. Then this palace thanks Elder Su for taking time out of his busy schedule to lead the way. I resignedly gave up struggling. Where does the Empress wish to start strolling? No rush, this palace lost an item of clothing last night. Did Elder Su happen to pick it up at the Hantan? If you return it to this palace, all will be forgiven. My eyes darted around as I picked my nose. When has Su ever been to any Hantan? Empress Lin knew I planned to deny it to death, could only turn her head and bite her lip angrily. Does Elder Su have dealings with the Emperor? Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Why would Su have dealings with the Emperor? Su hasn't even met the Emperor. Empress Lin stopped, asking puzzledly, that's strange. The Emperor mentions you often. Seeing my expression didn't seem fake, she waved her hand listlessly. Forget it, you may leave. This palace wants to walk alone. A moment later, she suddenly heard crane cries coming from the 11 Jianqi. Involuntarily walked towards the 11 Jianqi direction. Seeing 100 disciples on the plaza dancing uniformly. Seeing the sword dance, Empress Lin couldn't help but praise, not bad, truly beautiful and magnificent. The leading sword maiden saw the visitor and quickly stopped her movements. Bowing respectfully, greetings Your Majesty the Empress. No need for formalities. Whose idea was this dance? Reporting to Your Majesty the Empress, it was Elder Su. Seeing our immortal path was cut off, specially gave us this chance to show our talent. Empress Lin remained silent. Could it be, the Emperor appreciates this tenderness towards the weak? At this moment, I was hiding in some corner resting, sweating profusely. Indeed, confession leads to leniency serving a full sentence. Almost got done in by the Empress. Then I took out the letter sent by Li Ziyun, quickly read through it. But seeing the complete Qingyu and Yuan 11 on it, I was directly stunned. Last time it was Han Shan Chi Chia, this time Chen Baidu. Could my memory be messed up? Just as I was pondering how to verify this, Shanwuk suddenly came looking. Senior brother, I'm pregnant. You have to take responsibility. This time I was truly stunned. You're pregnant? With whose? Naturally, senior brothers. You can't just say things like that. We didn't do anything, how could you be pregnant? Shanwuk shouted shyly and angrily, you still deny it? That day you clearly kissed me. As soon as these words came out, my suspended heart finally settled down. Junior sister, you're so naive. Kissing doesn't make people pregnant. Tomorrow is the Shangyuan festival. Master plans to go buy some clothes. Does junior sister want to come along? Shan Wulan, eavesdropping in the shadows for a long time, couldn't help but want to rush out and question. But Shan Wuk's words made her stop abruptly. Senior brother, little sister seems to like you more. You should invite little sister to go together. She definitely won't refuse. Shan Wulan slowly walked out from her hiding place. Thank you, big sister, for your kind intention. Unfortunately, little sister still needs to take care of the peach tree. Watching Shan Wulan's departing figure, Shanwuk asked worriedly, little sister heard everything? Will she be angry? How could she? She's just being stubborn. After bidding farewell to Shanwuk, I hastily hid back in Bu Jianfeng, but upon entering the door, I saw them fighting. Unable to bear it, I slapped both of them, on the buttocks. How did master instruct you? The two women rubbed their buttocks resentfully. Fellow disciples should be friendly and help each other, share joys and sorrows. Satisfied, I took out a chopstick and broke it. As the saying goes, one chopstick breaks easily. A bundle of chopsticks is hard to break. Before I finished, Xiaoru watching raised her hand interrupting. It should break because his realm isn't high enough. Emily also curled her lip disdainfully. Some people probably can't even handle one chopstick. I slammed the table fiercely. Also capable, why engage in internal strife? If you don't get into the top 3 in the 21 regions competition, don't come back to see me. Then angrily slammed the door and left. Came back hungry, only to be filled up with anger by you all. Xiaoru watching asked slightly panicked. What should we do? Master seems really angry. No, master is just hungry. Returning to my room, I lay worriedly on the bed. These two fight all day long together. Won't they fight over everything in the future? What if they fight over me? Will they split me in half? I went out for a bath at midnight, but accidentally swiped Empress Lin's Phoenix Studu. The next day, the Empress came knocking to hold me accountable. I insisted I had never been to the Hantan. Only then did I luckily escape back to Bu Jianfeng. Who knew upon entering the door, I'd see them fighting? Angrily, I gave each a big slap returning to my room. The more I thought, the more scared I became. These two started fighting all day just after meeting. In the future, what if they throw it onto me? Wouldn't they only stop after splitting me in half? Just as I was pondering countermeasures, the two came to apologize, each carrying a bowl of food. Looking at the Tang Yuan Emoli brought to my mouth, I suddenly felt a chill. The appearance and smell were fragrant, but I just felt I shouldn't eat it. Emoli also saw my worry and quickly explained, nothing was added inside. Only after Emoli swore on her ancestors did I reluctantly eat one. Halfway through eating, I suddenly said, right, tomorrow master needs to go out to buy clothes for Jinliang and the others. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing immediately started acting cute. I heard the Shang Yuan festival is very fun. Master, take Qinger along too. I figured girls probably have better taste in clothes than me, so I agreed. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruoqing got up early to start dressing up. The chance to admire lanterns alone with master is too rare. Emoli beside her chuckled. Xiao Ruoqing asked displeasedly, what are you laughing at? Senior sister won't even let me laugh now? Xiao Ruoqing couldn't be bothered arguing with her. This is blatant jealousy. Jealous I can stroll through the lantern festival with master. After Xiao Ruoqing finished dressing and left, Emoli took out the jianding hidden in her sleeve with a grave expression. The technique is real. Xiao Ruoqing practiced it without issue either. Where exactly did the deviation occur? Could it be my reincarnation changed certain things? So she began reviewing the events of the past few days. Xiao Ruoqing's habit of subconsciously touching her sword hilt when drawing her sword seemed to have developed only after her clan was wiped out. Since I can reincarnate, then why can't Xiao Ruoqing? Things are really getting more and more interesting. Then she pushed open the door and walked out of the thatched cottage. Perhaps it's time to take a closer look at Jianzong. On the other side, Xiao Ruoqing skipped happily behind me asking, Master, do I look any different today? I casually glanced at her. Besides dressing up a bit prettier, the cherry blossom rouge complementing her a bit, there's really no other difference. Just as she urged me to hurry up, Shanwok happened to arrive. Senior brother, good morning. Ha? Qinger is coming too? I smiled and greeted Shanwok, but Xiao Ruoqing, who was excitedly jumping around just now stood frozen like stone, then suddenly turned and ran away. Qinger disturbed master. Qinger will go back now. Expecting this, I grabbed her sleeve. Master already said this trip is to buy clothes, not to stroll through the lantern festival. Not only are there 80, later, we also need to go to the 11 Jianqi to find the sword maidens. Xiao Ruoqing completely lost it. A song inexplicably came to mind. After gathering everyone, we quickly arrived at the nearby Luo Shuechang. But just stepping into the city gate, I was surrounded by a group of pirates. Masters, check out the Wu Hua K Pure Fragrance version of Weibo. Don't buy Wu Hua Ks. Our Wodaoko Weibo mirror is buy one get one free. I impassively considered the result. Isn't this Weibo mirror very popular? Why still hawk it at the city gate? Hearing this, the vendors' faces instantly twisted. Some time ago, I stocked up a pile and sold them well. But then that Xin Yue zone suddenly launched Tue Lan and Peng Yu Quan, stealing all the people away. If I find out which bastard came up with the idea, I'll definitely chop his whole family into meat sauce. The corners of my mouth were harder to suppress than an AK right now. Quickly returned the items and turned to leave. Senior brother, wasn't that idea yours? Master, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. I curled my lip disdainfully. A bunch of guys who only know how to copy others' things. It's only a matter of time before they can't sell. Then, I suddenly looked towards a shop surrounded by a crowd. That posture, that layout, has that style. This will be a significant stroke in the advertising world of the 21 regions. Leaving the Weibo Hall, I took Xiao Ruoqing searching the surroundings for the Chang Yi Dian. Passing by an old man, he suddenly spoke, this young lady, you have a great calamity in your destiny. Curiously leaning down, old sir, what do you see in my fortune? The old man pondered for a moment. Your calamity is even greater than that little girl's. The apprentice thief beside looked speechlessly at his master. He had heard this more than 130 times today. I, however, generously handed the old man a gold ingot. Please, old sir, offer some guidance. The old man accepted the gold, coughed twice. Kid, have you heard of the Jianzong fated calamity? Must hit the fated sword, where the blade points, no calamity exists. Back then, that Jianzong's elder Su suppressed Wu Huakei's Luo Ritian with just one sword, preventing him from advancing an inch. I see your bones are remarkable. Naturally a good seedling for sword practice. After writing your name on this old man's nameslip, go see Elder Su, and this calamity can be resolved. I took the name slip, couldn't help feeling happy. Don't say it. You really shouldn't say it. That old man in Imo Chang really has something up his sleeve. I, the esteemed fifth elder of Jianzong, actually got told by a roadside old man I have a great calamity in my destiny, and the only way to resolve it is to *****ing become a disciple of Jianzong, not even letting go of me, the gold provider. That old man in Imo Chang really has something up his sleeve. After putting away the name slip, I continued looking for shops to buy clothes. But hadn't walked more than a few steps, a cultivator wearing a scholar's robe suddenly bowed to me. Master Erxia is holding the Shangyuan poetry gathering here. Are you several here to participate? If you perform well, triggering heaven and earth phenomena, you'll even have a chance to become Master Erxia's disciple. I've never been interested in such things, was just about to find an excuse to leave, when the window of the pavilion behind suddenly opened. Elder Su, since you're here, why not come upstairs for a chat? I politely bowed to the man. Su is touring with junior sister and disciple today, so as not to spoil Master Erxia's mood. Erxia gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Elder Su is immensely talented, why refuse humbly? Come up for a cup of tea. Seeing it was really hard to refuse, I could only helplessly agree. But just sitting down upstairs, heard Erxia say, Elder Su's reputation precedes him. Could you perhaps offer these scholars some guidance? Then Erxia began observing me discreetly. Master invited you to Kongchan Hu. Ziyun also wants to take you as her master. Today I'll take the opportunity to test you. Seeing I remained silent, the scholars below couldn't help speaking up. Elder Su once wrote 5 renowned poems in one go. You can't hide them from us. I put down the teacup, pondering for a moment. This is indeed a chance to verify whether I said that poem or not. So I stood up. Su's talent is meager, cannot accept the word guidance. But since it's the Shan-Yuan season, I will offer a Qingyuan. As I finished reciting the first half, Erxia's expression had become extremely serious. Can he truly evoke heaven and earth intent with every poem? Following the line, searching for him hundreds and thousands of times in the crowd. Suddenly looking back, that person was there, where the lights were dim. Instantly, countless well moons emerged from the pond below. Xiao Ru watching lowered her blushing pretty face even more. Who is the person where the lights are dim? Could it be me? After dealing with Erxia's difficult question, I took the initiative to ask about Li Ziyun's situation. Ziyun greatly admires Elder Su recently, often recites Elder Su's great works. Hearing this, my expression froze. Recently is how recent? Specifically Erxia can't remember clearly. Probably about a month ago. I quickly began calculating in my head. Over a month ago was exactly when I accepted Xiao Ruoqing as a disciple. On the other side, Old Man Eryu was driving a carriage toward Jinbeiguan. Seeing they were about to enter the territory of Nanfeng ancient country, a flying dagger suddenly shot towards the carriage. Li Ziyun's heart tightened, killing intent. Could it be the Tun Tian Imo Gong? Old Man Eryu stood up. Which villain dares act presumptuously here? I am Jihui Rushou, retreat quickly. Then a person in black suddenly attacked from the air. Daughter of the Ru Saint, I have been waiting for a long time. Old Man Eryu calmly instructed Li Ziyun, then raised his hand, easily blocking the black-clothed person's attack. Master Eryu, I would like to invite Miss Ziyun back as a guest. You'd better not interfere. Eryu snorted disdainfully. The master misses his daughter dearly. Why doesn't Sir go together to the Ru men to request an invitation? The person in black leaped into the air, quickly forming several seals. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Shen Guang. Eryu stood steady as Mount Tai, watching the blue light attacking him. Enemy shield unit remains unmoved. After a violent explosion, Eryu calmly dusted off his clothes, glancing contemptuously at the person in black in the air. The person in black gestured fiercely. "Was sure, that old fellow has some tricks. But it doesn't matter, you'll eventually face your tribulation." The next second, several black shadows jumped out from the darkness, quickly forming a formation trapping the carriage. Yu gripped the staff in his hand with a grave expression. If Miss Ziyun weren't here, it wouldn't be difficult for this old man to retreat. The leading person in black saw through his thoughts. "Master Yu, don't force yourself. Du show only gives you peanuts each month, why risk your life?" Under the siege of several black-clothed people, the carriage was instantly sent flying. Looking at the long sword placed on his neck, Yu smiled bitterly helplessly. This old man is afraid he can only accompany Miss this far. Just as he was about to face death calmly, an ethereal voice sounded around. "Repaying evil with kindness, how then to repay kindness?" The person's pupils suddenly constricted, hurriedly turning around, looking at the man who appeared behind him at some unknown time. Yuan, you ruined my plans." Yuan drew his common sword, his tone icy. "Heretics and demons die." Then, like a tiger among deer and sheep, frantically slaughtered all the black-clothed people present. Seeing the last remaining one about to die under his sword, Yu quickly shouted, "Senior brother, leave one alive." But just as his words fell, the person in black began spitting blood, completely losing breath within seconds. Seeing this, Yuan couldn't help frowning slightly. Such a ruthless organization. Then, holding the gourd at his waist, turned and smiled. "Master ordered me to go to Doshuan Tian to fetch a pot of Xiong Passing nearby, happened to sense the token shatter. Luckily I didn't arrive too late." Li Ziyun respectfully bowed to the two uncles, then picked up a ring and asked, "Uncles, have you ever seen a ring like this?" Both shook their heads. Li Ziyun looked solemn. "Have you heard of the Tun Tian Imogong?" Yuan frowned thoughtfully for a moment. "Isn't that used by the Miaojiang clan for martial practice?" The masked man who escaped didn't look like Miaojiang people. Just as the three fell silent, the Jinling city lord and his subordinates rushed over. "Miss Ziyun, it's good you're unharmed. Please come to my Jinling city to recuperate for a few days before leaving." One morning, while returning to Jianzhong with several people, I suddenly looked alertly towards the grass nearby. Such a familiar aura, it's Sha Xiao. As I parted the grass, the masked man hiding within instantly turned his head in terror. Seeing the man fainted beside him, I directly drew my sword and placed it on the masked man's neck. "Who sent you?" Who knew the masked man would shout, "If not successful, then die trying." Then grabbed the sword blade and stabbed it into his own throat. I shouted in my heart, "A mere Jin Dan actually has such resolve? What kind of terrifying organization is behind this?" Shan walked beside me, saw my furrowed brow and proactively stepped forward to search for clues. Not long after, she found a token and handed it to me. "Senior brother, look. This is the same token again, and that jar seems to contain the deceased's talent." Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Congratulations, host, second disciple broke through to foundation establishment. Host's current realm is half-step Fan Su. Extra reward, host's Shiji Shalu." After confirming no clues were missed, I beckoned the others to leave this place. After returning to Jianzhong, I personally sent the sword maidens back to the 11 Jianqi, then hurried to find eldest senior sister to report. I walked into the room holding 2 sugar figurines. "Eldest senior sister, I'm back. This is a gift for you." Wenwen Pingxin glanced listlessly at the sugar figurine. "Why did you proactively seek me out again this time? Still trying to fob me off with such ugly things?" Hearing this, I quickly took out that black jar. "Senior sister, please look. This is the method of the organization that injured 9th junior sister last time." Wenwen Pingxin bit off the sugar figurine's head. "It's all corpse chi, and extracted others' talent physiques. Just right, tell the saintess at the Holy Land's recruitment conference, there should be clues. The emperors of both countries will attend this Holy Land pilgrimage. You absolutely must not show off in the competition." I nodded extremely seriously. Old Su isn't that kind of person who cares about face. After reporting everything, I returned to Bu Jianfeng, lying on the rocking chair, leisurely enjoying Mo Li's massage. "Right, since you've established your foundation, start preparing to absorb the Zhaohua Dan. If there's anything you don't understand in cultivation, feel free to ask Master. Master will naturally teach you everything I know." After saying this, I stretched and went back to my room to rest. Watching my departing figure, Mo Li's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Master, have sweet dreams tonight. Disciple will accept what's in your pouch. It turned out while I was out buying clothes, Shan Wulan quietly entered Xiao Ruoqing's room. While secretly trying on the clothes I bought, she was accidentally seen by Emily. Out of curiosity, she followed her all the way to the Tsang Jianji, but was accidentally detected by Shan Wulan. In panic, she randomly picked up a book to flip through. Who knew the first thing she saw was a recipe for a knockout drug? After Shan Wulan left, she tiptoed over and opened the Huang Ting Jing that Shan Wulan was looking at earlier. Instantly, her eyes were opened. It can actually be done sitting, hugging, raising. Face pale, she slammed the Huang Ting Jing shut. Ninth senior aunt sneaking around came first. Looking at Huang Ting Jing came later. Could she be planning to force herself on him? To avoid being preempted by ninth senior aunt, that's why she was so proactive tonight, serving tea and feeding food. And when I returned to the room, Xiao Ruoqing was staring resentfully at her own dudu. Seeing this, I couldn't help asking curiously, "Disciple, why do you look like your dudu was stolen?" Xiao Ruoqing glared at me ashamed and indignant. "Master, can you return the dudu to Qinger?" I immediately felt guilty and took several steps back. What dudu? How could master do such a thing? Xiao Ruoqing angrily took out the dudu from her bosom. The dudu bought last time in Imo Chang was stolen. It was exactly this style. I curled my lip speechlessly. Disciple, you can't baselessly accuse master without proof. Does master look like the kind of person who steals dudu? Late that night, a dagger was suddenly pressed against my throat. Master, how does the Yi Meng Chow taste? Is it as gentle as you are in this life? Following Mo Li's hand movements, my sleeping robe was slowly cut open, revealing firm, well-proportioned muscles. Master, disciple cannot bear others possessing you, so everything about you can only belong to disciple. Just then, Shan Wulan silently appeared outside my room. Third senior brother said, "This Mi Dai Hun Xiang can even knock out Lian Su cultivators. But what if senior brother wakes up?" She paced restlessly at the door. Shan Wulan, Shan Wulan, haven't you already decided? If you don't act first, report later, how long will you wait? After struggling for a while, she resolutely took out a flint and lit the Mi Dai Hun Xiang. Sorry, junior sister didn't want to do this either. Emily, halfway through, shouted inwardly, "Crap!" Immediately disregarding her naked body, hastily escaped through the window. A moment later, Shan Wulan pushed open the door and tiptoed inside. Senior brother, the peach blossoms are about to bloom, but junior sister can't wait any longer. Third senior brother said, "Mi Dai Hun Xiang can make those below he Dao unconscious for 2 hours. Enough." Just as Shan Wulan was taking off her clothes, I suddenly let out a muffled groan, then slowly opened my eyes. Then my vision was obscured by thrown clothes. Shan Wulan grabbed a piece of clothing to cover her body, desperately fleeing the scene. "Elder Mo Xing, you old scoundrel, how dare you trick me?" I sat up blankly, looking incredulously at the clothes scattered by the bed. Was I reverse pushed? Junior sister, why did you have to do this? When I found Shan Wulan, she was leaning against a large tree, staring blankly at the starry sky, only returning to her senses when I called her. I was just about to say something. Shan Wulan raised her finger to stop my words. Senior brother, neither of us were calm tonight. More so, tomorrow, next year, 10 years, 100 years later, the thought remains the same. Hearing this, I didn't say more, just silently pulled her into my embrace. While things were peaceful here, Emily over there was about to explode with anger. She resentfully pressed the mirror in front of her. This woman just had to pick the same day as me. So troublesome. Then fiercely crushed the mirror. It really hurts, don't want to suffer at all. Early the next morning, Emily, sleepless all night, got up and walked out of the room, coincidentally meeting Xiao Ruoqing, who was also leaving at the same time. Junior sister, why do you look so tired? Just cultivated all night. Cultivation also requires paying attention to your body. Look, your legs are trembling. Hearing this, Emily couldn't help revealing a smile. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. Senior sister slept really soundly, actually didn't hear anything. While the two chatted sarcastically, but I, having been intimate with ninth junior sister all night, hurried back. Tomorrow we leave with master for the Holy Land. This recruitment conference is an unprecedented grand occasion. Not only will the emperors of the two great dynasties come to observe, there's even the Deng Xiantai. Then I suddenly grabbed Mo Li's left finger, pointing at the wound on it, asked, "How did this happen?" "This is Lear's symbol of love for master." After casually healing her wound, I instructed, be careful when practicing techniques in the future. If you get injured, proactively tell Master. Mo Lee's face turned red. Any injury can be told to Master? I turned my back speechlessly. At the Holy Land, obediently follow me. Don't cause trouble for Master unnecessarily. Then stepped away from the thatched cottage. Others' disciples are always respectful to their masters. How come the ones I accept are all so weird? Heart so tired. Really hope some rich woman sees through my strength. Walking along, I saw Shan Wulan watering the peach tree. Last night she seemed to have dropped a hairpin too. Should I return it to her now? Thinking of this, I directly performed a Kabaton on Shan Wulan against the tree. Woman, are you deliberately trying to attract my attention? On the other side, Emily, back in her room, took out the Zhaohuadan and swallowed it in one gulp. With the experience from her previous life, she broke through to peak foundation establishment in just one day. At the same time, comprehended a trace of the Jiwei realm. Because quite a few impurities were expelled, she planned to go to the Han Tan for a bath. Wonder if the Dongfang Emperor of this life will still disappear? But with the Jiwei realm, she's determined to take the championship in the 21 regions competition. Just as Emily was heading towards the Han Tan, currently in the Han Tan, heard the system's voice again. Congratulations, host second disciple broke through to peak foundation establishment. Reward host breakthrough to early Lian Su stage and obtain the extreme Jiwei realm and the Pseudo-Ji Yang meridian. The next second, the current status of my two disciples appeared before my eyes. This Jiwei mirror is like a microscope, truly see everything clearly. But this Ji Yang meridian is somewhat unusual. Even in the cold pool, the whole body remains warm. I looked towards Emily who had already walked to the edge of the pool. Lear, why are you up so early today? Emily walked towards me gracefully, draped in a bath towel. Lear wants to break through before going to the Holy Land, to have more self-protection strength. On the surface, I praised her for breaking through to peak foundation establishment. Secretly, directly activated the Wu realm. Sure enough, as soon as Emily entered the water, opened her bath towel right in front of me. Then pressed her naked body against me. Master, let disciple help scrub your back. I quickly reached out and pushed this little demoness away. If Xiaoru watching or Shan Wulan saw this, wouldn't they skin me alive? This Han Tan of mine has Ling Long Qi, cannot be careless. Quickly put on the treasure master gave you, to prevent cold qi from entering the body. Emily thought for a moment, immediately took out the Sukumizu and changed in front of me. Master, is this right? Correct, now you're safe. So Emily pressed against me again. Master, can Lear help scrub your back now? Meanwhile, Xiaoru watching, having woken up, thought about going to the Holy Land soon, also planned to take a bath. But just as she walked near the Han Tan, Emily's voice reached her ears. Master, does it feel good? By the time she ran to the edge of the Han Tan, she saw Emily straddling my waist, body pressed tightly against mine. Xiaoru watching shouted in disbelief. Junior sister, quickly get off Master. Simply disrespectful. Senior sister, Master is instructing junior sister in cultivation. What are you thinking? I sweated slightly. Disciple, we are indeed cultivating. Xiaoru watching instantly bristled. How can cultivation involve getting on someone's body? Is this the Hehuan zone? Then she also took out a Sukumizu. Master giving junior sister special treatment. Seems Chinger came at the wrong time. No, you came at just the right time. Time flew by quickly surrounding a huge flying ship. Slowly sailed out from above Jin Zone. Master, how long until we reach the holy city Utopia? At least a day. Look at your junior sister, she seizes every moment to cultivate. You should learn from her example. Hearing this, Xiaoru watching immediately asked, Chinger still can't grasp. The three essentials please teach me, Master. Disciple, the mystery of the Jian Ding is 1,000 people, 1,000 swords. You have to comprehend it yourself. Master is going to chat with your 9th senior aunt for a while. You slowly ponder it yourself. I controlled the flying sword to Shan Wulan's side. Junior sister, what are you thinking about? Shan Wulan looked worriedly at the peach blossom in her hand. The peach tree has no one to take care of it. Senior brother asked Wu Xie to take care of it. That guy will do anything as long as there's wine. Then handed her that hairpin. This matches you very well. Is this a gift for me? What do you mean gift? It was originally yours. Shan Wulan's pretty face showed a hint of red. Thank you, senior brother. Junior sister likes it very much. Shan Wuk, watching silently from behind, saw her sister smile, instantly moved to tears. Little sister, you finally smiled. Big sister is so happy. Conscience says tears of joy are sweet, but why do I feel so bitter? Then, an exclamation suddenly erupted. Wu Huakei's Fei Zhou is approaching. Feeling the huge vibrations of the Fei Zhou, the figures of the three elders instantly appeared on deck. Wu Huakei, what do you want now? First Elder Ling Ren slowly walked to the front of the crowd. I heard Jianzong's Elder Su defeated Elder Luo with one sword? Good skill. Then he suddenly erupted with a menacing aura. Such a young talent, why not draw your sword for this old man? Wenran Pingxin was just about to reprimand, but was stopped by me. Using pressure upon meeting, Wu Huakei always acts like bandits. You are Su Bei? Being able to defeat Elder Luo with early Lian Su stage strength, you are indeed worthy of being the Qingping swordswielder. Wenran Pingxin immediately spoke up, interrupting, all righteous sects can testify. Su Bei was at half-step Lian Su stage then. Shi Qingyi exclaimed even louder. Kid, when did you break through to Lian Su? Ling Ren patted my shoulder, why not try? This old man came this time wanting to retrieve Elder Luo. I looked speechlessly at the defensive treasure armor actively protecting its master. Is this Wu Huakei's sincerity? Luo Ritian injured my disciple, how can he be released just like that? Hearing this, the Wu Huakei crowd, their faces collectively darkened. So, Jianzong is determined to oppose Wu Huakei? I waved my hand. Both being famous sects, what's there to oppose? One price, 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Hand over the money, hand over Luo Ritian. Just as Ling Ran was about to curse loudly, I preemptively flattered him. Could it be? First Elder Lin thinks Luo Ritian isn't worth this price? Speechless, Ling Ran could only release his spiritual energy again. Threatening, it seems Jianzong is determined not to release him. Who knew the Jianzong elders were tougher one after another, not taking his words seriously at all. This chance encounter. Ling Ran couldn't guarantee victory against Jianzong either, could only flee with fire spewing from his soles. I've remembered this grudge. We'll meet again on the Deng Xian Tai. After Wu Huakei had gone far, Shi Qingyi then scratched her head, troubled. This Deng Xian Tai will be difficult now. I curiously asked the reason. Wu Huakei has an elder named Lin Duo, stuck at half-step He Dao for over 150 years, practically a Lian Su gatekeeper. Shi Qingyi didn't take it seriously. Just one Lin Duo. As long as you don't try too hard, no mistakes will be made. Then she turned and stared at me, saying, Junior brother Wu, I'm talking about you. The once every 50 years recruitment conference is finally about to begin, but on the way to the holy city Wu Tuobang, Wu Huakei actually had the gall to ask me for someone. I, Su Bei, always treat people generously. Just a mere 5 million high-grade spirit stones. And Luo Ritian could be sent back well-fed and well-treated. But Wu Huakei, this bunch of poor bastards, couldn't produce the money, yet dared to try forcing us with violence, but ended up being mocked until they lost composure on the spot, fleeing with fire spewing from their crotches. After arriving at the holy city, I gave the Zhuchan Ling Pai to my 2 disciples, then casually sent them back to cultivate. Seeing I was going out to fool around just after arriving at the holy city, the 2 women immediately started overthinking. Why go outside to cheat? If I don't take the initiative, can't you take the initiative? I won't refuse either. Could Master be going to find his lover? It must be Shan Wulan. After selling me out and leaving, something must have happened between them. Thinking of this, the 2 simultaneously chased in the direction I left. Junior sister, what are you doing? Looking for Master. Senior sister has the same idea. Have to say, Mo Li is indeed very smart. I had indeed arrived at Shan Wulan's small courtyard. Where will I sober up tonight? Willowbank, dawn breeze, waning moon. Junior sister's courtyard is truly poetic. Hearing my voice, Shan Wulan ran out wrapped in a bath towel. Reprimanding with a flushed face, Senior brother, you seeing this? I quickly raised my hands. Senior brother, really didn't expect you were changing. Then I grabbed her waist. Consider senior brother wrong, but junior sister should also mind her image when angry. Shan Wulan shyly turned her head away, letting out an almost inaudible N. Just as I invited Shan Wulan to go shopping, 2 heads suddenly poked out from behind the gate. Mo Li stared gloomily at the affectionate pair. It really is 9th senior aunt. Seems like I paved the way for her. Not long after, I brought Shan Wulan to a jewelry shop. Good eye, sir. The shopkeeper took out a pair of hairpins identical to the one in my hand. These are Phoenix Flow hairpins. They come in pairs, never sold individually. I looked doubtfully at the oblivious Shan Wulan. These hairpins only come in pairs, but Wulan doesn't recognize it? Could there be another story behind that night? The oblivious Shan Wulan inserted the hairpin while asking shyly, "Senior brother, do I look good with this hairpin?" I didn't want to break such a beautiful atmosphere. Directly waved my hand generously. This hairpin is simply tailor-made for junior sister. But after leaving the jewelry shop, I noticed the surrounding pedestrians were all discussing the same thing. The Saintess has brought out the Qishur again. It said Elder Lin Duo of Wuhua Ke, Elder Tong Shou of Daozong are all aiming for the Qishur, isn't it? Even the high monk from Didianing Sai came. I couldn't help becoming interested. Wulan, let's go take a look too. Inside the Holy Land Pavilion on the other side, Yao Yan was lying bored on the bed eating snacks. This is the 6th time. I wonder if anyone can see through the Qishur's secret. The masked person beside her stood up and pushed open the window. Even Master couldn't see through it. How could these mortals possibly do it so easily? Heroes emerge from our generation. Perhaps there's one who takes an unconventional path. Daoist, can your body still hold up? The masked person slowly removed the mask from her face, revealing a valiant and beautiful face. Thanks to the Xian Yuan Chao, although the power surges more fiercely, it can still be suppressed. If you can't hold on, just return to the Holy Land. Spending more time, we can always find a Jiyan meridian. Just then, Nanji suddenly stood up. He really came. Yao Yan asked curiously, who came? Someone who might be able to see through the Qishur's mystery. In the square below the pavilion, a female cultivator was introducing the origin of the Qishur to the crowd. This Qishur was brought back by the Saintess 500 years ago from Xian Tian. Anyone who can see through its mystery can obtain a Holy Land token, and one personal guidance session from the Saintess. Just as the words fell, a fat monk walked out from the crowd. This humble monk, Fa Jiang, came specially to the Holy Land to worship Buddha and seek scriptures. Cannot miss this opportunity. Then he formed a mudra with both hands, pointing towards the Qishur before him. Immovable true words, reveal all evils and ghosts. As the incantation was uttered, the prayer beads around Fa Jiang's neck instantly surrounded the Qishur. But the next second, the prayer beads, originally overflowing with spiritual energy, suddenly dimmed and fell straight to the ground. Fa Jiang recalled the prayer beads, helplessly saying, Amitba, this humble monk also cannot see through this stone. Without reaching the great accomplishment stage, I'm afraid it's hard to affect it at all. Elder Tong Shou of Daozong didn't believe this, directly used that heavenly eye technique that only He Dao realm cultivators can cultivate. Shan Mulan, sitting with me drinking tea in the shade, saw this and couldn't help asking curiously, is this heavenly eye technique really that magical? I nonchalantly took a sip of tea. Seeing the road on a foggy day should be fine. But to see through this Qishur, one must follow a special spiritual energy path. Just then, Xiaoru, watching, limbs slightly stiff, walked out from the corner, then exclaimed with great exaggeration, Master, why are you here with Ninth Senior Aunt? I was utterly speechless. Could you act any faker? Emily suddenly hugged my shoulder from behind. If Disciple didn't come out, how would I know Master was sightseeing with Ninth Senior Aunt? Just as I was about to explain, a charming voice came from the front again. Little brother, how come you're here? Seeing the three women surrounding me, the corner of Yu Hongxiu's mouth couldn't help twitching. Little brother's romantic luck is really strong. Want me to weave a mahjong table for you? While we were bantering, Tong Xiu, desperately studying the Qishur, suddenly fell to the ground. How is this possible? My heavenly eye technique actually cannot see through it either? Monk Fa Jiang indeed did not speak falsely. Seeing there was no more fun to watch, I immediately started back to my residence, lest I become the next source of amusement. But this time, I didn't even take a step, before being blocked by people from Wuhua Ke. I am Lin Duo of Wuhua Ke. Elder Su, are you really unwilling to release our sex, Elder Luo? Didn't Su say it long ago? 5 million spirit stones, release him immediately. Lin Duo's face gradually darkened. Doesn't Elder Su ever find himself constrained by others? What do you mean? Nothing much. Since Jianzong disregards sect friendship, Wuhua Ke doesn't need to give Jianzong face either. I raised my small hand. Just as I was about to start rapping, Shi Qingyi suddenly appeared before me. Bullying my junior brother, what kind of skill is that? If you have guts, Lin Duo, come at me. Then she turned her head and glared at me. Told you not to cultivate properly. Stirring up trouble still requires me to clean up your mess. Seeing this, Lin Duo couldn't help sneering mockingly. Elder Su, why hide behind a woman without saying a word? Fine, Lin will give Jianzong face. Either go up to the Deng Xiantai and spar with Lin, or see through this Qishir. Lin will drop the matter then. I just brought my junior sister to join the fun, but was cornered by Wu Hua Kei's Lin Duo. Seeing his face gradually darken, about to make a move, Shi Qingyi suddenly appeared to back me up. Seeing he couldn't threaten me with force, Lin Duo could only settle for second best, stating that as long as I could see through the Qishir, he would drop the matter, but Shi Qingyi wouldn't indulge him. Does Wu Hua Kei only know how to bully the weak? On the Deng Xiantai, she awaits you. I raised my hand to stop second senior sister. Elder Lin, if Su sees through the Qishir, just dropping the matter probably isn't enough, right? Lin Duo waved his hand, taking out a pair of long swords. Lin is not a narrow-minded person. As long as you can see through the Qishir, this pair of Kuchan Shan Lingjian will be gifted to you. Hearing this, I snorted coldly, looking at the Qishir. A mere stone, Su doesn't even put it in his eyes. As I activated the Jiwei realm, the spiritual energy flow inside the Qishir instantly became clear as day. Then I raised the Qingping sword high, guiding my own spiritual energy into the Qishir. The next second, the scene before my eyes suddenly changed to the dilapidated Tianxia Jianzong. Feeling the overwhelming, desolate and deathly aura sweeping over, I couldn't help but feel tense. Could this be the desolate qi of the great wilderness? Then, I focused my gaze on the figure that appeared out of thin air. Why is there a trace of familiarity? Who are you? Is Jianzong's ruin your doing? The figure didn't reply, raising a hand to conjure a book made of desolate qi, the De Huang Jing. Outside the Tun Tian secret realm, Lin Duo looked incredulous at the Qishir constantly developing cracks. That trash Subei actually saw through it? Before he could think more, a huge explosion suddenly resounded throughout the entire holy city. After my primordial spirit returned, I looked narrowly at Lin Duo, who wanted to sneak away quietly. Elder Lin seems to have forgotten something? Lin Duo pretended to be stupid, feigning confusion. What thing? Seems to be a pair of spirit swords from Kuchan Shan. But Wu Hua Kei always likes to go back on their word. Su can understand. Lin Duo helplessly handed over the two spirit swords. Lin misjudged. Elder Su, see you on the Deng Xiantai. I nonchalantly said to my two disciples, Master, hasn't had anything decent to give you? Now Elder Lin has given it for Master. Hurry up and thank Elder Lin. Above in the pavilion, Nanji whispered to Yao Yen, simultaneously mastering the Wuwa realm and the Jiwei realm. This Subei is a talent worth nurturing. You've been staring at him ever since he came out. Do you know him? We met once beneath Bu Huiya, but the one he met was Nanji. Yao Yen smiled charmingly, since he has an affinity with Disciple Yu, then I must meet him. So, as I turned to leave, a maidservant hurriedly chased after me. The Saintess invites Your Excellency to assign Nanji for a word. After the maidservant led me to the reception hall, she turned to inform the Saintess. Wonder when the Saintess will come. Could it be the one from under Bu Huiya? Then I glanced at the plate of honeyed dates on the tea table. This probably means I should eat while waiting? But I just picked up a honeyed date and took a bite, when a menacing killing intent inexplicably rose from behind me. Why show little enthusiasm upon seeing me? Could it be the Saintess doesn't meet Elder Su's standards? How would Su dare? Just mistook the Saintess for an acquaintance. Yao Yen pointed to Nanji beside her. This is Nan Huangji Nan Yu. Long admired Elder Su's talent. Hearing this, I quickly bowed to Ji Nan Yu. But the more I looked, the more familiar this Nan Huang seemed. Then I picked up another honeyed date. Seeing the Saintess and Nan Huang, Su was truly fortunate for 3 lifetimes. However, the reward for seeing through the Qishir Yao Yen was surprised. When the token is made, it will naturally be handed to you. The guidance can be done now. Su's aptitude is dull, unworthy of guidance. Can the opportunity be given to my 2 disciples? Yao Yen crossed her arms unhappily. I only guide the person who saw through the Qishir. I rubbed my forehead in disappointment. But Su's disciples need such an opportunity more. Seeing this, Ji Nan Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. He's still willing to leave the best for his disciple. Yao Yen. didn't want to argue further. Speaking of which, what did Elder Su discover in the Qishur? That Qishur seems to be a relic from the calamity of 10,000 races 1,000 years ago. Inside is a strange book called De Huang Jing. Saying this, I summoned the De Huang Jing. Indeed, it's the desolate Qi from 1,000 years ago. Worth studying. Then Yao Yan took off her own hairpin and handed it to me. When the token is made, the hairpin will inform you. Bring your disciples then. After putting away the hairpin, I took out 2 tokens. Su once fought several demonic cultivators near Mo Chang. They have methods to seize people's physiques. Hope the Holy Land pays more attention. This and the honeyed dates express my meager sentiment. Hope the Saintess doesn't refuse. Su will take his leave now. When leaving the pavilion, the sky had already completely darkened. Seeing Shan Wulan still waiting not far away, I quickly went forward and asked, "It's so late, why hasn't junior sister returned yet?" Shan Wulan smiled brightly, "Promised to stroll through Jiangnan with you." But just as junior sister and I were strolling, there was always a woman following far behind. Shan Wulan couldn't help pointing in the girl's direction. "Senior brother." "That woman is always looking." Before Shan Wulan could finish, I interrupted, "Absolutely impossible. I'll prove it to you right now." Then I walked smilingly towards the woman. "Miss, do you need help?" Right after, I was stunned by the red fortune aura on her body. Damn, is the Holy Land this awesome? A random person by the roadside has red fortune? While I was blankly, the woman suddenly turned and ran away. Seeing this, I didn't chase after her. On the other side, the Saintess and her disciple, who had left the pavilion for a stroll, also encountered the woman crying by the wall. Yao Yan casually glanced over, discovering this woman actually possessed the Wulo true body, and the Xingxing Tongming, 2 peerless talents, in one. She immediately spoke, wanting to take her as a disciple. Who knew this woman would refuse without hesitation? "Thank you for your favor, Saintess. My name is Dai Yi, and I already have a favored master in mind." Hearing this, Ji Nanyu couldn't help but ask curiously, who could possibly be more suitable as a master than the Saintess? Elder Su of Jianzhong. The girl, having only met me once, desperately wanted to become my disciple, even unhesitatingly refusing the Saintess who commands 10,000 sects when she personally offered. "Master, in this life, fate is not on our side. Dai Yi is determined to stop that great demon lord who is about to fall." And Ji Nanyu, hearing that Dai Yi's favored master was me, couldn't help persuading, based on Elder Su's disposition, he indeed seemed slightly better suited than master at accepting disciples. Yao Yan huffed angrily after eating, defeated by that fellow Su Bei with honeyed dates. This venerable one is really a bit unconvinced. So she extended her hand to Dai Yi, "Come with me to the holy temple. If Su Bei teaches poorly, this venerable one will treat you like a niece and teach you personally." On the other side, when I returned to my residence, Xiao Ruoqing was already asleep on the bed, so I directly took out the De Huang Jing, preparing to comprehend it for a while to understand its history. Stand above all things, devour the world alone. My heart couldn't help but jolt. This is actually a cultivation technique that can devour any physique? Could it be those Xiaoxiao were just collecting various talented physiques? I, Su Bei, don't have that kind of ambition. Keeping this heaven-devouring technique would only cause trouble. Then, a fierce flame ignited in my hand, instantly burning the De Huang Jing to ashes. After I left, Xiao Ruoqing, who had pretended to sleep and witnessed everything, slowly sat up. "Master, did your fall begin from this moment? In this life, Xinger absolutely won't let you go astray." So, early the next morning, she proactively asked me what I gained from the Qishur yesterday. I calmly took out a scripture. "Master cannot cultivate this technique. Perhaps you too can comprehend its mysteries." "Is there really only one technique manual?" I unceremoniously tapped his head. "What else? The Qishur itself is unique. How could it hide 2 manuals?" After handing the manual to my 2 disciples, I urged them to cultivate well while waving goodbye and heading out to find some fun. Just as I was happily strolling through the market, I saw Jin Yang's figure not far away. "We clearly gave you 2,000 snacks. Why do you say we stole them? Who saw it? Today, I'll teach you 2 wastes a lesson on behalf of Jianzhong." Seeing the vendor raise his hand to slap Jin Yang, I instantly intervened, grabbing his hand firmly. Simultaneously, I secretly applied force, making his bones crackle. "What did you just say? Say it again in front of me." Seeing me step up to support them, the disciple quickly complained angrily. Elder Su, he took the money but didn't give us the items. The vendor heard this and immediately became anxious. Don't talk nonsense here. It's clearly you Jin Dong who stole things. I ignored this accusation. You just said you wanted to teach them a lesson on behalf of Jin Zong? Elder Su, this is all a misunderstanding. This lowly one's brother-in-law is a direct disciple of Wu Hua Ke. Before he could finish, I waved my hand, knocking him to the ground. Then I stepped on his right hand. You snatched their snacks, didn't you? Feeling the intense pain from his right hand, the vendor quickly begged loudly for mercy. Elder Su, I was wrong. It was a moment of greed. I turned around with a gentle gaze, giving Jian Yang a comforting head pat. Why did you suddenly think of coming out to buy things? Jian Yang's beautiful eyes filled with tears as she gestured in sign language. Seeing the elder's scabbard was old, I wanted to give the elder a new one. Is Jian Yan useless? Always causing trouble for Elder Su. I smiled and inserted the Qingping sword into the new scabbard. Using your entire fortune to buy me a scabbard, Su is already grateful beyond words. How could I mind such a small thing? The scabbard is very useful. Su has noted this sentiment. Just then, a stern shout sounded behind me. Bold! How dare you commit violence in the holy city? I glanced disdainfully at the vendor hiding behind the law enforcer. What are you doing hugging his thigh? Think Su wouldn't dare to act just because of that? Hearing this, the law enforcer became furious. How dare you threaten others in front of Holy Land law enforcement? Could it be Jin Zong no longer respects the Holy Land? I turned back indifferently, instructing Jin Yang. Don't listen, don't look. Wait for me for a moment, then we'll return to the residence together. Then I stepped forward to face the law enforcer and asked. Su boldly asks, what is the crime for a Holy Land law enforcer damaging an item belonging to the saintess? Execute immediately. Show no mercy. As soon as the words fell, I suddenly rushed behind the law enforcer cloud, violently lifting the vendor's left hand. My eyes filled with killing intent. You made the first move. The vendor was completely stunned. Su Bei, what are you doing? The next second, a monstrous sword shadow instantly enveloped him. Jian Er, Ji Roa Chu Jian. The law enforcer stared blankly at the large crater created by the strike, momentarily unsure what to do. I casually wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. Su has a narrow mind and always seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Seeing this, the recovering law enforcer immediately ordered his subordinates to suppress me together. I calmly held the saintess's hairpin high. Seeing this item is like seeing the saintess herself. Is Su correct? This person attempted to snatch the saintess's keepsake and has been dealt with by Su on the spot. Does this captain have any objections? Seeing this, the law enforcement team members quickly dropped their weapons and knelt on one knee, not daring to make a sound. Just then, a shout came from behind. Is Elder Su here? Seeing the newcomer, the law enforcement captain immediately stood up, pointing at me furiously. This person openly committed violence in the Holy Land, challenging the authority of law enforcement. Please uphold justice, Elder. The old man ignored this big fool. I, Lu Changqing, am the Holy Land's law enforcement elder. I came under the saintess's order to deliver a decree. Su Bei of Jianzhong deciphered the qishir, obtained the De Huang Jing, and handed it to the Holy Land. He is specially appointed as the 19th honorary elder of the Holy Land. Lu Changqing put away the holy decree. Turned to the law enforcement captain. You just said someone committed violence in the Holy Land and asked me to uphold justice? Even this big monkey could tell something was wrong now. He quickly bowed his head. Elder Su, it's all a misunderstanding. It was this lowly one's momentary confusion. I led Jian Yang out of the crowd. There are many witnesses around. It's impossible to misunderstand. Elder, why not listen clearly? Lu Changqing stroked his beard and said gently, little girl, don't be nervous. Holy Land law enforcement prioritizes fairness and justice. Just tell this old man what happened. Elder Lu, that mute girl did indeed give 2,000 snacks. Maybe she took them too readily, so Scarface got greedy. If you hadn't come, Jianzhong would probably have been used as an example by the Holy Land's law. Lu Changqing looked gently at Jian Yang. This matter was indeed handled improperly by the Holy Land. The Holy Land will compensate for this. Then he looked coldly at the law enforcement captain. Go stay in the ice fire vault for 10 years. If you can come out alive, the position of law enforcement captain is still yours. Seeing the dust settle, I lazily led Jian Yang back to the residence. Our Jianzhong doesn't cause trouble, But we aren't afraid of it either. Even miscellaneous disciples cannot be bullied by outsiders. Lu Chongqing watched my departing figure thoughtfully. This elder Su might get along well with that fellow Yuan due to repay my kindness in recognizing her potential. Jian Yang used her entire fortune to buy me a scabbard. But the vendor, seeing she was mute, actually publicly accused her of stealing. The arriving Holy Land Law Enforcement Hall also wanted to use Jianzong to assert dominance, deciding the crime without investigation. Little did they know, not only did I have the Saintess's keepsake, but after deciphering the Qishir's secret, I was appointed as a Holy Land honorary elder. So, after Lu Chongqing understood the situation, he immediately banished the law enforcement captain to the Icefire Vault. After returning to the residence, I gently comforted Jian Yang. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. After you step down, this venerable one will accept you as a disciple. Jian Yang tearfully threw herself into my arms. Jian Yang isn't worthy. Just having the chance to go on stage is enough for Jian Yang. One morning, Yao Yan ascended the main stage under the gaze of the masses. Welcome everyone to the Holy Land. This opening ceremony is different from the past. The Eastern Emperor and the Southern Emperor's headguard have specially come to observe. Shan Wulan looked solemnly at the headguard on stage. The Southern Emperor's trusted guard. His cultivation is said to be at half-step Hadao. I held her small hand without looking away. Junior sister knows so much. Why not explain in detail to your senior brother? Xiao Ruoqing watched the intimate pair resentfully. Detestable master. Doesn't even hide it anymore? Emily, however, kept staring at the Lu Jin hairpin on Shan Wulan's head. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out below the stage. You bumped into me and didn't apologize? The white-robed cultivator questioned angrily. Why should I? You clearly bumped into me on purpose. The black-robed cultivator stared at him menacingly. Because we are Wu Hua Ke. Because every one of us here is at least Jin Dan stage. Look at your crappy Tao Hua Zone. Actually still having Lianqi stage members? Do you really think any cat or dog can cultivate? The white-robed cultivator couldn't withstand the powerful pressure and fell to the ground miserably. Spiritual qi isn't produced by your Wu Hua Ke. Why can't we absorb it? The black-robed man patted the white-robed man's head as if teasing a dog. The path of cultivation is for geniuses. Strength is the foundation of everything. Trash like you with low aptitude should just die. Save wasting spiritual qi. The disturbance here finally attracted the Holy Land's attention. Yuan Du and Lu Changqing walked over with displeased expressions. The opening ceremony hasn't started yet. Order in the Holy City is iron law. Sect infighting is a serious offense and must be severely punished. Wu Hua Ke, Hua Zone, do you have anything to say? The black-robed man shrugged nonchalantly. Disciple is unconvinced. If Hua Zong is punished, that's their business. Why should Wu Hua Ke be punished? On the other side, through Yao Yan's Qianshuan mirror, I saw a hint of killing intent already showing in Lu Chongqing's eyes. Are you dissatisfied with this elder's judgment? And the elder behind him also stepped forward to speak for Wu Hua Ke. Elder Lu, what the Wu Hua Ke disciple said isn't unreasonable. Tao Hua Zong's fault is clear to all. Why should Wu Hua Ke be punished? I curiously asked my junior sister, who is this old man? Holy Land Martial Elder Wang Tong, also the third elder of Wu Hua Ke. Same status as you. Hearing this, I rubbed my chin with interest. Is that so? Then doesn't Su also have the right to meddle? At this moment, Wang Tong was still rambling on like a barking dog. Tao Huazong got upset just from being called useless a couple of times? Can't even handle this small setback? How can they cultivate the righteous path? Yuan Du frowned at Wang Tong. Elder Wang, what do you mean by this? Does having superior talent exempt one from punishment? Since when does the Holy Land's punishment depend on the person? As the two were about to clash, I suddenly squeezed between them. Su thinks Tao Huazong did nothing wrong. Instead, Wu Hua Ke should be punished. Hearing this, Wang Tong became furious. Elder Su, aren't you overstepping your bounds? What does this have to do with your Jianzone? I reached out and helped up the Tao Huazong cultivator. They collided. Tao Huazong apologized first, but Wu Hua Ke ignored the Holy Land's laws and acted aggressively. In my opinion, Wu Hua Ke should be severely punished. Send the disciple to that ice-fire cave? Lock him up for 1,000 or 800 years. Hearing this, Wang Tong broke down on the spot. Su Bei, I respect you as a fellow Holy Land elder. Don't be a busybody meddling here. Just take care of your bunch of wastes in Jianzone. Only then did I exclaim as if suddenly realizing, speaking of which, Elder Wang is the third elder of Wu Huake, right? Defending Wu Huake like this, could it be intentional shielding? Seeing the two of us about to fight again, Lu Chongqing quickly stepped forward to mediate. Elders, why resort to violence? Since both sides have their own views, let's each take a step back. Let the matter rest here. Harmony is precious. Considering the opening ceremony was about to start, Wang Tong could only leave angrily with his disciples. Tao Huazong, having escaped disaster, quickly knelt to thank me. I accepted it calmly. Be cautious in your actions in the future. Stirring up trouble only harms others and yourself. The leader, Wang Qifeng, said gratefully, no matter what, Elder Su helped us. Tao Huazong will engrave this kindness in our hearts. No need for that. My Jianzong neither pities the weak nor looks down on them. It's just that Su has also been caught in the rain before. So now I always want to hold an umbrella for others. Li Ziyun stared entranced at the peerless figure in the mirror. Mr. Eryu, what is your assessment of Elder Su? Eryu chuckled. Elder Su has truly achieved unity of knowledge and action. Hearing this, Li Ziyun also smiled. In this life, you haven't watched fireworks with me yet. I wonder if there's still a chance to meet at the Chenghuang Temple in Hanshan. Just then, she suddenly noticed the scar on the Nanhuang headguard's right hand. Isn't it identical to the location inflicted by Uncle Eryuan? Tun Tian Mogong's southern border Miao clan. Could Nan Huan's promotion to guard have something to do with this? Seeing his young miss spacing out, old man Eryu couldn't help reminding her, Miss, the opening performance has begun. First up was Xinhua Zong, with a performance of Moonset Starfall. Watching the crowd shout, away is dead. Lastly, De Dieninus took the stage with a set of forcing the difficult fist techniques, instantly putting the excited old perverts into sage mode. When it was Wu Huake's turn, Lin Duo saw me encouraging disciples like Zhen Liang and couldn't help mocking, Zhenzong. This time it's not just randomly pointing a sword at the sky, right? Thanks for your concern, Elder Lin. Su also has to thank Elder Lin on behalf of my two disciples for the generous gift of swords. Lin Duo was instantly rendered speechless. Lin cannot compare to Elder Su's sharp tongue. Let's settle it on the Deng Xian Tai later. Then I witnessed a scene I'll never forget in this life. A bunch of grown men treated their dust whisks like broomsticks, then formed a Taiji diagram in the sky. The most flamboyant part was, at the end, they even spelled out the three characters Wu Huake. The standard was comparable to a university military training performance. When the screen panned to Wu Huake's seats, the leader even declared proudly, Wu Huake cultivates only seeking a clear conscience. We welcome every exceptionally talented individual. Good grief, the Yu Xiaojiang of this world, huh? Dan Huang praised with interest. This Wu Huake isn't bad. Which sect is next? Replying to Master, it's Jianzong. Don't tell me it's just poking the heavens with a sword again? Looking at the Jianzong disciples, each holding a sword on the screen, a hint of speechlessness appeared in everyone's eyes. As expected, it's the same old routine. But the next second, behind Jin Yang, like a peacock spreading its tail, unfolded countless different long swords. The program directed by me, Jin Xing, is finally about to officially begin. When the crowd saw the Jianzong disciples, each holding a sword, they simultaneously revealed looks of speechlessness. Is Jianzong planning to stab the heavens 100 times this time? But the next second, when behind Jin Yang like a peacock, spreading its tail, unfolded countless different long swords, the crowd was instantly stunned into silence. If man is like you, entered Sangjin, immortal passes Jianzong 800 immortals. Tai breaks Sangjiang water 3000, desolate cultivators collapse 4 strings, occupy slaves establish Dao Xin Tian 10,000 li. QoE has no husband here. Qingping determines desolate cultivation path, blood tears exchanged for peaceful years. Jianzong cultivates not seeking longevity, not for the sect, not for carefree freedom, only for the common people of the world. This sword is the backbone of the 21 regions. As lines of poetry echoed through the holy city square, the crowd was utterly shocked beyond words. The Wu Huake members looked at me with unfriendly expressions. This speech was a direct attack on them. Say 1,000 words, 10,000 sentences. Don't you, Sube, still pick disciples based on talent and potential? If Lin Mao's prediction is correct, the Jianzong disciples on stage are also elite disciples, right? I smiled and pointed towards the stage. Elder Lin, please look. On stage, the 100 disciples proudly spread out, unashamedly revealing the flaws they previously dared not show the world. Empress Lin pointed at Jin Yang and exclaimed, "The leader is actually the mute girl from Jin Zone's 11 Jin Chi." I cupped my hands and ascended the high platform. These 100 are not Jin Zone elites, but they are the disciples the Jin Zone elites vow to protect. All who enter my mountain gate, regardless of background or potential, are my Jin Zone disciples. Jin Zone treats everyone equally. The crowd was instantly moved to tears by these words. How dare Wu Hua Ke accuse Jin Zone of double standards? Just because they can't do it, they assume others can't either? Amidst the public outrage, waves of unified shouts echoed through the entire square. Apologize to Jin Zone. Apologize. Yuan Du smiled at Wang Tong beside him. Elder Wang, do you have anything else to say? Su Bei rallied the sect to slander Wu Hua Ke. Shouldn't he be severely punished according to the law? The situation was gradually getting out of control. Lin Duo immediately flew into the air, demanding Wu Hua Ke apologize. Your disciple, Su Bei. Is there even one among them who is the weakling you speak of? In the end, this is just superficial posturing by your Jin Zone. I couldn't be bothered arguing with these stubborn ducks. I walked straight up to Jin Yang. This venerable one promised before, as long as you can complete this performance, I will accept you as my third direct disciple, Jin Yang. Are you willing? Tears streamed from Jin Yan's eyes. She immediately knelt down and respectfully performed the discipleship ceremony. I satisfyingly helped her up, then turned to face Lin Duo. Half a year from now will be the 21 Regions competition. At that time, Su's third disciple will challenge one disciple of the same generation from each elder of Wu Hua Ke. Does Elder Lin dare to accept the challenge? Lin Duo didn't expect me to be so arrogant. He subconsciously suspected some conspiracy. While hesitating, Yao Yan suddenly appeared between us. Elder Su's wager is quite interesting. Why not let the Holy Land bear witness here? When I led Jian Yang back to our seats, two sarcastic voices immediately sounded in my ears. Congratulations, Master, on accepting a new disciple. Master is truly equally gentle to everyone. Little did they know, I was also panicking right now. Got carried away and made a huge boast earlier. Hopefully, the Zhaohua Dan can help Jin Yang defy fate. Luckily, I was careful enough to only say challenge, not win. He. Leaving the opening ceremony, while strolling through the holy city, a Taoist priest suddenly called out to me. Good benefactor, your heart is heavy with worries. Why not enter the temple, burn incense, and seek peace of mind? I curiously glanced at the Taoist temple's plaque. Qingyun Guan. Exactly. Anyway, I have nothing else to do now. Might as well follow him inside. But I didn't expect the Eastern Emperor to also be here. Greetings, Elder Su. Why isn't Elder Su at the Holy Temple? Just taking a walk to clear my mind. Didn't know the Eastern Emperor was here. The Eastern Emperor looked at the statue of the Qingyun Taoist. Shin specifically came here to pray for the people of the Dongfeng ancient country. I see. Su has a matter I hope the Eastern Emperor can clarify. Elder Su can just call Jin Ji Xiong. What is the matter? Does Ji Xiong have any biological sisters? Naturally, I do. Why does Brother Su ask this? To be honest, Su was once saved by a fairy maiden, and haven't met her since. But she bears a 7/10 resemblance to Ji Xiong. Ji Nanyu scratched his face awkwardly. It was likely Imperial Sister Nanji acting casually. Elder Su need not worry about it. After sitting down, I sighed deeply. Although Fairy Nanji is a Dujia mighty figure, there's always an indescribable feeling of distance. Hearing this, Ji Nanyu sipped his tea curiously. What do you mean? Su was not only saved by the fairy, but also benefited from a Hadao demon core and Jianzone techniques. Most importantly, she actually doesn't like eating kidneys. Then I took out a jar of wine. This is Fuxing Zue, personally brewed by Su. Let's share a drink with Ji Xiong. Ji Nanyu took a small sip, and his eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't you bring this out last time? I smiled meaningfully. Last time? What last time? Ji Nanyu quickly cleared his throat twice. I meant just before now. Last time meant that. I raised my wine cup with a smile. I see. In Su's hometown, drinking together makes you friends. Cheers. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ji Nanyu couldn't help revealing a hint of charm. As I poured more wine, I hinted meaningfully, Ji Xiong, if you were a woman, the number of suitors proposing would probably break down your door threshold. After finishing the entire jar of wine, I started probing indirectly. Ji Xiong, why didn't you bring sister-in-law along? The Empress said she went to visit a friend. Jin doesn't know what friends she has in the Holy Land. So I pulled him to leave. One jar of wine isn't satisfying enough. Let's go to Su's place and continue drinking. On the other side, Xiao Ruoqing looked at the suddenly visiting Empress Lin, her eyes full of confusion. Is Elder Su here? This palace has important matters to discuss with him. Emily cupped her hands in salute. Master went out. I don't know when he will return. If Empress Lin doesn't mind, I can relay the message for you. Empress Lin sat down, searched for a moment, confirming I was truly not there. Only then saying, I just came to ask Elder Su for something. Since he's not here, this palace will take her leave. Just as she reached the door, she heard my voice from outside. Ji Xiong, today you must drink heartily with me. Sleep here tonight, let's talk all night long. The next second, I saw Empress Lin standing behind the door. Ha! Why does Jin see the Empress in Brother Su's home? I hurriedly covered the Eastern Emperor's eyes. What Empress? Empress? It seems Ji Xiong is already drunk. Let's drink again next time. Definitely next time. Ji Nan, you pushed me away and walked into the room. Empress, why are you here? Empress Lin glared unhappily at the Eastern Emperor. Although this palace is not Du Fu, Your Majesty, you're actually with a man, no wonder you wouldn't share a room with this palace. Just when I thought the affair was about to be exposed, Empress Lin suddenly pointed at me and declared sternly, Su Bei, you are forbidden from approaching the Eastern Emperor again. Jin and Su Bei are already close friends. Empress, what nonsense are you talking about? Could it be Su Bei is the friend you were going to see? Empress Lin glared at me, gritting her teeth. This palace came to ask Elder Su for something. Feeling guilty, I didn't dare meet her eyes. I wonder what item the White Empress is looking for. Empress Lin hesitated. She couldn't possibly say she came for the doo-doo, right? I invited my newly met good brother home for drinks. Who knew his wife would show up asking me for a doo-doo? To prevent both of them from being killed by the Eastern Emperor together, Empress Lin could only pretend she came for the Linglong Zhu. Already sweating profusely, I breathed a sigh of relief. I immediately took out the Han Tan Linglong Zhu and handed it to her. If Empress Lin needs it, please take it. Seeing this, the Eastern Emperor became anxious. Such a precious item, Brother Su, how can you just give it away? It's fine, wait until the Empress finishes using it, then return it to me. But the Eastern Emperor, drunk and impulsive, wouldn't agree. He immediately started rummaging through his sleeves. This is a first-grade Tiandi Yuan Huan Dan. Taking it can break physique limitations. Jin has no use for it, consider it rent for Brother Su. For someone as poor as me, this item was quite valuable, so I accepted it without refusal. After seeing the Eastern Emperor couple off, I turned around and saw Emily snickering. What are you laughing at? When encountering such situations in the future, you should be clever like your master. Emily looked at me suggestively. Disciple always feels there's something unspeakable between Empress Lin and Master. Could it be Master has the ambition of a hero? These words made my temples throb. Ruoqing, can you go to the furthest place in the holy city and grab a handful of dirt? Master wants to mix it with water and drink it. Then I picked up Emily. Master's motive is very pure. Good disciple, hurry up and go. Emily wasn't worried at all that I'd do anything inappropriate. So Master likes this kind of tune. Does Lear need to cooperate and shout for help? After bringing Emily to the backyard, I rubbed my temples with a headache. Don't adjust your shoes in a melon patch, don't adjust your hat under a plum tree. Why must you pretend like this? Grief is no greater than a dead heart, and when a person dies, the heart dies too. Master knows you are very guarded. But time is long. Master believes you will eventually become an extraordinary sword immortal. But it doesn't matter what you become, Master respects your thoughts. These words instantly threw Emily's heart into turmoil. Why is he suddenly so gentle? No, a man's words are deceitful lies. So she threw herself onto me, coquettishly saying, Master, what about the punishment you mentioned earlier? Buyer cares more about Master's punishment. I sighed helplessly. You didn't listen to a single word, did you? Your punishment is to come to Master's room every night to pay respects. As the sky darkened, Xiao Ruoqing finally returned, carrying a bag of soil. Seeing this, I wanted to laugh but didn't dare. You really went to dig it? Master was just joking casually. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing instantly exploded with anger. Waving her hands fiercely, she lunged at me. As a result, she accidentally tripped over my foot, and Chi-Ting kissed my lips firmly. After I hastily pushed Xiao Ruoqing away, strange expressions appeared on both our faces simultaneously. Why didn't you struggle? Why didn't you continue? To dispel the awkward atmosphere, I threw Xiao Ruoqing out of the room. Rest early. Since Master has accepted Jian Yang as a disciple, find some time to take her shopping for necessities. Xiao Ruoqing didn't accept this topic change. How did Master punish junior sister? Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing didn't speak, just lowered her head silently. I knew at a glance this little girl was jealous again. I could only reach out and help her up. Xinger, can you promise Master one thing? Xiao Ruoqing turned her head away sadly. Disciple knows. I will get along well with junior sister Mo Li in the future. Mo Li appeared beside them at some unknown time. Clearing her throat twice, she interrupted our conversation. Seeing this, I casually made a few perfunctory remarks, then waved my hand and left. Xiao Ruoqing forced a smile with difficulty. Second junior sister, Master seems even more shameless now. Sister, if you can't smile, don't force it. It looks very ugly. On the other side, I took Jian Yang to the market and bought a hairpin. Seeing her frequently lost in thought, I couldn't help asking curiously, Jian Yang, what are you thinking about? Then I touched her forehead. No fever either. If you have any worries, feel free to tell Master. Just then, I suddenly sensed someone following behind. After instructing Jian Yang to wait in the restaurant, I strode off in pursuit. Seeing she was exposed, the follower panicked and fled, accidentally tripping over a small stone and falling directly into the river ahead. This scene instantly left me speechless. With such skills, how dare she follow me? After pulling the girl out, I took out a blanket and draped it over her. Lin felt extremely embarrassed and annoyed. If it weren't for the cotton candy in that little girl's hand, how could this heroine have been distracted and exposed? Thinking this, she couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing this, I quickly took out a handkerchief and offered it to her. As long as I take the opportunity to build a good relationship, the next disciple might be settled. Be snatched the handkerchief away. If not for the common people of the world, how could I abandon the saintess position and end up here? It's all your fault, you big demon lord. And seeing her remain silent, I couldn't help asking, you're not mute too, are you? Is there anything else I can help you with? Dai fiercely wiped her nose and said, can you go die? I was speechless. This venerable one just made a casual polite remark, and you really dare to say that? Who knew Dai would stand up and say seriously, you must die? I looked at Dai as if she were an idiot. Which family's unlucky child is this? Then I sighed helplessly, where do you live? I'd better take you back. But, the Holy Temple? I looked at her incredulously. The Holy Temple? Saintess Xiao Yan is my aunt. Now you're talking. I am Jianzhong's martial elder Su Bei. May I know the young lady's esteemed name? My name is Dai. On the other side, Jian Yang was obediently sitting at the restaurant entrance waiting for me. Just then, a man wearing a mask walked over and said, Miss, may I sit here? Jian Yang pointed into the distance and gestured, my master is right there. You can't mess around. The man sat down beside her unceremoniously. So he's your master, huh? Then, he glanced discreetly at the pendant on Jian Yang's chest. After confirming it, the man spoke again, where was the pink bullet back then? Shang Xiao stopped Deng Chuan. Duan Yang doesn't make noise, receive wine, its pet wine is boring. I also have an identical necklace. And after I went back and found Jian Yang, I started trying to change her timid nature. As master's disciple, you have to be domineering. Candied hawthorn? Master doesn't pay, just snatch it and eat. If someone bumps into me and doesn't pay, master goes up and gives them an arrow. Especially this stride. A domineering person's arms must swing dominantly, steps must stride dominantly. Jian Yang watched with smiling eyes as I tried hard to amuse her, but in her heart, she pondered about the token that man gave her. Should she go see him in 3 days or not? After returning to the residence room, I collapsed onto the cushion, utterly exhausted. Just as I picked up the porridge, possibly left by Emoli, and was about to drink, a knock sounded at the door. Then Emoli, wearing a purple silk slip dress, walked in. Lear has come to pay respects to master. That girl followed me all day. After I discovered her, she accidentally fell into the river. I kindly pulled her out. Who knew this person would tell me to die the moment she opened her mouth? If she weren't the saintess's niece, I would definitely turn her head into a gourd. After bringing Jian Yang back to the residence, when Emily came to pay respects wearing a nightgown, I was drowsily pouring porridge into my mouth. I casually dismissed her. Emily didn't expect I would have absolutely no guard up. Eating so cleanly, aren't you afraid there's something inside? After filling my stomach, I suddenly remembered Jian Yang's apprenticeship reward hadn't been claimed yet. So I called out the system and started the lottery. Congratulations, host, for obtaining useless heaven and earth spiritual chi, the complete collection of world competitive physiques, 1 bouncy candy, and 1 red string of yulao. I disappointedly rubbed the red string in my hands. These are all useless things. Only the bouncy candy is somewhat useful. Might as well give it to that sweet-toothed saintess. On the day we sat side by side, I brought my 2 disciples to the holy temple. Then I handed the bouncy candy in my hand to the saintess. This was specially brought by Sue. Hope the saintess enjoys it. Then I took out Yulao's red string. Sue also has some small trinkets here. Perhaps the saintess will like them. Biao Yan happily accepted everything. Elder Sue is thoughtful. Just then, I suddenly realized, how did I accidentally give both items to her? Hopefully, nothing will go wrong, right? After receiving the gifts, Yao Yan's attitude was clearly much warmer. For the next few hours, this venerable one will guide your cultivation. This was originally the reward for your master deciphering the Qi. But Elder Su gave it to you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing was incredibly moved. Master's kindness, how can I ever repay it? Emily, however, fell into deep thought, concentrating. How could Master be willing to give away the opportunity to become stronger? Under Yao Yan's guidance, both their cultivation levels rose rapidly. I watched my 2 hard-working disciples with relief, almost crazy with happiness inside. The day the system dings will be the day Su Bei rises. Just then, Dai Yi suddenly appeared behind me, asking, Elder Su, what are you doing? This elder is contemplating the true meaning of life. Dai Yi leaned down dissatisfiedly, looking into my eyes. Nonsense. I've been watching you for a long time. You were clearly just spacing out. I turned my head, not wanting to waste words on this silly girl. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. But Dai Yi pestered relentlessly. Then what did you contemplate? Tell me. Ice. Congratulations, host's first disciple for comprehending Jiansan, Tage Sun Zue. Reward host with breakthrough in Tage Sun Zue to Zue Xianwang Yu. Host's second disciple comprehended Jianair, Ji Ruo Chu Jian. Reward host with breakthrough in Chana Fanghua to Jinghong Yimian. Congratulations, host's realm breakthrough to Midlianshu stage. The series of rewards almost made me laugh out loud, so I quickly raised my hand and pointed to the cranes not far away. White crane standing in snow. What can you see? Naturally, a big white crane. I glanced at Dai Yi dismissively. Fools see the crane, why see the snow? Zen practitioners see white. Hearing this, Dai Yi's face instantly flushed red. You called me a fool. You scolded me. I stood up and drew the Qingting sword. The white crane in your eyes might be a snowflake in others' eyes. Different sights lead to different feelings. Crane and snow under crane. Stillness brings harmony. Movement also has similarities. This is another world. Dai Yi pondered silently for a long while, only managing to squeeze out, sounds profound but I don't get it. I raised my sword and leaped into the air. If you don't understand, then watch. A long cyan-purple rainbow shot straight into the clouds, then exploded violently at the zenith. Countless cyan-purple swordchi rained down like a heavy storm in Yuyan, enveloping the entire courtyard. Dai Yi covered her wide-open mouth in disbelief. Impossible. How could he be so strong? Yao Yan appeared behind me at some unknown time. Elder Su, this move Jian-san is indeed powerful. The artistic conception is also hard to come by. Elder Su's cultivation level is a bit low. Tomorrow on Deng Xian Tai. Does Elder Su have confidence? As soon as the words left her mouth, Yao Yan froze. Why did I suddenly start caring about him? It must be because of Xiao Ji. Just then, I also felt my face inexplicably burning hot. Could it be because of the red string? Su is merely in the Lianshu realm, can only participate in the early stages. Yao Yan felt her emotions becoming increasingly chaotic. No need to rush sending guests off with white hair. The weather is nice today. Yao Yan won't keep Elder Su, The next second, a shocking thunderclap exploded in the sky, followed by dense raindrops crashing down. The weather is indeed quite nice. Su will take his leave now. Yao Yen awkwardly watched the master and disciples leave in the rain. Have I reached the level where my words become law? In the end, I still returned indoors to shelter from the rain. The saintess seems quite close to the Eastern Emperor. You mean Shao Ji? He has saved this venerable one. I propped my chin thoughtfully. Is it because of Elder Nan Ji? Yao Yen chewed on a honeyed date nonchalantly. Nan Ji? He is not an elder, but this venerable one's disciple. Dai Yi, who was bringing tea, paused upon hearing this. Aunt, when did you have a disciple named Nan Ji? Yao Yan's expression didn't change at all. Nan Ji's existence is known by very few even within the Holy Land. How did Elder Su find out? Yu Yuqian, Fairy Nan Ji saved Su under Bu Huiya. Unfortunately, it was a fleeting encounter. Su wasn't able to properly express thanks. Dai Yi stared suspiciously at Yao Yan. As the successor saintess in my previous life, I actually never heard the name Nan Ji. Could it be a disciple master took behind my back? So she immediately spoke up, Aunt, Dai Yi also wants to meet Fairy Nan Ji. The tea Yao Yan just sipped sprayed out on the spot. Nan Ji isn't in the Holy Land. When he returns, this venerable one will naturally inform him. After chatting a while longer, the rain gradually stopped. As I stood up to leave, I pondered inwardly. The Eastern Emperor clearly said Nan Ji was in the Holy Land. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! Under the guidance of me and the saintess, my two disciples' cultivation levels quickly improved. I was also directly pushed into the Midlianshu stage. Early the next morning, the 21 Regions competition officially began. Li Wendu went on stage to announce the rules for this competition. This competition is divided into 10 competition zones. Participants range from Huashan to Hadao realm. Defeat means elimination. For a sect to win, they must eliminate all opponents from the rival team. Wenrun Pingxin gathered the elders for a pre-battle mobilization meeting. As the gatekeeper of the 10th competition zone, we must hold on to the qualification for the finals. Currently, among the remaining 10 sects, there are only 18 people. If you can't win, stall until Qingyi comes to help. Then she specifically stared at me, especially little Bebe. You just entered Lianshu, absolutely do not force yourself. If you can't win, concede. I picked my nose dissatisfiedly. Me, at mid-Lianshu stage, am no longer the kid at early Lianshu stage. And my opponent this time is Shahilia, a veteran cultivator of the same realm from Lusha Zone. In everyone's eyes, Jianzong only had a chance if the Yunhai and Xingqian sisters fought together. But to their surprise, Jianzong only sent me alone to fight this time. I went on stage, humbly performed a salute. Jianzong, Sube, please enlighten me. The person who came was Jianzong's most useless martial elder. Annoyance flashed in Shahiliu's eyes. He directly used his sect's ultimate technique, Sha Yu Xianjin. As the sky filled with swirling yellow sand, my figure was instantly swallowed within. This scene immediately caused the spectating crowd to exclaim in shock. No way, sir. Jianzong's martial elder was defeated in one move? Just then, a clear breeze suddenly pierced the sand prison. Jian Er, Chana Fanghua. As the words fell, a magnificent and gorgeous lotus flower violently shattered the sand domain. Shahilia's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? The next second, my figure appeared in front of him. One sword hilt strike sent him flying off the ring. Wenrun Pingxin ground her teeth watching me. Little Bebe actually hid it from me again. When did he break through to mid-Lianshu stage? The rest of the audience also looked at each other, not understanding how Jianzong's famously useless elder suddenly became so powerful. I calmly held my sword and bowed, then arrogantly beckoned to the crowd below the stage. Wenrun Pingxin couldn't hold back seeing this. Sube, what nonsense are you pulling? Get down here immediately. Before you went on stage, I told you not to force yourself. Did you listen? I turned a deaf ear and looked at the contestants below. Why isn't anyone coming up? Are you scared? Normal people couldn't stand such provocation. Someone immediately jumped onto the stage, cupping his fist. Long ding dong, Wang Ba. Please enlighten me. Then, 11 more people came up one after another, directly surrounding me. Seeing this, I just raised my sword and chuckled lightly. Good timing. Jin Iwang Ershen. The melee of 13 people instantly filled the ring with flashes of blades and swords. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even see the figures clearly. Jinan, you watched the chaotic battle below worriedly. How could Elder Su be so reckless as to fight 12? Eastern Emperor, why do you say that? When that little friend Su gathered his strength, he could contend against 1 or 2. He could be called the number 1 under Lianshu. Wang Tong snorted contemptuously, so what? 12 mid-Lianshu stage cultivators, even if they came one by one, could still exhaust Su Bei to death. Dealing with the siege of 12 people indeed strained my limits. But I haven't used my full power yet. The reputation of Tianxia Jianzone was built through countless killings. The world of Jianzone. Su will personally reclaim it. Then I raised the Qingping sword high and shouted, Jianzone, Su Bei, invites the world to observe. Seeing I was about to unleash a big move, they immediately rushed over, trying to stop me. But my figure flashed, instantly arriving above the ring. Sensing the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations from the Qingping sword, the 12 hastily formed a formation, trying to withstand this blow. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Jian San, Zuexian Wang Yue. As the immense cyan-purple sword intent exploded at the zenith, the backup platform was instantly enveloped by dense sword rain. Even though the 12 formed a defensive formation, they were still pressed down, unable to stand straight. Sword cultivators? When did they learn to use spiritual pressure tactics? Damn Su Bei. You fight dirty. But thinking about it, our siege seems even dirtier. Just then, I couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. My body was already at its limit, could only muster one last move. So, while the sword rain hadn't stopped, I exerted my full strength, unleashing Chan of Manhwa directly smashing towards the formation. Following the sound of shattering glass, the defensive formation violently broke apart. All 12 were knocked off the ring by the huge lotus flower. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Although it was a bit strenuous, I ultimately won. Better go back and rest first. When I pushed open the door to the residence, one Renpingxin was already waiting inside, holding a large club. You brat, do you think you're so capable? Why didn't you die on the stage? Are you cursing me in your heart? I immediately sensed danger. A large character danger even appeared above my head. So I quickly squatted down and massaged eldest senior sister's legs. How would junior brother dare? In junior brother's heart, senior sister has always been like a god. One Renpingxin didn't buy it at all. Eldest senior sister doesn't understand me at all. Still yelling all day. Su Bei, forget 12, I can beat 120 for you to see. Is that what you're thinking, brat? I rubbed my chin doubtfully. Could eldest senior sister have mind-reading abilities? The next second, the club smashed onto my head. You brat actually dared to hesitate. Since I've already been hit, there's no need to speak insincerely. I replied perfunctorily, junior brother was wrong. Won't happen again next time. Just as I closed my eyes, preparing for more beating, I only heard 3 words, don't show off. I opened my eyes confusedly, finding eldest senior sister had already left, leaving a Qishue Dan on the table. Smiling, I picked up the pill. Eldest senior sister actually noticed my meridians were damaged? Right. Nothing can be hidden from eldest senior sister. After healing, I returned to the competition venue with Shan Wulan, who came to visit. Next, Jianzone will face Daozone. Senior brother's injuries. Senior brother is young and strong, full of vigor. Mere minor injuries are not worth mentioning. Seeing I was full of energy and didn't seem faking, Shan Wulan recounted some things that happened while I was away. Xinyue Zong and Sangjing Zone have already determined the victor. Xinyue Zong won narrowly. We've achieved eldest senior sister's goal. But going further isn't impossible. Shan Wulan looked worriedly. Daozone has one half-step Hudao, and 2 peak Lianshu cultivators who aren't easy opponents. I smiled nonchalantly. Among the 10 major sects, which one is an easy opponent? As we approached the gambling house, an excited shout came from within. Place your bets. Daozong pays 60 to 1. Jianzong pays 120 to 1. Shan Wulan looked unhappily at the Duobao GE sign. A dignified top 10 sect actually resorting to this to make money. It's truly disgraceful. And our Jianzong is 120 to 1? This is simply humiliating us. Meanwhile, I was digging into my sleeve, walking towards the Duobao GE stall. Then I slammed my storage ring onto the table. 500,000 spirit stones, all in. On Jianzong winning. If we win, it's clubhouse models. Forget working at sea. The Duobao GE disciple couldn't help persuading, esteemed customer, perhaps reconsider? Your Jianzong's strength makes defeat highly likely. What do you know? All in is a form of wisdom. Seeing this, Shan Wulan also came forward to dissuade. 500,000 spirit stones is already senior brother's entire fortune. What if you lose? Holding the betting slip, I suddenly jolted. Crap. Should have left 10,010. Feeling dejected, I continued strolling with Shan Wulan. Originally wanted to buy you some jewelry, accidentally bet it all. It's okay. Having the hair pin senior brother gave me makes me very happy. The dazzling saintess, ruler of 10,000 sects, is now bathing with me in a Mandarin duck bath, even bossily making me wash her undergarments. Turns out, after my injuries recovered, I proposed a strategy to eldest senior sister. Little Bei, is that horse racing theory you mentioned really feasible? You're not planning some mischief again, are you? After my tireless explanations, Wenren Pingxin finally relented, allowing me to fight the Peak Lianshu cultivator, Shi Jin. But Dao Zong's techniques are dangerously powerful. After fighting for less than half an hour, I was severely injured, struggling to even lift my sword. I had already laid so much groundwork to restore Jianzong's prestige. So, this battle must be won no matter what. Thus, disregarding my severe injuries, I forced myself up, pointing my sword at Shi Jin, declaring the kingly path sword is the world's foundation. Jianzong's world, these two words, are the kingly path. Jian Air, Duanshan. Rampant sword chi shot towards the sky, shattering Shi Jin's defenses like breaking dead wood. The 24-style blade technique directly left him severely injured and unconscious. The Eastern Emperor gripped the pavilion railing incredulously. How long has it been? He could actually master the kingly path volume to such purity? Thinking this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip. That day under Bu Huiya, could he have been mocking my so-called opportunity? While I defeated Shi Jin, Shan Wuk and Mo Xinjian were both defeated. One more loss, and Jianzong's journey would end here. So I beckoned to the stage below again. Dao, next. A man carrying dual sabers came onto the stage, cupped his fist. Within the 21 regions, there aren't many who earn Wang Chuan's admiration like this. Elder Su, you are one. Unfortunately, this is the world-watched Deng Xiantai. Wang won't go easy. My body was already on the verge of collapse. Without a word, I raised my sword, preparing to unleash a big move. Wang Chuan's eyes widened in terror. He didn't expect me, in this sorry state, could still use such a terrifying sword move. Even though he wanted to resist, he could only fall unwillingly at my feet. While I was dominating the field, Shan Wulan and Shi Qingyi also easily defeated their opponents, successfully eliminating all Daozone contestants. I forced myself off the ring, then collapsed into Wenren Pingxin's embrace. Whispering weakly, Junior brother did his best. Junior brother didn't disgrace Jianzong. After returning to the residence, the physician found my qi and blood depleted, meridians completely severed. Even if I recovered, there would be hidden injuries, and my realm would decline. Wenren Pingxin immediately dragged Mo Xingjie off to find a solution, trying to refine a pill that could cure me. Shan Wulan, staying behind to care for me, was wiping my body when a Zhaohua Dan suddenly fell from my sleeve. Seeing this, Shan Wulan felt heartbroken. Senior brother clearly had a Zhaohua Dan but was reluctant to use it himself, saving it all for his disciple. Then she stuffed the Zhaohua Dan into my mouth. This pill can turn decay into magic. It must wake senior brother up. On the other side, Wenren Pingxin learned from the hastily arrived Xiaoruoqing that the Linglongju borrowed by Empress Lin could strengthen meridians. She immediately wanted to find the Eastern Emperor. But before she could move, Song Huang arrived with Empress Lin. How are Elder Su's injuries? Wenren Pingxin politely saluted. Nothing else major, but the damaged meridians will leave lasting problems. Hearing this, the Eastern Emperor smiled. Jin learned a secret technique in some mystic realm, perhaps it can help Elder Su. When Wenren Pingxin arrived at the room, I was still unconscious. Seeing this, Ji Nanyu didn't hesitate, immediately using the secret technique to help repair my meridians. However, my meridians were too severely damaged, the secret technique had little effect. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual energy, he suddenly found the spiritual energy seemed trapped in mud. Then, an indescribable heat surged from within my body. Watching the terrifying cold chi dissipate from the Eastern Emperor's body, Wenren Pingxin was greatly surprised. She didn't remember the Eastern Emperor having any special physique. Feeling the cold chi within his own body being constantly devoured, Ji Nanyu's expression became extremely complicated. Supreme Yang Meridian, why did it have to be you? Perhaps stimulated by the cold chi. I, still unconscious, slowly woke up, struggling to sit up. As a result, I opened my eyes to see an incredibly beautiful face. After a moment of blankly, a desperate wail erupted in my heart. It's over. I'm actually gay. Just as the room full of women chaotically asked about my condition, Yu Hongxiu walked in with a charming smile. Yo, everyone's here? How's my little brother? Wenran Pingxin glared at her unhappily. What, your little brother? This is Jianzong's person. My face stiffened watching her, not understanding what this demoness came for. But the next second, she threw herself onto my bedside, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, sorrowfully saying, Little brother, you're injured like this. How can sister live on? This sudden change in demeanor genuinely scared me. I quickly said I still wanted to sleep a bit, shooing everyone out. After everyone left, Wenran Pingxin stopped the Eastern Emperor alone. A few days ago, Empress Lin borrowed the fifth elder's Linglongzhu. That pearl can help recover injuries. Could I trouble Empress Lin to return it first? Hearing this, the Eastern Emperor stopped Empress Lin. Empress, just return the pearl first. Borrowing it again another day is also possible. Empress Lin felt like her world was collapsing. That man saw your woman naked, and even took her doo-doo, who knows what he did with it. And you're still helping him speak? But the current situation didn't allow her to refuse. She could only say specifically when returning the Linglongzhu, hope Elder Su doesn't forget. Su knows, after using it, I will naturally return it to the Empress. Hearing this, Empress Lin's face instantly darkened like ink. You still want to use it? Wenran Pingxin watched speechlessly as the two exchanged suggestive glances. You two and your messy affair, must you speak in riddles? Finally seeing this group off, Yayan arrived with Dai. As a result, upon meeting, they both greeted each other simultaneously, then fell silent, blushing. I racked my brain for words, finally squeezing out. Saintus specially came to visit, Su is deeply grateful. Yayan also changed her reason for bringing Dai. Pretending nonchalantly, just happened to be passing by, dropped in to see. Be reluctantly held out a pill and walked over. Elder Su, why were you only close to death? What a pity. Yao Yan smilingly slapped his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly take out the Jin Luodan. Hearing this, Dai directly grabbed the pill and threw it over. Take it. A Jin Luodan, I casually refined. Miss Dai is truly amazing, able to refine a bottle of Jin Luodan without any cultivation, and even throw it like a glass marble. Yao Yan, seeing the pill was delivered, turned to leave. Dai was instantly confused. Aunt, why are you leaving as soon as you arrived? After dealing with all the visitors, the sky had completely darkened. Since my body was still very weak, I could only let Shan Wulan support me to the Hantan for healing. But not long after soaking, a panicked cry suddenly sounded from the mist ahead. Elder Su, why are you here? This voice instantly made me break out in a cold sweat. Saintus, I said this was an accident, do you believe me? Yao Yan hugged her chest and snorted coldly, you saw everything. Heard the voice, but didn't understand the meaning. Yao Yan didn't want to argue with a stubborn fellow like me, immediately turned and walked towards the shore. Fine, you use it first. Just as she picked up her clothes, preparing to put them on, a strong wind suddenly blew from the shore, directly blowing the clothes onto my face. Yao Yan was stunned. I was stunned too. It must be the red string, right? This must be the red string's doing, right? I'm just a saintess. Taking a mandarin duck bath together, yet suffering the 5 thunderbolts tribulation. Turns out, nourished by the Shanghan Quan and the Zhaohuadan, my cultivation began to rapidly improve, soon reaching the brink of breakthrough, but I was panicking like crazy. After all, since transmigrating, I've relied entirely on the system to carry me. I've never even seen a heavenly tribulation before. Just then, the Qingping sword suddenly let out a brilliant sword cry, calmly piercing the first heavenly thunderbolt. And Yao Yan, after seeing the tribulation cloud manifest visually, revealed a solemn expression. How could Elder Su's thunder tribulation be so powerful? Even ordinary Hadao cultivators can't compare. So she raised her hand, performed a technique, Shanghan. Quan instantly manifested a semi-transparent barrier, helping me resist the remaining heavenly thunderbolts. I felt like crying but had no tears. How the hell can it be played like this? I used the system to dodge those tribulations before, and now they're all coming together this time. As the heavenly thunder continued to fall, the barrier constantly emitted intense, dazzling light. Yao Yen, feeling her spiritual power rapidly draining, her expression grew increasingly grave. She had already discovered Su Bei possessed the supreme Yang Meridian. For Shao Ji's future, Su Bei absolutely could not perish again. So she immediately stood up and left. Shang Han Quan waved her hand, condensing spiritual energy, activating the Holy Land's Grand Array. Shan Wulan watched Yao Yan rise into the air with surprise. Didn't expect the Saintess to actually be the Yinyun Saint body. Looks like senior brother will be fine. The next second, the Holy Land's Grand Array violently shattered. The legendary Zhou Xiao Jinglei, said to kill on contact, struck Yao Yan directly. I, who had been watching Yao Yan's movements, my eyes widened. Catching Yao Yan as I flew over, I crushed the Shiji Shalu without hesitation. Then I felt my body continuously falling, a sense of weightlessness engulfing me, until a familiar voice sounded in my ear. Only then did I slowly open my eyes. Bei Ge, let's not do this anymore. Life is more important. The water pollution exam is the day after tomorrow. Aren't you going to prepare some cheat sheets beforehand? I sat up incredulously, looking around in shock. Am I dreaming? Still focused, the fatty who was farming boxes slammed the table. Holy crap, loot dropped. Main stat burst damage, substats crit rate, attack, burst damage. I'm freaking graduated. I rubbed my forehead, revealing a bitter smile. There's no Jianzong martial elder, just an old otaku. Having a bizarre dream, right? Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open. A crew-cut boy holding a basketball said with a grin, Bei Ge, your girlfriend is waiting for you downstairs. My heart jumped. Girlfriend? Downstairs from the male dormitory? Yao Yan looked around curiously. How does this body still have self-awareness? It actually doesn't obey my commands? And where am I? Even disciples from Sangjing Zone and Xinyue Zone wouldn't dress like this, right? Just then, having quickly tidied up, I hurried downstairs. Sorry for making you wait. Seeing this, Yao Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Is this Su Bei's heart demon? Unaware, seeing my girlfriend was angry, I quickly took her to buy ice cream as an apology. Yao Yan, with no resistance to sweets, was instantly captured after just one taste. After strolling around the campus with Yao Yan for a while, I took her to class together. But when Yao Yan saw Wanren Pingxin dressed as a teacher, she instantly fell into confusion. What exactly is Su Bei's heart demon? But when she saw Xiao watching, Shan Wuk, and Shan Wulan entering the classroom one after another, she was completely dumbfounded. As evening fell, I held Yao Yan's hand, lying under the shade of a tree, staring blankly at the sky. Seeing this, Yao Yan couldn't help asking curiously, What are you thinking about? You are really beautiful. Hearing this, Yao Yan couldn't help but smile playfully. Why suddenly praise me? It's not like I'm leaving. I suddenly sat up. Yeah, you won't leave. But what am I pursuing? Yao Yan was puzzled. Isn't life now already very good? Hearing this, I immediately revealed a bitter smile. It is very good. So good it's like a yellow millet dream. Yao Yan leaned against me. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm still waiting for you to take me. I pushed her away, stood up, and patted my pants. But having the Saintess is truly too beautiful. So I should wake up. Yao Yan shouted frantically, Su Bei. What nonsense are you talking about? I smiled and shook my phone. It's useless, I've already seen through it. The screen was paused on the group message interface. And I had sent 3 words to everyone I knew. I was here. Yao Yan's beautiful eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling as she asked, Why? I faced the sunset, my back to her, saying, How could us Yuan Pai have girlfriends? The scene changed. I abruptly sat up from the bed, looking at the large characters written on the falling paper. I couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Looks like that red string dragged the Saintess into this, just as I was feeling the powerful physique of the late Lianshu stage. Hearing the commotion, my 3 disciples quickly entered the room. Xiao watching held a wooden basin, excited, Master, you're finally awake. The food has been reheated many times, everyone is waiting for you. Mo Li's eyes also held unconcealable worry. Master, have you overcome the heart demon tribulation? I rubbed my groggy head. Past it. By the way, who is Jianzong's opponent this time? Xiao watching raised her hand, blocking the other 2. Master, Jianzong got a buy this time and advanced directly. I didn't expect Jianzong to have such luck. Instantly in a great mood, I took Emily to a jewelry shop. Purposefully bought a pair of Phoenix Lu Jean hairpins, then personally put them on for her. Master once picked up a hairpin exactly like this pair. Don't lose it next time. These words instantly threw Emily's heart into turmoil. After a long pause, she finally whispered, "Lear, thanks, master." Then I went to a weapon shop. The scabbard Jian Yang bought was turned to ash by the thunder tribulation. Need to buy a new one. Although Emily carefully selected one, I always felt the scabbard wasn't as cool as a sword case. No man can refuse the scene of Yi Sheng Jianlai, a lifetime of swordcom, and 10,000 swords appearing at once. Continuing to stroll down the street, I suddenly heard passers-by discussing today's competition. Today's battle is very interesting. It's Wu Huakei's old rival. Just as I was pondering what grudges Dao Zong had with Wu Huakei, Emily suddenly pulled me towards the other side. Master, I want to play over there. But I still heard those two say Wu Huakei would definitely win. But Lin Duo didn't seem to be Tong Xiu's match. This heavy doubt instantly killed my mood for strolling. I immediately called Emily back. Well, isn't it Elder Su? Why do you still have the leisure to stroll here? I looked at Empress Lin confusedly. Empress, what do you mean by this? Why can't Su have this leisure? True, Elder Su broke through to late Lianshu stage, likely confident in battling Lin Duo. Hearing this, my heart leaped in shock. Why battle Lin Duo? Didn't Jianzong get a buy? Empress Lin looked at me strangely. This palace is clearly referring to Daozong. In a few hours, it will be Jianzong versus Wu Huakei. Then she quietly leaned closer to my ear. Elder Su, when can you return the item to this palace? My scalp tingled. Returning it on the street seems a bit inappropriate, right? If not for Elder Su repeatedly delaying, why would this palace resort to this? Hearing this, I knew I couldn't avoid it this time. After going to a secluded place with Empress Lin, I started rummaging through my storage ring. This belongs to the first disciple, this belongs to the second disciple. Strange, where did the empresses go? Damn it, could I have given it away wrongly? I just took my disciple to buy hairpins, yet was cornered again by Empress Lin demanding the doo-doo. As the saying goes, third time's the charm, or strikeout. Unable to avoid it, I could only agree to return it. But after searching my storage ring for a long time, I only found the doodus belonging to my first and second disciples. Seeing Empress Lin's expression grow increasingly sinister, I suddenly remembered. A few days ago, while instructing Xiao Ruoqing in swordsmanship, this girl nonsensically said, after her swordsmanship reached great accomplishment, she would personally chop off that Duda thief's dog head. Already feeling guilty, I abruptly sat up. If Master was that thief, would you still attack? Who knew? Xiao Ruoqing directly placed her sword against my neck. Committing such a vile act, even if it's Master, I will definitely cut you down. I threw the teacup at her head in return, snorting coldly, anyone can talk big. You reek of defeat right now. Then I casually took out a doo-doo and threw it to her. Martial artists don't sweat the small stuff. Isn't it just a doo-doo? Master will give it to you. Then, under Xiao Ruoqing's dazed gaze, I fled. But Empress Lin, seeing me delay handing over the doo-doo, instantly got angry. What do you mean gave it away wrongly? I think you just don't want to give it back. On the other side, ever since Jinan Yu discovered I had the Jiang Meridian, he had been trapped in endless entanglement. Shen, the dignified monarch of a country, must I really let him ride the dragon in Phoenix? Blushing, he shook the images from his mind. Absolutely impossible. Even if it comes to that, Jin will absolutely not be the one underneath. Just then, he suddenly saw the Empress's doo-doo on the table. He curiously picked it up and sniffed the fragrance. No wonder the Empress always smells so fragrant. Empress Lin, returning empty-handed, happened to see the scene. The Eastern Emperor, seeing the Empress return, quickly stuffed the doo-doo into his sleeve. Empress, where did you go? Empress Lin remained silent. Su Bei stole this palace's doo-doo, and the Emperor steals it too? Their relationship is so intimate, could it be? A few hours later, the battle between Jianzong and Wu Huakei officially began. Shi Qingyi, long annoyed with Lin Duo, started. With a big move, directly Jian Qi Jian Ba Qi Chu. But Lin Duo, as the Lianshu gatekeeper, calmly condensed numerous fireballs, easily shattering the dozens of flying sword shadows. Then, taking advantage of Shi Qingyi's daze, he quickly used his ultimate skill, Longxing Tianxia. The violent True Sun fire roared like a fire dragon, attacking. Even though Shi Qingyi gathered all her spiritual energy to block, she still fell to the ground miserably. To consume so much of Lin's spiritual energy, Elder Shi can be proud enough. Then he crossed his arms provocatively. Lin has looked forward to this battle for a long time. Is this all Jianzong is capable of? Shan Wulan knew she wasn't his match, but thinking of how I fought desperately despite severe injuries to reclaim Jianzong's prestige, she resolutely stepped onto the ring. But she had only recently broken through to mid-Lianshu stage. Fundamentally no match for this old turtle Lin duo. After just a short while, she was defeated. Just as the referee was about to declare Jianzong defeated and prepare for the next round's draw, a loud shout suddenly came from below the stage. Wait! It's too early to announce the winner. Seeing me appear, Lin duo instantly became excited. Sube, you really have the guts to come. Lin respects you as a man. I summoned my sword case and whispered, Qingping, Su is an unworthy swordmaster, unable to take you across the 21 regions. But today, Su wants to borrow a bit of the 10,000-year Jianzong's incense fire. Are you willing? The next second, the Qingping sword broke out of its case, pointing straight at Lin duo. Lin duo laughed wildly. Sube, you should just obediently admit defeat. Otherwise, Lin will let you know today what half-step Hadao means, what the world's trend means. I stood calmly, the aura of the great Dao permeating around me, actually suppressing the spiritual energy on the ring, preventing it from flowing. Jianzong doesn't know the meaning of surrender. Wang Dao Jianair, Duanshan. Lin duo waved his hand. Instantly a large swathe of flames blocked the sword chi. Elder Su, you are even better than Elder Shi. But Lianshu is ultimately just Lianshu. Then Lin duo stopped hiding his strength. Boundless True Sun fire directly covered the entire ring. True fire engulfs the body like purgatory. Elder Su, how long can you resist? As soon as the words fell, his eyes widened in shock. This is impossible. Completely unharmed, I slowly spoke, Elder Lin, now it's my turn, right? I calmly cut through the sea of fire before me. Su once said, a single blade of grass can cut down the sun, moon, and stars. This sword strike will cut down your crimson sun. Wang Dao Jian San, Yi Chao Jitian. Lin duo watched the incoming sword chi with a grave expression. Jiang Meridian Great Dao Aura will realm on the Wangao sword, unseen for 1,000 years. This guy must be cheating. Then he quickly formed multiple techniques, Yang Hai Han Xiong. Boundless seas instantly gathered before Lin duo, blocking this strike that seemed to want to sever the crimson sun in the sky. But when he felt the spiritual energy rapidly draining from his body, he finally understood why my mere mid-Lianshu cultivation could continuously battle peak Lianshu cultivators. With a boom, Lin duo was instantly thrown back dozens of zhang by the shockwave, like a falling star, heavily creating a large crater in the ground. Then the rampant sword chi turned into scattered falling leaves, drifting around him. Lin duo unwillingly climbed out of the crater. It's not over yet. The next instant, an icy voice suddenly came from behind him. Jian Si, Yu Ho Huanghan. A nearly 100 zheng pure golden sword chi shot into the sky, tearing open the vast curtain of the heavens. The bright sun in the clear sky moments ago now seemed covered by a layer of bleak clouds and rain. It seemed like spring rain was about to fall. Just then, a fierce wind suddenly rose, blowing the onlookers' robes noisily. Yao Yan looked up at the dim sky. It's going to rain. Lin duo can't utilize sunlight anymore. A moment later, a drop of golden rain landed on a spectating cultivator's face. He touched his aching cheek, shouting in terror, this isn't rain. This is sword chi. Hearing this, the crowd hastily raised spiritual energy shields, resisting the pervasive, minuscule sword rain filling the sky. Lin duo wiped his pale lips. Blood, he hasn't comprehended the world's trend, so why can he influence heaven and earth? He gathered monstrous flames, preparing to counterattack. But the next instant, the Qingping sword pierced through his shoulder. Lin duo roared and slammed the ground. Sure, hi by and hua. I waved my hand, unleashing Jian Si. The sea of fire Lin duo just condensed, instantly extinguished. His figure even smashed into a distant mountain range before stopping. Before he could react, I raised my recommendation again. Qingyi, this is Jianwu. As the aura around me continuously climbed, Jin Mai finally began to crack under the pressure. This sword strike was not as grand as before, yet the world filled with sword cry. And the Qingping sword actually left my hand, parting the layers of dark clouds in the sky, revealing the sun. 1,000 li away, at Dongting Jian, a fisherman wearing a bamboo hat looked up, gazing towards the holy city. Could it be Jian Wu, Gue Chu Laishi? Covered in injuries, Lin Duo could no longer stand, only able to lie miserably on the ring, panting desperately. I grasped the sword hilt stuck in Lin Duo's shoulder, finding it difficult to remove without injuring him. I pulled out the Qingting sword. So I whispered very softly, Jian Lu. Lin Duo's eyes filled with terror. Are you freaking done yet? I'm almost beaten to death by you. Under my superb swordsmanship, I finally extracted the Qingping sword without injury. But then I found Lin Duo was actually still conscious. Just as I thought about hitting him a couple more times, Lin Duo seemed to suffer some shock and fainted. Well, he fainted. I felt too embarrassed to continue hitting him. Could only turn direction, facing the Wu Hua Ke members, next. The Eastern Emperor, dignified in front of everyone, behind the scenes, is actually a pervert who steals and sniffs the Empress's original dudu. Even when caught red-handed, he could pretend nothing happened while taking the Empress to watch the competition. And at this moment, I narrowly won in public, having abused Lin Duo, known as the Hadao Gatekeeper, even pointing my sword below the stage provocatively. Next, who's coming? As soon as my words fell, someone came onto the stage, cupped his fist. Wu Hua Ke, Shintua. Please enlighten Elder Su. Su Bei appears powerful and invincible, but in reality, every move damages his meridians. As long as I don't clash with him head-on, I can easily wear him down to death. So he slowly said, after this battle, Elder Su will likely become famous throughout the world. Perhaps Elder Su is the #1 person below Hadao realm? I impatiently raised my sword. I never said those things. Elder Shintu, if you won't fight, concede early. Shintua took out his dust whisk and shook it. Elder Su, you still lack composure. But halfway through his words, a whistling fierce wind struck from the dust whisk. This move didn't have much power, purely probing me. Cold light flashed in my eyes. Su is unworthy of Elder Shintu using his full power? Then the Qingping sword in my hand overflowed with cold light. In that case, Su won't be polite anymore. Jian Lu, Xianran Jilu. Shintua instantly faced a great enemy. But before he could react and counterattack, the cyan-purple sword chi easily pierced the fierce wind, leaving a bone-deep sword mark on his chest. I glanced at him indifferently. Compared to Lin Duo, you are simply pitifully weak. This time, Wu Hua Ke is completely defeated. Jianzong also has only me left advancing. Meanwhile, below the stage, cultivators continuously started stripping in public. Dao brother, why are you taking off your clothes? The man smiled bitterly with a pale face. Lost everything. I even lost my underpants. Going to queue up for a re-roll later. Rarely finishing a fight without being exhausted, I slowly walked off the stage, silently carrying Shan Hulin back to the residence. Shan Hulin, long awake, savored this moment immensely. I knew senior brother was pretending before. I caressed Shan Wulan's cold little hand with a troubled expression. I don't know who I'll face next. Just then, a soft moan suddenly sounded from behind. Pain. I nervously looked at Shan Wulan, who was trembling slightly. Where does it hurt? Shan Wulan pitifully grabbed my hand. Everywhere hurts. Then I heard a crisp crack from my wrist. I forced a smile and hugged Shan Wulan, discreetly covering my wrist with my sleeve. Shinzi junior sister is just affected by the Sha Qi. Rest a few days and you'll be fine. A blush appeared on Shan Wulan's face. Gritting her teeth, she pressed my hand onto her ample chest. Senior brother, look at my current state. Am I really okay? Feeling the soft touch beneath my palm, Ji Gu instantly perked up. But Shan Wulan was too weak at this moment. I could only forcefully suppress my restless Ji bumps. Junior sister's Qi and blood are a bit deficient. How about dissolving Wen Xiang's Qixua Dan in water and drinking it? Shan Wulan, her heart in turmoil, turned her head away, afraid to look at me. That is senior brother seeing this charmingly shy appearance. I instantly cried out internally, can't handle it. Hurriedly escaped the ambiguous atmosphere circle. After nimbly mixing the pill water, I quickly sat back down by the bed. Junior sister, open your mouth. While feeding Shan Wulan the medicine, I instructed, after the Deng Xiantai ends, I will set off for the southern border. During this time, you should recuperate well. Halfway through speaking, Shan Wulan suddenly reached out and pinched my chin, kissing me assertively, only reluctantly separating when both were breathless. Then, Shan Wulan shyly pulled down her collar. Senior brother, don't talk about you leaving yet. We have more important things to do now. Which normal man could resist this scene? But I still forcefully calmed myself down. Here? Shan Wulan blushed slightly and nodded lightly. At this moment, my rationality completely crumbled. Skillfully undoing the buttons, I directly pushed Shan Wulan onto the bed, kissing her wildly. Just as I tore open the clothes, preparing to go further, Shan Wulan suddenly cried out in pain. I looked at the hideous wound on her abdomen, and my desire instantly subsided. Eyes full of pity, I gently caressed the already scabbed wound. It hurts a lot here, right? Shan Wulan didn't want to give up such a good opportunity, stubbornly gritting her teeth, saying it didn't hurt. But just with a slight pressure from me, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. I angrily gave her a flick on the head. Already injured like this, and still thinking about doing those things, Shan Wulan curled up aggrievedly. It doesn't hurt. It just doesn't. I helplessly reached out to soothe her wound. Your whole body is soft except for your mouth. Shan Wulan, her pain somewhat relieved, turned over charmingly. I'm fine now, it doesn't hurt at all. Already burning with desire, I once again kissed her lips, my hands starting to roam everywhere. Just as I explored a certain mysterious area, Shan Wuk instinctively grabbed my wrist. Intense pain instantly made me retract my guilty hand. Sorry, senior brother. I was too nervous. Are you okay? Regaining my senses, I sat back on the edge of the bed. I should be the one saying sorry. You should be recuperating properly now. Shan Wulan still wouldn't give up. Let's try again, okay? While helping Shan Wulan get dressed, I firmly refused. You must focus on recovery now. Who knew? This little girl directly lifted her foot and hooked my neck. Senior brother, are you really going to refuse me? I wiped the gushing nosebleed. Must refuse. You are injured and shouldn't exert yourself now. Besides, your sister is here. The next second, the room door was slapped open by Shan Wuk. Senior brother. Sister. How is she now? I smiled and glanced at Shan Wulan pretending to be unconscious on the bed. Nothing major for now, just the Sha Qi has spread a bit more. I've already suppressed it. After entrusting Shan Wulan to Shan Wuk's care, I returned to my own residence. At this time, Xiao Ruoqing was complaining to Emily about the inscription points on her hand. Like a heavenly script, completely incomprehensible. Feeling playful, I quietly approached behind them, then shouted loudly, "Little ones, what are you doing?" The two were instantly startled. Then they quickly asked me about the competition results. I cockily flicked my bangs. With Master participating, naturally, it was a complete victory. Then I looked at them seriously. You two have been studying this matter for several days now, still haven't found a clue? Is your mind not focused on cultivation at all? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing immediately lowered her head in shame. Disciple is dull-witted. Please guide me, Master. Emily, however, hugged my thigh directly. Buyer also wants Master's guidance. But I was dumbfounded. My bluffing backed me into a corner. What the hell do I know about spy points? After brainstorming for a while, I slapped my palm. Got it. It's always where we held hands. Right side gathers suffering, rushing hurriedly. This hatred is endless. This year's flowers bloom redder than last year's. Pity next year's flowers will be better, who knows with whom to share. Xiao Ruoqing seemed to somewhat understand, writing annotations in the booklet. Seeing knows with whom to share. She then looked maliciously at Emily. Junior sister Emily, after all, became a disciple a month later. Doesn't understand the deep meaning. Senior sister will show you. Emily curled her lip disdainfully. I've lived 2 lives, understand more than you, a yellow-haired girl. Simultaneously, unwilling to show weakness, she picked up her own booklet. Senior sister, you are mistaken. Emily has been familiar with cultivation technique annotations since childhood. If you don't understand Master's deep meaning, you can look at mine. Determined to suppress Emily, Xiao Ruoqing pressed herself against me. Master, the essence of that sentence just now was pity next year's flowers will be better. Not what junior sister thinks, this year's flowers bloom redder than last year's, right? Feeling the softness pressed against my arm, and the constant teasing on my calf, I could only shout internally, I don't know. I just took my junior sister for healing, yet was forced into love by my domineering junior sister. Managed to resist fighting with blood and passion, only to encounter 2 disciples vying for favor, teasing me relentlessly. Compared to teasing, Xiao Ruoqing is Emily's opponent? Instantly angered, she slammed the table and shouted, "Are you Master's disciple or not? Don't you know to respect senior sister? Emily cleared her throat, unwilling to show weakness. I'm not like some people who don't recognize their own place. Then she sarcastically imitated Xiao Ruoqing. This is disciple's reward for master. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoqing retaliated in kind. Master, quickly come punish disciple. Which shameless person said that? Although neither of them mentioned me in a single sentence, I always felt they were mocking the highly respected me. To prevent my great image from collapsing, I raised my hand and slapped both their perky buttocks. The pain instantly ended their mutual sarcasm. Simultaneously, they turned their heads, glaring at me puffily. Seeing this, I quickly asked, did master hit too hard? Xiao Ruoqing nodded aggrievedly. Emily, however, just snorted coldly, then silently supported herself on the table and sat back down. But as soon as her butt touched the stone stool, the pain made her instantly stand up again. Emily, overwhelmed with shame, glared fiercely at me, spat, then just stared straight at me like that. Unable to withstand the gaze, I coughed awkwardly. Master is also doing this for your own good. You are fellow disciples, what's there to argue about? Just then, I suddenly realized someone seemed to be missing. Right, where did Jian Yang go? The two looked at each other, then simultaneously shook their heads. Don't know. I helplessly facepalmed with a bitter smile. You two are really something else. After resting in my room for a while, I set off for Yao Yan's residence. After all, she previously helped me resist the thunder tribulation, and was innocently drawn into my heart demon tribulation. Out of reason and sentiment, I had to pay a visit, but when I entered her boudoir, Yao Yan had just woken up, moreover, wearing only a light, thin nightgown. Perhaps Su should temporarily step out and avoid intrusion? Yao Yan stretched nonchalantly, no matter. Since we've already seen each other, Elder Su, why be so formal? Hearing this, my heart instantly raced. Masaka! Does this old cow saintess want to eat this tender grass meat? That would be really cool. So I skillfully took out a wooden box. This is honeyed dates. Just as Yao Yan excitedly jumped off the bed, quickly walked to the table and checked the accounts. After a moment, she questioned with displeasure, why only 99 boxes? Where did the other one go? Seeing Yao Yan seem genuinely angry, I quickly searched my brain for memories related to honey dates. It seems probably I fed it to Shan Wulan? Didn't buy enough of the promised gift. It's somewhat inexcusable. I could only awkwardly express there were some accidents, but after hearing this, Yao Yan smiled. In that case, Elder Su, how will you compensate this saintess? These words left me somewhat speechless. But I didn't dare say it. But Yao Yan saw through my thoughts at a glance. What, mocking this saintess in your heart? Xiao Che promised but failed to deliver, that is breaking one's word. Such a person can indeed be called a scumbag. I quickly stood up, bowed, and apologized. Saintess used the Holy Land's grand array to save Su's life, yet Su couldn't even fulfill the promise of a mere 100 boxes of honey dates. It was indeed an oversight that shouldn't have happened. Only then did Yao Yan reveal a satisfied smile. Good. As long as you know. Then the two fell into silence. Why hasn't she said how I should compensate yet? And she keeps looking at me. Could she be thinking about things in the heart demon tribulation? And my mind was already filled with yellow waste material. The saintess is making such a fuss over a small thing. Could she have ill intentions towards me? So I took a deep breath and said, Su is willing. Hearing this, tears instantly flowed from the corner of Yao Yan's mouth. Does he know this saintess wants to eat that ice cream? He's willing to make it for me. Yao Yan wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, her body trembling with excitement. Then seized the day rather than choosing another. I looked incredulously at the blushing Yao Yan. Do it now? Can't we do it now? My heart hardened. Holding Yao Yan, I came to the bed. Do it! Of course, we can do it now. Yao Yan looked confusedly at me, suddenly starting to take off my clothes. Is that ice cream difficult to make? Why do you need to take off your clothes? So she opened her mouth and asked, don't we need other tools? An endless sense of shame instantly washed over me. Crap! The saintess actually plays so wild. But the opportunity to be kept by a rich woman is right before my eyes. How can I give up easily? Then does the saintess want me to prepare wine, or candles and whips, or perhaps the rich woman's happy cage? Completely on different wavelengths, Yao Yan thought for a moment. Wine? I have it in my ring. Do I need to prepare the others? Hearing this, my heart jumped. Is she testing me? Rich women are indeed hard to serve. The seniors look down on me. Then, facing death calmly, I tore open my collar. I, a clear and foolishly innocent university student, can only resign myself to fate now. Saintess, Song Mang. With a loud bang, an indescribable figure flew directly out through the roof. Dirty thing! Go to the SPA for me. Ji Nanyu, hearing the commotion, rushed over and anxiously pushed open the door. As a result, he saw Yao Yan furiously tearing up a book, gritting her teeth. Noticing Ji Nanyu curiously pick up a paper ball, unfolding it to read while asking, "Who made you this angry?" But when he saw the explicit content on the paper, his face flushed red instantly. "Master, just now, were you perhaps?" Yao Yan, already red as a cooked crab, immediately barked. "Shut up!" Intending to eat a honey date to calm down, she then looked doubtfully at Ji Nanyu. "Why did you suddenly come here?" "Originally wanted to ask Master if there was any more Yuan Chow, but since Master is busy, I'll take my leave first." Yao Yan grabbed his hand without explanation. "You only took the Xiaoyuan Dan a few days ago, how could it relapse so quickly? These past few days, could you have been thinking about spring?" Who could have thought? The noble and aloof saintess actually secretly hides in her room reading imperial books late at night? After being discovered, she even became angry from embarrassment and sent me flying out. And after being sent flying by Yao Yan's punch, I started wandering the streets again. Hearing passers-by discussing which sect to bet on tomorrow, I remembered my winnings hadn't been exchanged yet. But as soon as I stepped into Duobao GE, a large flock of chattering women surrounded me. There was even a female cultivator with hearts in her eyes, pulling her shoulder strap, asking me to sign on it. Jian Yang, not seen all day, happened to pass by and happily chased after me inside. However, realizing I had business to attend to, she obediently stood at the entrance waiting for me to come out. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly came up behind her. Jian Yang instantly retracted her smile, blaring fiercely at the newcomer. The man didn't dare meet her eyes guiltily, took out a token and stuffed it into Jian Yang's hand. "Whether you acknowledge your identity or not, this belongs to you." Jian Yang irritably pushed the man's hand away. "I'm not some princess." The man didn't say much and turned to leave. "You can deny the relationship, but the blood connection cannot be severed." Jian Yang gloomily looked at the token engraved with the characters in Ning, her mind filled with unknown thoughts. Then her eyes firmed as she clenched the token. "I don't care about these things. I only want Master." On the other side, the Duobao GE manager, seeing me arrive, instantly let out a wail in his heart. The Jinx has come to collect his life debt. Then he respectfully signaled me to follow him. "Elder Su, this way please. The pavilion master has been awaiting your arrival." In the Duobao GE backyard, a petite figure was focused on trimming flowers. Hearing the commotion behind her, she finally turned and looked up at me. "Elder Zhu, you've arrived." But I snatched the scissors from her hand. "Little child, cannot play with dangerous things like scissors." Seeing only this little lowly in the huge backyard, I subconsciously thought she was the pavilion master's daughter, so I rubbed her head and asked, "Little sister, can you tell big brother where the pavilion master is?" Hearing this, the little lowly instantly stood up flushed with anger, punched me backhandedly. "I am the pavilion master." Looking at the little thing barely reaching my chest, my face instantly turned cold. I directly grabbed her collar and lifted her up. "Big brother has no mood to play house with you. Quickly tell me where the pavilion master is. Duobao GE owes me tens of millions of spirit stones." As I spoke, the aura emerged from the little lowly, suddenly made my pupils shrink. "Demon Chi. You are a demon." "What demon? So rude." The little lowly angrily snatched back her scissors, without a word, chopped towards me. "Still dare to choke me? Believe it or not, I'll eat you." I couldn't be bothered arguing with a little girl, immediately raised my hands in surrender. "I just came to get spirit stones from the pavilion master. Can you settle the bill for me first?" The little lowly snorted coldly. "For business's sake, I'll spare you this time. Follow me." The next second, a gate of light appeared out of thin air before my eyes, following the little lowly inside. Only then did I realize it was actually a huge mobile palace. The little lowly walked to the central main seat, pushed herself up with both hands, and jumped onto it. Then she solemnly cleared her throat. "Let me introduce myself. I am the current pavilion master of Duobao GE, AOU." Then she took out a ring and threw it to me. "The 40 million spirit stones Duobao GE owes you have been converted into currency and placed inside. Elder Su can count it on the spot." Hearing this little girl's surname, I knew there was no need to count. After all, with the deep heritage of the Beihai Longzhu, they really don't care about this small amount. After putting away the ring, I started circling Aou, observing her. Ao, Pavilion Master, are the bumps on your head dragon horns? Why didn't I feel them earlier? Are they tucked into your hair? Aou silently pursed her lips tightly. Lips whited Grandpa hand over the dragon palace to this unreliable human, just because he's the Qingping sword master? Seeing Aou's expression become increasingly unfriendly, I quickly apologized. This small matter shouldn't have troubled the Pavilion Master, right? May I know why the Pavilion Master wanted to see Sue? Surely not so Shu can touch your little feet? Aou impatiently threw out a token. Overconfident human. Take this and leave quickly. Then she turned her head away puffily, refusing to communicate. If Grandpa hadn't requested, I wouldn't bother seeing you. I looked at the Duobao Ge Elder token in my hand, somewhat speechless. How many of these is this now? Holy Lands, Xinhua Zongs, Duobao Ge's, and Jian Zongs, but this is practically sending me mail. Why wouldn't I accept something given for free? So I happily took the token, preparing to leave. But before I could speak, my figure suddenly appeared on the street outside the Duobao Ge entrance. I curiously looked at Jian Yang, who had been waiting at the entrance. Jian Yang, were you waiting for Master? Jian Yang took out a jade talisman and handed it to me, gesturing. Master's sword case broke. I bought a new one. Also, a protective talisman for Master. I smiled and kept the talisman close to my body. Master likes Jian Yang's gift very much. Just then, I suddenly used the Guanwei mirror to look into the distance, only to see a giant dragon, entirely silver white, plunging into the river, instantly stirring up waves dozens of zhan high. I didn't expect Aou's true form could cause such a commotion. It'll probably start raining heavily soon. So I took out a set of bamboo hat and straw raincoat to avoid getting Jian Yang wet. Jian Yang then gestured in sign language, asking, is Master going to Nanfeng ancient country? I smiled and helped adjust her bamboo hat. Yes. Jian Yang's eyes filled with worry. Then Master must be careful. As we talked, a torrential downpour suddenly began. Don't worry, Master will be fine. After sending Jian Yang back to her room, I thoughtfully strolled in the courtyard. Just promised to make ice cream for the Saintess. Also promised to go to Dongtinghu with Ji Nanyu, and junior sister Shachi can't be delayed either. Thinking about it, I suddenly slapped my head. Crap. Before leaving the Holy Land, I have to return Empress Lin's dudu. A moment later, a man in black suddenly appeared in Xiao Ruoqing's room. Fuxing Wuliang Tianzuan. Luckily, this little girl sleeps very soundly. But after shrinking in the room for a long time, I couldn't even find a shadow of a dudu. Right. She must be afraid of being stolen from, so she hid it all in her storage ring. I tiptoed to Xiao Ruoqing's bedside. Let me see if it's here. Who could have thought I, the highly respected Jinzong martial elder, would sneak into my disciple's room at night to steal a dudu? And Xiao Ruoqing, long afraid of being stolen from, fundamentally dare not put dudu outside. When my consciousness entered the storage ring, I was instantly dazzled by the bewildering array of dudus. But after checking them one by one, I didn't find the Empress's exclusive Phoenix dudu inside. Just as I was pondering where on earth she hid it, I inadvertently noticed a hint of bright yellow peeking from her chest. Good grief! This little girl actually sleeps wearing someone else's dudu. Then I froze awkwardly. Sneaking in at night specifically to grab disciples' dudu was really too perverted and abnormal. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, had to release. I could only tremble, reaching out to undo Xiao Ruoqing's clothes. Prodigal disciple, don't blame Master. This dudu was beyond your grasp. Just as I was sweating profusely undoing the dudu, Xiao Ruoqing suddenly woke up with a start, shouting loudly, "Who?" Seeing she was about to cry for help, I hurriedly covered her mouth. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Please don't shout. I have my reasons. While struggling, the already loosened dudu fell onto the floor below the bed. The round, ample chest directly gave me a benefit. Xiao Ruoqing, vowing never to be humiliated again, seeing she couldn't break free from my restraint, actually released her spiritual energy, preparing to perish together with me. I didn't expect this little girl to be so fierce. Panicked, I quickly let go, pulled off my mask, and shouted, "Xinger! To me! It's me! It's Master!" Under Xiao Ruoqing's murderous gaze, I pretended to be calm, removing my night-traveling clothes, then picked up the phoenix doo-doo from the floor. Master just wanted the doo-doo on you. Absolutely no other intentions. Going now. Xiao Ruoqing grabbed me as I prepared to flee. I believe you, my ass. You rotten old man, you're terrible. Even if you are master, you can't. Besides, Qinger isn't ready yet. Seeing this, I immediately put on a righteous expression. Master's actions are all righteous. Kids don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Just pretend I wasn't here tonight. Xiao Ruoqing pointed at me furiously, shouting, "You perverted master who likes collecting doodles. Do you really think Qinger is that easy to bully? If you want my forgiveness, you must take me along to Nanfeng ancient country." Hearing this, I didn't immediately agree. This trip will surely be fraught with danger. I have no confidence I can protect this little girl, but Xiao Ruoqing, seeing my silence, immediately turned her back and started crying sadly. "Master, you heartless man. After seeing everything, you start disliking me." I helplessly tidied her messy hair. "Master is going to find the antidote for your 9th junior aunt. I'll be back immediately after finding the antidote. Qinger is the most important to master. Don't overthink. Sleep early, okay?" These two sentences instantly made Xiao Ruoqing's heart bloom with joy. How important? As important as master risking everything to protect. Xiao Ruoqing looked at me with a flushed face. "Qinger likes master. What about master? Master used to be afraid of liking you. Now I'm starting to like you, maybe?" Xiao Ruoqing reached out from behind and hugged me. "So that's how it is. Master, you can go, but please always love and protect your disciple, okay?" "Of course. I will always protect you." After leaving Xiao Ruoqing's room, my heart was beating incredibly fast. Just as I planned to visit Shan Wulan, Empress Lin, who had arrived sometime earlier, suddenly tripped, falling straight into my arms. I didn't dare take advantage of this one bit. After helping her steady herself, I let go and asked, "Why is Empress Lin here?" Bold commoner, hiding this palace's item, and still have the face to ask why this palace is here. Hearing this, I quickly reached into my clothes to get the doo-doo. "Empress Lin, don't worry. I've already found your item. Look, what's this?" Seeing me undo my clothes right in front of her in broad daylight, Empress Lin instantly blushed furiously, grabbed my collar and cursed, "You brat. Stop acting indecently here. Give me back my husband." These words directly baffled me. So I wasn't hiding a doo-doo, but her husband? "Empress Lin, please speak slowly. What happened to the Eastern Emperor?" "You don't know? Should I know?" The two stared blankly at each other, the atmosphere momentarily falling silent. Empress Lin, seeing my expression didn't seem like lying, couldn't help but hesitate. Could it be her husband really didn't run off with him? Then she slightly adjusted her posture. "Yesterday, my husband left without saying goodbye and hasn't returned yet. Elder Su is my husband's good friend. Do you know where he went?" After hearing the reason, I was even more confused. Su did not see the Eastern Emperor yesterday. In fact, I was just thinking of visiting him. Speaking of which, I suddenly paused. Could Ji Xiong have gone to that kind of place? Empress Lin, seeing I really didn't know, immediately turned to leave without hesitation. "In that case, this palace will take her leave first." Seeing this, I quickly shouted, "Wait a moment. I haven't returned the doo-doo to you yet." But Empress Lin was anxious to find her husband, disappearing without a trace before I could finish speaking. I sighed helplessly. Since the Eastern Emperor can't be found now, let's go check on 9th junior sister first. Shan Wuk, who had cared for Shan Wulan all night, saw me arrive, instantly revealing a happy smile. "Senior brother, you're finally here. I'll go wash up first. I'll entrust sister to your care for now." I gently helped Shan Wulan sit up. "Your injuries haven't healed yet, don't make large movements." A blush appeared on Shan Wulan's face. Just as she was about to give me a good morning kiss, she suddenly noticed a fresh bite mark on my hand. Could senior brother have cheated? So she leaned against my chest, asking, "Senior brother, where did you go last night?" My body stiffened, quickly dispelled the fragrant images from my mind. Naturally, rested in my own room. Shan Wulan looked at me silently for a long while, then unpredictably took off her outer robe, pressed close to my face, breathing softly like orchids. "Husband, am I beautiful?" A beauty in my arms. Your husband instantly became tongue-tied. "Beautiful, beautiful, of course, beautiful." Shan Wulan's charming eyes smiled as she hooked my collar. "Then does husband want to go further?" Then she grabbed my hand again, pressing it onto her ample chest. Wulan, you're seducing me again. Shan Wulan assertively pinched my chin, kissing me without allowing refusal. Who could have thought? I just went to steal my disciples' dudu at midnight and almost got dragged into perishing together? After calming Xiao watching down and visiting Shan Wulan, the bite mark on my hand was discovered again. Shan Wulan, overcome with jealousy, directly pinched my chin and kissed me extremely assertively. After separating, still wanting more, just as I was about to proceed to the next step, Shan Wulan turned sideways, avoiding my outstretched hand, simultaneously pointing at the bite mark on my hand. If husband can deal with this, then today is possible. Hearing this, I sighed helplessly. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. But this action, in Shan Wulan's eyes, became unwilling compromise. So she bit her silver teeth and directly pulled off her undergarment. Husband, how about this? This intoxicating spring scene made me exclaim good. Shan Wulan gently brushed my cheek. Now you know who's best to you, right? Not long after the quilt covered both of them, the wooden bed began to creak and shake. An hour later, covered in sweat, I crawled out from under the quilt, panting heavily. Shan Wulan lay on my chest, drawing circles listlessly. Husband, am I too useless? How about I call sister over to join us? I raised my hand, condensing a stream of spiritual energy, helping Shan Wulan heal the scrapes on her knees, simultaneously rejecting her proposal without hesitation. First time saving someone, then a threesome? I really can't handle it. Just recovered from a major illness and already showing off? Besides, is senior brother that kind of person? After affectionately flicking her delicate nose, I suddenly asked, Junior sister, want to go horseback riding? Hearing this, Shan Wulan instantly thought of a certain crime. Immediately lowered her head shyly. This isn't good, right? What if sister sees? Seeing Shan Wulan acting coy like this, I could tell with my toes. She was thinking strange things again. Quickly explained seriously, don't misunderstand. I mean real riding. Overcome with embarrassment and anger, Shan Wulan directly wrapped herself in the quilt, glaring at me puffily with displeasure. For the rest of the time, Shan Wulan and I rode together, strolling around the Holy Land vicinity. When returning at night, Shan Wulan whispered worriedly in my ear, this trip to Nanfone will be difficult, senior brother must be careful of traps. Just as I was about to comfort her, a black shadow suddenly flashed past overhead. I casually picked up a fallen leaf, gathered spiritual energy, and shot it towards that figure, directly piercing his right shoulder. But that person fled instantly without stopping. I hugged Shan Wulan and comforted her, don't be afraid, just passing by. The man walked into a cave dwelling, dangling his right hand. Several people came forward to greet him upon seeing him. Quickly asked with concern, what happened? Sholi, are you okay? The man waved his hand impatiently, it's nothing. Just damn bad luck. The situation has changed now. The Eastern Emperor has left the city. There's still no news from the Wild Two at Dongtingjian. If we hastily activate the Xialian Grand Array, complications might arise. Hearing this, one guard scoffed disdainfully, Ji Nanyu? Just early Dujie stage. Under the Xuelian Grand Array, he can at most exert Hadao realm strength. After pondering for a moment, the man raised his arm resolutely, fine. Then let's act directly. Before the Deng Xiantai ends, the world will no longer have an Eastern Emperor. In a desolate valley, Ji Nanyu quietly waited for the Xian Yuan Chao before him to mature. Just then, he suddenly looked up towards the valley top. Something's wrong. It's too quiet here. Why isn't there even the sound of insects or birds? Then, he sat propping his chin again, staring blankly before the Xian Yuan Chao. The number of cultivators stronger than me in this world can be counted on one hand. Better wait peacefully here for the Xian Yuan Chao to bloom. As his thoughts drifted, a blush suddenly appeared on his handsome face. His heart inexplicably thought of that exceptionally graceful figure again. Ji Nanyu frantically stood up, dispelling the images in his mind. Bah. Been a man for hundreds of years already. Must I, at this critical juncture, be eager to become a woman? Just then, a breeze blew past. The originally fine Xian Yuan Chao suddenly became a withered stalk. Ji Nanyu stood up furiously, roaring, who's playing tricks there? Get out here, Furjin. As soon as the words fell, a blood-red sphere of light enveloped Ji Nanyu, then several figures quickly surrounded him. We have been waiting respectfully for the Eastern Emperor for a long time. Ji Nanyu, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Ji Nanyu glanced disdainfully at this group. Perhaps someone in the world can speak to Jin like this, but definitely not ants like you. The white-haired man sneered mockingly. Ji Nanyu, haven't you recognized reality yet? This is the Shuelian Grand Array. The 108 cultivators mobilized this time are all above Midlianshu stage. And you, at this moment, can at most exert Hadao realm strength. Today, you will surely die. Ji Nanyu calmly took a breath. It seems those disciples who mysteriously disappeared from the 10 prefectures of Dongfeng fell victim to you lot, right? Who exactly gave you the guts to appear in the Holy Land? With a loud bang, a huge fire cloud from the explosion instantly rushed out of the valley. Stop trying to get information from us. Goodbye, Eastern Emperor. On the other side, Yao Yan, currently playing Go against herself, seemed to sense something. The Go stone in her hand fell directly onto the board. Did something happen to Xiao Ji? But his divination clearly showed the Kuan, trapped, hexagram. There shouldn't have been any accidents. Turns out, after Ji Nanyu left that night, Yao Yan specifically performed a divination for him. After confirming he would only encounter a predicament and have a benefactor help him, only then did she not secretly follow and protect him. But now, this ominous feeling truly unsettled her. So she decided to perform another divination, to see who exactly would help him break the predicament. Time rewinds to that night. When Shan Wulan and I were cuddling by the pool, Shan Wulan, at the stone marrow position, suddenly felt something brushing my hand. She indicated her injury was healed. Equally burning with desire, I pushed her down, preparing to administer justice on the spot, when a stinging pain came from my palm. I sat up with a grave expression, slowly pulling out the black shard embedded in my palm. The fierce baleful chi lingering on it proved this was no ordinary weapon. Combined with the strange black-clothed person encountered earlier, I instantly realized something major might have happened nearby. But what does that have to do with me? Spring nights are short, let's seize the moment and enjoy ourselves. But Shan Wulan, seeing me injured, had already lost the mood for outdoor play. I looked gently at Shan Wulan. Junior sister, didn't you notice that after our union, the Sha Qi in your body lessened? Hearing this, Shan Wulan was startled, quickly sitting cross-legged to check her own meridians. Then she muttered incredulously, it really lessened. I didn't lie, did I? After the Sha Qi transferred, your body recovered quite a bit. Shan Wulan looked at me with teary eyes, moved, seeing your brother is so good to me. Willing to transfer the Sha Qi into your own body. I chuckled nonchalantly. Who said it would transfer to me? But before I finished speaking, I felt a surge of Sha Qi emerge from my meridians. Damn it! The Sha Qi really transferred to me. Who could have thought? 1 second I was boasting I'd never lose to Tong Xiu. The next second this old man gets beaten so badly he can't get up? Although I still wanted to continue, the referee didn't give me a chance, directly declaring Dao Zong the winner. But when Tong Xiu saw the plaque Yao Yan handed me, he instantly broke down. Old me, Ha Dao. Number 1 below that title has been around for so long, never saw you saint especially give me a plaque. Yet, the moment I, Lin Zhan, break through to Ha Dao, you immediately give Subei a special medal. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Not playing anymore. Leaving. After leaving the ring, Wenren Pingxin directly entrusted me to Yao Yan's care. She just received news from Jianzhong. That scum Luo Ritian escaped prison. Hearing this, Yao Yan smiled sweetly. Coincidentally, I also have a situation I need to trouble Elder Su to resolve. When I woke up again, Yao Yan happened to walk in carrying medicinal soup. I rubbed my aching head. Saintus, Su hasn't prepared the ice cream yet. Just then, I suddenly realized I seemed to be sleeping in the Saintess's boudoir. Yao Yan's pretty face flushed slightly as she spat at me. In the illusion, we were already about to get married. Still care about this? Then she put down the medicinal soup and started checking my injuries. After a moment, she couldn't help exclaiming, your meridians have fully recovered. I confidently struck a pose. When Su makes a move, he either doesn't or his meridians break completely, so I've long had rich experience in self-healing. Yao Yan smiled slightly. In that case, Delang, quickly drink your medicine. I wiped the soup that spilled from the corner of my mouth. Earlier on the Deng Xian Tai, what did the Saintess mean by breaking the deadlock? Yao Yan massaged my buttocks while saying, while speaking, I want to ask you to find the Eastern Emperor. My disciple Yao Yan didn't finish her sentence. I directly got up and bolted out. Ji Xiong is my best drinking buddy and brother. I'll go find him now. Watching my fleeing figure, Yao Yan couldn't help recalling her master from childhood. Teasing her about not being able to marry out, she had proudly said, "Yao Yan only wants to be the most noble woman in the world, doesn't want to marry. Master, disciple regrets it a little. But I can't fight him for a man." On the other side, Ji Nanyu, dressed in rags, while evading pursuit, was continuously heading towards Dongtingjian. Turns out, after the white-haired man activated the Shuelian Dajin, it only severely injured Ji Nanyu. Facing the siege of over a dozen people, Ji Nanyu directly mobilized the world's momentum, coordinating with the Jiying Meridian, planning to forcefully break out of the encirclement. But severely injured and with his cultivation limited, he couldn't exert his full power and was sent flying on the spot. At the critical moment, he suddenly found himself knocked by the formation into the southeast empty space. Although unsure if it was intentional, now he could only try breaking through in this direction. So he fully mobilized his spiritual energy, directly blasting a gap in the Shuelian Dajin. Seeing this, the white-haired man shouted furiously, "Why does the Shuelian Dajin have a flaw? Leader! There's been no news from the Wild Two at Dongtingjian." Ji Nanyu, having escaped death, was not in good condition. Without the suppression of the Jiwa Jindan, the backlash of the Jiying Meridian instantly became unbearable. Can I only rely on Su Bei's Jiyang Meridian? To escape the white-haired man's pursuit, Ji Nanyu used his last bit of spiritual energy to condense an ice phoenix projection, carrying him rapidly towards Dongtingjian. But this action also caused all his meridians to shatter, completely losing the ability to resist. Seeing this, the white-haired man was overjoyed, immediately waved his hand, shouting, "Don't let him escape. Today, the Eastern Emperor must die." Watching the Palm Prince attacking from behind, Ji Nanyu couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. Never thought, will I die in this manner? Then he slowly closed his eyes. Since it's like this, then you shall accompany Jin in death. The next second, a huge ice explosion violently detonated. A massive fire cloud rose from the canyon. Just as I arrived here, large amounts of ice crystals suddenly appeared. I immediately raised my hand, grabbing one to examine closely. There's the smell of blood and a trace of Sha Qi on the ice crystal. Could it be the Eastern Emperor is nearby? Sweeping with my divine sense, I quickly discovered the Eastern Emperor's trace, but when I flew over and caught that figure, I suddenly realized it was actually Nanji. Before I could figure out what happened, shouts of "Kill" came from behind. "Kill! Kill him!" Although I turned back to look at those birdmen, I thought, who wants to come court death? Ji Nanyu, forcing himself not to faint, urged, "Brother Su, don't mind me. Quick, go." I looked coldly at the white-haired man. "Fairy Lanji, Mopa, Su will definitely protect you." Elder Su actually delivered himself to our door? Then die here together. As soon as the white-haired man finished speaking, he waved his hand, unleashing a blood-colored sword Qi. The Qingping sword suddenly flew out from its case, directly extinguishing the incoming sword Qi. Simultaneously, I quickly activated the remaining Hadao experience card. In the span of a breath, my aura soared all the way to peak Hadao. I stood up, holding Ji Nanyu. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who wants to visit the underworld." The white-haired man, startled, took half a step back in horror. "Impossible. It's actually peak Hadao. Elder Su hides his strength well." I snorted coldly, directly ignored them, and left holding Ji Nanyu. The white-haired man and the others simply lacked the courage to stop me, only able to watch me leave swaggeringly. Qingping sword plus the Wangdao sword points, even ordinary Dujie cultivators wouldn't dare fight Su Bei head-on. This matter must be reported to the esteemed superior as soon as possible. After pondering for another moment, the white-haired man waved, signaling everyone to follow first. He always felt there was something strange about me. 5 minutes later, while escaping with Ji Nanyu, my figure suddenly halted. The powerful aura around me dissipated in the blink of an eye. I fled frantically without stopping for a moment, my heart aching so much it felt like bleeding. My last freaking experience card. Seeing the white-haired man suddenly accelerate in pursuit behind me, my heart sank. Crap, they saw through it. Who could have thought the peerless Eastern Emperor would be forced by a group of ants to the point of mutual destruction? Although I arrived in time, I was still no match for that group. Could only run towards Dongtingjian with Ji Nanyu. "Fairy Nanji, why did you come here alone?" "But your imperial brother made an appointment with Su to wait for him at Dongtingjian. Once we get there, we'll be fine." But when I ran frantically to Dongtingjian, there was only a fisherman fishing on the lake surface. I didn't want to involve this old man. Quickly shouted, "Hey, you up front! Run quickly!" Who knew this old man seemed deaf, staring blankly at me, bringing a pile of palm prints, running towards him. Just when I thought this old man's life was forfeit, I saw him slightly lower his bamboo hat, suddenly whipping up the fishing rod in his hand, inviting guests, bringing up a huge wave that dispersed all the palm prints. Seeing this, the white-haired man and the others immediately stopped, cautiously standing by the lake, asking loudly, "Dare I ask which senior expert this mid-due stage predecessor is?" Hiding on the boat, panting heavily, I was dumbfounded. Always felt this old man looked somewhat familiar. What's going on? The old man shook the fishing rod in his hand. "Brat, watch closely next. Jianshi, Lang Fan Tao." Watching the monstrous waves stirred up by the sword chi, the white-haired man defended hastily while his thoughts suddenly cleared. "This is Jian Dian. Shangguan Wen Dao. That old fellow actually didn't die?" Hearing this, I was even more dumbfounded. "Shangguan Wen Dao? Isn't that my chief master's name?" Then I threw my head back and laughed loudly. "Ha, stable. Stable. Fairy Nanji is stable now." Looking at the old man whose sword chi points could stir up monstrous waves, my eyes filled with uncontrollable admiration. My master is too damn fierce. And the white-haired man, seeing Shangguan Wendao was about to attack again, immediately shouted in terror, "Retreat!" But just as he turned around, an icy voice sounded in his ear. "Trying to leave after chasing my disciple? All of you stay." A dragon's roar that pierced the heart suddenly exploded. A water dragon condensed from sword chi opened its bloody maw wide, violently spitting out several water splashes, instantly sealing the escape route of the white-haired man and the others. Shangguan Wendao looked towards a certain spot with sharp eyes. "Been watching for so long, still not coming out?" The next second, several waterspouts violently erupted from the water surface, heading towards that spot. "Jianba, Ji Bayan." Just as the white-haired man and the others were about to be wiped out, a large hand suddenly reached out from the void, directly crushing the incoming water splashes. The white-haired man looked pleasantly surprisedly at the person arriving from behind. "It's the esteemed superior. The esteemed superior came to save us." Shangguan Wendao calmly looked at the purple-robed man. "You are the mastermind behind this? This old man has been waiting here for you for a long time." Then he untied his raincoat and stood up. "Let this old man see what kind of face hides beneath your mask." The purple-robed man stood with his hands behind his back, unconstrained. "Didn't expect Sect Master Shangguan, who disappeared for many years, has been here all along. But relying solely on Sect Master Shangguan, I'm afraid it's not enough to remove Mao's mask." I, having long hidden aside, looked curiously at Ji Nanyu. "There's actually another expert? What exactly did your brother do? These people are chasing you desperately." Ji Nanyu was already tormented by the cold chi, unable to speak, only able to tightly curl up in my embrace seeking warmth. Feeling the terrifying meaning on Ji Nanyu's body, I couldn't help shivering, quickly took out a Chishu Dan and fed it into his mouth. Who knew Ji Nanyu would suddenly pull down his collar, revealing his massive chest muscles? I swallowed hard, forcing myself to remain calm. "Fairy Lanji, please calm down. My master definitely has a way to save you." But how could Ji Nanyu listen at this moment? Those small hands frantically reached into my clothes. Save me until the moment he grasped the future. Only then did a satisfied smile appear on his face. Feeling Jigo being grasped by an icy little hand, I instantly couldn't hold back anymore. What the hell is this situation again? Master is fighting to the death in front, while I'm getting intimate with my brother's sister behind? That's somewhat unbrotherly. Shangguan Wendao also glanced speechlessly towards my side. Fine, truly my good disciple." Then brought out his own sword pointing towards me. "Brat, please witness the sword." Before I could cooperate and act cool, the Qingping sword impatiently flew over. Shangguan Wendao, surrounded by swords, his aura suddenly soared. "Brat, Jian has 24 forms in total. First 17 forms are Wang Dao, last 7 forms are Xian Dao. The first 10 forms use a single sword, thereafter, each additional form requires one more sword. This is the true Zhan Xian Jian, immortal slaying sword. Right now, Master only has 2 swords. Watch this move closely. Jian Shiri, Wu Sun Chu." Twin swords carried boundless might, crushing the purple-robed man's blood palm print like breaking dead wood. The purple-robed man unfolded the ancient scripture in his hand with a grave expression. "Jian Shiri?" Then, without looking back, he turned and fled. At this moment, I was immersed in comprehending the artistic conception of Jianshuri, completely ignoring Ji Nanyu's movements. Only when he stuck out his tender little tongue and lightly licked my earlobe did I abruptly snap back to reality. I frantically pulled Ji Nanyu away, seriously saying, "Fairy Nanji, don't mess around." But no matter how I struggled, Ji Nanyu just clung tightly to me, refusing to let go. Only when the Qingping sword flew back into its case did I scratch my head embarrassedly. He Su-bei pays respects to master. Shang Wan Dao snorted coldly without emotion. "Now you know to call me master?" Then he looked at Ji Nanyu clinging to me. "Jin body, this person is the Eastern Emperor?" After casting a spell to seal the cold chi within Ji Nanyu's body, only then did Shang Wan Dao bring me back onto the small boat. "Brat, have you heard of the Jin body? Because Tai Su, Yang is Tai Ji. Yin is also night, Yang is also day, day is also." I pondered for a moment, stroking my chin. Isn't this what those trashy novels write about, needing dual cultivation? Halfway through speaking, I looked incredulously at my master. Shang Wan Dao nodded with an ambiguous expression. "Master has already told you the antidote. The safety of this Eastern lady depends on you." Then he gave a bitter smile. "These years have indeed been hard on you all. Your eldest senior sister must hate master very much, right? It's laughable really. 1,000 years ago, your martial uncle Shangguan Bieli didn't die at the hands of desolate cultivators, but instead died under the Shuelian Dajin." I frowned, looking at Shangguan Dao. Is the great desolation calamity coming? Someone always needs to stand up and do something in this world. Shangguan Dao drank the wine in his cup, stood up, about to leave. Seeing this, I quickly asked, "Master, have you heard of the Da Huang Jing?" Shangguan Dao stopped and looked back. "Isn't that the desolate cultivator's cultivation technique? What about the Tun Tian Jing?" "Never heard of it." I took out the handwritten copy of the Tun Tian Jing and passed it over. "Master, look at this." After flipping just a few pages, Shangguan Dao's expression became extremely serious. "Who else knows about this technique manual? Who could have thought the Jianzong sect master, who disappeared for hundreds of years, actually went off to be a fishing old man? Even I, his disciple, didn't recognize it was my own master." After repeatedly warning me never to leak this technique manual, Shangguan Dao left alone. At the same time, I called out the system. "Hey Tonzi, can you update the rewards? Change it to accepting disciple grants famous sword?" Receiving Tonzi's silent refusal, I couldn't help sighing. Looks like from now on, I'll have to collect famous swords from all over. Just returned to the boat cabin, Ji Nanyu immediately threw himself into my arms. "Save me." I forced myself to remain calm and pushed Ji Nanyu away. "Fairy Nanji, you're making things very difficult for me." But how could Ji Nanyu care about these things now? Grabbing my collar, he lay down. "Please save me, Fairy Nanji, if you don't resent it. There's still time now. Just need to infuse solitary discharge chi, then thirsty." Fairy doesn't speak, Su will take it as agreement. Soon, the fishing boat began to rock. Early the next morning, a furious shout suddenly exploded over the lake surface. Such audacity! Ji Nanyu covered her jade rabbit's face full of anger. "You actually dared to touch mine, and did to me." I waved my hand placatingly. "Fairy Nanji, please forgive me." Su was also desperate to save a life. Ji Nanyu was already angered beyond reason, directly gave me a high leg kick. But because she wasn't used to the black silk on her legs, lost her balance and ended up straddling me directly. Jin Tong and he are sworn brothers, yet he actually entangles himself with my body. I didn't expect Nanji's reaction afterwards to be so strong. Quickly explained, the situation was critical then, Su could only resort to this desperate measure. Besides, I had your consent at the time. Hearing this, Ji Nanyu got even angrier. "Solitary discharge chi, was I able to read that sentence then? What are you still looking at? Turn around." I turned my back obediently. "This time I only transferred some yang chi to you. Actually, the liquid carrying yang chi is most effective." I still wanted to continue explaining the situation then, but was hit back by flying clothes. "Shut up, you." On the other side, in the Eastern Emperor's residence, Empress Lin gazed into the distance. "Nanyu, you must not have any accidents." Then she suddenly clenched her fists. "Su Bei, that bastard. It must be him who corrupted Nanyu." After Ji Nanyu finished changing clothes, I couldn't wait to ask him why he was being hunted. Ji Nanyu perfunctorily replied it was just a chance encounter. Just then, looking at Nanji's familiar back, I suddenly realized something. Nanji Ji Nanyu. I immediately decided to probe him. Speaking of which, back in the Holy Land, I even talked about you with Ji Xiong. What did you talk about? I said Ji Xiong's sister saved Su. Su had no way to repay, could only offer myself. Ji Nanyu turned his head slightly to look over. And then? I flashed forward, grabbing both his hands. Then Ji Xiong agreed to marry you to me. Ji Nanyu instantly bristled. You're talking nonsense. That never happened. My eyes filled with the effect of a successful scheme. You're not Ji Xiong. How do you know it didn't happen? Ji Nanyu turned his head away silently. Am I currently the Eastern Emperor, or Nanji? Seeing my advantage, I let go. It was a joke. Fairy, is your body feeling better now? Still okay. What about the Sha Qi on you? Wugu Mountain in Nanfeng ancient country has clues about Sha Qi. I plan to go there to search. As for Fairy, my master said, the best solution to the cold Qi in your body is only with me. Before I finished speaking, Ji Nanyu suddenly stood up and pushed me away. I have some matters to attend to. In 3 days, I will wait for you at Dongtingjian. Meanwhile, ministers of Dongfeng ancient country approached Empress Lin. Dan Huang this time sent envoys to demand Hua Zhou, clearly a scheme taking advantage of His Majesty's disappearance. Empress Lin also had a headache over this. His Majesty has done many great things these hundreds of years, but also offended many prominent families. The 3 vassal kings also have shadows of major sects behind them. Then she asked, who are the envoys sent by Nanfeng ancient country? The Nangua state preceptor, and the Ru Saint's daughter, Li Ziyun. On the other side, Li Ziyan held a scroll, staring blankly out the window. Lu Zijan went straight to Prince and Nan's residence as soon as we entered Luochang together. Ridiculous. Are they so sure the Eastern Emperor won't return? After Ji Nanyu left, I lay stiffly on the fishing boat for 3 days. Just then, I suddenly remembered something. Crap. Empress Lin's doo-doo was still in my hands. Just as I was thinking about how to destroy the evidence, a light rain suddenly started falling from the sky. At the same time, I discovered with surprise that this river water was actually bubbling and boiling. Could there be something below? Was it a change caused by Master's battle? Or did I, the son of destiny, encounter a new opportunity? After hesitating for just a moment, I leaped into the water. As I went deeper, the surrounding water temperature also rapidly increased. Even spiritual Qi couldn't completely block this burning sensation. When I reached the river bottom, I quickly saw firelight shining through rock crevices. Fire in water. What level of natural treasure is this? I excitedly pried open the upper layer of rock. 7-colored treasure light instantly illuminated the entire lake bottom. Only to see a fiery lotus flower, blooming wantonly at the lake bottom. On the central lotus pod, a crystal with a rather familiar shape sat within. Isn't your family's Jiang object this improper? Inside Prince and Nan's residence, Ji Pingsheng was leisurely drinking wine in the courtyard. The butler hurried over to report, Your Highness, Lu Zijan has been standing at the residence gate for half an hour. Ji Pingsheng slammed his fist on the table, damn bastard. Coming to my residence so high profile? This matter has probably spread throughout Luodu already. Tell him to get lost. The butler acknowledged and was about to relay the message when Ji Pingsheng suddenly stopped him again. Wait, tell him to go to the opera house. Then his gaze turned deep, looking south. This Nan Huang is quite capable. Did Ji Nanyu fall into his hands? A moment later, Ji Pingsheng looked straight ahead, greeting Ji Fengdao. Brother Zijan has really played Ji Mao quite harshly. Lu Zijan respectfully cupped his hands in salute. Dare not, dare not. I came to deliver a surprise to your highness. Ji Pingsheng turned back grimly. Ji Mao is famously unaspiring, don't understand brother Zijan's meaning. Lu Zijan hastily stood up and bowed. It was I who was abrupt. Hope your highness forgives. Ji Pingsheng waved his hand indifferently, signaling him to continue speaking. Nan Huang promised to fully support your highness in ascending the throne. The reward needed is only Hua Zhou, upstream of the Tsangjiang. Ji Pingsheng continued watching the opera with a calm expression. Brother Zijan seeks the wrong person. Ji Mao is just a puddle of mud. Besides, is Nan Huang so certain my good younger brother won't return? Lu Zijan sat down smilingly. Has your highness heard of the Shuelian Dajin? Tomorrow at the court assembly, recommend yourself to share who could have thought the world-rare Jiang object would actually look so improper? If this weren't the cultivation world, I would have thought it was the latest model of Maenglong hemorrhoid cream. After putting away this peculiar natural treasure, I set off back to the Holy Land to find the saintess for writing practice. But when I arrived at Yao Yan's boudoir entrance, that girl Dai Yi blocked me from entering. Aunt is cultivating. You can't go in. I couldn't be bothered arguing with this silly girl. Miss Dai Yi misunderstands. Su is about to leave. This trip is specially to bid farewell. Dai Yi turned her head away. Still no. Didn't expect your meridians recovered so quickly. Truly, good people don't live long. Scourges last 1,000 years. I flicked her forehead backhandedly. What nonsense are you talking about? I am a very good person. Who knew this silly girl wouldn't take any loss? Immediately bit my hand and refused to let go. Although Dai Yi, with no cultivation, couldn't bite hard enough to hurt me, I still unceremoniously slapped her but once, then used slight force to directly fling her away. I'm going to tell Aunt you bullied me, pervert. I sighed helplessly. You little girl are too unreasonable. Hearing this, Dai Yi's body couldn't help stiffening. This Moto actually called me little girl? My age after reincarnating once could make me your ancestor, okay? Then she stood up and walked beside me. Hey. Where are you planning to go? Firstly, I'm not called Hey. My name is Chu Yu. I'm going to the southern border. As soon as these words came out, Dai Yi's eyes instantly showed deep terror. He's still going to the southern border. Is what's destined still going to happen? After struggling for a moment, Dai Yi twisted awkwardly, forcing her voice. Then can you not go to the southern border? Just as I was about to ask the reason with a head full of question marks, the courtyard gate opened at that moment. Of course not. May I invite Elder Su into the courtyard for a chat? There's a private matter I wish to discuss with you. I simply tidied my clothes, glanced provocatively at Dai Yi, then proudly strode into the courtyard. Dai Yi watched the closing gate, puzzled. When did Aunt become so close with Su Bei? This isn't right. And as I entered the courtyard, I respectfully saluted. Su pays respects to the saintess. I don't know saintess. Halfway through speaking, I was stunned by the scene before me. Yao Yan, wearing the clothes from the new heart demon tribulation, leaned against the wall, arms crossed, staring deeply at me. Don't you know why I'm dressed like this? The next instant, Yao Yan suddenly flashed before me. I hate you. You are my heart demon. If not for Shao Ji, perhaps I would have truly fallen for him. Returned your bright pearl, tears flowing down. Hate we didn't meet before I was wed. Am I this hate we didn't meet before I was wed? But I didn't know what she was thinking, just assumed it was because I kept delaying making ice cream for her, so I quickly apologized. Hearing this, Yao Yan froze. Sorry? Is that all? She turned her head away sadly. Fine. I want to eat ice cream. If it gets any later, I won't be able to eat it. This sentence, however, I understood. Saintess, are you facing your tribulation again? Is it the so-called Great Tao severing worldly ties again? Yao Yan watched me with interest, arms crossed. Does Elder Su have any insights? I gently held Yao Yan's hand. A book Su read once said, beside the fairy maiden is a person. Xian Lu Ku Han, why not travel together? Yao Yan's pretty face instantly flushed bright red. You fellow! She angrily grabbed my collar, questioning, do you think I'm like other women? Then she snorted coldly and pushed me away. You clearly have so many confidants already. Isn't that enough? I didn't expect this was the reason she was angry. Immediately, skillfully added a breathy tone, right, not enough. I am a very selfish person, unable to abandon any sincere emotion, even less able to endure the lingering pain in your eyes. Speaking up to here, I also felt somewhat relieved. Waving my hand, I severed the red string connecting the two of us. Perhaps this is the best outcome for us. Just as I prepared to continue with some scumbag breakup lines to completely end this relationship, Yao Yan threw herself into my arms, tears streaming down her face. Su Bei, can you promise me? If the day truly comes when I sever worldly ties, you promise you'll help me remember everything. I sighed, holding Yao Yan's slender waist. Okay? I promise. Then looked up at the sky with immense melancholy. Why does this feel like your name? On the other side, Prince Bei and Nan. Lu Zizhan, having watched the opera for half a day, just returned to his residence when he met Li Ziyun. Li Ziyun greeted calmly. The accompanying maid, however, questioned sternly. You went to see Prince and Nan? Why didn't you ask Miss Ziyun first? After the maid finished questioning, Li Ziyun then comforted, Duor was rude. Uncle Zijan, please forgive. Hearing this, Duor got even angrier. Miss. He clearly doesn't respect you. Watching the master and servant acting in concert, Lu Zijan's gaze gradually darkened, casually cupped his hands and turned to leave. Truly worthy of being the Rue Saint's daughter, able to remain calm even in such a situation. Li Ziyun gently patted Duor's head. Tomorrow is the imperial court discussion. Don't think about these things anymore. Early the next morning, Empress Lin frowned deeply looking at the intelligence report in her hand. That Lu Zijan acts so recklessly. Could it be His Majesty really? A country cannot be without its ruler for a day. When His Majesty returns, I must bear him an heir. Only then can those vassal kings' thoughts be cut off. After the court assembly began, Li Ziyun and Lu Zijan together paid respects to Empress Lin. This court session is still regarding whether to return Huazhou to Nanfeng ancient country. Do you all have any opinions? Lu Zijan immediately cupped his hands. Nanfeng ancient country, 1,000 years ago, lent Huazhou to Dongfeng ancient country to resist desolate cultivators. Now we hope Dongfeng ancient country returns Huazhou. May I ask why the Eastern Emperor is not present for discussing such an important matter? Could it be the Eastern Emperor doesn't care? Or is he deliberately insulting us? Hearing this, Empress Lin immediately rebuked angrily, Are you questioning my Dongfeng ancient country? A trace of disdain flashed in Lu Zijan's eyes. I dare not. Hope Empress Lin doesn't easily damage the friendly relations between our two countries. As the words fell, the entire court fell silent. The corner of Lu Zijan's mouth couldn't help lifting. It settled. The Eastern Emperor definitely isn't coming back. Li Ziyun, aside, showed a trace of surprise in her eyes. The source of Tun Tian Mo Gong is actually Nanfeng ancient country? Does Nan Huang know? Does father know? Lu Zijan is more than capable of handling this mission. Why insist on bringing me along? Is this targeting my Ruis 3 Qi? Thinking this, Li Ziyun immediately sent a mental message to Duor. Duor, follow Uncle Eryu and leave Luodu first. Find Uncle Erxia, then come back to support me. Ziyun's life depends on Duor now. Who could have thought the Eastern Emperor disappeared for just one day, and Nanguo would dare come demanding a whole prefecture? Even specifically bringing along Li Ziyun, planning to seize her Ruis 3 Qi. Just as Li Ziyun was explaining the contingency plan to Duor, Lu Zijan pressured Empress Lin again. Empress Dowager, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor is unwilling to meet. This truly affects the diplomatic relations between our countries. Please grant us an audience, Your Majesty. Empress Lin understood his ulterior motives. If the Eastern Emperor doesn't appear today, Dongfeng ancient country will surely fall into turmoil. Seeing Empress Lin remain silent, Lu Zijan secretly gave a signal behind him. All accompanying envoys bowed deeply together, requesting, We humbly request an audience with His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. Seeing this, Ji Pingsheng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Nan Huang's plan succeeded. Empress Lin, forced into a corner, was preparing to loudly rebuke them to change the subject when a figure dressed in luxurious robes appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Jin was absent for merely half a day, and you dare take the opportunity to demand Huazhou? Who exactly is undermining the relations between our countries? The Du Jia realm pressure swept through the entire court, instantly pressing Lu Zijan and the others to kneel on the ground. Li Ziyun looked astonished at the Eastern Emperor walking past her. Masters Yang Qi Aura, what is going on? Ji Nanyu slowly walked before Empress Lin. Go back and tell Nan Huang, if he wants Huazhou, let him come discuss it with Xin personally. With the Eastern Emperor's appearance, the negotiations thus ended abruptly. After Li Ziyun explained the plan to Eryu again, she remained alone in Luodu to return with the delegation. This time, Shilie should be reaching the time for apprenticeship. I wonder if Master will go to Nanguo like in the previous life? She looked at the wooden carving in her hand. Could it be Master Ziyun is close to finding the truth? Will there still be a Chenghuang temple in this life? Will there still be that sleepless night of endless rosy clouds? Within the imperial palace, Empress Lin, frightened for a long time, with tear-filled eyes, threw herself into Ji Nanyu's embrace, scolding, You finally know to come back. I thought something really happened to you. Then she released Ji Nanyu, took 2 steps back, and slowly removed all the ornaments from her head. Nanyu, I want to have a child with you. Ji Nanyu instantly froze. How am I supposed to have one with you? Can't possibly conjure a stick out of thin air for you, right? Empress Lin leaned against Ji Nanyu's chest. Nanyu, a country cannot be without an heir for a day. If something really happens to you in the future, I dare not imagine what chaos Dongfeng ancient country will fall into. Ji Nanyu knew Empress Lin spoke the truth. He indeed needed an heir to stabilize the state. Just then, my figure appeared in his mind again. If it's borrowing seed, borrowing underlings isn't impossible, but Empress Lin, seeing the Eastern Emperor delay his response, instantly frowned. 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. Do you still need to think about this? For hundreds of years, in your heart, do I not even hold the tiniest position? Ji Nanyu gently wiped the tears from Empress Lin's face. This matter should indeed be put on the agenda, but Jin needs to make a trip to Nanfeng ancient country recently. These days have been hard on you. But Empress Lin not only wasn't comforted, her expression turned even uglier. Nanyu, why suddenly use such gestures and tone? Why so similar to that bastard? And the bastard Empress Lin spoke of was currently embracing the saintess sweetly. Sube, at the very end, can you let me try the taste of kissing? Hearing this, I hastily stepped back a few paces. Yao Yan, such things cannot be done impulsively. An impulsive person naturally cannot be persuaded by just a few words. Yao Yan directly tackled me to the ground, kissing me assertively and passionately. She's already taken this much initiative. If I resist, am I still a man? So I directly turned the tables, flipping over and pressing Yao Yan beneath me, continuing the kiss intensely. After a long while, Yao Yan, full of charm, licked her lips. Well, had enough? I looked at Yao Yan's smooth jade foot and whispered, Su hasn't had that sweet support yet. Yao Yan followed my gaze, playfully wiggled her toes. Does Elder Su like women's feet? Didn't expect Elder Su to have such a fetish. Exposed, I instantly became angry from embarrassment and shouted, I am Jianzhong's famous gentleman. How could I possibly have such a perverted quirk? Don't talk nonsense. Yao Yan smiled sweetly, lifted her foot, scooped up a pillar of water, showering herself, directly giving me a wet body temptation. Annoying accidentally got wet. Can I trouble Elder Su to help me take it off? I didn't expect the saintess to be wearing lace underneath. The last time I saw this stuff was on a website threatened with give or I hang up. Yao Yan didn't care what I was thinking, wiggling her jade foot, continuously drawing circles on my lower abdomen. Hurry up! Take off the pants first. Which man could resist such teasing? So the little head instantly controlled the big head, snatched off Yao Yan's jeans. Just as I was about to proceed to the next step, Dai Yi suddenly appeared. What are you doing? The movement in my hands stiffened. Both Yao Yan and I fell silent. After half a beat, I finally explained, sweating profusely, Su is performing an ancient secret technique for the saintess, called Zulio Sifa, foot therapy magnetic valve. It promotes blood circulation in cultivators, softens meridians while increasing meridian elasticity, serving to reduce the risk of rupture and enhance the absorption and utilization of spiritual energy. Then, I frantically gave Yao Yan, who was pretending to be air, meaningful glances. Say something quickly, I really can't make up anymore. But Yao Yan not only didn't speak, but because of my massage, she let out a moan on the spot. Seeing this, Be instantly became anxious. Aunt, what's wrong? Yao Yan forced composure with a red face. Nothing. Perhaps Elder Su's secret technique took effect. Are you looking for my roommate? Dai Yi opened the box in her hand, addressing me, Hey. Duo Bao Gu sent someone to deliver you a coral, ginseng. Do you want it? If not, I'll throw it away. I casually replied, Put it there. Then started focusing on relaxing Yao Yan's thigh roots. A thousands-year-old maiden. How could she withstand such stimulation? Immediately disregarding her image, she let out continuous moans. Hey! The person who delivered the coral also said the Duobao GE Pavilion Master is waiting for you. It's really strange. Aunt, why do you think that dragon from the North Sea is looking for him? Hearing this, I couldn't help pausing my hands. That little lowly from the North Sea? Who could have thought? The Eastern Emperor just shared Jin with me for one night. The next step, his master gives me a wet body temptation. If not for that little dragon girl interrupting, I might have been able to eat master-disciple rice bowl. Pity that little lowly only has dragon horns. If only she had a tail too, it would be perfect. Just then, Yao Yan, silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Didn't you want to become Elder Su's disciple? After Elder Su returns from this trip, you go find him. Hearing this, I couldn't help glancing at Dai Yi. Shengshin Tongming Wulo body. Still the child of Red Fortune. Strange, why do all the Red Fortune women I've met want to become my disciple? At this moment, Yao Yan continued speaking. Elder Zu's disciples' cultivation levels far exceed others of the same age. You have already fallen too far behind. Then she looked solemnly at me. Dai Yi, I entrust her to Elder Su from now on. As soon as these words came out, tears instantly streamed down Dai Yi's face. Aunt, why does it sound like you're giving last instructions? This tribulation is also much earlier than the previous life. Is it because of Su Bei? I solemnly assured the two, since Miss Dai Yi is willing to enter Su's tutelage, Su will certainly treat her equally. Take that coral shin as your apprenticeship gift. Hearing this, Yao Yan couldn't hold back anymore. Elder Su is indeed generous. Although the Beihai Shanhushan is called Shenhuang, Ginseng Emperor, ultimately, it's just a worldly item worth 5 million spirit stones. My body instantly stiffened. So this awesome sounding thing is actually just an ordinary ginseng? Meanwhile, Empress Lin, guarding the empty room alone, was intoxicatedly rewarding herself. Why is His Majesty unwilling to consummate with this palace? What exactly is he hiding from me? After releasing, Empress Lin stood up, preparing to bathe, only to find her white phoenix. Dudu was missing. Which lecherous thief stole it again? And after parting ways with Yao Yan, on a whim, I started studying the spy points. But not long after, I frustratingly threw down the spy points. I really am useless. Master's Jian Shuri was so domineering. This lets me in its Barbie divine sword a single Jian Shi must have world-destroying power. Just as I was immersed in fantasy, Ji Nanyu suddenly appeared behind me. How can there be techniques Elder Su can't learn? I turned back listlessly to greet him. Fairy Nanji, you're back? Ji Nanyu lowered his hand, lightly stroking the hair at his temple. Matters are settled. This elegant and noble appearance made my saliva almost drip out. Is your body feeling uncomfortable now? Ji Nanyu's heart instantly jumped. Crap! Didn't I just become delivered goods? So he hastily shouted, no problem. I gently hugged Ji Nanyu from behind. But I have a problem. Meridian's just healed, then bitten, kicked, even seduced to the point of dissatisfaction. Of course, I didn't dare say the last sentence out loud. But even so, it left Ji Nanyu somewhat flustered. Then what does Elder Su want to do? I leaned close to his ear and whispered, I know a way this Linglong Chi still has. Hearing this, Ji Nanyu's face instantly flushed crimson. Pushing me away, he stood up, shouting, don't even think about it. I nonchalantly hugged him again. I didn't lie. That is the world's most concentrated yang qi. Besides, you clearly enjoyed it before. Ji Nanyu lightly bit his lower lip, hesitating for a long time. If it's really as effective as you say, then only this once. Not long after, Ji Nanyu, wearing only a dudu, shyly walked out of the changing room. I gently held his waist. Fairy Lan Ji's dudu is very pretty. But now it's time to take it off. After the two sat nakedly in the bath, I took out the Han Tan Linglong Zhu. Then let's begin. Each takes what they need. Ji Nanyu shyly knelt before me, concentrating on giving Ji Gu oral massage. After half an hour, Ji Nanyu stood up, wiped the residual white liquid from the corner of his mouth. Just this once. Just this once. Then I suddenly dived into the pool. Su has always been knowledgeable and reasonable, understanding that everything requires reciprocation. In the bath, Ji Nanyu's suppressed moans soon sounded. There no. Stop it. Shut up. The next morning, I was awakened by a strong tingling sensation. Just as I wanted to raise my hand and stretch, I turned my head and found Nanji sleeping soundly, pillowed on my arm. As I hesitated whether to wake him, I heard him whisper softly, want child. Su dui amazing can have child. These words startled me, hastily wanting to wake him. But the room door was knocked on by Yao Yan at that moment. Elder Su, still not awake? I completely couldn't hold back anymore. This kind of raw plot twist, why does it have to happen again? After the time it takes for a few cups of tea, Yao Yan somewhat awkwardly lectured Ji Nanyu. Master knows the Jiang Qi is good for your body, but don't overindulge. Ji Nanyu wrapped himself in my robe, forcing composure. Master, do you need Elder Su for something? Hearing this, Yao Yan couldn't help lowering her head sadly. What am I considered? The third party? Heart sour, she stood up preparing to leave. Su Bei, You promised me you would treat Ji Nanji well. At this moment, I was so embarrassed I could dig a sea view villa with my toes, completely unsure how to explain. But Ji Nanyu sharply detected something abnormal, inexplicably feeling a sense of crisis. Master has tread the immortal path for over 1,000 years, never had any man by her side. Why him specifically? Coincidentally, Yao Yan and I spoke at the same time. Yao Yan actually, like Ji Nan. Yu Qi instantly turned gloomy. Master often comes to Elder Su's room? A trace of provocation flashed in Yao Yan's eyes. Not often. Just happened to be today. On the contrary, you've been gone for many days. How come even your temperament has changed? Afraid Master will steal your man? Ji Nanyu lowered his hand, revealing a hint of spring light from his chest. How could that be? Subei's cultivation is low. If not for coincidentally having the Jiang meridian, disciple wouldn't even look at him twice. Master is the same, right? To suppress the Ji'in Qi in his body, Ji Nanyu actually gave Ji Gu oral massage all night. And even secretly planned how to have children in his dreams. Xiaoyan smiled without speaking, waved her hand, taking out a red jade stone. Recently saw Elder Su resting between points after enlightenment. No, you urgently need Mingjian. Hundreds of years ago, in a cave dwelling in Daoxian Tian, besides finding that Shishir which Elder Su deciphered, there was also a sword that couldn't be pulled out. Perhaps this is also Elder Su's opportunity. After handing the jade stone to me, Yao Yan turned and left without looking back. Seeing this, I couldn't help wanting to chase after her and explain, but just as I took a step, the terrifying pressure of the Du Jie realm slammed down on me, instantly freezing me in place. Ji Nanyu hugged me from behind, silently leaning against my back. Lan Ji, why must you do this? He is your master. Hearing this, Ji Nanyu's face instantly darkened. You know that's my master too. You have such a large group of women around you, isn't that enough? Provoke me, then go provoke master. Are you enjoying the blessing of Qi Run? Want us master and disciple to warm your bed together? Su Bei. For capable men, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is very normal. Ji Nanyu looked at me pleadingly. I only ask one thing of you. From now on, whatever you want to do, I will agree. Even last night's inexhaustible Jiyang route can be agreed upon. Promise me you'll forget master, okay? Various past moments with Yao Yan flashed through my mind. The ice cream I promised her hasn't been made yet. Also promised to help her remember everything after her tribulation. How can these promises be forgotten just like that? I looked guiltily at the woman in my arms. Sorry, Nanji. I refuse. Ji Nanyu immediately gripped my collar tightly. Let me calm down. Then he took off my robe, annoyedly undoing the dudu's clasp. I held him worriedly. Don't be angry. What if you can't control the Hanji Qi? I need to go to Duobao Ji later, also need to handle Dai's apprenticeship matter before finishing. Ji. Nanyu furiously pushed me onto the bed. First the dragon from the North Sea, then Dai. This Shihan Qi can't wait for you that long. Then he ripped off the dudu and tossed it aside, pressing me down and starting to vigorously shake the bed. On the other side, Xiao Ruoqing sat melancholically in the courtyard, spacing out. It's snowing. Without master, it's really deserted. Bored, she started wandering around. Passing Mo Li's courtyard, she suddenly saw my clothes. Xiao Ruoqing happily ran into the courtyard. But it was just a scarecrow wearing my clothes. Mo Li, wearing only a single garment, walked out of the room, leaning against the pillar, asking, "What are you doing? Senior sister?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Xiao Ruoqing quickly explained, the sect master is back. Later, we need to light the soul lamps for the new disciples of Jianzong. Senior sister came specially to inform you. Then, without waiting for Mo Li's reply, she quickly fled the courtyard. Mo Li didn't chase after her, but returned to her room, took off the remaining garment, then took out a pair of original flavor underwear stolen some time ago, put it to her nose, and took a deep, intoxicated breath, hinting at master's scent. Immediately after, she grabbed the accessory nearby and started self-releasing through dual pathways. My master, Mo Li, how should I treat you? Xiao Ruoqing found Jin Yang, repeated the reason, then called Mo Li to return to Jianzong together. At this time, Jin Jianting was giving a speech to the new disciples. Seeing Xiao Ruoqing and the other two, he immediately greeted everyone enthusiastically. Come, come, come. Everyone meet the 3 senior sisters. These are the 3 direct disciples from Bu Jianfeng. Also Elder Su's only 3 disciples. Just as the three were smilingly responding to the disciples' greetings, Emoli's pupils suddenly constricted. Pointing at one disciple, she asked sternly, "What's your name?" The named youth was dumbfounded, blankly for a long while before recovering. Saluting, new disciple Mo Fan, greets senior sister Mo. Greets senior sister Xiao. Senior sister Xiao Ruoqing's face also turned ugly upon seeing this person. It's him. The number one new disciple of Jianzong in the previous life. This person reported master for cultivating Tun Tian Mo Gong, repeatedly put master in mortal danger, and then transformed, becoming the new saint son of Wu Huake. Why did Mo Li single him out? Could it be, like me, she was reborn, so she also recognized Mo Fan? Mo Li, for the first time, revealed intense killing intent without disguise. Mo Fan, right? I'll remember you. Then, ignoring the bewildered crowd, she turned and left with a dark face. This child must not be allowed to live. On the way to the Soul Lamp Hall, Xiao Ruoqing looked suspiciously at Mo Li. Why did you single out that Mo Fan? If I say this child has an extraordinary temperament, and I took a liking to him at first sight, would you believe it? As soon as the words fell, Xiao Ruoqing directly drew her sword, pressing it against Mo Li's chest. Humph. Do you take me for a fool? What exactly do you know? Mo Li clicked her tongue impatiently, then slowly uttered two words. Tun Tian. Xiao Ruoqing's sword-holding hand couldn't help trembling slightly. How does she know Tun Tian? Is she testing me? Just as the two were about to fight, swords drawn, Jian Yang beside them suddenly grabbed both their hands, smiling sweetly, led them towards the Soul Lamp Hall. Wenren Pingxin looked at the harmonious trio, feeling somewhat unaccustomed for a moment. How did these three suddenly become so close? Shangguan Wandao looked at the three respectfully saluting, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. Brat really knows how to pick disciples. But when his divine sense swept over Jian Yang, he couldn't help frowning. Little girl, can you tell this old man who your biological father is? Seeing this, Xiao Ruoqing and the other quickly explained. Jian Yang is mute and cannot speak. Please forgive her, ancestral master Shangguan. Shangguan Wandao laughed heartily twice, then looked at Wenren Pingxin. Pingxin, do you know there's a fate called Jinyan Minga, true word fate? Like in Ruism, there's words become law. Like thunder, like do an innate physique. Once this physique cultivates orthodox Ru Dao, it becomes the most terrifying force in the world. Thus, not tolerated by the secular world. If this old man isn't mistaken, you are the Jinyan Minga. Jian Yang stared blankly at Shangguan Wandao. If I could be stronger, master wouldn't be disappointed, right? Who could have thought Jian Yang, mute in everyone's eyes, was actually the legendary Jinyan Minga? Moreover, after Shangguan Wandao carefully examined, he found Jian Yang's meridians were deliberately sealed by someone. Hearing this, everyone quickly asked for a solution. The legendary first-grade Tiandi Yuan Huangdan can break the shackles of Jian Yang's physique. However, this pill is extremely rare, almost unseen. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing and the other instantly blankly. Ancestral master means the first-grade Tiandi Yuan Huangdan? Shangguan Wandao sighed, yes. But this pill has likely been lost for nearly 10,000 years. Wenren Pingxin quickly comforted, Jian Yang, don't be discouraged. Little Bei Bei will definitely find this opportunity. Xiao Ruoqing and the other leaned towards Shangguan Wandao, asking again with utmost seriousness, Ancestral Master, are you sure it's the first-grade Tiandi Yuan Huangdan? After receiving confirmation, the two couldn't help smiling at each other. That day in the Holy Land, the Eastern Emperor gave Master exactly this pill, right? Shangguan Wandao waved his hand, bringing out 3 soul lamps. You all, close your eyes, circulate your technique, separate a wisp of soul, and enter the soul lamp. After setting the soul lamps, the 3 couldn't wait to contact me. And at this moment, I had already turned offense into defense, engaged in sweaty close combat with Ji Nanyu. Just as we reached the critical moment, the jade tablet of the soul lamp lit up. Hello? Hello? Master, can you hear me? Why do I hear gurgling water sounds? Ji Nanyu's cheeks instantly flushed red, kicking me off the bed with one foot. Full of resentment, I picked up the jade tablet. Are you all looking for Master for something important? Master! Master! Ancestral Master, his old self, is back. He said Jian Yang is the legendary Jinyan Minga, but her meridians were deliberately sealed by someone. Master, do you still remember the Eastern Emperor? Ji Nanyu, aside, hearing himself mentioned, unconsciously pricked up his ears and moved closer. Qin. And remember, in the Holy Land, the Eastern Emperor once gave Master a first-grade Tiandi Yuan Huang Dan, right? If we use this pill to break the physique shackles, Jin Yang can speak. After hearing the friend's words, I couldn't help revealing a smile. Casually hung up the communication, preparing to continue the battle. Although they didn't hear my reply, Xiao Ruoqing still excitedly held Jin Yang's hand. When Master returns, Jin Yang, you'll be able to speak. And on the other side, Nanyu didn't accept my invitation to continue the duel, instead pushing me out the door. Take your things and leave quickly. I scrambled to catch the Jiyang object. Ji Bao. Be careful not to break it. This Jiyang object is the only piece. After receiving another round of scolding, I finally arrived satisfiedly at Duobao Ji. But after circling the large central pool for half a day, I couldn't find the little dragon girl's figure, so I squatted down and stirred the pool water. Such a large bathhouse, just for one little lowly cage? What a waste! Converting it into a bath center would be much better. Just then, a white dragon suddenly burst out of the pool, bit my head, and shook it frantically. Panicked, I quickly reached out, grabbed the dragon horns to stabilize myself. You little lowly! Let go quickly! Hey! Aou transformed back into her form, face flushed red with embarrassment. You brat are too much. I reached out and lifted the little dragon girl's chin. Revealed your true form already? Why not continue trying to scare people? Speak! Calling me here with such precious coral ginseng, is there some conspiracy? Aou angrily pushed my hand away, snorted puffily, then led me to the reception hall. Elder Su, please sit. This pavilion master casually prepared some simple chives. Wonder if they suit Elder Su's taste? After sitting down, I asked again, may I know why Pavilion Master Ao called me here this time? Before I finished speaking, I was interrupted by loud chewing sounds. Ao gnawed on a lobster bigger than her head while asking confusedly, what did Elder Su just say? Su wanted to know why Pavilion Master Ao summoned me. My dragon clan can control wind and rain, so many common people build temples and worship, praying for favorable weather. But 370 years ago, the Zhangjiang flooded excessively, causing a devastating flood that breached dikes for thousands of li. Just then, Aoyu's tone changed. Can Elder Su keep the following matter confidential? I facepalmed, sighing helplessly. Are you saying Su must listen to what comes next? I don't care if you want to listen or not. But Grandpa said, every generation's Qingping sword master is a true man who stands tall. Aou heavily slammed the wine cup down. The thousand-li flood caused by the Zhangjiang's reverse flow 370 years ago was planned by my dragon clan. Hearing this, I quickly raised my hands to cover my ears. This sounds like a huge secret. Don't tell me. Isn't this forcibly dragging me onto a pirate ship? Aou glanced at me amusedly. You must be wondering why my dragon clan would do this, right? If entangled by this karma, the dragon clan will surely face eternal damnation. But this was all forced by circumstances. The 10,000 races calamity 1,000 years ago. Cultivators of the 21 regions united against the desolate cultivator invasion. At that time, Tianxia Jianzong dispatched 800 sword immortals. Great sword immortal Shangguan Bieli, in order to stop the desolate cultivators from crossing the North Sea, resolutely stabbed his sword into the Long Qi dragon pool. The Long Qi contains my dragon clan's bloodline power. It's a vital place for my kin to shed mortality. Although this sword strike saved the 21 regions, for hundreds of years, no one could pull out this sword. This severely damaged my clan's foundation. So the Gui Qingxiang came up with an idea. Just then, I couldn't help retorting, this brilliant idea was to use the Zhangjiang breach to wash away that sword. And in the end, it didn't even succeed. Aou, overcome with emotion, instantly shed 2 lines of clear tears. It was my father, unable to bear watching the Zhangjiang maintain the world, ultimately used his dragon body to intercept the Zhangjiang, ending with his dragon body dissipating and primordial spirit extinguished. Su Bei, since you could gain the Qingping sword's recognition, you can naturally enter the Long Qi and pull out the sword. But isn't the Long Qi only accessible to dragon clan members? How can I help you? Aou turned her head away shyly, whispering, marry me. Who could have thought the little dragon girl spent 5 million lavishly inviting me over, was actually asking me to marry her? This sudden proposal instantly startled me greatly. Pavilion Master Ao, you can't joke like this. As long as you marry me, you'll be the Dragon Palace's consort. Not only can you enter the Long Qi, but you can also obtain the fortune within. I racked my brain explaining. Su is a very sacred matter. Both parties must mutually like and support each other. It's a very serious and romantic act. Ao, you looked at me with tear-filled eyes. Are you rejecting me? After saying so much, isn't it just not wanting to marry me? Before I could explain further, Ao, you ran out sadly. Sube, I hate you. Then revealed her dragon form, violently diving into the pool. You go. I never want to see you again. I straightened my tilted crown and sighed. I truly have the fate of a trashy novel protagonist. Just said needed folk swords, and immediately two are delivered to the door. On the other side, Jin and you carried 2 bottles of spirit wine to Yao Yan's room. Master, come drink. Yao Yan showed slight jealousy. Such a strong smell of alcohol. You are never used to drink, right? Where's your man? Jin and you, reeking of alcohol, wiped the corner of his mouth. Who cares if he lives or dies? All day long, his mind is full of yellow waste material. To think I used to consider him a gentleman. I have absolutely no good feelings towards the dragon group. I don't know what that dragon girl wants with Sube either. The flood hundreds of years ago, if not for Ao Qian still having some conscience, how could I have let them off so easily? Yao Yan looked at the heavy rain outside the window, puzzled. Ever since losing the Long Qi, the dragon clan has been constantly suppressed by the Fenghuang Zhu. What are they looking for Elder Su for? Ji Nan Yu hugged the wine bottle and hiccuped. A few days ago, Sect Master Shangguan passed him the Jiandian urgent matter. Probably anxious to find Ming Jian now, right? Hearing this, Yao Yan fell silent, thinking deeply. The Jianzhang back then consisted of 4 swords, distributed across Beihai, Nanman, 11 Huang, and the 21 regions. The one in the Long Qi is indeed quite good. Ji Nan Yu suddenly threw himself into her arms, wailing loudly, Master. Why do you like Su Bei? I really don't want to see Master in the same bed. Yao Yan gently stroked his hair pityingly. What nonsense are you talking? Don't worry, Master will forget him. Let's just forget all this, treat it as a dream. Hearing this, Ji Nan Yu instantly snapped back to reality. Master, are you about to face your tribulation? Yao Yan walked out of the room unsteadily, holding the wine bottle. The mortal world is laughable, obsession is most boring. Understanding emptiness, everything is fine too, life is unpredictable from birth. Love and hate wiped away with one stroke, singing to wine, I only wish to be happy until old age. Seeing her stumble and about to fall, I, having just arrived, quickly supported her. Why did you drink so much? Early the next morning, I suddenly opened my eyes in terror. Realizing both my arms were pinned down, cold sweat instantly covered my entire body. Last night, all 3 of us got drunk. We didn't do it, right? Definitely didn't do it, right? Then I started desperately recalling what happened last night. Last night, after helping Yao Yan back to her room, I wanted to help her take off her outer clothes to rest. Nanji saw it and directly snatched Yao Yan away, even assertively forbidding me from touching her. Then started throwing a drunken fit, crying and shouting about how he couldn't cultivate since childhood, suffered endless ridicule, only Master was best to him. I absolutely must not have designs on his master. Then Nanji started forcefully pouring wine down my throat, getting me drunk in just a few tries. And then ate the master-disciple rice bowl. Just as I finished recalling last night's absurd events, Dai Yi's knock sounded from outside the room. It's already noon. Why isn't Aunt up yet? The 3 of us sat up, faces blank, brain CPUs overclocked processing the current scene. The next second, Ji Nan Yu backhandedly slapped me. Sube. You clearly promised me. Yao Yan lowered her face, stopping him. Don't hit him. Nothing happened last night. And Dai Yi, hearing no response for a long time, pushed the door open and walked in. Aunt, you're awake. Halfway through speaking, Dai Yi was stunned by the explosive scene before her eyes. Covering her face, she turned and quickly left. Illusion. This is an illusion. I wasn't here. I didn't see anything. Yao Yan calmly finished dressing. Aren't you going to the southern border? Depart today. Master also needs to prepare for the tribulation. Ji Nan Yu tidied his clothes with an unhappy expression. What are your plans? Go directly to the southern border? I waved my hand, taking out 2 kundan. Since we're looking for clues, naturally we can't be too conspicuous. Let's wander around on the way. Ji Nan Yu watched me crack the kundan into a bowl and stir quickly, asking curiously, what are you doing? I added milk into it mysteriously. Ji Bao, come here and touch this. His fair hand, shrouded in Jian Qi, clearly made the liquid in the bowl instantly freeze. Ji Nanyu looked at me, puzzled. Touch it for what? Borrowing your cold chi to freeze it. Then, like presenting a treasure, I held the ice cream and found Yao Yen. Yen Bao, look what this is. Yao Yen gazed into the distance, calm as an old well. Elder Su, after this departure, if fate allows, perhaps you and I can meet again. If fate does not allow, then it's farewell forever. I smiled and shook my head. It's hard for you to say such heavy words so calmly. Then I handed the ice cream to her. This is ice cream I made specially for you. It'll melt if left out too long. Remember to eat it soon on the other side. Li Ziyun, having just woken up, yawned, lifted her bamboo hat, and took the breakfast handed over by Wang Bo, thanking him. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for taking care of me along the way. What's there to thank for? You're about the same age as my girl. It's only right. After eating, we have to cross the Zhangjiang. Girl, just hold on until Sheguchang, then you can rest well. Li Ziyun smiled and nodded. Indeed, disguising as a wandering scholar and joining a merchant caravan was a good idea. Hopefully, I can rendezvous with Uncle Eryu and the others in Sheguchang. The long-term workers, having finished breakfast, also started chatting. A mine vein was dug up near Sheguchang recently. Several prominent families are fighting over it. Heard that when the Yang family's eldest young master died, black smoke even came out. Li Ziyun curiously asked this fellow worker for details. That Yang Erbao's corpse was found on Xiaofeng Shanaya. Heard he died miserably, body all black, and something was dug out too. Li Ziyun's heart instantly jumped. Is it Sha Xiao or Gue Sha? Looks like this Sheguchang isn't safe anymore. Meanwhile, Ji Nanyu and I also arrived 300 li outside Sheguchang. Ate it. Ate it. Old Su finally ate the master-disciple rice bowl. Although I got slapped by Ji Nanyu, this wave was still a huge win for me. Just as I decided to go stroll around Sheguchang first, a group of bandits suddenly jumped out and surrounded us. This mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave the woman beside you behind. I immediately shrunk behind Ji Nanyu fearfully. Ji Bao, they're all Zhu Ji stage. I'm so scared. Protect me. Ji Nanyu was instantly disgusted, pushing me far away. Get lost. Just as he raised his hand, preparing to deal with these bandits, a figure suddenly landed before him. A green-clothed woman holding a long spear sternly reprimanded. Bold thieves. How dare you rob and extort outside my Sheguchang? I curiously leaned towards Ji Nanyu. Ji Bao, you actually didn't sense this person? Probably because she's too weak. Only mid-Chuki stage. Sigh. The bandits' faces darkened. Long spear, your Gu Qingqing of the Gu family? Gu Qingqing quickly closed in. Bandits, since you know my name, Gu Qingqing, yet you still dare cause trouble here? Fei Shou chuckled sinisterly, still unafraid, circulated spiritual energy and charged towards Gu Qingqing. Chewing on a foxtail grass, I praised, the power of this strike is quite considerable. If it hits, this little girl will be severely injured even if not dead. So I flicked out a stream of spiritual energy, forcefully interrupting Fei Shou, who was charging up power. At the same time, Qingqing's thrusting spear accurately hit the heart, cleanly finishing Fei Shou. Seeing this, I immediately walked towards her with a face full of admiration. Yeah. Many thanks to Miss Gu for saving us. Qingqing glanced at me contemptuously. You clearly have sound limbs and outstanding temperament, yet when encountering danger, you let a woman shield you? Can't even protect a woman. What use are you? Might as well jump off this mountain and start over. I couldn't be bothered wasting more words with her. Pulling Ji Nanyu, I flashed away. Gu Qingqing saw I disappeared in an instant. Her expression couldn't help darkening slightly. No way. Did he really jump? In the main hall of Qingyang Zone, the old man on the main seat looked at the letter in his hand. Chu Shitting, since you've already joined my Qingyang Zone, regarding the Shegucheng family duel, I will naturally step in to help. Hearing this, Chu Shitting quickly curtsied. Shitting thanks Elder Wang again. Just then, Gu Qingqing suddenly barged in. Gu family's Gu Qingqing greets Elder Wang. Didn't Miss Gu disregard all sects except the top 100? Why condescend to come to my Qingyang Zone? Elder Wang slammed the table furiously. Outrageous. How Qingyang Zone operates is not for your Gu family to judge. This time, I'll give your father face. Leave quickly. Chu Shitting looked at Gu Qingqing mockingly. Not just Qingyang Zone. The Hu family is already at Tianmen right now. Gu Qingqing instantly paled, questioning, you two families planned this all along? What planning or not planning? You're just blocking the way. By the way, definitely don't go to Xiaofengya late at night. I don't want to see you end up like Yang Erbo. After chasing Gu Qingqing away, Chu Shitting rummaged in her sleeve while saying, Elder Wang, disciple has one more matter to discuss with you privately. After Elder Wang dismissed the surrounding attendants, only then did she smilingly take out a blood talisman. Nothing else, just borrowing Elder Wang's body for a use. The moment the words fell, the blood talisman instantly transformed into terrifying Shachi, imprisoning Elder Wang, then rapidly merged into his body. Seeing this, Chu Shitting immediately bowed respectfully. Shitting congratulates my lord's arrival here. Elder Wang, already with a changed appearance, nodded slightly. Well done. Didn't disappoint this venerable one. Lived up to my lord's expectations. Under disciples' verbal provocation, Gu Qingqing will surely bring family experts to Xiaofengya. Just as Chu Shitting predicted, after leaving Qingyang Zone, Gu Qingqing sat dejectedly under the eaves, sobbing softly. Why can't I meet such a high expert roaming the mortal world? Does heaven really want to destroy my Gu family? Wait. Chu Shitting told me not to go to Xiaofengya. There must be clues hidden there that I don't know. Hearing this, the man nodded approvingly. The Ru Saint's daughter I asked you to keep an eye on. Is there any news? Li Ziyan disappeared after leaving Dongfeng ancient country. Disciple has already ordered the Chu family to search with all effort. A trace of greed flashed in the man's eyes. Li Ziyun. Your Ruist 3 Chi, the esteemed superior has coveted for a long time. Then he took out a blood-red pill. This Mei Sha Dan can enhance your cultivation. Your matter, this venerable one will report truthfully to the esteemed superior. Presumably, the esteemed superior is willing to cultivate such a heaven-gifted talent like you. On the other side, Jinan and I, seeing it was late, found a nearby farmer's house to stay. Turns out, the man of this house is often away philandering, besides a 10-something-year-old girl. Only an old woman, seriously ill in bed, remained. Jinan couldn't help feeling pity. Took out a bigadan as payment for lodging. Bigadan, treated like candy by cultivators, can easily ensure mortals remain free from illness and disaster for 100 years. Not long after giving the pill, the old woman's complexion visibly became rosy. Jinan sighed. Nan Huang did not promote cultivation like Dong Huang did. So the distinction between immortals and mortals here is deep-rooted. And the little girl, seeing her mother's illness cured, was instantly moved, kowtowing loudly several times. Then grabbed a fishing net and hurried out. The two immortal elders must be hungry after a long journey. I'll go catch 2 fish right away. By the Tsangjiang ferry dock, Wang Bo explained somewhat helplessly to Li Ziyun. They say the road ahead is under repair, cannot pass. We can only detour through Xiaofengya to reach Xieguchang. Li Ziyun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Detour through Xiaofengya? Is it really such a coincidence? Within the Gu family mansion, Chu Shitting, wearing only a dudu, wiped the sweat from her forehead, panting as she sat up. The pill bestowed by Diren is truly excellent. Just one step away from Jindan's stage. Just then, a maid entered to report, following Mrs. instructions. All merchant caravans have been directed through Xiaofengya. Chu Shitting nodded slightly. Well done. You may leave. Ru Saint's daughter esteemed superior is really bold. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid the entire Xieguchang will turn to dust. Who could have thought Gue Sha's influence had already infiltrated the prominent families of Xieguchang? In order to hijack Li Ziyun's Ruist 3 Chi, Chu Shitting directly ordered the dock sealed, forcing all boats to detour through Xiaofengya. On the way to Xieguchang, Wang Bo picked a flower along the way, looked at Li Ziyun. Girl, do you girls like this? Li Ziyun smiled and took out a hairpin. Uncle Wang, girls like this kind. Give this to your daughter. Wang Bo quickly shook his head, refusing. How can I accept this? Your hairpin must cost at least dozens of silver liang. Then he took out his money pouch and handed it to Li Ziyun. This is all I have on me. You must accept it. Just as Li Ziyun was about to refuse, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Black smoke inexplicably rose ahead. Several figures in black emerged and blocked the carriage. The caravan's accompanying guards immediately drew their swords, shouting, We are Xieguchang's Chu family caravan. If you know what's good for you, move aside immediately. A black-clothed man raised his hand, shooting out several streams of Shachi, slaughtering the few guards in the blink of an eye. Li Ziyun's gaze hardened. Indeed, not an accident? What's destined has arrived. The leading white-haired man shouted loudly, Miss Ziyun, you wouldn't want these innocent commoners to die because of you, right? If you still don't come out, I will kill one person every breath. Li Ziyun knew she was exposed. Just as she was about to reveal her identity, Gu Qingqing happened to arrive with family experts. Gu family's Gu Qingqing is here. Who dares cause trouble in my Shegu Cheng? Seeing this, the Gu family experts took their stances. You shall dare attack people from my Shegu Cheng. Surrender your lives. The white-haired man snorted contemptuously, raised his hand, lightly pointed. Instantly, he crushed the head of the leading person. Gu Qingqing instantly felt like falling into an ice cellar. Second uncle, who was previously full of vigor, perished so easily. The expressions of the remaining Gu family cultivators changed drastically, quickly shielded Gu Qingqing behind them. Miss. This person's cultivation is likely above Lianshu. The masked man looked at Gu Qingqing with slight surprise. Actually the Chang Wang Ti, Spear King body? Didn't expect besides Miss Ziyun today, there's also such an unexpected delight delivered to the door. Looking at the one-sided situation, Li Ziyun couldn't help smiling bitterly in her heart. Originally thought, reborn in this life, she could investigate the secrets behind Master, but now, she could only hide in the caravan, watching commoners die innocently because of her. After a long sigh, Li Ziyun resolutely stepped out of the crowd. Let them go. The masked man laughed sinisterly. Unfortunately, Miss Ziyun came out too late, so these people will still die. The next second, a person beside Li Ziyun was torn apart by Sha Qi. Hot blood instantly splattered onto her skirt. Li Ziyun painfully took off her bamboo hat, stopping him. Uncle Erjiang. Enough. Hearing this, the masked man instantly stiffened. Miss Ziyun? I don't understand what you're saying. Li Ziyun waved her hand, taking out the Chuanqiu Qi. Only Ziyun's uncles would call me this way. Among these uncles, only Uncle Erjiang wears that ink-colored ring. Erjiang felt a mix of emotions, finally removing the mask he wore. Then cupped his fist in salute. Erjiang greets Miss Ziyun. The white-haired man urged impatiently, Bing Qi, now is not the time for you to reminisce. If you can't bring yourself to do it, then don't stand in this position. Erjiang no, Bing Qi. Are you cultivating Tun Tian Mo Gong now? Why stoop so low? Erjiang shook his head self-mockingly. I am not as exceptionally talented as Miss. Room and resources won't all be granted to me. Miss, ascension is hopeless. Then vast Sha Qi surged from his hand. Sorry, Miss Ziyun. Goodbye. Li Ziyun immediately pushed the Chuanqiu Qi to block. In this life, haven't become his disciple yet. Haven't seen him holding the wine gourd, playing rogue with me Tong and I. Even less seen because of my one sentence afraid of the dark, the light blooming all night over the Changhuang temple impression. Master. Ziyun is unwilling. Just as the Sha Qi was about to shatter the Ru Qi condensed shield, a long sword suddenly flew from afar, instantly cutting the Sha Qi in two. Following the ice-yellow rain drifting down with the wind, Li Ziyan looked tearfully at the figure in the air. I waved downwards with a grin. Hello, Miss Ziyun, we meet again. Then I leaped down from the Bing Huang, body light as a drifting leaf, lightly landing single-footed on the sword hilt. The next second, a green lotus condensed from sword qi suddenly bloomed, instantly dispelling all surrounding Sha Qi. The white-haired man instantly couldn't hold back. Subei, I really want to kill you, monkey. Every time it's you, big-tide tyrant, ruining my plans. Seeing an old acquaintance, I couldn't help smiling too. It's you again? We really are fated. As people of Manhwa, yet you don't cultivate Ru Men's noble qi, spending all day on deviant paths. I drew the Qingping sword, snorting coldly, regardless of what scheme you have. Today, just stay here. The white-haired man erupted with dense Sha Qi. You think you alone can keep us? Even if one Renpingxin were here, she wouldn't dare speak so arrogantly. As he spoke, 3 paths of Sha Qi had already shot towards me. Just as I wanted to circulate qi to block the Sha Qi erosion, I found an inexplicable warm current appear within my body, seeming to want to merge the Sha Qi into my own body. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to end the battle quickly. Directly used Jian Air, Chana Feng Hua. Terrifying sword qi swept past, making the white-haired man spit blood while also conveniently cleaning up quite a few minions. Erjiang and the white-haired man's eyes filled with terror. Why is the Su base so much stronger than during Deng Xiantai? One Jian air nearly killed us. And at this moment, I was also frowning deeply. Damn it! Clearly wasn't injured. Why are the meridian fluctuations so intense? The white-haired man also noticed something was wrong with my state, immediately joined forces with the Gui Sha members to attack Su Bei together. Die! Just then, Ji Nanyu suddenly stepped forward to assist me. Leave the rest to me. I buried my head into the deep valley, rubbing and grinding, ing this damn sense of security. Ji Bao, I am your Phoenix man. Ji Nanyu, long accustomed, looked calm, raised his hand, lightly pointed. Received ice cones instantly pierced out, instantly crushing the attacking Sha Chi snake's shadow. The white-haired man spat out a mouthful of old blood, eyes wide with terror. Why is there a Du Jie cultivator here? Who could have thought the mastermind behind Li Ziyun's abduction was actually Rumen's Mr. Erjiang? If not for Ji Nanyu and I coincidentally passing by, Li Ziyun would have really fallen into their hands this time. Gu Qingqing was even more dumbfounded. Third uncle. What realm are these two exactly? Mobilizing the world's momentum is a method above Hadao realm. These two must come from a top 985 sect. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing felt thunderclap in her mind. Damn it! No hope! I actually mocked beings above Hadao realm. Ji Nanyu dragged Bing Huang with one hand, questioning forcefully asked, "Tell me where the solution to Sha Qi is." Zhang knew he was no match for Ji Nanyu, could only use this opportunity to negotiate. If I reveal the solution to Sha Qi, can you let us leave? Ji Nanyu's gaze turned ice-cold as he beckoned. Instantly, ice cones pierced the heads of two Gui Sha cultivators. Last time asking, where is the Sha Qi solution? Seeing this, Zhang instantly yelled crazily, if I self-detonate here in Xiaofangya, these thousands of mortals will have to accompany me in death. Enough to prevent you from surviving. The new hard demon tribulation. Seeing Ji Nanyu still unwilling to compromise, Zhang immediately gathered spiritual energy, preparing to self-destruct. Not giving me a way out? Then everyone die. Ji Nanyu calmly waved his hand, instantly freezing Zhang. Then, with a bang, he exploded into countless ice shards. Li Ziyun stared blankly at this scene. Never thought a situation fatal to her was easily resolved by Ji Nanyu with just two waves of his hand. Just then, a wisp of imperceptible Sha Qi quietly drilled into Wang Bo's body, forcefully controlling Wang Bo to draw his knife and stab Li Ziyun's chest. Since I won't live long, please accompany me in death, Miss Ziyun. At this moment, how could I still care about the chaos in my meridians? Quickly stepped forward to support Li Ziyun, simultaneously taking out a pill and feeding it to her. On the other side, at Bu Jianfeng, Xiao Ruoqing watched Jian Yang practice her sword while asking Emily puzzledly, since you are also a reincarnator, why did you treat me like that before? Do you know who killed me in my previous life? If there are no surprises, it should be Master. You and Master both betrayed me. You clearly knew Junior Master cultivated Tun Tian Mo Gong, yet he deliberately didn't kill you? Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing was instantly filled with question marks. Why do you think I survived? I died miserably too, okay. Emily awkwardly scratched her head. So after I died, you and Ziyun were also killed by Master? Xiao Ruoqing nodded with a bitter smile. You and I both had unique heaven-gifted physiques, and died under the same person's sword. Perhaps there are other reincarnators like us? Pali drew her sword and stood up, suddenly unleashing Jianxi, Ji Yushui Tong. Without strength, what's the use of knowing? Regardless if Master did it intentionally or out of necessity, if he cultivates Tun Tian Mo Gong again, can you block his sword? Xiao Ruoqing stood up from the desk, similarly unleashing Jianxi, Ji Yushui Tong. Junior sister, I am your senior sister. Meanwhile, the system voice, unheard for a long time, suddenly sounded in my ear. Congratulations host, 2 disciples broke through to mid-Jindan stage. Reward host breakthrough to peak Lianshu stage. Congratulations host comprehension of hundredfold, Jian C. Ji Nanyu looked at me suddenly getting excited. Couldn't help asking worriedly, what's wrong? Are you okay? I pointed at the Gu family cultivators standing in a row. No, just feel the Gu family's formation is too grand. Gu third uncle stepped out from the crowd, cupping his fist. Many thanks to Elder Su for saving us this time. My Gu family has no way to repay, willing to go through fire and water for Elder Su. The Gu family members behind heard this. immediately started whispering among themselves. No wonder third uncle came back and dug up the ancestral grave's coffin lid. Turns out Elder Su of Jianzhong graced us with his presence. But why does the young miss look like she just ate shit? Gu third uncle dismissed the others, then pointed at Gu Qingqing. Elder Su, this is the most talented person among my Gu family's disciples, Gu Qingqing. I looked at the little girl dismissively. Wow! Isn't this the little heroine? To meet again is truly Su's fortune of 3 lifetimes. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing instantly blushed and bristled. Little Bei previously didn't know it was Elder Su. Seeing Elder Su surrounded by bandits, acted rashly in the moment. That's why I was rude. I smiled and helped her up. How could Su be such a petty person? You were also acting righteously to help others, an unintentional act? Miss Gu possesses the rare Changwang tea. How about coming to my room later? This venerable one has something to discuss with you privately. After dismissing Gu Qingqing, Ji Nanyu and I went together to visit Li Ziyun. Still troubled by Miss Ziyun's injury? Using the Jinhuan Qi, soul-suppressing artifact, to block the divine envoy during the Mingxia showcase, gave the undissipated soul an opportunity. I rubbed my temples irritably. Ever since coming into contact with that Xia Qi, strange things inexplicably appeared in my mind, like sealed memories about to awaken. Li Ziyun, out for a walk, saw me arrive, quickly saluted, thanking me for saving her life. Just then, I suddenly recalled that love poem from before. Li Ziyun always manages to say some verses only I should know. Could it be thinking this? I suddenly started singing loudly, Wuming Mountain connects to mountains beyond mountains. Why do you say? But Li Ziyun just looked dumbfounded watching me go crazy. This is strange. Someone from that world couldn't possibly not catch the reference. Then how would she know Qingyu and Yuanxi? Still unconvinced, I wanted to test further, but Ji Nanyu pulled Li Ziyun back into the courtyard. Sister Nanji, how did you meet Elder Su? Why appear together this time? Ji Nanyu shook his head helplessly. Li Ziyun, you like Su Bei? You've barely met Elder Su a few times, why care about him so much? Li Ziyun hesitated for a moment. Sister Nanji, you pretended to be a man before, right? Actually, you are the Eastern Emperor, right? Who could have thought the secret the Eastern Emperor hid for hundreds of years, even Ling Huanho, his pillow companion, didn't notice, was actually seen through by Li Ziyun at a glance. Sister Nanji, actually, you are the Eastern Emperor, right? Just as I was spacing out boredly, Bu Qingqing trotted up to me. Qingqing is here. May I know what matter my lord wants to ask? I waved my hand, signaling her not to be formal. First, tell me what you were doing before. Why could even Shang Nai meet you? Replying to my lord, Xiao Bei previously went to Qingyang Zone requesting aid under orders, but the Chu family members got there first. That Chu shitting even mocked Xiao Bei, deliberately provoking me to take clansmen to Xiaofengya. Xiao Bei originally had a childhood friend named Yang Erbao. He possessed the Tianin Sha Ti, heavenly in killing body, talent comparable to Xiao Bei's. Yet he died bizarrely at Xiaofengya. I stood up and wiped the tears from the corner of Gu Qingqing's eyes. Su will personally investigate this matter. Miss Gu, don't worry. After dismissing Gu Qingqing, I fell into deep thought. This was clearly premeditated. There must be the shadow of Sha Xiu behind that Chu family. Meanwhile, Ji Nanyu, identity exposed, directly froze Li Ziyun to the chair. Li Ziyun, Jin has questions for you. Li Ziyun chuckled lightly. If I answer one question, can Sister Nanji also answer one question for Ziyun? Ziyun will surely tell all she knows. Ji Nanyu released the ice seal, nodded slightly. I ask you, did Rumen have a traitor? Hearing this, Li Ziyun nodded sadly, yes. And perhaps not just Rumen. Ziyun investigated Sha Xiu for many days, but still has no clues. Then her pretty face flushed slightly red, asking somewhat shyly, my turn to ask. Has Fairy Lan Ji already shared a room with Elder Su? Ji Nanyu abruptly sprayed out the tea in his mouth, flusteredly saying, Jinjin possesses the Jiyin body, and Elder Su happens to have the Jiyang body. So we weren't having relations. We were cultivating. Hearing this, Li Ziyun's heart hardened. When did Master get the Jiyang body? Could it be he has already started cultivating Tun Tian Mo Gong? Just then, Ji Nanyu added, after you were injured, Su Bei's whole person became gloomy. But today, he broke through without any warning. Do you know the reason why? Li Ziyun instantly stood up nervously. Sister Nanji, Ziyun begs you one thing. Please ensure Elder Su does not come into contact with Shachi. Seeing this, Ji Nanyu was about to press further, but I suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Hello everybody. What are you chatting about? Seeing Ji Nanyu looking like he wanted to kill me on the spot, and Li Ziyan looking greatly relieved, I knew I came at the wrong time. Hurriedly looked towards Li Ziyun to change the subject. Miss Ziyun, why travel alone this time? Where is Yu who always accompanies you? Uncle Yu and Duor are both missing. I didn't expect a casual question could hit a sore spot. Su didn't mean to bring up this sad matter. Miss Ziyun, don't worry. Su will definitely help you find them. Li Ziyun smiled and nodded. Isn't Elder Su always looking for the solution to Shachi? I think Ru Men should be able to help you. Coincidentally, father has always wanted to meet you too. After agreeing to this matter, I embraced Ji Nanyu, preparing to leave. It's getting late. Su will take his leave first. Miss Ziyun, rest early. After we left the room, Li Ziyun silently took out a pipa and began to play and sing. Jinsei has 50 strings without reason. One string, one peg, reminiscing bygone years in the corridor. I immediately stopped and turned my head. Jinsei? Why would Li Ziyun know this poem? And Ji Nanyu looked at me with a dark face. Husband, what do you think of Li Ziyun? Not hearing me at all, I casually replied, very good. Instantly, I was surrounded by intense killing intent. But should I wait until meeting Ru Shang, personally ask Ru Shang to arrange a match between you two? Regaining my senses, I quickly hugged Ji Nanyu's thigh, whining. Wife was just appreciating purely. Ji Bao, why are you jealous again? At night, I pressed down on Ji Nanyu's body, burning with heat. Haven't cultivated properly for a long time. Ji Bao, did you miss me? Ji Nanyu's pretty face flushed red, chiding coquettishly, what do you think? I waved my hand, taking out the Jiang object. Ji Bao, you've worked hard these past few days. Tonight, let husband serve you well. Sounds of suppressed moans came from the room, even making Li Ziyun next door clench her thighs tightly. Her right hand unconsciously slid to her lower abdomen. Until 2 hours later, the sounds next door gradually subsided. Only then did Li Ziyun retract her right hand, sweaty. Master, ah. What should Ziyun do? Ji Nanyu, having entered sage mode, turned sideways to look at me. I think Li Ziyun might be the reincarnation of some Ru Men sage ancestor. Hearing this, I couldn't help blankly. A familiar voice inexplicably echoed in my mind. I'd been reborn. Reborn to Vini 50. Listen closely to Li Ziyun's revenge plan. Ji Nanyu didn't know what I was thinking. Don't you think her actions are too mature? Doesn't seem like someone her age. I shook my head nonchalantly. Aren't girls this age all like this? Among my disciples, besides Jin Yang being naive, both others are like this. Ji Nanyu turned his back, brows furrowed worriedly. Could it be I'm really overthinking? Are today's geniuses already this terrifying? On the other side, Chu Shitting was reporting the mission progress. Disciple has already prepared according to Milord's instructions. Presumably, that Ru Saint's daughter already. Isher nodded with satisfaction. Well done. If this plan completes smoothly, you will be credited with the primary contribution. Chu Shitting bowed joyfully. Milord, what about the Gu family side? Just a mere Gu family. After things are done, your Chu family can just annex them. After dismissing Chu Shitting, Isher infused Shachi into a jade tablet. A blood-colored phantom emerged from the jade tablet. Isher, greetings, esteemed superior. Rumen's 3 chi are already within grasp. Well done. Afterwards, there will naturally be rewards. After putting away the jade tablet, Isher always had a bad feeling. No news for so long, could something have gone wrong? Suspected. Li Ziyun's mature actions aroused Ji Nanyu's suspicion. Even suspecting she was the reincarnation of some Ru Men great sage. But I thought he was overthinking it. After all, my disciples are all like this. Just as Ji Nanyu was plagued by uncertainty, he suddenly remembered promising the little girl on her coming-of-age day to personally give her the Zhu Jin Hua, but forgot to pick it. I also felt guilty about this. After all, in a moment of emergency, I personally killed her father. So early the next morning, I took the two of them to pick Zhu Jin Hua. Li Ziyun found a spot with excellent scenery, used Wang Bo's money to substitute an empty tomb. Uncle Wang, Ziyun harmed you. Ziyun will have Ru Men. Disciples take good care of your Shuang. Just then, Ji Nanyu suddenly turned his head, looking into the distance. Such a strong smell of blood. Not good. It's the village's direction. By the time the three of us rushed near the village, the entire village had already been engulfed by monstrous flames. Turns out, when Gu Qingqing was slaughtering the bandits, a cowardly bandit fled back to the mountain fortress in the chaos, and reported the matter to the Didongjia. As a result, the Didongjia directly chopped off this person's head. I hate cowards who flee in battle the most in my life. That mysterious milord bestowed me a Sha Dan. Now I have broken through to Yuanying. This Xieguchang will surely be led by my Lang Zhai in the future. Then, he raised his arm and shouted, everything is because of those two. Xiaohou village dared to shelter those two. They must pay the price. So they rushed to Xiaohou village overnight, directly slaughtering all the villagers clean. Finally, setting the entire village ablaze. Just then, Li Ziyun suddenly raised her hand nervously. The Sha Qi is too heavy. Sister Dan Ji, quickly take Elder Su away. Hearing this, Ji Nanyu immediately walked to my side, wanting to pull me further away. I remained silent, not speaking, but the Qingping sword suddenly flew out from its case, forcefully stopping Ji Nanyu from approaching further. Seeing this, Ji Nanyu was about to persuade, but the Qingping sword suddenly shot forward, shattering the attacking tree path Sha Qi. The Didongjia casually stabbed his knife into the villager's body at his feet. Dare to kill my Lang Zhai people? You already have a death wish. My face, dark as ink, looked at the Sha Qi in my hand. This is spring? The next second, my vision suddenly went black. When I opened my eyes again, the surroundings had become a completely unfamiliar space. I rubbed my groggy head confusedly. Where the hell did you bring Laozi again? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before me. I knew you would definitely come. Then he pointed to the brilliant halo above. Do you know what light that is? I frowned, looking at the strangely familiar man before me, drawing both swords and questioning him forcefully asked, where is this? And who are you? How much do you know about Tun Tian Mo Gon? The man remained silent for a moment. This is Daoxian Tian. As for who I am, do you really want to know? Don't you want to know what that light is? Hearing this, I couldn't help concentrating my gaze on that light. This person's realm is at least above Dishang. What's before me is the Jian Shengwang. This is ascension? Just then, the shadow on the man's face gradually dissipated, revealing a face identical to mine. Understand now? I am you. I clutched my head in pain. This mountain of corpses and sea of blood, did you do all this? Subei shook his head. No, you did it. Clutching my head, which felt like splitting apart, I roared, no. It wasn't me. You did all this. I never did these things. You are just my heart demon. I've already seen through you. Subei raised his hand and lightly pointed at me, instantly changing my clothes to match his. Enthusiasm and Mo Li are your disciples. And Li Ziju is also your disciple. Hearing this, I burst out laughing. Heart demon, you're wrong. My third disciple is Jin Yang, not Li Ziju. You are not Subei. I am Subei. Subei didn't argue with me, slowly walked to a nearby boulder, took out a wisp of remnant soul, then waved his hand, merging it into my body. This is Tun Tian. The real Tun Tian, not cultivating Sha Qi, but cultivating Hundun. This is your destiny. Perhaps I am really not you. This is your own life. Walk firmly down it. Perhaps you can truly walk that path I yearned for 1,000 years. I've never cultivated any Tun Tian or De Huang Jing. Don't just stand there silently. What exactly is going on? But no matter how I shouted, Subei didn't reply a single word. By the time I sat up in terror, the surrounding scenery had returned to Xiaohou village. Feeling the abnormality within my body, I instantly couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it! This really isn't a dream. Just then, the Langjai Didongjia couldn't help mocking jeeringly, TSK. Fainted just like that? Not even as brave as that fat woman last night. At least she let the brothers have some fun. Then he took out a string of tied-together heads. When these people sheltered you back then, they definitely didn't expect they would die so miserably, right? Ji Nanyu was instantly angered by this scene, trembling slightly. Shouting loudly, insolence. Was about to strike, but I, beside him, was faster. Two spiritual swords shrouded in Hundun Qi flew out, quickly unfolding a large net of sword Qi, directly trapping this group of bandits within. Truly a group of noisy ants. All of you go die. Jian Shiri, Wu Sun Chu. The Didongjia watched the sword Qi covering the sky and earth, slashing, eyes full of terror, shouting, impossible. You! Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he was swallowed by the Hundun sword chi. After the sword chi completely dissipated, Xiaoho village was left with only a pile of broken limbs and remnants. Following my memory, I walked to the little girl's house entrance, took out the Zhu Jinghua picked earlier and placed it down. Today is your birthday, right? Sorry, girl, we came too late, let's bury you here. Just then, I suddenly remembered what I said earlier. Li Ziyun is my third disciple, so I casually asked, hey, are you willing to be my disciple? Ji Nanyu covered his head in collapse. Ziyun, as the Ru Saint's daughter, should cultivate Ruist heart methods, right? How could she cultivate swords with you? I ignored Ji Nanyu, continuing to ask Li Ziyun, are you willing? Li Ziyun saw the probing in my eyes. Master doesn't seem sincere about accepting me as a disciple, rather like confirming something. But she still knelt down and performed the discipleship ceremony. Disciple Li Ziyun greets Master. Regardless of Master's purpose, Ziyun accepts it readily. Took her as disciple. Li Ziyun finally successfully became a disciple. Although she saw the probing in my eyes, she still resolutely entered my tutelage. Ji Nanyu covered his head in collapse. Damn it. Subei, how will you explain this to Ru Shang now? So he could only awkwardly speak up, that is to say. Don't we really need to discuss this with Ru Shang first? I scratched my head indifferently. Anyway, need to send Ziyun to Conchal Lake. Definitely can see old man Ru Shang there. 2. In fact, before I finished speaking, I suddenly felt several chaotic chi drill into my body. Besides Sha chi entering the body, there's also Ruist 3 chi. These few chi merged within my body, thus forming Hundun. Ji Nanyu, seeing my pained expression, couldn't help asking worriedly, how about tell me what exactly happened just now? Ji Bao, know about Daoxian Tian? I just saw a mountain peak there. A masked man pierced by an arrow and another me. Let me said this thing in my hand is called Tun Tian on the pavilion heart of Ruist Konchan Lake. A silver-white giant dragon coiled, carrying a man with feet first on its back. Shen Sheng Dao, mister, then Aou is entrusted to you. Then, he looked up towards Aou on the beam, shouting, Yuer, quickly come down and pay respects to Mr. Ru Shang sighed, old dragon king, ah. If that sword is really pulled out, everything might become uncertain. If the sword isn't pulled, opening the Hualong Qi, dragon transformation pool, the Hualong Zu's bloodline power will surely completely disappear. That kid could pull out the Qingping sword, presumably not simple. If Yuer follows him, but before finishing, he was interrupted by Aou beside him. I don't want to marry him. He doesn't even like me. Why should I still offer my warm face to his cold butt? On what grounds? The old Dragon King remained silent for a moment. Doyuer, the dragon palace your father left behind, aren't you going to protect it? Ru Shang smiled, smoothing things over. Paths are chosen by the children themselves. If they want to walk, let them walk. Perhaps it's the right one. Hearing this, the old Dragon King sighed helplessly, stood up, saluted, preparing to leave. Mr. Yuer, I'll trouble you to worry more about her. After speaking, he transformed into a giant crimson dragon and left Conchal Lake. Ru Shang saw Aou secretly grieving, suddenly felt playful. Little dragon girl, your grandpa doesn't want you anymore. On the other side, after handling matters in Xiaoho village, I returned to the Gu residence to bid farewell. You, little girl, can be considered somewhat fated with Su. Pity Su is not proficient in spear techniques. But there is one sword form. Before I could finish speaking, the Gu family had grabbed my hand, flattering, Elder Su, ah. Actually, our Qingqing is more suited for sword practice. If she could enter Elder Su's tutelage, that would surely be the greatest good fortune. Qingqing doesn't hope to become Elder Su's direct disciple. Just receiving guidance and becoming a registered disciple is enough for Qingqing. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, Chu Shitting's arrogant provocative voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Uncle Gu. The Gu family's current situation should be clearer to you than me. Better not put up feudal resistance anymore. Gu family head snorted coldly. Chu family making such a large formation, planning to exterminate my Gu family? Even your father wouldn't dare speak so arrogantly. Today my Gu family has honored guests. Scram. Chu Shitting couldn't help mocking jeeringly, humph. Honored guests? Your Gu family really won't shed tears until seeing the coffin. To tell you the truth, this milord behind me only needs to lift a finger to easily wipe the entire Gu family from Shegu Chang. Sure, in the carriage, suddenly emitted dense Sha Qi. This old man wants to see. What kind of honored guest the Gu family head speaks of? I, within the Gu family main hall, instantly darkened my face. Ji Bao, did you feel it? Such dense sha chi. Then I looked towards Li Ziyun beside me. Praising, chest holds the city's depth, heart holds mountain's dangers. Only then can one face a collapsing mountain without changing expression. On this point, you do better than my 3 silly disciples. But Ziyun, you seem very afraid of me? How could that be? Regardless of how Master is the person Ziyun respects most. I turned my head, glanced at Gu Qingqing behind me. This little girl holds up well too. Su likes Gu Qingqing. Tell me, what is Jian Dao, way of the sword? The sword cultivator in Qingqing's heart should possess the domineering aura of soaring through the 9 heavens, waving a hand, sword like clouds and rain falling. Hearing this, I couldn't help laughing loudly, standing up and walking towards the door. Well said. Sword cultivators are just domineering, naturally cannot let this Sha Xiu act so arrogantly. I casually slammed the sword case at my feet. Master will teach you today what a sword cultivator is. Ziyun, although this generation was passed to Qingqing, you must also remember it well. As I spoke, Handan Qi suddenly erupted from my body, instantly transforming into countless sword shadows suspended in the sky. That vast and mighty momentum instantly stunned everyone present. I twisted out a ball of Handan Qi with one hand, pointing at the carriage arrogantly. Want to see me? Roll over here. Hundredfold Jianxi, Jiyu Shui Tong. On a distant mountain peak, a man dressed in luxurious clothes was observing. This Subei is even more profound and unfathomable than during Deng Xian Tai. This sword strike probably has Hadao realm power. Jia Yi, do you think Yi Shi can block this move? Replying to your highness, although Yi Shi is half-step Hadao, he is far from Tong Xiu's match, naturally even less Subei's match. The man couldn't help sighing, truly worthy of being the Tianxia Jianzong of yesteryear. Jia Yi, between you and that woman using soldiers beside Subei, whose strength is greater? Jia Yi estimated in his heart for a long time before saying, 50 to 50, perhaps? Does your highness want to save Yi Shi? The man shook his head. This fellow's ambition is not small. I don't like such people. Just watch the show. Meanwhile, Yi Shi was struggling to block the incoming rain of swords covering the sky. Damn Subei. Why is he here? That Li Ziyun didn't die. If that's true, then I deceived the esteemed superior. Cannot hold back anymore. Gu Qingqing watched this scene with amazed eyes. Elder Su actually taught me such a strong idea. Really hit the jackpot. And Chu Shitting was angered to the point her eyes could split. Why would Jiao Wei have such a strong person? If this strike falls, the entire Xiegu Chang will be just then. Yi Shi desperately swung out a huge palm print, forcefully scattering a large amount of sword rain. Before the next wave of sword rain arrived, he suddenly knelt down and shouted loudly, I know everything about Sha Xiu. I am willing to tell you everything. Elder Su, spare my life. What is the consequence of celebrating victory prematurely? Chu Shitting, arrogantly coming to annex the Gu family 1 second ago, the next second was scared trembling like a sieve. Yi Shi was even willing to reveal all Sha Xiu secrets, in exchange for me sparing his life. I waved my hand, dispersing the sword rain filling the sky. Zhen Dian slowly walked before Yi Shi. Speak. Hope the information you provide is important enough to exchange for your dog life. The man watching from afar saw this, immediately ordered Jia Yi beside him, now. Immediately shut that stinking mouth. Jia Yi leaped, instantly appearing above the Gu family main hall. He lightly raised his right hand. Thunderclouds instantly covered this patch of sky. Ji Nan Yu saw this and couldn't help blankly. Tiandi de Shi. Lei Qi. This person is actually above Hadao realm. The moment the thunderclouds appeared, I flashed away from Yi Shi. At the same moment, a thick, large thunder serpent violently struck Yi Shi's body. No! Jia Yi. You will die a horrible death. Jia Yi calmly dispersed the Lei Qi, then again under my shocked gaze, suddenly flashed before me, forcefully stabilizing my lips. Able to control twin swords and use Jian Shi in such a short time? The power of this move Jianxi is also so strong. Su Elder, perhaps we can become friends? Leaving these words, Jia Yi transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Wenren Pingxin looked at the newspaper in her hand with a smile. On that front page headline was precisely the report about my great increase in strength. Reading it, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Very good. Very good. How long has it been since my Jianzone was so famous? Now my Jianzone's newly entered disciples are full of vigor, direct disciples possess strong strength. Even the legendary figure Shang Wenwen, missing for many years forget it, at least master returned. Jianzone can be considered flourishing. Just then, a loud voice sounded from the ring below. Outer disciple Mo Fan, 8 consecutive wins. The spectating disciples burst into an uproar. Senior brother Mo Fan is too strong. Senior sister Xiao and senior sister Mo currently only have 10 consecutive wins. One Run Pingxin saw this. Couldn't help asking curiously, this Mo Fan is interesting. Why can't I see his physique? Shangwan Wendao sniffed the footskin he just picked off. This kid's physique is extremely poor, yet possesses great fortune. That piece of bone on him might not be inferior to Xiao Dao's great Dao Jiqi. Master, can you tell what that bone on him is? Shangwan Wendao's eyes narrowed slightly, slowly uttered 2 words, Shi Shanggu, is holy bone? At this time, Shan Wulan disregarded her sister's persuasion, forcefully dragged her before Wenrun Pingxin, saying loudly, Senior sister. I want to find him. Wenrun Pingxin couldn't help chuckling lightly. How come you can't sit still after hearing his recent situation? I think you don't want to find him, but rather that woman named Nanji, right? Shan Wulan's mouth twitched frantically. Subei's trip to Manhwa was truly carefree. Left 1 Nanji, right side a Gu family young miss. He's probably enjoying himself so much he forgot about Jianzone. It's so chaotic outside now, do you think I would agree? So I just came to inform senior sister, not seeking senior sister's opinion. Wenrun Pingxin shook her head helplessly, since it's like this trip to Jixian Chang, Koxian Men, Dengxian Lu, will be led by you. Just then, a noisy clamor suddenly erupted below. Quick, quick, quick. This match is senior sister Xiao versus senior sister Mo. The 2 senior sisters have been arguing every day recently. This is definitely a rare battle of the century. On the ring, Xiao Ruoqing raised her sword towards Emily, saying solemnly, Junior sister, it's time to settle our long-standing dispute. Emily suddenly drew her sword, confronting Xiao Ruoqing. Just a few months of tenderness melted the hatred for Subei in your heart? Jian er, ji ruo chu jian. Since everything in this life hasn't happened yet, and master hasn't cultivated Tun Tian, then everything that happened before is just a dream in my heart. Jian yi, iwang ershen. Emily raised her sword, striking down with full force. I was brutally killed by him like that. On what basis do you ask me to let go? Let me just walk away like this? Xiao Ruoqing blocked horizontally with her sword. If you really hate him, why do you care about him so much? You are just using hatred to hide the obsession in your heart. Emily's pupils constricted. My obsession? But she quickly recovered, snorting coldly, even if it's obsession, so what? He gave me the Zhaohua Dan in front of the whole world. He punished me by making me pay respects to him every night. He held my hand and personally put on the buyao for me. He's so gentle. But I hate his gentleness. Hate myself for being sleepless every night. Why? Why? Every time I recall him piercing my chest, what follows is not pain, but indescribable confusion. World I can't distinguish anymore. Jian San, Tage Sun Zue. Xiao Ruoqing raised her hand, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. The meaning of my existence this time is, when the same thing happens, to desperately stop him. In this life, he said he would cover the lingering hatred in my heart. He did it. Regardless of which life, I no longer hate. Jian Si, Ji Yu Shu Wei Tong. Emily stared blankly at Xiao Ruoqing's resolute eyes, letting the long sword pierce her shoulder. Xiao Ruoqing caught the falling Emily worriedly. Junior sister, give up revenge. Force me, let's stop him together, okay? Emily smiled, shrinking into Xiao Ruoqing's embrace. Senior sister, I lost. But senior sister, I've already done it with him. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoqing's heart instantly cleared. What seat? What doing? Done what? Emily looked smugly at Xiao Ruoqing. Senior sister, your heart is disordered. So this round, junior sister, I won. On the other side, Ru Shang was brewing tea with Nan Huang at the heart of Konchan Lake. That peculiar fragrance immediately attracted Aou, this little Chan dragon. Ru Shang smilingly introduced to Nan Huang, Your Majesty, this is a friend's child, currently calls me Mr. Just then, a guard leaned close to Nan Huang's ear, whispering, Your Majesty, news from Shegucheng has arrived. After hearing the guard's report, Nan Huang's eyes directly showed unconcealed killing intent. State preceptor is indeed worthy of being state preceptor. Jin won't accompany state preceptor for tea anymore. Let us monarch and minister continue another day. Ru Shang looked deeply at Manhwa leaving. Does this count as completely tearing faces apart? My Your Majesty, that Zun Shao, is it really you or not? Who could have thought Jia Yi, seeing me for the first time, would be attracted by my aloof and handsome posture, even disregarding the risk of being besieged, forcefully embracing and kissing me together? And after Jia Yi escaped, Ji Nanyu immediately summoned Bing Huang, following the Sha Qi trail all the way until late night. Master, there's a small Taoist temple not far ahead. Perhaps we can rest here for the night. Almost forgot. Ziyun, you must be hungry, right? Come. Tonight, let you taste Master's big meat stick. Inside the Taoist temple, I held a large bump on my head, dividing the meat among the two women. Taste my authentic Su-style roasted large meat stick bone. Li Ziyun ate small bites while asking curiously, Master, why did you suddenly want to accept me as a disciple? Ha! Who in this world wouldn't want to accept the Ru Saint's daughter as a disciple? Li Ziyun shook her head helplessly. If Master doesn't want to say, then don't. Ziyun won't ask anymore. But I suddenly fell silent. Could the other me have saved her before? Thinking this, I couldn't help grabbing her hand, solemnly promising, Master will definitely protect you well, and will definitely protect everyone. Then, while eating snacks, I teased. When Master first accepted Xiao Shiji as disciple, her eyes were full of hatred, even said cultivation was for revenge. But she just looks mature. Deep down, she's still a child. One time she got drunk, even muttered in her dream asking when I would die. These words instantly made Li Ziyun tense up. Xiao Shiji is probably also a reincarnator. Emily is currently unclear, but Bu Jianfeng is definitely not safe. So he decisively told me, Master, let's not go back to Bu Jianfeng these days. Let Li Zijun stay at Kong Changhu for a few days. I chewed on a foxtail grass, complaining internally. Why does my new disciple feel so strange? Just then, Ji Nanyu suddenly snatched the grass from my mouth, holding it in his own. How many times have I told you? What's so good about chewing this thing? Then he stuck out his pink tongue, licked the sweet grass and said charmingly, it's picked up a bit of your scent, soft, just like yours. I instantly felt hot all over and moved closer to him. Isn't Jiba the clearest about whether it's soft or hard? It's been several days, your husband is very pent up. Seeing me pick him up in my arms. Ji Nanyu immediately cried out in panic, husband, wait, there are still people here. Li Zijuan lowered her head, blushing, Master, Zijuan just saw a water pool nearby. Could Sister Nanji accompany me to wash up? A moment later, Ji Nanyu walked into the water pool slightly awkwardly, sorry to make a fool of myself. Sube is always so improper usually. Sister Nanji, it's alright. Ji Nanyu couldn't help raising an eyebrow upon hearing this. Why doesn't Zijuan call me Shenyang? Li Zijuan immediately looked away guiltily, because Zijuan just wants to call you sister. Then she smiled bitterly in her heart, if I called her Shenyang, there would truly be no chance anymore. Ji Nanyu, however, watched her and chuckled inwardly. Truly master and disciple, even the way they lie is cast from the same mold. And Li Zijuan, afraid Ji Nanyu would press further, quickly stood up, Sister Nanji. Zijuan is a little cold. Ji Nanyu casually took out a matching set of clothes for her to wear. That dress of yours is too dirty, if you don't mind, we're sister's spare clothes for now. Meanwhile, concentrating on maintaining the Bieli sword gifted by Yao Yan. Parting, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me, so I leaped forward and hugged the person. Ji Bao, you're finally willing to come back. You don't know how much your husband has been holding back. Then I directly tackled Li Zijuan to the ground. Ji Bao, do you feel it? Your husband isn't soft right now. Li Zijuan, having finally calmed down, hurriedly shouted, Master, I'm not Sister Nanji. I'm Zijuan. These words instantly made me jump up. Then I smoothly knelt aside, repenting, sorry, Master really didn't mean it. Li Zijuan shyly pulled up her collar. The dress was temporarily lent to Zijuan by Sister Nanji. It's understandable that Master mistook me, so disciple doesn't blame Master. Just then, Ji Nanyu, wearing the same clothes, walked in. Sister Zijuan, I've washed your clothes for you. But what happened to you? Li Zijuan took the clothes with a red face. Thank you, Sister Nanji. Just as Li Zijuan was changing, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the door. I immediately stood in front of the two women, questioning sternly, who's there? A figure slowly appeared at the window. Old man, I saw the firelight here. Specially came here to shelter from the rain, could you accommodate me? I opened the door and welcomed the old man in. Old sir, still traveling alone so late? This old man just likes wandering around. Didn't expect it would suddenly rain so late at night. I invited the old man to sit by the fire and warm himself. Old sir, where are you going? To visit an old friend, and bring my granddaughter over by the way. At this moment, Li Zijuan suddenly spoke. Master, Zijuan has something she doesn't understand. If the Longzhu aren't considered demon cultivators, what should they be considered? I tilted my head, thinking. The Longzhu are extraordinarily significant in these 21 regions, more like a symbol. Ji Nanyu, however, snorted coldly in displeasure. For selfish reasons, they didn't hesitate to divert the Tsongjiang's flow, directly causing devastation to the lives along the Tsongjiang banks. I can't possibly have any good feelings towards them. The old man sighed. I've traveled north and south these years, and heard some rumors. It said the Longzhu had no choice back then, and have been trying their best to compensate for the past few hundred years. Then he suddenly asked me, Sir, what do you think should be done with the dragons who made mistakes? At this point, I already understood. Without knowing the full picture, I won't comment. But Su has heard some small stories. A good person does good deeds his whole life. If he accidentally does one bad thing, he's shunned and cursed, while a bad person who did bad deeds his whole life does just one good deed before dying, yet is greatly praised. But in Su's heart, isn't this also a form of moral blackmail? Sir, being willing to make amends consistently for 100 years. Su actually quite admires your Longzhu. The old man's eyes showed both shock and emotion. Elder Su's words truly speak to this old father's heart. Then he revealed his true form. Solemnly bowing to me, Ao Shen of the Longzhu greets Elder Su. Su Bei of Jinzong greets the Long Wang. Ao Shen patted my shoulder appreciatively. I happened to pass by this time, so I came to see Elder Su. Elder Su is indeed as gentle and kind as the rumors say. I can rest assured leaving my granddaughter with you. As soon as these words were spoken, 2 death glares instantly appeared behind me. Who would have thought this old Long Wang of Beihai would offer his granddaughter to me right in front of the 2 women? Feeling the death stares behind me, I hurriedly waved my hands. What granddaughter? Old Long Wang, you can't just say things like that. Ao Shen glanced back and instantly understood. Wonderful, Elder Su is still caught in the drama. Meanwhile, on Jianzong's Feijo heading to Jixianchang, Mo Li, with a keep strangers away face, kept staring at Mo Fan. The surrounding disciples noticed. Couldn't help whispering, heard senior brother Mo Fan just entered the sect, and was immediately fancied by both senior sister Xiao and senior sister Mo. Look at that lucky Jian Yang. A miscellaneous disciple also worthy of being a direct disciple? Elder Su must despise her deep down. Jian Yang tightly clenched the hem of her skirt, tears of grievance falling onto the back of her hand. Just then, Xiao Ruoqing suddenly took her hand. Why stay here so long? Senior sister told you to walk around, not to stand here freezing foolishly. Jian Yang gestured dejectedly. Senior sister, is Jian Yang useless? Am I extremely annoying? Clearly my cultivation is low, yet I occupy a direct disciple spot. But Jian Yang is really working hard on cultivation, but for some reason, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. At that moment, Mo Li suddenly drew her sword and pointed at the group of sour grapes. Seeing they were too scared to speak, Mo Li sneered contemptuously. Speak up. Why aren't you talking anymore? A disciple couldn't help but speak up. Senior sister Mo. Everyone is speaking their minds. Jian Yang just isn't worthy of being Elder Su's direct disciple. The doubt in Mo Li's eyes intensified. She isn't worthy? So you are? That disciple instantly shouted in anger and embarrassment. Senior sister Wu, don't think just because your cultivation is high and background deep, you can do whatever you want, Elder Su said. Never attack fellow disciples. Mo Li sheathed her sword with a cold snort. You remember that clearly. Then can anyone tell me, what was the Jianzong tenet before Master said that? The previously indignant crowd suddenly fell silent. After a long while, only a few people whispered, all who enter my Jianzong's mountain gate, regardless of background, are treated equally. Mo Li's gaze turned ice cold as she looked at that disciple. Understand now? Apologize to Jian Yang immediately. Just then, Mo Fan suddenly stepped forward to mediate. Senior sister Mo, calm down. For my sake, let this matter drop. Mo Li looked at him with a disdainful sneer. Face? What face do you have with me? Mo Fan's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this. Senior sister Mo, this is a bit too aggressive. I advise senior sister, don't be too arrogant, don't bully. Before he could finish, Xiao Ruoqing interrupted. Don't bully the young and poor. Master also said this. It seems junior brother Mo's ambitions are quite grand. Mo Fan was just puzzled why the one with the worst cultivation talent occupied a direct disciple spot, yet people weren't allowed to talk about it. Could it be Elder Su? Already holds absolute power in Jianzhong? Xiaoru watching raised her hand, shielding her two junior sisters. After ganging up to bully the speechless Jian Yang, now you start being unreasonable. And talking back to seniors, right? Emily directly carried her sword and walked up to Emo Fan. You're a grown man. Why do you still pick on the weak? You want an explanation so badly. Why not go to the elders to complain? I respect you as senior sister, that's why I spoke politely. You and I are both Jianzhong's geniuses, don't go too far. Emily immediately sneered mockingly upon hearing this. You and I are both Jianzhong's geniuses? How thick-skinned are you to say such a thing? Then her expression suddenly turned cold. I'll say it one last time, apologize to my junior sister. I'll count to 3. Emo Fan immediately drew his sword and placed it on Emily's neck. You only relied on a good family background to become Elder Su's disciple. If Elder Su had met me earlier, he definitely would have chosen to accept me as a direct disciple, just as the two were about to fight. A faint pressure instantly enveloped everyone. Shan Wulan landed on the deck with a displeased face. Is this how Jianzhong's swords are meant to be used? Are you trying to rebel? Who started it? Emily was about to admit it, but Xiaoru watching stepped forward first. It's disciple's fault. It has nothing to do with my junior sisters. Shan Wulan turned her head and snorted coldly. What touching sisterly affection. As direct disciples, yet you knowingly break the rules. Is this how your master usually teaches you? Emily retorted sarcastically without weakness. His disciple was bullied. You turned a blind eye. We, as senior sisters, stood up for him, and instead became the culprits? Is this how you act as his woman? Shan Wulan's expression froze, turning to Jin Yang seriously. I need to know the whole story. After watching Jin Yang gesture the cause, Shan Wulan made her decision. Xiaoru watching, Emily, Emo Fan, punished with 7 days confinement. Recorded 1 major demerit as a warning. Everyone else receives 1 minor demerit. The law enforcement hall will handle it after returning to the sect. If I hear anyone privately discussing Jin Yang again, it won't be as simple as a demerit. This punishment is considered fair, hitting everyone equally. But Emo Fan couldn't accept this result. Once a major demerit is recorded, he would no longer enjoy the sect's resource allocation priority. So he directly pointed at Emily in public and shouted, in 7 days, I will duel you at Koshin Men. I want to prove. Compared to me, you are nothing special. Emily agreed nonchalantly. If you lose, apologize to Jin Yang. After Shan Wulan returned to her room, she confided in her sister dejectedly. I couldn't even protect his disciple. Am I really not fit to be his woman? Shanwuk buried her face into her sister's valley, rubbing frantically. Sister has already done very well. Don't be unhappy anymore. Come, let's cuddle. Shan Wulan smiled faintly, gently stroking her sister's pretty face. Sister, Wulan likes you the most. Then her tone changed. Actually, sister, you like Subei too, right? And at this moment, I was wandering aimlessly on the road like a lost soul. Then, without warning, started acting crazy on the spot. Bayo, you're bad. Clearly, he was planning to sleep well last night, but this woman suddenly mentioned my long spear. Although Li Zijuan was sleeping nearby, I still couldn't resist wanting to mount my horse with spear in hand. Who knew Ji Nanyu would preemptively sit on me, saying we couldn't make too much noise tonight? So I only rubbed but didn't enter. The agony of having meat right before me but unable to eat truly kept me sleepless all night. Ji Bao, you have no heart? Ah. Just then, Ji Nanyu couldn't help but sneeze. Such heavy pollen. Ji Bao, you're allergic to pollen? Not pollen, Achu, I'm allergic to peach blossom pollen. Li Zijuan looked curiously at the blooming peach trees by the roadside. Why are peach blossoms blooming this season? So strange, I didn't care about this, was about to wave my hand and cut down the peach blossom snacks ahead, when a loud shout came from behind. Who are you people? Don't disrespect the peach blossoms here. Who would have thought I only rubbed but didn't enter? This kind of talk would actually come from Ji Nanyu's mouth? After being teased like this all night, the resentment on me was heavier than a ghost's, so upon learning Ji Nanyu was allergic to peach blossoms, I immediately wanted to vent by swinging my sword, but before I could strike, someone spoke up to stop me. Hearing this, I immediately turned around and cupped my fist. I am traveling here with my wife and disciple, unaware of this rule. Please forgive me. The girl, seeing me so easygoing, immediately waved her hands flusteredly, saying it's okay, but I was attracted by the old man behind her. Lying on the cart. Miss, who is lying on this cart? Did something happen? This is my grandpa. These past few days, many people in our village fell ill simultaneously. Heard that going into the peach blossom missed 40 li from Tao Chang. Fetching a bowl of peach blossom spring water to drink can cure it. I stopped you just now, sir. Because I was afraid of disturbing the peach blossom immortal, I slightly bowed my head. May I take a look at the old gentleman? I know a little medicine, perhaps there's a way. After getting permission, I began to investigate. Sure enough, I found a trace of sha qi, although this sha qi is minuscule. It's still unbearable for mortals, to avoid scaring them. I took out a silver needle and pierced the old man's glabella. While pretending to treat him, I drew out the sha qi, seeing Grandpa wake up. The siblings immediately showed smiles of pleasant surprise. The girl even took out all the silver on her, insisting on stuffing it to me as payment, but I didn't accept it. After advising them to continue to Taohua Wu to drink the spring water, Ji Nanyu and I left through the air. Not long after, I brought the two women to a tavern in the city, king-sized bed. Tonight, Brother Ji can finally show his divine might. Lao Hua, how old am I this year? 11 years plus 2 months. Oh, then Lao Hua, when will you die? Ji Nanyu leaned close to my ear and whispered, you notice too, right? That little beggar's aptitude is astonishingly good, even compared to He Zijuan, he's only stronger, not weaker. Just then, the tavern waiters suddenly came to their table. Our shop is willing to offer you two a few complimentary cold dishes as compensation. Could the two patrons do us a favor? Moved to a corner table, Lao Hua picked up the little beggar and started walking. That's why old Lao Hua likes your shop, eh? Still like this after hundreds of years. Seeing this, I quickly called out loudly, hey, sir, if you don't mind, you can share my table. You can also enjoy the dishes on the table freely. Lao Hua reluctantly scratched his head. Eating this meal means owing you a favor. Old Lao Hua's favors aren't that easy to owe. But the little beggar didn't care so much, sat down on the left, grabbed a chicken leg and started gnawing. Lao Hua helplessly sat down beside him. Thank you all for your hospitality. May I ask who you are? I am Su Bei, traveling from Donghua to Nangua with my wives and disciple. Seeing the beautiful peach blossoms here, I plan to stay a few more days. And you, sir? Lao Hua skillfully poured himself a bowl of wine, calling this old beggar sir. Mr. Su, you're really the first one. Just heard sir say this shop has been like this for 100 years. Could it be sir knows the shop's 100-year history? Oh sir, don't listen to Lao Hua's bragging. This is our first time in Tao Chang. I was instantly amused by this little beggar. This child is really clever. Ah, Lao Hua lovingly hugged the little beggar. Mr. Su, don't get any funny ideas. I'm counting on this child to care for me in old age and bury me. I don't want to pass through Tao Chang. On the Feizhou, Shanwuk was joyfully embroidering amidst the fragrant flowers. Sister knows you've been in a bad mood lately. Why don't you go down and relax? We can just meet up in Nandu later. Seeing Shan Wulan hesitate, Shanwuk directly pushed her to the edge of the Feizhou. Go on. Leave everything here to sister. Meanwhile, in the confinement room, Xiao Ruwatching, who had been silent for several days, suddenly spoke. Junior sister, Emily tilted her head slightly. Somewhat surprised. Oh? Finally willing to talk to me? Thought you were going to hold it in until confinement ended. Xiao Ruwatching hugged her knees earnestly. Junior sister. Reborn in this life, I don't want to endure anymore. I want to confess to him. Emily was instantly shocked and stood up upon hearing this. Do you know what you're saying? When I ascend the Qianlong Bang and win the title of Zhuan Yuan of the 21 regions, I will tell him in front of the whole world, I want to become his woman. Emily angrily slammed the wall, let alone that Nanji beside him. Even Shan Wulan just went to find him. Is it your turn? Haven't you considered the consequences? Xiao Ruwatching immediately retorted, when you climbed into his bed in the middle of the night, did you consider the consequences? Always being so hesitant. Are we just going to watch more and more women appear beside him? If he accepts you, how will the world see him? If he rejects you, your Dao heart will surely be damaged. Have you really thought this through? Yes, Emily turned away petulantly, too lazy to talk to you anymore. This time at Koshin Men, I will do my best to stop you. If you can't win the Zhuan Yuan title, please give up. A smile touched the corner of Xiao Ruwatching's mouth. Junior sister, thank you. But junior sister needs to get past Mo Fan first. Oh, he's just a clown. At this point, seeing the meal was almost finished, I asked curiously, may I ask why sir came to Tao Chang? To admire the flowers? To water them. Old Lao Hua, comes here to water them every once in a while. If one day I'm gone, I don't know who else can water them for him. Then he handed a wine gourd towards me. Old Lao Hua's favor can't be given away so cheaply. Accept this, and Mr. Su and I are even, as he left with the little beggar. Lao Hua didn't forget to ask the waiter to pass on a message for him. Tell your shopkeeper. This braised pork knuckle still tastes the same as back then. I looked curiously at the gourd in my hand. Even with this thing? As the stopper of the gourd was removed, A strange fragrance instantly filled the entire tavern, except for Ji Nanyu and me. Everyone else, including Li Zijuan, fell unconscious under this strange scent. I looked incredulously at the liquid in the gourd. It's the Ni Xianyi from Daoxian Tian. Ji Nanyu also showed shock in his eyes. This is Shou Shui that can extend mortals' lifespans. Who would have thought the old beggar in everyone's eyes would casually offer a bottle of Ni Xianyi? This divine water that can extend mortal lifespan, merely releasing a bit of its strange fragrance knocked out all the patrons in the tavern. Ji Nanyu silently stoppered the wine gourd. That Tao Wu must be related to the big beggar. If this Ni Xianyi can dispel Shachi, we owe him a huge favor. Then he looked at me curiously again. Why do I always encounter strange people and events when I'm with you? Cultivators at the Dao crossing shortcut are already commonplace, and now even a random beggar is so mysterious. I smiled and placed Li Zijuan on the bed, probably because the system assigned me the protagonist. Script, Ji Nanyu pouted, saying such strange things again. After returning to my own room, I couldn't help stretching on the bed. Looks like I have to go to that Tao Wu tomorrow. Then what should we do today? The corner of my mouth curled up slightly. Ji Bao, you should ask what I am doing today. Ji Nanyu looked puzzled, but still repeated the question. Then what are you doing today? I fiercely pushed him onto the bed. Today, of course, I have to do it, and do it hard and thorough. Nanyu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Don't be so rough, so vulgar. My hands skillfully explored downwards, but how can it be called vulgar with one's own wife? It's clearly called flirting. Ji Nanyu resisted with his last shred of reason. Stop fooling around. What if Zijuan gets woken up? Ji Bao, be good, husband will be quick. Meanwhile, Shan Wulan followed the peach blossom forest all the way to Tao Wu. Just as she was enjoying the flowers contentedly, a woman in green clothes slowly walked up behind her. This place isn't open to the public. Miss, how did you get in? This requires climbing cliffs hundreds of zhang high. Shan Wulan looked curiously at the woman behind her. I came following the fragrance. Did you plant these peach blossoms? Why do they bloom year-round? The woman gently stroked the peach tree trunk. I'm merely looking after this place for someone. As for why they bloom year-round, perhaps it's because of an obsession. You're not a mortal, are you, sir? Shan Wulan was about to reply, but was interrupted by an excited shout. Lao Hua, what time is it now? Mao hour, 5 to 7 a.m. The little beggar instantly looked indignant upon hearing this. What? We climbed the mountain all night, just to come to this desolate place where birds don't even shit? Just then, Lao Hua also saw Shan Wulan ahead. Strange, are the sword cultivators from Shuezhou all this idle? Why do I meet them everywhere? He gently held the green-clothed woman's hand, sighing. Another 10 years have passed in a flash. This time I brought back a little beggar with excellent talent. I'm raising him as my successor. He will surely achieve success in cultivation in the future. Then Lao Hua took out another wine gourd. The moment the stopper was opened, a strange fragrance instantly permeated the peach forest. Shan Wulan looked at the gourd in Lao Hua's hand in surprise. This is Ni Xianyi? Did you steal it from Xian Tian? So these peach trees bloom perpetually because of you? Why? Lao Hua gently helped the woman sit down. Because she is my lover. You sword cultivators from Shuezhou are really carefree, going wherever you please. This afternoon, old Lao Hua even met a flirtatious sword cultivator with 2 women beside him. Shan Wulan's mouth twitched. The person mentioned earlier should be my husband. Lao Hua burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wonderful, wonderful, one of his women likes peach blossoms. The other is allergic to peach blossoms. One morning, after completely releasing myself, I greeted Li Zijuan cheerfully, who knew Li Zijuan would turn her head with a look of utter despair. Sporting 2 heavy dark circles under her eyes, she said resentfully, Master is truly refreshed today. Just then, Ji Nanyu rushed out while tying his hair. Damn Su Dui. Why didn't you wake me? Ji Bao was sleeping so soundly. How could husband bear to? Why was I sleeping so dead? Don't you know in your heart? Charging around like a bull all night. Indeed, the whole night, eh? Just walked out of the tavern. I smelled an incredibly rich floral scent. That old beggar wouldn't have used Ni Xianyi to water the peach trees, right? Ji Nanyu was covering his nose, about to agree, but bumped into me who had suddenly stopped. Seeing that figure in the crowd, I instantly started sweating. Jiao Junior sister. To avoid a charaba happening to me, I hurriedly reached out to block Ji Nanyu's view. Bay, let's take another road. Unexpectedly, the 2 women seemed to have telepathy, actually turning to look at each other simultaneously. It's over. Ji Nanyu grabbed my ear and sneered coldly. Humph, I was wondering what was wrong. Turns out the main wife has arrived. Shan Wulan walked up to me with a kind face. So husband is here. Ah, husband didn't come back for so long. Wulan had no choice but to come out and find you. Are you happy to see Wulan? Husband, the moment their eyes met, the conflict began. Husband, has Wulan seen this sister somewhere before? Won't husband introduce us? This must be Sister Wulan, right? I stood fearfully between the two, completely silent. Unfortunately, I still couldn't escape judgment. Husband, this must be Sister Nanji, right? I often heard you mention her at home. This must be Sister Wulan, right? When sleeping with husband, I often heard him mention her too. Is that so? I've long wanted to meet Sister Nanji. What fate brings us together today? Me too. I've long wanted to meet Sister Wulan. I fearlessly stepped between the two, pulling them apart without explanation. Then roared domineeringly, enough! My good fairy, my good junior sister. You are both my dear ancestors. I beg you, let's just shake hands and make peace for today. After receiving an iron fist from each of them, the two finally stopped quarreling temporarily. My dear heavens, 3 wives, for a man to live like him is truly worth it. Damn it, I curse him to never get the peach blossom spring water in this life. AI. Mortals simply don't understand the distress of me, the harem protagonist Lu. Is there any way to have the best of both worlds? Who could have thought? After I just hammered Ji Nanyu all night, I ran straight into Shan Wulan upon going out. This completely unprepared ultimate charaba, I could only rush forward and take a beating. To barely quell the anger of the two, on the way to Taohua Wu, Ji Nanyu kept sneezing non-stop. Seeing this, I couldn't help but comfort him caringly. Ji Bao, there are too many peach blossoms here. Why don't you go wait outside the mountain for a while? Ji Nanyu snorted coldly. What? Am I disturbing your private time with the main wife? Then he fell silent. Ridiculous, clearly I can only be a passerby beside him. What right do I have to be jealous here now? Ultimately, it's just unwillingness. Thinking this, he no longer forced himself. I'll go back and rest first today. For the rest of the way, you should accompany Sister Wulan more. Li Zijuan worried Ji Nanyu's heart was troubled, so she took the initiative to accompany him back to the inn. Shan Wulan watched the two leave with complex eyes. Does this count as my victory? At this time, in the peach blossom spring, the little beggar was irritably splashing the spring water. La Hua, why do I have to soak in this stream all afternoon? La Hua chuckled. Otherwise, how can I wash off your stench? In a few days, old La Hua will take you to see the world, let you become a proper person again. Just then, I happened to walk slowly behind him with Shan Wulan. Sir, we meet again. La Hua glanced back. Oh? Mr. Su has already changed companions? Such fine taste. I immediately coughed awkwardly twice. Sir is joking. Heard Sir waters these every 10 years. Peach trees with a pot of Ni Xian Yi? Why is that? Just wanting to make up for the mistakes of the past. Missed the time, missed the promise, missed that person. Everything turned to dust due to my own mistakes, leaving only a peach tree in the mortal world. I rubbed my chin knowingly. Looks like this one got the tragic romance script of life and death separation. Also a pitiful person, so after pondering for a moment, I said, therefore, Sir hasn't dared to face the heart demon tribulation all this time? Yes, all this has become my heart demon. I sighed slightly. At times like this, it's time for my old Su family's ancestral mouth shield to take the stage. Sir has always thought this way? But do you know her thoughts? Sir might as well listen to Su tell a story first. In the distant east, there was a glorious kingdom. This country had an absurd and willful ruler. He was willing to abandon everything for love. The little beggar instantly exclaimed in amazement, wow, this king must have loved his wife dearly. Yes, he loved her extremely. Unfortunately his wife passed away due to an accident. To obtain the legendary holy water to revive his wife, he spared no expense, causing a monstrous war. The little beggar pouted upon hearing this. Boring. Isn't this a story for coaxing children? But Laowa's eyes revealed intense longing. After he saved his wife, what then? Later, later. The first words his wife spoke upon opening her eyes were, I love you too, this final moment of life. Isn't it enough? Laowa's pupils suddenly constricted. Tears faintly appeared at the corners of his eyes. Isn't it enough? Indeed, indeed, Laowa tidied his clothes and came before his lover. Thank you, Mr. Su, for resolving Hua's inner knot. When I was young, I made a vow with him under this peach tree. Once I achieve immortality and fame, I would definitely return to marry her. Alas, there are no years in the mountains. Time flies like a white steed past a crack. Just a moment of immortal thought, and 77 years had already passed. Laowa looked at his lover before him with tears streaming down. You searched for me for 77 years. Yet I couldn't even let you rest peacefully after death. Ultimately, I was too selfish. Lawa embraced his lover with relief. Wuchi, Huai-han, have returned. As that last wisp of obsession dissipated, the woman's body also turned into specks of starlight, dispersing with the wind. In the final lingering moment, that beautiful face which had never shown any expression, actually curved into a satisfied smile. In the guest room of Tao Hua Wu, Shan Wulan asked in a low voice, filled with mixed emotions, wouldn't it be better to let his spiritual body continue to exist? I smiled and shook my head. What exists is just a wisp of obsession without consciousness, not him. This is already his best destination, husband, liking someone, wanting to possess him alone. Is that wrong? I gently stroked her hair. It's not your fault, it's my fault. Shan Wulan threw herself into my arms aggrievedly. Husband, liking someone is so tiring, like a heavy stone pressing on the heart, no appetite, no strength. Just wanting to hide in a corner and daze out. I hugged Shan Wulan guiltily. Sorry, Wulan. I was wrong, I neglected your emotions. Just then, Shan Wulan suddenly pushed my hand away, flipped over and pinned me underneath her. Husband, even if just for tonight, please belong only to Wulan. The next morning, Huai-han, having resolved his inner knot, changed from his previous beggar image, put on a simple and elegant peach blossom white robe. The little beggar was even more stunned. Lao Hua, why are you looking so presentable? How much of this is your true appearance? Just then, I also walked out of the room and greeted him. Huai-han glanced strangely at Shan Wulan. Miss, what's wrong? Hearing this, I immediately coughed guiltily. Nothing. Just didn't sleep well in a new place, after battling fiercely all night for 2 consecutive days. Not a single drop of essence remained. Huai-han didn't ask further, raised his hand and pointed at the Tao Hua Jian placed on the table. Since resolving the inner knot, Hua's heart feels much lighter. Please accept this Tao Hua Jian, Mr. Su. Although this sword can't compare to Mr. Su's Qingping Jian, it has absorbed in I Xianyi for several hundred years. If nurtured with spiritual energy for a few decades, it will surely become a divine weapon. Mr. Hua, when did you know Su's identity? Huai-han smiled knowingly. The famous elder Su of Jianzhong, how could I not recognize him? Hua also knows this is Fairy Shan Wulan. I hesitated, picking up the Tao Hua Jian. This sword must be very important to Mr. Hua, right? Is it okay to just give it to Su? I know you seek me regarding the Sha Qi matter. This sword has been nurtured by Ni Xianyi for a long time. Its effect in bearing Sha Qi is quite outstanding. The past has been let go. Why should Hua hold on to attachments? Farewell, Elder Su. Who would have thought that I, the harem protagonist Lu Haiwang, would be here enlightening a pure love battle god? Huai-han, after resolving his knot, was no longer trapped by the past, so he gifted the Tao Hua Jian, nurtured with Ni Xianyi. For hundreds of years, to me, this time, the Sha Qi matter can be considered resolved, so Shan Wulan and I returned to the inn. After using the Tao Hua Jian to eliminate the Sha Qi in my body, Ji Nanyu asked me what my plans were next. Let's go to Nandu first. I need to tell Ru Shang about what happened recently. And it's almost time for Koxian Men. Shan Wulan nodded upon hearing this. Speaking of which, during the days you were away, Jin Yang suffered much criticism. A new disciple of Jianzhong named Emofan even challenged Emoli to a duel on the day of Koxian Men. Although claiming to seek justice for Jianzhong disciples, it's more for his own ambition. My interest was instantly piqued. This template, this plot. This Emofan is probably a little treasure sprinkler. On the way to Nandu, any sect group we passed would be probed by me openly or secretly. Turns out, whether it's a major sect or a minor sect, the disciples' talent and cultivation are not as strong as my Jianzhong disciples. With the strength of my few disciples, they will definitely secure victory this time. Just then, Li Zijuan suddenly asked, it's getting late now, should we continue traveling? Also, Master, why do you keep letting Zijuan carry this sword box? You haven't undergone Jiedan yet. Your own chi is too soft. Master's action is to let you better comprehend sword chi. Li Zijuan nodded in realization. Oh, so that's how it is. Zijuan thought Master found it inconvenient to carry the sword box, so just let Zijuan be the coolie. I rubbed my nose guiltily. How about we rest here for the night today? Unexpectedly, Ji Nanyu and the other woman simultaneously turned their heads away, coldly snorting. Wonder who husband is asking? Hoof. Husband, next time you ask, you'd better add a name in front. I immediately panicked and tried to appease. Lan Bao, what do you think of this inn? Doesn't it look like a Heidian? Ji Bao, you agree, right? Who knew? As soon as the words fell, a generous woman in red walked out of the inn. Now this patron, I don't like hearing that. Look at our small shop. Does our meager business look like a Heidian? Then she grabbed my hand and pressed it on her conscience. Patron, feel free to check. This young lady is very conscientious. Patron, will you come? As long as you stay here. Tonight, this servant will definitely let patron have a good time. Before she could make another move, two simultaneous shouts suddenly exploded. Let go of him, old hag. I quickly put on a serious expression. Miss, quickly retract your magon. Your sect master use reach is truly vast, placing spies even in such a remote corner. The woman immediately took a stance upon hearing this, questioning, who exactly are you, sir? Why do you know our sect master? I casually took out the Xin Yue Ling and showed it to her. Given by your sect master M.O., the woman first froze for a moment, then quickly bowed respectfully. Newton Muyue greets Elder Su. I waved my hand dismissively. Arrange 3 for us. No, arrange 2 better rooms, Newton asked hesitantly. So many people. Elder Su, are you sure you only want 2 rooms? Yes, just 2 rooms, 1 single room. But I want 1 3-person room. Ji Nanyu and the other 2 women stiffened, staring deadly at my back with varied expressions. Newton was even so shocked she stuttered. Images unsuitable for children instantly appeared in her mind. 3 people together? A moment later, Yu Hongxiu, bathing alone, suddenly heard the communication token ring. Newton Muyue. What's the rush? Sect master, subordinate has news about Elder Su. Yu Hongxiu abruptly stood up from the pool. He disappeared for so long. Turns out he went to Manhwa. After instructing Newton to continue monitoring my movements, she put on her red robe and left the bath, breaking through from Huashan to peak Lianshu in such a short time. Little brother, sister is quite impressed, eh? Truly unpredictable. Sister is getting more and more interested in you. Meanwhile, in the inn, I ate dinner somewhat dejectedly, ended up getting 4 rooms after all. At least nobody was offended, yay, but I still wanted to fight for tonight's happiness. Everyone, want to come to my room for a chat? Purely chatting, no blankets, no drinking. Li Zijuan quickly stood up and excused herself upon hearing this. Master only has 2 women around him now, and it's already this chaotic. How can I compete in the future? If Sister Nanji is number 1, then 9th Martial Uncle is number 2. Further down there's Saintess Senior Martial Aunt, 8th Martial Uncle, plus Senior Sister Ruwatching, Senior Sister Emoli. Thinking this, Li Zijuan couldn't help sighing. Calculating like this, I can't even rank as number 6. Not long after Li Zijuan left, Ji Nanyu also got up, preparing to return to his room. Husband can go have a heart-to-heart talk with Sister Wulan. Nanji won't disturb your refined enjoyment. Shan Wulan retorted quite unhappily upon hearing this. Some people clearly want it badly in their hearts. Don't know what they're pretending here for. Truly a fox spirit. Ji Nanyu's gaze turned cold upon hearing this. Flashed behind Shan Wulan in an instant, slapping her but unceremoniously. Shan Wulan hurriedly covered her but in shame and anger. Who husband, he hit my bu butt. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your cultivation is high, you fox spirit. Ji Nanyu, hearing this, laughed instead of getting angry, pinching Shan Wulan's round butt. TSK, Sister Wulan doesn't understand kind words. Sister here has no choice but to teach you a lesson. Seeing the two making such a scene, I quickly came out to mediate. Unexpectedly, Shan Wulan directly turned the spearhead towards me, questioning, it's all because of you. Tell me, what exactly are you thinking? Do you like me more or him more? Ji Nanyu similarly posed the soul-searching question. Let's make it clear today. If Sister Wulan and I both fall off a cliff, who would you save first? I sighed slightly. If I don't properly express my thoughts today, I'm afraid it will lead to a huge mistake. I won't save anyone. If you both fall off a cliff simultaneously, then I must have already fallen before you. I know wanting both is really shameless, but you are both existences more important than my life. I'm really happy to be able to be with you. I promise you, I will definitely, honorably, announce your identities to the world. So, how about everyone drink tea and admire the moon together tonight? The two women looked at each other with tears in their eyes, simultaneously turned and left. Dream on, sleep alone. Who would have thought the outwardly serious Li Zijuan would be silently calculating her own ranking in her heart, thinking she might not even rank 6th. She couldn't help sighing melancholically after the two women left. I walked alone in the corridor, drinking and strolling. Recently, every time I fall asleep, a new memory segment appears. It's strange. That Ni's actions don't resemble a native at all. Instead, he seems more like a transmigrator than me, the actual transmigrator. Could it be I am actually from this world? Just accidentally lost several hundred years of memory? But I clearly remember everything that happened in Lanshin. In memory, that Ni ultimately had a bingy ending. If it's true, I'll cry myself to death, just as I was about to enter the room. A figure suddenly chased after me from behind. I turned my head, face full of spring longing. Ji Bao, didn't you say husband should sleep alone tonight? Why, Ji Nanyu fidgeted, pulling the hem of his skirt. A few days ago, when you healed my injuries, you wore similar clothes. I felt the effect was excellent, so I tried making a set. How does it look? My little head and big head both said it's good, very, very good, husband. Why are you drinking alone so late at night? Is something troubling you? I reached out and pulled Ji Nanyu into my arms. Of course, there are troubles. But seeing Ji Bao, I'm not troubled anymore. Ji Bao is being so proactive today. What do you want to do? Ji Nanyu turned around and sat astride my lap, arms around my shoulders. Said charmingly, of course, I want to do something. Then he stuck out his pink tongue and licked my earlobe. Hurry up, if you could think of raiding here midnight. Wulan, that woman definitely thought of it too. Got to hurry. Meanwhile, Shan Wulan had also changed into a set of sexy nightwear, clearly promised that fox spirit. Neither would go find him tonight, but husband gave me a promise today. Just consider it a reward for him. At this moment, I, fighting intensely with Ji Nanyu, suddenly paused. Oh no, Lan Bao is here, so? I covered Ji Nanyu with the quilt without explanation. Ji Bao, escaping through the window will definitely be noticed. Hide under the quilt first. Husband will find a way to trick her out. The instant Ji Nanyu was hidden, Shan Wulan pushed the door open and walked in. Husband, Wulan missed you. Did husband miss Wulan? My blood boiled as I stood in front of the quilt. Lan Bao, why are you dressed so high today? Of course I missed you. Shan Wulan sat on the edge of the bed, showing off. Why is there a sour smell in the room? My body suddenly tensed, replying, this room is indeed not very good. Let's go to your room instead. Shan Wulan lifted the hair at her forehead, leaning close to me. Wulan is already here. Doesn't husband want it? Then she directly pushed me onto the bed, kissing me aggressively. Wulan really missed it today, eh? Ji Nanyu under the quilt suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. This slutty style? Lan Bao smells so good today. Wulan specially used husband's favorite peach blossom rouge today. The scent is naturally different from usual. The words just fell when Ji Nanyu suddenly threw off the quilt, letting out a big sneeze, immediately followed by the delightful scene of anger born from embarrassment. You shameless thing. Didn't we agree no one was allowed to come over tonight? So what are you doing here then? The two, lacking justification but still feeling bold, argued for a couple of sentences, turned away from each other, sat on the edge of the bed and snorted coldly. This can't go on like this. Alright, let's settle things between us today. One morning, Li Zijuan, having finished her toilette, saw I hadn't woken up yet, and proactively fetched a basin of water, wanting to serve me washing up, but the moment she pushed open the door, she instantly let out a scream. The water basin in her hand also crashed to the floor with a clang. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding my forehead with a helpless, bitter smile. This plot again. Clearly already planted once in 122 chemistry, Li Zijuan hurriedly covered her blushing face with her hands. Truly indecent. Zijuan saw nothing, then she slammed the door shut with a bang. Turned to leave. 2 women and 1 man, will I have to join in the future? Ji Nanyu and the other woman didn't take this matter to heart at all. Last night, I quickly raised my hand to stop them. Don't panic. Let me tell you about last night. First, you competed in drinking capacity, compared advantages, fought for ranking, but neither could convince the other. Then you started competing on who understood my preferences better, but similarly couldn't determine a winner, then moved on from who understood my personality better, to who accompanied me longer, and then you got drunk. Somehow hugged each other, crying bitterly, pouring out your hearts. In short, you praised me all night. Made me feel quite embarrassed. Nanji, Wulan, having you by my side is Subei's fortune of 3 lifetimes, thank you. Beneath a stage somewhere in Manhwa, a man completely hidden in shadows was leisurely listening to the opera. Just then, Jai suddenly appeared beside him. The man drank his tea unhurriedly. Jai, what is it? Reporting to Bingzuanshang, the young master encountered that Subei and Xiegu Chang, this person's strength and realm have improved again, and he is accompanied by a woman of exceptionally high cultivation. We cannot ascertain this woman's identity. Furthermore, the daughter of Ru Sheng seems to have already become Subei's disciple. The man's tone was filled with monstrous anger. Bunch of waste, 2 assassination attempts failed. Let that old fellow Ru Sheng laugh at us. How are the arrangements at Xian Shan? Arrangements are complete. Once activated, no one at the center of the Great Formation can escape. Even if someone at the Du Jie realm appears, they cannot break through. Nan Huang lightly lifted Jia Yi's face. Don't be so absolute, setting up such a large formation in Nandu's territory. will inevitably lead people to suspect this venerable one. When the time comes, create an opening, release half the people as appropriate. Yes, Jai, you follow me drunk. Do you know what fate awaits you after this succeeds? Subordinate is willing to die for Zuanshan, die for recasting the great Tao, in a forest on the other side. 4 people were gathered around a campfire, discussing the upcoming Koshan Men event. Just then, Ji Nanyu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Koshan Men is where all sect disciples will participate in the grand competition, and those coming are the disciples with the highest cultivation and talent from each sect." Hearing this, my heart instantly jolted. Ji Nanyu and I simultaneously shouted 2 words, "Sha Xiao." Who would have thought the scene of me, one dragon playing with 2 phoenixes, would once again be witnessed by my disciple? Although Li Zijuan pretended to run away shyly, her mind was pondering what position she should use when she joins in the future. Continuing on the road to Nandu, Ji Nanyu suddenly realized, this Koshan Men event is undoubtedly the perfect hunting ground for Sha Xiao. My face wrinkled in displeasure. Koshan Men is held right under Nan Huang's nose. These Sha Xiao really dare? Among the Sha Xiao encountered before, there were not only people from Ru Men and Daozone, there was also a Du Jie realm woman comparable to me. I knocked my forehead with a headache. No wonder Yao Yan insisted on undergoing her tribulation at this time. Everything the Sha Xiao are doing now is probably to help that Zuanshan surpass the Xingnu. Li Zijuan stared absently at the campfire before her, so the root of the problem isn't master. Even master cultivating Tun Tian Imogong in the previous life might have been that Zuanshan scheme. Thinking this, she couldn't help but speak. Master, Zijuan has a question she wants to ask you alone. Walking to a nearby dense forest, Li Zijuan asked eagerly, comparing the common people of the world and master's personal feelings, which is more important? If one day you have to abandon me for the sake of the world, I raised my hand and patted Li Zijuan's head, forcefully interrupting her remaining words. Perhaps his world really has such a day. Master will still protect everyone around him. Only now do I finally understand why Li Zijuan Nuqing Yuan, why Xiaoru watching held undisguised hatred towards me. I gently pulled Li Zijuan into my embrace. Master will absolutely not abandon you again this time. Li Zijuan's tears instantly burst forth. Not again? Master remembers everything now? On the other side, Jianzong's Feizhou finally arrived at Nangua's imperial capital, the 2 released from confinement stretched. Junior sister, we finally arrived. Mo Li's eyes were full of worry. I wonder if that turmoil in Nangua will happen again. Are you really prepared? Just then, Mo Fan, also finished with confinement, came up behind the 2. Wonder how senior sister is preparing for the duel with junior brother? Junior brother is looking forward to it very much. TCH, Emily didn't even want to bother with him. Rolled her eyes disdainfully at this loser, then pulled Xiaoru watching and jumped off the Feizhou. Mo Fan was instantly furious and cursed. Good, very good. Someday, senior sister will pay an irreparable price for her arrogance. Then he ignored everyone's gazes and stormed off. I, Mo Fan, will let you know who is the true genius disciple of Jianzong. Jianzong only needs me alone, under Shan Wu's guidance. Jianzong disciples flew towards Nandong one after another. Look, the people from Jianzong are here. Truly worthy of being one of the top 10 sects. Ah, their entrance is so cool. Just then, 2 chuckles sounded from the crowd. Don't forget everyone, Elder Su once accepted that waste as a disciple at Dengxian Tai, and even boasted that he would let him challenge any disciple of my Wu Hua Ke at the Zongmen Desai. Ridiculous if I, Wang Badan, encounter him. 3 moves are enough to make him understand that trash is trash. As soon as the words fell, an angry roar sounded from above. That bastard from Wu Hua Ke dare to damage my Jianzong's reputation again. Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death with 1 sword strike. After leading the disciples to the Jianzong residence, Shan Wuk dismissed them for free activity. Sister specially embroidered a gown for senior brother. I can't lose either. Let's go to Luobao Dajie to pick a gift for senior brother, and Xiaoru watching in the other, to comfort Jian Yang. Also took her out shopping to relax. Who knew? Just a few steps into Luobao Dajie, they saw 2 groups arguing in front of a stall. I already settled the price for this spirit sword. What trouble are you Wu Hua Ke stirring up now? Song Ying waved his folding fan, smiled. Want it? Beg me. Ah, boss, how much did this Jianzong chick offer? I'll pay double. Xiaoru watching and Emoli exchanged glances, walked directly behind their junior sister. What's going on? The girl, seeing her 2 direct senior sisters arrive, immediately complained aggrievely. 2 senior sisters. Junior sister had already agreed on the price of the spirit sword with the boss. But the people from Wu Hua Ke came over to play rogue, and Song Ying, upon seeing Emoli and the other, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. so he immediately put away his fan and bowed. I am Song Ying, direct disciple of Wu Huakei's second elder. Would the fairies do Song the honor of joining me for dinner? Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruoqing and Emoli directly ignored him, took out spirit stones and handed them to the vendor. All right, this matter is settled. Song Ying immediately raised his hand to block them. It seems the ladies don't hold my Wu Huakei in high regard. I said I want this spirit sword. Trash, get lost. Song Ying's face suddenly darkened. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. You are playing with fire. 2 Jindan and 1 piece of trash. Poor Elder Su, just hailed by the Xingnu as the #1 below Hadao. His lifelong fame is about to be ruined by you few pieces of trash. Xiao Ruoqing suddenly drew her sword and pointed it at Song Ying. Say that again, try me. What, the dog disciples taken in by the trash Jianzong now can't even understand human language? Emoli instantly surged with killing intent, raised her hand, unleashing Jian Yi Yuan Urshan. But Song Ying showed no fear, waved his folding fan, instantly using the defensive technique, Bao Wu Shouyi. The moment the two spiritual energies collided, Emoli was directly sent flying. After landing, she couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. Just then, a Lianshu realm pressure instantly covered everyone present. Everyone stop. After helping Emoli up and checking her injuries, Shanhua quickly took out a pill and fed it to her. Your Wu Huakei disciples are simply devoid of manners, courting a beating. Just as the Wu Huakei disciples were suppressed and couldn't lift their heads, a Fuchin suddenly swung out a stream of spiritual energy, dispersing it. Wu Huakei's second elder slowly descended, interfering even in squabbles between juniors? Isn't Fairy Shan being a bit excessive? Shanhua snorted coldly. The disciples your Wu Huakei produces are all hooligans and ruffians. I have no choice but to trouble myself to educate them for you. This elder thinks your Jianzong should restrain yourselves. Actually, for these trash disciples, threatening to stab my Wu Huakei, want to tear faces apart? If Shangguan Bieli were alive, seeing you group without the pride of sword cultivators, I wonder how he would feel. This elder feels ashamed for you. While the two sides argued incessantly, Tong Xiu and Yu Hongxiu were watching the show from a pavilion nearby. Sect Master, you just watching like this? Why, does Elder Tong want to help Jianzong? Hongxiu shook her head. I just can't stand Wu Huakei's arrogant and domineering face. Yu Hongxiu watched below with interest. Let's wait a bit longer, maybe someone will come. Meanwhile, the little beggar mixed in the crowd happened to witness the whole thing. So he indignantly complained to Huaihan Lahua. It was clearly Wu Huakei who started the trouble first. Why is it being twisted now like it's Jianzong's fault? Huaihan chuckled and picked up the little beggar. This elder Lin Zhan's rhetoric is quite brilliant. He lightly shifted the topic, never mentioning his own disciple's fault. Watch closely. Next, he will definitely say something like educating you on behalf of Jianzong's ancestors. Sure enough, Lin Zhan raised his fuchin and shouted loudly. Shangguan Bieli showed me kindness back then. Today, this elder will take pleasure in disciplining you Jianzong disciples on behalf of Shangguan Shizu. Shan Wulan knew she was no match for a Hadao realm opponent, immediately shouted, Lin Zhan, you dare. This is Nandu. Lin Zhan laughed wildly. What does Jianzong amount to now? Still think you are the world's #1 Jianzong from 1,000 years ago? Shan Wulan held her sword horizontally, struggling to block. No matter how low Jianzong sinks, it's not your Wu Huakei's place to judge. Lin Zhan laughed even more wildly upon hearing this. Nowadays, your entire sect can't even produce a second Hadao realm. Fairy Shan, you tell Lin. 1,000 years ago, Jianzong could rely on Shangguan Bieli, but who can the future Jianzong rely on now? Just as the fuchin in Lin Zhan's hand was about to fall, a sword cry suddenly resounded. A huge Handan green lotus bloomed in the sky, instantly dispersing all surrounding spiritual energy. I held the Handan Qi in my hand, face serene. Jianzong relies on me. Su Bei, is that enough? Who would have thought Wu Huakei, in order to twist black and white, would disregard being in Nanggua's imperial capital? An attempt to forcefully suppress Shanwak, just as Tongxiu couldn't watch anymore and wanted to help. A Handan green lotus suddenly bloomed on the dome. Tongxiu looked at Yu Hongxiu in surprise. This was also within your expectations? Yu Hongxiu smiled faintly, just a woman's intuition. But Tongxiu didn't relax. Elder Su was ultimately only at the Lianshu realm. Facing Lin Zhan of the Hadao realm, his chances of winning are probably slim. The situation was just as he said. Lin Zhan showed no signs of restraint due to my arrival. This elder wondered who had such big talk. Elder Su, what great prestige. I ignored his mockery. Su is not an unreasonable person, since Elder Lin has already educated my Jianzong disciple. Then it shouldn't be a problem for Su to give some pointers to Wu Huakei's people, right? Elder Su, are you threatening me? With just your peak Lianshu strength, you want to challenge me? I waved my hand, projecting a stream of Hundun Chi. Su didn't intend to clash with any sect on this trip. But fundamentally, everyone is extremely stubborn, none are kind souls. A domineering pressure instantly descended upon the Wu Hua Ke crowd, pressing them down so hard they barely avoided collapsing even using hands and feet. Along the way, the number of Hadao realm cultivators who died at Su's hands already exceeds one hand. A mere early-stage Hadao dares to mention ancestral master Shangwan? Dares to speak the word threat? Lin Zhan clutched his chest, gasping wildly, how is this possible? Why can't I muster a shred of resistance? The two watching from the pavilion had eyes full of shock. Su Bei can actually suppress Lin Zhan with just his aura? Could his strength truly be more than meets the eye? I think the seniors from all sects of the 21 regions have arrived today. Su will take this opportunity to settle accounts with Wu Hua Ke, whether it's Jianzong or Su himself. We have never actively provoked others, instead, it's you bunch of pests, rushing to find trouble. First, provoking us at the elder Jieshi's birthday banquet. Then destroying my Jianzong's main hall when no one was there, burning my Jianzong's hidden sword pavilion. Is it because we didn't attack your sect that you think my Jianzong is easy to bully? Think I, Su Bei, have no temper? I suddenly condensed countless sword shadows in the sky. The Hundun green lotus above the firmament abruptly burst forth with brilliant light. Today, the dead Wu Hua KOs, Su will settle it together with Elder Lin. Lin Zhan felt chills in his heart. But his mouth refused to yield, just based on your mere peak Lianshu. You dare demand an explanation from my Wu Hua Ke? The corner of my mouth turned up slightly, yes, just based on me, then my left hand abruptly brought down a rain of swords covering half the sky. Instantly striking towards Lin Zhan, Jian Shuri, Wu Sun Shu, Lin Zhan hurriedly circulated his technique to block. But the moment he touched the sword chi, his heart was instantly filled with endless fear. How can there be such pure Jian Shuri? After the sword chi dissipated, Lin Zhan immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood in shock. My Dantian. My meridians are all destroyed. Simultaneously, three figures swiftly surrounded me. Elder Su, you've gone a bit too far. I calmly closed my eyes. If you elders truly think so, why wait until now to appear? Are you thinking how to speak to curry favor with Wu Hua Ke? The thoughts of the three old lamps were exposed by me, instantly becoming awkward and unsure what to say. Finally, they could only sigh helplessly. Tongxiu, who had been watching the show, suddenly jumped down from the pavilion. Met my gaze in midair, just when I thought he wanted to stand up for Wu Hua Ke. This old lamp actually patted my shoulder excitedly. Elder Su, well done. Then he loudly announced, elders of my Dao Zone, follow Tong back to the residence. As for the elders of other sects, I believe you know what to do. Only after the onlookers from various sects dispersed did the Jianzong disciples laughingly swarm over like bees. My face darkened as I cursed, you still have the face to laugh? Is this how you protect Jianzong's prestige? Are the swords in your hands for lighting fires? If I hadn't come today, were you planning to just watch from the side? I think that old fellow Lin Zhan didn't curse wrong. Jian Zong really did take in a bunch of spineless trash. A female disciple couldn't help but retort. I'm not trash, I was afraid of affecting intersect relations, that's why I didn't act. A terrifying pressure instantly erupted from me, directly forcing this disciple to kneel straight down. Shan Wuk, seeing this, quickly went up to protect him. Senior brother, what are you doing? No matter what, you can't attack your own disciple. I squatted down, staring coldly at this female disciple. Bandits came to your home and killed your parents. You worried about affecting harmonious relations with the bandits, so you just watched from the side without fighting back? As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples' faces became extremely unsightly. The great elder repeatedly warned us not to cause trouble. We were just following Jianzong's rule of enduring whenever possible, so please, Elder Su, return our swords. I shook my head helplessly. Within the sect, those who don't follow rules are trash, are waste. But those who watch fellow disciples being bullied by outsiders, yet are timid because of rules, are worse than even trash and waste. The disciples who were originally indignant heard this, instantly lowered their heads in shame. Your dignity, this elder will take it back today. When you regain your confidence, come find me again. At that time, I will return the dignity and backbone you lost today. On the other side, when the two senior sisters were arguing with Wu Hua Ke, Jin Yang decisively went back to get reinforcements. But because she was too anxious, she accidentally bumped into someone, just as she was about to apologize. She saw Jia Yi kneeling on one knee respectfully. Your Highness, finally found you. His Majesty has been waiting for you. Jian Yang quickly gestured an apology. I have something very important right now. Jia Yi showed a gentle smile. Your Highness, rest assured, Jia just saw your 8th martial uncle pass by. Presumably, your highness's senior sisters and fellow disciples will be fine, under Jia Yi's guidance. The two arrived at a solemn and magnificent grand hall. Before Nan Huang, who had been waiting inside early on, raised the corner of his mouth. Child, we meet again. It's been hard on you all these years. Jian Yang sat reservedly on the chair, gesturing. Your Majesty Nan Huang. I don't know you. Nan Huang took a sip of tea. You must have already guessed your identity. You must also resent me for abandoning you and your mother back then, but I did it all for your own good. Thank you very much for the audience, Your Majesty Nan Huang, but Jian Yang now has master and senior sisters. Every day is very happy. Nan Huang stood up angrily. Do you really think Su Bei genuinely wanted to take you as a disciple? Dare you guarantee he doesn't have any bias? Who would have thought Jian Yang was actually Nan Huang's daughter? But Jian Yang is very satisfied with her current life, and refuses to acknowledge him at all. Nan Huang stood up angrily. Do you really think Su Bei genuinely wanted to take you as a disciple? Dare you guarantee he doesn't have any bias? Your personality, nicely put, is gentle, harshly put, is cowardly. He didn't know you possess a special physique, yet still boasted at Deng Xian Tai. Letting you challenge Wu Huake, he claims to treat miscellaneous disciples equally. But in reality, never properly guided you. He is truly hypocritical to the extreme. Jian Yang's mind instantly fell into chaos. No, it's not like that. Master is very good to Jian Yang. Nan Huang softened his tone, stroking Jian Yang's head. Child, in this world, no one respects the weak. They must despise you immensely in their hearts. 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed from Jian Yang's eyes. Then in this world, is there no one I can confide in and be honest with? Of course, there is. Who is it? Nan Huang reached out and pulled Jian Yang into his embrace. That would be I, as your father. Even if you are forever this useless, I will never dislike you. On the other side, after I finished reprimanding the Jianzong disciples and was about to take Xiao Ruoqing and the others to see Li Zijuan, I suddenly asked, since just now, Master wanted to ask, where did Jian Yang go? The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Or where is Jian Yang? She was just with us a moment ago. How could she suddenly, just as we were staring blankly at each other? Jian Yang walked over with a dejected face. Seeing this, I hurried forward and rubbed her head. Io, my good disciple, Master almost thought you were abducted by human traffickers. But Jian Yang didn't show her usual smile, instead started crying sadly. I put away my smile, asking with concern, Jian Yang, what's wrong? Can you tell Master what happened? Jian Yang gestured with trembling hands. Master, why did you accept Jian Yang as a disciple? Jian Yang is clearly useless, and her personality is so cowardly. I let out a sigh of relief, smiling again. What a silly disciple. In Master's eyes, Jian Yang has many shining points. You went to see Nan Huang, right? Master won't ask what he said to you, that's your own little secret. But no matter what happened, no matter what others say, Master will never betray his own disciple. Hope you will unconditionally trust Master, okay? Jian Yang finally smiled through her tears upon hearing this, reaching out to pinky swear with me. After finally coaxing Jian Yang, I couldn't help cursing that idiot Nan Huang inwardly. Why did he come pester my disciple for no reason? I don't have any grudge against him, right? Arriving at the gate of Kong Chao Hu with my 3 disciples, Li Zijuan had already been waiting there for a long time. Zijuan greets senior sister Ruoqing, greets senior sister Emoli. Senior sister Jian Yang, meeting acquaintances yet pretending it's the first time. Xiao Ruoqing felt somewhat awkward. After they finished introducing each other, I asked, Zijuan, where are your 2 Xiniangs? Xiao Ruoqing and Emoli instantly couldn't hold back upon hearing this. What 2 Xiniangs? I ignored the 2 bristling women. You guys chat first, Master still has important business to attend to. Taking my leave first, Li Zijuan quickly shouted seeing this, Master, it's room number 1 in the south wing. Not room number 1, I jogged all the way and pushed open the door. My dear bored husband is back. Did you miss husband? Ling Huangho, who was tying her hair preparing to leave the bath, saw the person. Instantly froze for a few seconds, then erupted in a roar of shame and anger. Why is it you again? Then, she quickly condensed a light screen with spiritual power. Hurry up and turn around. Look again in this palace will definitely gouge out your eyes. When Ling Huangho came out wrapped in a bath towel, I quickly raised my hand, swearing I saw nothing. Ling Huangho didn't dwell on this matter. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. Let me ask you, wasn't Dong Huang with you recently? That's really not the case. Su hasn't seen brother Nanyu for quite some days either. Ling Huangho remained silent for a moment, then asked, Elder Su, answer honestly, what do you think of this palace? Generally speaking, devastatingly beautiful, eclipsing the moon in shaming flowers, bright eyes and white teeth, captivating beauty approaching. The empress quickly interrupted shyly, enough, if this palace is truly as good as you say, why is Dong Huang still unwilling to consummate the marriage with me? Hearing this, I cleared my throat twice and said seriously, perhaps it's precisely because the empress is too perfect, creating a sense of distance for Brother Nanyu. Has the empress ever acted coquettishly towards Brother Nanyu on usual days? Su is untalented, but happens to have some insight in this area, while no one is around. Empress, why not treat Su as Brother Nanyu and give it a try? Ling Huangho hesitated for a moment, slowly leaned towards me and whispered, brother, that place of mine is so itchy. These words directly stunned me. Ling Huangho, do you have some misunderstanding about the words acting coquettishly? Just as I intended to correct her, Shan Wulan, face frosty, suddenly appeared behind me. Humph. Brother. Meanwhile, in a certain room, Li Zijuan and the other two completed their first meeting after rebirth. Speak, why did you call us over in the middle of the night? Li Zijuan chuckled lightly. The two senior sisters should have already guessed, so Zijuan wants to ask, what do the two of you think of this life's master? Mo Li calmly took a sip of tea. You are indeed a reincarnator like us. Li Zijuan proactively refilled their tea. Eldest senior sister, don't you hate master? He personally killed you in the last life. Xiaoru watching stared absently at the teacup in her hand. When I reincarnated and saw him for the first time, I indeed wanted to torture him to death myself. It's just that this life's him is hard to hate. Li Zijuan nodded, then looked at Emoli, second senior sister, what are your thoughts? I promised someone. Not planning to seek revenge for now, junior sister has been by master's side this whole time. Do you know what master has experienced? And what's with his head full of white hair? Li Zijuan remained silent for a moment, the room filled with lingering sorrow, finally sighed deeply. Whispered, perhaps it's because of Tun Tian Mo Gong, who would have thought Ling Huangho's bathing scene would be seen by me again, just as I wanted to guide her on how to act coquettishly. Shan Wulan, face frosty, suddenly appeared behind me, when Ling Huangho returned to her room to dress. Ji Nanyu, disguised as Dong Huang again, pushed the door open and entered. Good evening, my empress. Ling Huangho was slightly stunned, then excitedly threw herself into Ji Nanyu's arms. Where have you been all this time? Why didn't you let me know? Ji Nanyu gently stroked the empress's hair. My good empress, you've suffered these days. After Ling Huangho calmed down, she whispered again, Your Majesty, this palace is truly not jealous. If you have someone you fancy outside, feel free to bring her back to the palace and grant her the title of concubine. This palace only has one request. Your Majesty's heir must be born by me. Ji Nanyu outwardly agreed obediently, but inwardly was extremely conflicted. What on earth should I do now? Do I really have to exchange fluids with that libertine? To prevent Ling Huangho from forcefully consummating on the spot, he comforted Ling Huangho with a few more words, then hurriedly slipped away. Ji Nanyu clutched his chest melancholically. This male disguise is getting harder and harder. Although the Xianyuan Dan can still conceal my original aura, but ever since being needed by that libertine, this place has been getting bigger and bigger. Passing by the next room, Ji Nanyu suddenly heard Shan Wulan's voice. Brother, sit down, why so reserved? Brother, why aren't you talking? Didn't you just let another woman call you that? Then she regretfully took out a crystal barret, found a treasure at Luobao Dajie today. A secret treasure for dual cultivation from Huanzong. I suppose brother has no fortune to enjoy it. Wulan can only aggrieve herself and enjoy it alone. How could I resist such temptation? I immediately pounced on Shan Wulan. Lan Bao, husband really has nothing going on with Ling Huangho. That earlier was a huge misunderstanding. You alone certainly cannot experience the true pleasure. Let husband help you instead. Ji Nanyu listened at the door for a full hour, before the commotion in the room gradually subsided. Then another loud slap sound came from inside. Said punishment is punishment, tonight you sleep alone in your room. I weakly supported myself against the wall, a slap mark on my face. Why do humans need to reproduce? Why can the corpus cavernosum become Bangun? Why can't I control myself? Ji Nanyu greeted casually. Wow, what a coincidence, just borrowed lodging at Kongchanghu for a few days. Didn't expect to run into Brother Su here, haven't seen you for days, how about a few drinks tonight? I directly put my arm around Ji Nanyu's shoulder. Since we haven't seen each other for days, how can a few drinks suffice? Tonight, you and I, brothers, must drink heartily through the night, inside Kongchanhu's Lake Heart Pavilion. Ji Nanyu proactively poured me a cup of wine. Brother Su, I never thought. Only younger sister would fall into your hands, but I didn't know Brother Su was so flirtatious. Was that Fairy Shan from Jianzhong just now? Is Brother Su so unrestrained even at Kongchanhu? Hearing this, I hurriedly waved my hands to explain, no, today was purely an accident. My sincerity towards Fairy Nanji can be witnessed by heaven and earth. I understands excellent men won't have just one flower, but I only has this one sister. You must never let her down, understand? I immediately raised the wine pot and shouted, Brother G speaks with great reason, Su will punish himself with a pot right now. A hint of secret joy flashed in Ji Nanyu's eyes. Shan Wulan, since you flaunt yourself privately, don't blame me for secretly using tricks. One morning, I yawned, looked listlessly at the few people who came to pay respects. Haven't seen you for half a year. Your cultivation hasn't disappointed master's expectations. This time at Koshien Men, do you elders have confidence? The three who pulled an all-nighter weakly replied, aha. We have confidence. I helplessly covered my forehead. You don't need to push yourselves this hard either. Cultivation still requires balancing work and rest. Master is not a good master. Just as I was about to pour out my heart, I saw Xiao watching and the other two nodding frantically. Hardcore agree. Indeed. I cleared my throat awkwardly twice, changing the subject. Master, heard Lear got into a conflict with other disciples and scheduled a duel? Yo, you enjoyed yourself in Manhwa with that woman for half a year, and still no to care about us? I rubbed my chin, thinking for a moment, but Imofan always feels not simple, according to the template. This person will definitely trigger a major plot point later, so I asked seriously, can you tell Master more details about this person? Does he have any special physique, or heaven-defying magic treasure? Seeing Emily turn her head away, unwilling to respond, I could only patiently rub her head. Forget it, Lear. Come to Master's room tonight. Master has something to say to you alone. Xiao watching beside me grabbed my hand and smiled. Doesn't Master have anything to say to Qinger alone? Taking advantage of the dark night, lone man and woman. Even if Master wants to PP, I quickly interrupted Xiao watching's next words. Qinger, be careful with your words. It's hard to pass review like this. Then I lightly tapped her cute nose. Of course, Master also has things to say to Ruwatching, but there have been many matters recently. So I have to aggrieve Ruwatching first, after appeasing Xiao Ruwatching and the other two one by one. Only then did I gesture to Jin Yang hiding behind. Jin Yang, come with me first. After I left with Jin Yang, Xiao Ruwatching instantly turned cold and warned Emily. Although I don't know why Master wants to see you alone, I advise you, don't try any sneaky overtaking maneuvers. After I brought Jin Yang back to the room, I took out the Tian Di Yuan Huang Dan. Take this, and you'll be able to speak from now on. Jin Yang held the box in her hands, tears streaming down. She was truly hopeless to actually be disturbed by a few words from that so-called father. Thus neglecting Master's kindness towards her, I squatted down, gently helping Jin Yang tidy up. You suffered grievances during the days Master was away. Jin Yang looked at me with sorrowful eyes. Taking this, can Jin Yang become strong? I smiled and slightly bowed my head. This pill can break the shackles of all physiques in the world. After taking it, Jin Yang will be able to recover her true strength. The moment Jin Yang swallowed the Yuan Huan Dan, she was instantly enveloped by ancient and complex runes. I carried her to the bed and laid her down, then left quietly on tiptoe. Sleep well. When you wake up, you can embrace a brand new life. That night, I held the sword chip in my hand. After a moment of contemplation, asked, Lear, do you hate Master? Mo Li's heart stirred. Looks like Master truly recovered his memory as Zijuan said, of course, I hate you. But Master hasn't remembered everything yet. Lear, can you tell Master? What exactly did I do to you in the past? Mo Li's tears instantly burst forth. That scene which had tormented her for so long replayed uncontrollably in her mind again. Back then, she looked at the long sword piercing her chest, tone full of disbelief. Master, why? My face frosty, I walked before her, mercilessly pulling out the long sword, then glanced sideways at the woman in red behind me, coldly stating, are you satisfied now? The woman in red slightly bowed her head. You are destined to become the Tian Dao. What does this bit of pain count for? She is my direct disciple, my closest relative in this world, but you personally digging out the heart and taking the bone is better than others doing it, isn't it? I knelt weakly on the ground. Why must I be chosen to become the Tian Dao? If I hadn't gone to Daoxian Tian and pulled out that sword, hadn't comprehended Tun Tian on the wall, met you in Zhang Tian Gong. There are no ifs, all this is destined. You must become the Tian Dao as soon as possible. Wang Fei, what can I do after becoming the Tian Dao? Can I save my ruined disciples? Life and death cannot be reversed, the yellow springs cannot be crossed, but the Tian Dao can cross the shore of time. So this is the shore of time? Who would have thought Shan Wulan, to lure me in, bought a crystal barret from Huanzong? But the most ridiculous was still Ji Nanyu. This guy actually listened outside the door for 2.5 hours of live broadcast, and after this, I finally learned from Emily what I had done in my previous life. So the memory fragments that appeared after reading the Datwang Jing really are my own memories. Being able to write Min Nong and Qing Yuan in the previous life also proves both lives were myself. After accepting this perception-shattering fact, I couldn't help sighing deeply. Without warning, stabbed the Qingping Jian into my own chest. Lear, that sword strike from the previous life. Master repays you now. Emily watched this scene, bewildered. Cried out Master with tears streaming down. I pulled out the Qingping Jian, forcing a smile. This sword returned too late. Lear, don't blame Master. Seeing my figure weakly collapse, Emily hurriedly went forward to support me. Qingping Jian is no ordinary sword. Even with your high cultivation, you'll suffer great damage to your vitality. I calmly comforted her. Disciple, no need for this. This is what Master deserves. Emily hugged me, crying bitterly. Don't call me disciple. You clearly knew the person that night was me. You clearly knew my feelings. Then she desperately kissed my lips. So even if it's guilt, I want your heart filled with me. You belong to Emily. Belong to my master alone. One morning, Xiao Ruoqing carried a basin of clean water to my door. Is Master still resting? Haven't seen you for a long time. Today, let Qinger serve you washing up. There was no response from the room for a long time. Xiao Ruoqing directly pushed the door open and walked in, but when she saw the scene inside, she immediately dropped the water basin in her hand, rushed anxiously to my bedside. What exactly happened? Why is Master injured like this? I explained rather gratifiedly. Look how nervous you are. With Master's cultivation, what could possibly happen? But Xiao Ruoqing simply wouldn't listen. Was it Emily who did it? I'll go find her right now. I grabbed Xiao Ruoqing, who was turning to leave. Don't guess wildly, it wasn't Lear. Xiao Ruoqing sat down resentfully by the bed. It's already like this. Master still wants to speak up for her? She really had the heart to do it. I shook my head slightly. It really wasn't Lear's doing. I stabbed myself. Xiao Ruoqing's face froze. Master knows everything about the past now? Only remembered a part. Today is the day Lear duels, right? Help me up. After helping me out of bed, both simultaneously froze, because apart from the bandage wrapped around my chest, I was completely naked from head to toe. I hurriedly reached down to cover Brother G. This Emily, bandaging is fine. Why did she take off my pants? Quickly help Master get the pants. After Xiao Ruoqing handed over the pants, she turned her back and whispered, no matter which life, Master is always so protective. That's why I refused to believe Master would do such a thing. That's why I hated Master so much, although I don't know by what chance I could restart this life. But after entering Master's tutelage again, I believed even more strongly. The previous Master must have had enormous reasons, circumstances beyond his control, so this life. Master, don't hide it from your disciple anymore, okay? All the suffering, all the helplessness, we disciples can bear it together. Looking at Xiao Ruoqing's determined eyes, I couldn't help smiling. Master promises you. Tell Master about the previous life. About your stories. Master wants to completely retrieve those memories. Xiao Ruoqing heard this. Her thoughts instantly drifted back to the scene of Emily standing alone in the law enforcement hall. How dare you kill my Yuan Men's direct disciple, Jin Zong. Emily, do you know your crime? That lewd thing who harassed my Jin Zong's female disciple. Isn't it good that he died, saving resources for your Yuan Men? Yuan Men elder's face turned black. So ruthless at such a young age. Elder One Run, if you don't give Yuan Men an explanation today, my Yuan Men will absolutely not let this rest. Wenren Pingxin pondered for a moment, was about to slightly punish Emily to quickly turn the page on this matter, when I suddenly burst into the law enforcement hall. Su's disciple spoke correctly. A morally corrupt lewd thing, dead is dead. Could it be you still want Su's disciple to pay with her life? Is he worthy? After bringing Emily back to Bu Jinfeng, Emily immediately bowed obediently to admit fault. Disciple was wrong. Please punish Master. Master repeatedly instructed. You must think thrice before acting. Can't you see this was a deliberate trap set by Yuan Men? Please punish Master. Do you think you can escape? Xiao Ruoqing and Li Zijuan, hearing this, quickly shielded Emily. Please Master, also think thrice before acting. I was instantly angered to the point of laughing. You three really have guts. Today, no matter who comes, it's useless. Must be severely punished. I stared coldly at Emily. Emily, listen carefully. From today onwards, all the meals at Fu Jinfeng are cooked by you, the wood is gathered by you, and the steps are swept by you too. Everyone's clothes and my fat thorn are also written by you. Xiao Ruoqing and the other two froze for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter. This punishment suits junior sister perfectly, can even train her cooking skills. After I left, cursing. Xiao Ruoqing looked at Emily smilingly. Junior sister, do you know where master rushed back from? It was Daoxian Tian, halfway across the 21 regions. Oh, so the next day, early morning. Molly invited her senior and junior sisters to evaluate her gardening work. How is it, beautiful? The two remained silent for a long time before forcing out, picked very well, don't pick next time. Just as the three were idly chatting around the stone table, they were caught red-handed by me, who happened to be inspecting. Unexpectedly, these three didn't take it seriously at all, instead gathered around asking me what I did at Xian Tian. I proudly pointed at the long sword on the table. This is the opportunity one obtained inside. Said to be the key to opening Zhang Tiangong, while Xiao Ruoqing and Li Jun surrounded me asking this and that. Emily turned around and ran to bring over a plate. Master, let's talk later, specially made braised pork for master today. Sweet and sour pork ribs, and scrambled eggs with cucumber, looking at the 3 plates of blackish unknown objects on the table. I held the chopsticks, unable to lower them for a long time. Later, after master broke through to half-step Hudao, he went to Zhang Tiangong, and then started towards us. I frowned, thinking for a moment. Looks like all the crucial information is in that damned place Zhang Tiangong. Who would have thought I actually wasn't a transmigrator, but after replacing the Tian Dao, forcefully crossed the shore of time back to the present? But I didn't dwell on this much. How is Jian Yang now? Still sleeping, but breathing evenly, should be fine. I slightly bowed my head. Then let's go check on Emily first. Meanwhile, rumors about the duel were spreading everywhere in Nandu City. Have you heard? That Mo fan from Jianzhong actually has the innate holy bone, just suppressed, hence being an ordinary disciple. A sneaky-looking Jianzhong disciple found Mo fan, reporting very charmingly, Big Brother, performance has all been spread out. Additionally, Wu Huakei sent someone with a message, saying, Mo fan heavily slammed the teacup down. Alright, I know everything. Looking at the reflection in the cup, Mo fan suddenly smiled sinisterly, remembering something. You damned old man still wanted to sell me out? Go die first, save him, please save him. Don't you sects say all beings are equal? Can anyone save my wife? I didn't mean it, I didn't mean to destroy your grave, ha ha ha. Holy bone, I finally found the holy bone. Tiny cracking sounds echoed. The teacup in Mo fan's hand was already covered in cracks. Just you wait. I, Mo fan, am not the Mo fan of the past. On the Dushuei Riverside stage, Emily still hadn't seen me. In the crowd, master didn't come. Looks like last night's injury was really severe. But Mo fan felt deeply humiliated, even arriving on the Yanwu stage. You still disdain looking me in the eye? His right hand formed a seal, left hand covered, a spine-shaped short sword instantly appeared in his palm. The crowd watching below instantly erupted in an uproar. Is this the legendary holy bone? Wonder what dog shit luck this Mo fan had. To actually obtain such a special physique. Jai, mingling in the crowd, licked his fingers. A bit interesting, no wonder he dared challenge Elder Su's direct disciple. At this moment, Mo fan's eyes were full of arrogance. Today, I will prove to the 21 regions I am the genius most worthy of nurturing in Jianzhong. But Emily currently had no mood for trash talk with him, directly flashed in front of Mo fan. Jian Er, Jiruo Chu Jian, Mo fan hurriedly blocked horizontally with his sword, the Shao Qian sword technique from the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Indeed cannot compare to senior sister Emily's Jianzhong Supreme Sword Classic, but my holy bone is invincible among peers. Emily raised her sword, parrying Mo fan's downward chop. Let out a sound of annoyance. Unexpectedly, Mo fan took this as a sign of Emily's weakness. Instantly began attacking frantically. Do you know how much I envy you? You were born able to stand in a position I need to strive for my whole life, always high above, never experiencing the pain of my struggle between life and death. Just because I was born lowly without family background, must I let you bully me? Why? Emily expressionlessly dodged Mo fan's attacks. What are you trying to express? Complaining to me that your life isn't smooth sailing? Mo fan's attacking form paused. That's why I detest people like you the most. The moment he raised the ancient sword in his hand, several ghastly white lightning bolts instantly appeared in the sky above. Emily, just die peacefully under this arrow of mine. Xiao Ruoqing worriedly tugged at the corner of my clothes. The situation isn't looking good. How much chance does master think junior sister Emily has? I pretended to think seriously for half a beat. About 80%. Hurry and ask the shopkeeper to serve some good dishes. Huilin will be hungry when she returns. Amidst the chat and laughter, Mo fan had already swung the ancient sword fiercely towards Emily. Emily, go die. Looking at the rapidly approaching crimson sword chi, a faint smile suddenly touched the corner of Emily's mouth. It's time, Gen C, Ji Shui Tong. The moment the azure sword light flashed out, it directly cut through Mo Fan's sword chi like paper, looking at Mo Li, who easily reached him. Mo Fan hysterically roared like a madman. No, impossible, I am the inheritor of the holy bone. I should be the strongest invincible among peers. What trick did you use? Why could you break my strike so easily? Why? Mo Li looked contemptuously at Mo Fan, pierced into a bloody mess. Just because I am the eldest daughter of the Mo family of Donghua. Because I have the world's top master teaching me the world's most precious sword technique. How could a clown like you know how many people's expectations I carry on my shoulders? Hua Yihan looked appreciatively at the girl on the stage. The world knows beauty is beauty. Its opposite is ugly, knows good is good, its opposite is evil. Then, he patted the little beggar on his shoulder exasperatedly. Eat, 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 all you know is eat. Can you tell what is good and what is evil? Don't get abducted. And foolishly help the kidnapper count money. Of course I know, good to me is good, bad to me is evil. Hua Yihan's expression turned serious. Good to me is good, evil to me is evil? After the stage presence dispersed, Mo Fan shrunk into a corner, constantly repeating, impossible, I couldn't possibly lose, I just lacked a bit of luck compared to Mo Li. Just then, a graceful figure appeared before him. You're Mo Fan, right? After today's events, do you think you can still stay in Jin Zone? Nonsense. I am followed by. Jia Yi reached out, interrupting his words. Come with me, we need you. Then, turning to leave, he whispered like a demon, as long as you come with me. We have ways to make you stronger than anyone else. Mo Fan didn't hesitate at all upon hearing this. Can you really make me stronger? I'll do anything you ask. On the other side, Mo Li, wearing only a doo-doo, walked out of the bathroom, pliantly collapsing into my arms. Master, aren't you going to help Lear bandage up? I suddenly exhaled a turbid breath. Then Master won't be polite. Sorry for the offense. Who knew? The moment my hand touched her body, the only remaining doo-doo just fell off. Before I could react, Mo Li pulled me backwards onto her, forcefully making the scene indescribable. Master, slowly. I looked at Mo Li flipping positions, bewildered. No, I don't think I did anything. Master, Lear's inner thigh seems injured too. Can you help Lear feel it? Who could have thought? Mo Li, after resolving her inner knot, would actually use the excuse of being injured to tempt me into touching the wound on her inner thigh? I flicked her forehead exasperatedly. Meridians. Injury is so severe, yet you still don't forget to fix/treat? What if Master doesn't look today? But Master will definitely help disciple look. I helplessly took out a jar of ointment, treating her wound. You're a girl, what will you do if you get scarred later? Feeling the movement of my hand, Mo Li's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. Then couldn't help letting out a soft cry. I nervously held her long leg. What's wrong? Was Master too forceful? Mo Li's breathing grew heavier. And no, it's because it's been too long since Master touched me, and Master, there. Lear, this is corpus cavernosum, not muscle. Master can't control it either. Intense desire burned in Mo Li's eyes. Then let Lear help Master. Just as Mo Li's small mouth was about to kiss me, I pressed down on her head. Loudly announced, Master meant the wiping is done, Ching and Zijuan can come in now. The two who had been waiting at the door for a long time quickly pushed the door open. Master, is senior sister's injury okay? Why did it take so long? That little chick didn't do anything to Master, right? I bent over, explaining somewhat awkwardly, just some minor superficial wounds. Koshien Men starts tomorrow. Tonight, Master will take you out for a walk. Seeing me hunched over, leaving slowly, Xiaoru watching couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is Master walking so awkwardly? Feels like he pulled something. That night, I held Li in my left, Xing in my right, strolling aimlessly down the street. Shouldn't be. Rumor has it that old lamp loves shopping. I've already run a full circle. Why haven't I met him yet? Can't even encounter him with a 3-layer red luck buff? Is Nan Huang this SSR really that hard to pull? But when I saw my 3 lively disciples, I couldn't help shaking my head with a smile. Forget it, tonight I'll just accompany them properly. So I directly put my arms around the 3 young girls. Let's go, disciples. Master will take you to buy some big treasures. A moment later, Xiaoru watching and the other 2 looked at the plaque of Wanqing Zhai before them, their pretty faces flushing red simultaneously. Master, doesn't this shop sell that kind of thing? I cleared my throat and said seriously, Master can do anything for you, even enter such a vulgar place. But Mo Li pouted dismissively. Stop dreaming. Sect Master, you wouldn't appear in such a small shop. Meanwhile, at the city protecting river, Shan Wulan was boating with Ling Huangho. I wonder why Elder Shan invited this palace out for a tour. Is there some important matter to discuss? What happened at Kong Chanhu that day was truly a misunderstanding. Shan Wulan leaned against the railing, looking at the scenery. I know it was a misunderstanding. Just wanted to chat idly with the Empress. This Koshien Men event lasts quite long. Everyone can only spend the Mid-Autumn Festival in Nandu. I wonder where the Empress and Dong Huang plan to spend mid-autumn? Ling Huangho couldn't help stiffening upon hearing this. With His Majesty, it's just a mortal festival, does it matter where we spend it? Spending it or not is all the same. Shan Wulan looked suspiciously at Ling Huangho. Why when Dong Huang is mentioned, the Empress's reaction is so awkward? Then she walked towards Ling Huangho. If the Empress doesn't mind, why not invite Dong Huang to celebrate the festival with us? The more the merrier, right? Ling Huangho replied without confidence, sure. If His Majesty can attend. By the way, the Empress and Dong Huang have been together for so many years. Why haven't you given birth to an heir yet? Ling Huangho, struck at her sore spot, instantly Hongwen. It's not just no heir, for these hundreds of years, this palace hasn't even consummated the marriage with him. Shan Wulan looked at Ling Huangho, stunned. What? Hundreds of years and you still haven't slept together? No way. He can resist such a top-tier wife? Could he not be interested in women? Ling Huangho gazed at the lake surface dejectedly. No, a few nights ago when he came looking for me, I smelled another woman's scent on him. Shan Wulan instantly snorted coldly. Those two truly deserve to be siblings, especially his younger sister, completely a fox spirit. Ling Huangho turned her head, puzzled. Younger sister? Yes, when I wasn't by Su Bei's side. The two of them got together. His sister is like this, how much better can the brother be? Ling Huangho's heart was instantly filled with intense sorrow. Ridiculous, as his wife. I actually didn't know he had a younger sister, and his mysterious master behind him never told me either. Then she sighed helplessly. Perhaps His Majesty has some difficulties. He used to be quite good to me. Shan Wulan quickly stepped closer to Ling Huangho's ear, whispering, let me give you an idea. Later, let's go to Wanqingzhai together. That place has, and at this moment, inside Wanqingzhai, I skillfully instructed the maid, go fetch the rouge made from Sufang Mu. The maid quickly brought over a small porcelain bottle. Sir seems very knowledgeable about rouge. Rouge made from Sufang Mu is rare, even our shop only has a small amount. Legend has it, beyond the 21 regions lies a place called Dahuang. Within Dahuang, there is a rouge mountain. The women there use this kind of rouge to adorn their faces. Just as I was talking eloquently, an ice-cold voice suddenly sounded behind me. Elder Su knows so much about this. Looks like you frequented that kind of place quite often. Since Elder Su knows so much, why not pick a box of rouge for me and Ling Huangho each? I forced myself to remain calm and picked out 2 boxes of rouge. My Lan Bao is most suited for peach blossom rouge. Ling Huangho is more suited for the Sufang Mu rouge. This rouge has a light fragrance, but can stimulate the faint Guizhi Ti Xiang on the Empress. But the next second, 3 gasps sounded simultaneously from behind. How do you know what Ling Huangho's body fragrance is? Now I was really sweating profusely. Guang Mang was about to pull Shan Wulan away from this place. Don't. Today, the Empress and I came specifically to buy dudas. Since you know so much, might as well pick a few pieces for the Empress. Hearing this, I subconsciously glanced at Ling Huangho. Why does today's Ling Huangho have such a heavy popular feel? Just then, Shan Wulan quietly leaned close to my ear, whispered, I'm serious. Today, I must help the Empress win back Dong Huang's heart. Just pick the kind you usually make me wear. These words instantly made my sense of shame explode. Hurriedly reached out to cover her ensuing fierce words. Stop talking, I'll go pick now. Then I came before Ling Huangho, saying seriously, please Empress, take off the duty you're wearing, so Su can pick according to the size for you, in order to conquer Dong Huang sooner. Ling Huangho also went all out, immediately walked into the fitting room and quickly took off her dudu. Elder Su, remember to return it. I looked puzzledly at the familiar dudu before me. Strange, why is this exactly the same as the one Ji Bao wears? Ling Huangho, have you ever lent this dudu to another woman? Or perhaps another woman could obtain the same style? How could I possibly lend it out? This palace's Feng Huang dudu is imperial exclusive. Only this palace in the entire world can wear it. My heart inexplicably jolted. Could it be Ji Bao isn't Dong Huang's sister, but his mistress? Who would have thought Shan Wulan would actually bring Ling Huangho, asking me to personally pick a few dudas for her, even specifically naming the type I usually make her wear to prevent me from pretending to be proper. On the other side, inside Honga's style room, a disciple respectfully presented a dark purple stone. Princess, this is the jinshur you wanted, for some unknown reason. Recently, all jinshur on the market have been bought up. So Mutin's group only found this one piece. Yu Hongxiu looked puzzledly at the jinshi in her hand. All bought up? Who could have such great reach? Then she commanded again. Su Bei is currently in Wanqing, right? Go invite him over, just say I miss him. Remember to find a way to send away the women around him, let him come alone. After the disciple accepted the order and left, Yu Hongxiu looked at the jinshi in her hand, revealing a smile. Once this thing is activated, it only takes a few breaths to seal the cultivation of cultivators below the user's realm. Little Su Bei, don't blame sister for deliberately testing you. Oh, after activating the jinshi with spiritual energy, Yu Hongxiu directly hid the jinshi in her mouth. The situation is urgent, sister can only use this method to understand your true realm. Meanwhile, Ling Huangho looked somewhat flusteredly at the lace suspenders on her body. This also counts as a doo-doo? Such indecent, scandalous things actually come from a shop under Xin Yue's own. The one Su Bei picked only has one strap there, slightly moving digs in. These shoes are also strange, but the initial feeling on the sole is quite nice. Just after putting on these clothes, the body inexplicably starts heating up. Could it be Xin Yue's own secret technique? Just then, I, guarding the door, suddenly asked, Empress, do the clothes fit well? Ling Huangho pulled at the hem of her skirt, pretty face bright red. No. The flood is almost uncontrollable, must hurry back and request the Dinghai Shenzhen. So she panted, stood up, came to the door. Fi fits well, tell the people at Wanqing to pack everything up and send it over. This palace must return quickly. Hearing this, I immediately agreed. Why does Ling Huangho's voice sound somewhat different? 30% delicate, 30% charming, and very sexy, sounds strangely nice. Just then, a disciple from Xin Yue's zone hurried over. Sorry to disturb Elder Su. Then he leaned close to my ear and whispered about the sect master. After listening, I nodded. Understood, I'll go shortly. Lan Bao, I suddenly have some urgent matters here. You take Ruoqing and the others back first. Shan Wulan sneered coldly. Eager to find that sect master you, right? Before I could offer an excuse, she grabbed my ear and roared, don't you dare spend the night at Hongga tonight, inside the Jianzong residence. Jian Yang, deep asleep, suddenly murmured, then opened her eyes and slowly sat up. After touching the stains already dried on her cheeks, she tentatively made 2 digging sounds. The next instant, a stream of pure golden spiritual energy gathered in her chest, quickly condensing into an emerald green jindan. Feeling the vast spiritual energy within the jindan, tears instantly welled up in Jian Yang's eyes. My master, Jian Yang formed her dan. Meanwhile, I was following the Xin Yue Zong disciple to find Yu Hongxiu. Previously kept lying to Yu Hongxiu that I was Peak Hadao. Could it be she found out? Thinking, already arrived outside Yu Hongxiu's boudoir door. Seeing me carefully walk into the room, tiptoeing around, looking everywhere, Yu Hongxiu, currently soaking in the bath, couldn't help chuckling. Little brother, what are you looking at? Come down and soak with sister. I scratched my head awkwardly. Sect master, you called Su here regarding important matters. Yu Hongxiu slowly swam before me, said charmingly, didn't we agree? Don't call me that when we're alone privately. Hole, I haven't seen you for days. Little brother has changed so much. Quick, let sister take a good look at you. I obediently walked to the edge of the pool and knelt down. Little brother, is it beautiful here? Hongba is a 1 in 10,000 place. Of course it's beautiful. Who knew? As soon as I spoke, Yu Hongxiu suddenly stood up from the pool. Then little brother, do you think this place is beautiful? Or is sister more beautiful? I disappointedly wiped the water droplets splashed on my forehead. Originally thought the person was more beautiful, but you wore the bikini we designed together. Completely lacked surprise. So sect master you, why exactly did you call me? Surely not just to call Su over, to see you wear a bikini? Yu Hongxiu didn't answer. If I don't trick him down soon, the Jinshi's effect will expire. Sister is bored soaking alone. Little brother, come down and soak together? I skillfully took off my robe, since you invited so sincerely. Then I won't be polite. I leaned against the edge of the pool, letting out a long sigh. Don't say it, really don't say it. Haven't enjoyed myself so relaxedly in a long time. Yu Hongxiu revealed a triumphant smile, then secretly took out the jinshi hidden in her mouth. The moment the jinshi entered the water, imperceptible spiritual power fluctuations rippled through it. Yu Hongxiu looked at me, showing no reaction, slightly pouting. As expected, he's not at the Hadao realm at all. After confirming this, she couldn't help laughing. So in such a short time, he climbed from Huashan to Peak Lianshu? Seeing me looking at her bewilderedly, Yu Hongxiu quickly changed the subject. Little brother, don't you feel Nandu has been abnormally hot these past few days? Hearing this, I was suddenly startled. Reaching this level of cultivation, It's impossible not to notice subtle changes in cold and heat. Something is strange about this matter. That Zuanshang has such a big appetite? Is he planning to swallow the entire 21 regions in one go? Or, he's already strong to the point even Yao Yin can't suppress him? Thinking this, I lost the mood for bathing too. I have already notified the Xin Yui Zone elders, and also informed Elder Tong of Dao Zone. This matter should be related to the Guisha organization. Su will immediately contact Jian Zone. Please ask eldest senior sister to bring everyone to Nandu for support. That Sha Xiu actually has such great reach? Among the Sha Xiu I encountered, there were people from Dao Zone, and also traders from RU Men. This organization's level of infiltration into major sects might far exceed our imagination. Yu Hongxiu hugged my waist from behind. Then thank you for your hard work, little brother. I let out an almost imperceptible sound. I'm not some young chick anymore. Seducing me like this repeatedly, isn't it a bit too disrespectful? So I directly turned around, lifted her chin, kissed her domineeringly yet gently. Who would have thought the long-sleeved Yu Hongxiu would stumble in my hands? Under her repeated seductions, I directly grabbed her chin and forcefully kissed her. This sudden scene instantly short-circuited Yu Hongxiu's brain. Only when I greedily wanted to stick my tongue in did she suddenly snap back, pushing me away forcefully, simultaneously wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth flusteredly, shouting in shame and anger, "Sube, you!" I crossed my arms, provoking with a disdainful look. Su really thought Sect Master Yu was experienced, eh? Why did you react like a chick then? Yu Hongxiu instantly fell silent upon hearing this. I couldn't help revealing a triumphant, wicked smile. Playing the gentleman is useless against this type of mature older sister. Gotta strike unexpectedly and proactively. Only then can you handle her. Sect Master Yu, Honga's mutant group spreads across the world. Su has a question. Please Sect Master Yu inform me, ask away. According to Honga's rules, a fair exchange is sufficient. Does Sect Master Yu know about Daoxian Tian and Zhang Tiangong? Yu Hongxiu furrowed her pretty brows. I don't know where you heard about this place. I can also send people to search for this place. It's just that every time Zhang Tiangong appears, it represents the end of an era. Hearing this, I instantly fell silent. Just as I was lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations host, third disciple successfully unsealed Jinyan Mingji. Reward host acquisition of simple grade Yin Shu Fa Sui. Congratulations host, third disciple broke through to Jindan. Early stage reward host 9,900 times feedback. Congratulations host successfully broke through to early Hadao. Host may begin the Du Xan Mo Jie at any time. Reward, Tiandi Yishang de Qian Shi Jie and 1 tenpul. After the series of announcements ended, I stood up, needing to leave. Regarding Zhang Tiangong, please Honga do your best to search. Then I suddenly formed a finger seal, twisting out a stream of spiritual energy, abruptly grabbing towards Yu Hongxiu's sleeve cuff. Yu Hongxiu was startled and quickly spat out the jinsher from her mouth. The next second, the jinsher abruptly shattered into pieces. I didn't say much more, directly pushed the door open and left. Sect Master Yu, we'll meet again. Yu Hongxiu looked at the jinsher fragments in her hand, shaking her head. Turns out he already knew my purpose, so he deliberately pretended to be below Hadao realm to toy with me. Truly played right into his hands. And I, hiding outside the door, my heart almost jumped out. Diao Lei Lu Mao almost blew my cover. Luckily the system arrived just in time. On the way back, I held my forehead in frustration. Damn it, every time I break through, do I have to receive so many memory fragments? My primary brain bank is about to explode. Just then, I noticed snowflakes suddenly drifting around. Snowing in late summer? This is a major world event. Fire explodes across the dynasty. A man ahead wearing a sui bowed. May I ask which esteemed expert you are, sir? The man didn't answer. It's cold outside, little friend. Why not come aboard the boat and sit? I obediently stepped onto the small boat, but saw a familiar little girl by the boat's edge. Little sister, why are you here? Aou glared at me angrily. Who's your little sister? Watch your words, call me Pavilion Master Aou. Then she suddenly revealed her true form. Awu, biting down on my head, I furiously pried open her mouth, shaking wildly. Enough, don't bite me every time we meet. Ru Shang laughed heartily. Someone's granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood. Elder Su, don't mind her. I magnanimously let go of Aou. She's just a child, eh? It's all right, old father-in-law. What are you doing? Naturally, fishing. Ru Shang smiled, glancing at me behind him. Although only one fish was caught today, it happens to be the one I wanted. Quite satisfying. I took 2 steps back in horror. I still don't know old father-in-law's name? Ru Sheng took off the bamboo hat on his head. Thought you'd guessed long ago. My name is Li Chou. Hearing this, my whole body instantly froze. Li Chou, isn't that Li Zijuan's father? This person is actually Ru Shang? After the shock, I quickly bowed respectfully. Elder Su managing to break through to Hadao at this age, besides that one from back then, in the whole world. There really isn't a second one, since I've already met Elder Su, this old man can rest assured. You stay with AOU for a while, this old man will leave first. I stood frozen on the spot, unsure what to say for a moment. This is really a very sudden meeting the parents session, eh? AOU beside me tugged at my sleeve. Sube, I'm hungry, can I eat you? A moment later, I stared dumbfounded at the little dragon girl burying her head and eating furiously, and the dozen-plus layers of stacked jingdi. No, you can still eat? If this were our place, just filming an eating broadcast video, likes could easily exceed 1 million. The surrounding diners were also shocked by AOU's appetite, all praising what a blessed daughter I have. Just then, an old man suddenly noticed AOU's dragon horns. Young man, on your daughter's head, this is? My heart jumped, quickly took out a Mawar Fagu and put it on her. Soft cute cat ears open a new world for you, Xinhua Zone's lower 7-star product. Oh. AOU shook the cat ears dissatisfiedly. What ugly thing did you tie on this pavilion, master? I raised my hand signaling her to shut up. Be good, this way you won't attract attention. The diners were instantly charmed by AOU's silly cute look. Xanba, young man. Your daughter is raised really beautifully. Ah, yes, yes. Pink and jade-like, just like a jade doll. AOU, who had endured for a long time, stomped one foot on the table edge and shouted, enough. He's not my dad, he's my future husband. Seeing the surrounding diners' expressions suddenly change, I hurriedly grabbed a handful of buns and stuffed them into AOU's mouth. My little girl loves joking, please forgive her everyone. AOU nodded the bun dissatisfiedly. Who did you say is yours? This time, before she could finish speaking, I directly used Yin Chufa Sui to silence her. Seeing AOU unable to speak at all, and almost exploding with anger on the spot, I nodded with satisfaction. The skill given by the system is really useful. Meanwhile, in Kong Chanhu's guest room, Ling Huangho, wrapped in a red robe, stepped forward to support the drunken Ji Nanyu. After Ji Nanyu stood steady, she impatiently tore open the red robe, revealing the lace-edged silk suspenders hidden inside. Nananyu, brother, will you drink with this concubine tonight? Who would have thought the first time I used Yin Chufa Sui was actually to forcefully mute AOU? After discovering she couldn't speak, AOU was so angry she almost cried on the spot. Finally could only turn grief into appetite, fiercely devouring another 10 steamers of buns. On the other side, upon seeing the doo-doo on Ling Huangho, Ji Nanyu was instantly stunned. This doo-doo, wasn't it the one worn on himself a few days ago, letting Su Dui rip and play with? Ling Huangho has also been corrupted by that libertine? After coming back to his senses, he quickly refused Ling Huangho's invitation. Empress, I am tired today, you go sleep first. Ling Huangho's heart instantly turned desolate upon hearing this, grabbing Ji Nanyu's collar, questioning. Ji Nanyu, why are you never willing to look at me more? What exactly must I do to match your heart? Do you have even a little bit, even just a little bit of affection for me? Ji Nanyu's eyes were full of heartache and guilt. The person I've wronged most in this life is you. Unfortunately, I am a woman. Then his heart hardened. Forcefully flung off Ling Huangho's hand and walked out of the room. Jingyu, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, after finally coaxing the little dragon girl back, I planned to check on Jian Yang's situation. Passing through the courtyard, I suddenly noticed a woman in white, leisurely swinging on a swing under the moonlight, perhaps hearing the footsteps behind her. Jian Yang subconsciously turned her head towards the sound. Seeing it was me, Jian Yang quickly jumped off the swing, ran happily before me. My master, I gently pushed her back onto the swing. Still remember what master told you back in Mochang? Jian Yang paused, thinking for a moment, then replied uncertainly, be domineering? I encouraged approvingly, correct, must be domineering. If someone wants to bully you, hit back. If you can't win, come back and find your senior sisters. Even if senior sisters can't win either, master still has your back. Jian Yang lowered her head in shame. Sorry master, Jian Yang always causes trouble for everyone. I bent down, leaning close to her ear, comforting softly. Master knows what kind of person Jian Yang is, so you don't always need to apologize. Then I suddenly pushed hard, sending Jian Yang swinging high. Your path of growth is still long, but master believes one day Jian Yang will become a great sword immortal capable of standing alone. Jian Yang was only startled for a moment, then couldn't help letting out a string of bell-like laughter. Master, bad. I looked dotingly at the little girl on the swing. This soft and glutinous third disciple is so cute, absolutely cannot let Nan Huan, that old lump, abduct. After playing with Jian Yang for a while, I returned to my room and started contacting eldest senior sister. But after waiting for a long time, still no answer. Can Lingqi Jiedao also have bad signal sometimes? I shook my head helplessly. Forget it, leave her a message, situation in Nandu abnormal, come quickly for support, bring more people. Then, I casually wrote a travel note and sent it along, at this time, in the backyard pavilion. Ling Huangho, overwhelmed with grief, was drinking closely, even just tricking me once would have been fine. What exactly do I count for in your eyes, Ji Nanyu? Drunk, she staggered up, stumbled, holding onto the corridor pillars, running randomly, unexpectedly collided with me, who suddenly relapsed, and ran outside to stand in the rain, just as I was stunned. Ling Huangho suddenly staggered and fell before me. Do you know? The first time I saw you, I knew you were the person destined for me. Do you know how lonely I've been in the Deep Palace all these years? I also long for affection. I also long to be loved. I'm not a saint, I don't want to be the Empress anymore. I was stunned on the spot by these words. No way? First meeting, I didn't do anything. How did she fall in love with me inexplicably? Then I quickly helped her stand up. Empress, you're already drunk, I'll send you back to your room. Teardrops fell one by one from Lin Jingyu's eyes. Correct, I am drunk, if not drunk. How else could I tell you everything in my heart? I didn't expect to already reach the door. And Ling Huangho would suddenly pull this stunt. We are impossible. Lin Jingyu raised her hand, gently stroking my face. Why impossible? Let's have a child. I sighed softly, the Empress probably wants a child so badly she's gone mad. So I waved my hand, twisting out a spiritual energy shield, separating the continuous rain. Then gently pushed away Ling Huangho holding me. I'll leave first. Ling Huangho remained silent for a moment, just as I was about to walk out of her sight. She suddenly pleaded in a low voice, just once, please? She desperately swallowed down the red outer robe she was wearing, revealing the lace doo I personally picked. Please. Just once, hold me once is enough. I only hesitated for a moment. Before being pushed into the room by Lin Jingyu, smelling the lingering faint scent of cinnamon flowers. I couldn't help swallowing hard. Empress, don't, before the words finished. Lin Jingyu blocked my mouth with hers. Why keep rejecting me? Just then, I abruptly pushed away the already impassioned woman before me. What did you feed me? Lin Jingyu waved a hand, directly locking my hands, preventing me from continuing to gag myself. I told you, I want to have a child with you. Seeing Lin Jingyu was serious. I hurriedly struggled desperately. No, Lin Jingyu, wake up, Ji Xiong will find out. He will definitely grind my bones to dust. Just then, I suddenly froze. What exactly did you feed me earlier? My cultivation, how come? Lin Jingyu released her hand triumphantly, then sat astride my waist, licking her fingers charmingly. Otherwise, how would you obediently submit? The next second, a thin red rope tightly bound my hands. Feng Lindan, Suosian Shang, Nanyu, you made me wait so bitterly. But we're finally going to have a child. Now my worried heart can finally die completely. If the Empress mistook me for Ji Nanyu after getting drunk, then Dong Huan wouldn't be the only one wanting to nurture my ashes. But the current Lin Jingyu had completely lost her head. This palace has only seen it in guidance diagrams. Please your majesty bear with me. Lin Jingyu, open your eyes and see clearly, I'm not Ji Nanyu. Lin Jingyu fiercely lowered her body upon hearing this. This palace sees very clearly, you are Nanyu. Then, not understanding what I was saying, she suddenly let out a call. Nanyu. We're finally together. Who would have thought the drunken Lin Huangho would actually mistake me for Ji Nanyu? Afterwards, even used both Feng Lindan and Suo Xianshang. Forcefully pushed me down. One morning, Xiao Ruoqing found Emily with furrowed brows. Where exactly did Master go? How come I couldn't find him anywhere? Now only Ling Huangho's room hasn't been checked. Master couldn't possibly be there, right? The more Xiao Ruoqing thought, the more possible it seemed, turned and walked towards Ling Huangho's room. Just then, Emily suddenly coughed lightly. Actually, Master came looking for me this morning. He said he left early for the Immortal Gate. Xiao Ruoqing walked back, grinding her teeth. Emily. You'd better. Just then, Li Zijuan walked over with Jian Yang. Good morning, two senior sisters. Then she gave Jian Yang an encouraging look. Jian Yang shyly lowered her head, whispering, morning, senior sister Xiao Ruoqing. The two looked at Jian Yang, faces full of surprise, momentarily unsure what to say. Then Xiao Ruoqing excitedly rushed forward and hugged her. Wonderful, our Jian Yang can finally speak. After detecting the Jindan inside Jian Yang, Xiao Ruoqing was even more excited. Dancing around, Jian Yang formed her dance so quickly. Amazing, amazing. Li Zijuan smiled, interrupting the excited Xiaoru watching. Father met with Master last night. Perhaps Master really left early for some matter. Eldest senior sister, we should go too. Xiaoru watching didn't overthink upon hearing this. Right, Master couldn't possibly be in Ling Huangho's boudoir. Let's go, let's go. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, letting out a long sigh. Rather than saying I'm lucky. It's better to say my disciples let me off, finally. I looked at the Suo Xian Sheng on the bed with a complex expression. Can tell Lin Jingyu planned this for a long time. But who knew I would end up taking Ji Xiong's place? Looking at the red stain on the bedsheet, I wished I could slap myself twice. Why did I hesitate last night? How can I settle this messy debt? And in a certain corner of the room, Ling Huangho was hugging her knees, silently crying. Actually, the country cannot be without an heir. Lin Jingyu stared blankly at the ceiling. Even if Ji Nanyu refuses to touch me, I must leave behind an heir. Then she cautiously came to the window. Lin Jingyu has no face to meet the ancestors. Today's actions have nothing to do with the family either. Then she solemnly bowed towards the south. Lin Jingyu will never return to the Fenghuang Zoo in this life. Meanwhile, below the Immortal Gate, disciples from various sects had already arrived early, waiting. I, who was originally strolling leisurely, quickly formed a seal to speed up. Good heavens, this scene almost rivals the '08 Olympics. What if I'm late? Eldest senior sister definitely won't spare me, and Ji Nanyu, seeing I hadn't arrived yet, had been waiting atop the Immortal Gate, so the moment my front foot landed, his back foot came up to meet me. Brother Chu, you finally arrived. Quickly, follow I to the main seat. Feeling guilty, I subconsciously shrank back. Always feel like my neck is inexplicably chilly. So it's Ji Xiong. Didn't Ling Huangho come with you today? Ji Nanyu scratched his face awkwardly. Last night, I had a small argument with the Empress, haven't seen her since. Perhaps she's still angry with I calmed myself, entered the hall with Ji Nanyu. Wonder why Ji Xiong argued with the Empress? Convenient to tell Su about it? Ji Nanyu's eyes instantly turned sharp. You libertine. Having me in Shan Wulan isn't enough, now you're concerned about Lin Jingyu too? This matter involves the Dongguo Imperial design, I hope's only brother Su knows. Ji Nanyu paused for a moment, then whispered, actually, I cannot perform marital duties. I fucking collapsed. How can you casually tell me such a big matter? These years, I and the Empress have respected each other like guests. She already holds many grievances in her heart, but once this matter leaks out, those three princes will definitely not give up such a heaven-sent opportunity. Then he turned his head to look at me, saying coldly, the person I have wronged most in this life is Jingyu. If anyone dares to harm her, I will definitely let him know what is worse than death. Just entered the main hall. Nan Huang, who had been waiting for a long time, turned his head. So Elder Su has arrived. I has long wanted to meet Elder Su, unfortunately, never had the chance. I politely cupped my fist and greeted him superficially, but inwardly cursed, you child trafficker, old wall lamp, finally let me meet you. This Koshien Men Grand Competition has 3 stages, each stage has corresponding points. Finally, the Qianlong Bang ranking is determined by the number of points. This first stage is the Wenxian Lu before us. Nan Huang drank tea, asking seemingly casually, wonder if Elder Su has walked this Wenxian Lu before? And how many levels did you reach back then? This question stunned me. I don't know, annoying/irritating. There's no such segment in the memory fragments either, thinking just as I was thinking how to bluff my way through. Shanwuk hurriedly walked in. My senior brother reached level 98 back then anxiously pulled me into the side room. Senior brother, Mo Fan is missing. Even Jianzong's command platform can't contact him. Don't panic, first tell me when you discovered he was missing. Someone saw him last night, but today he suddenly disappeared with his things. Doesn't look like a hasty departure, looks like he deliberately chose today to leave. Don't make a fuss, just report it to eldest senior sister in a few days. Now, let's go cheer for our Jianzong disciples. Seeing me make the decision so lightly, Shanwuk instantly turned into a new youth, nodding with eyes full of admiration. By the time I returned to the viewing hall, the elders of various sects were already gathered around the light screen, commenting on the disciples climbing Wenxian Lu. This is Daozong's Daozi, right? Reached the 80th level so quickly. Wu Huakei's little Sanshin isn't bad either. Already around the 50th level, knowing I was late for a long time. I quickly cupped my fists. Su greets everyone elders. The elders of Zhuzong hurriedly returned the greeting upon seeing this, each attitude more enthusiastic than the last. I shook my head speechlessly. Truly worthy of the cultivation world where strength reigns supreme. I was late for so long, yet no mention of it. Unexpectedly, the next second, Tongshio's voice sounded from behind, heard Elder Su's several disciples. Are all geniuses among geniuses? Xiao Lai's journey on Wenxian Lu this time must be unobstructed. I glanced at this old lamp with black lines across my head. Are you praising me? Or sickening me with sarcasm? Who would have thought I just had a spring breeze night with Lin Jingyu? And turned around to meet her husband, although the matter hasn't been exposed yet. I always feel my neck inexplicably cold. Even Tongxiu, that old lamp, had to use my lateness as an excuse to openly mock me. But the other elders didn't think so much, directly followed the topic, frantically praising my few disciples, amidst the harmonious atmosphere. Lin Zhan's disdainful sneer was heard. In that case, Elder Su's 4 disciples, why haven't they climbed the heavenly ladder yet? Looking at the few people still at the entrance, my eyes couldn't help flashing. A trace of worry, however, I quickly recovered my playful demeanor. Isn't this Elder Lin? Tunnels Dantian repaired so quickly? Lin Zhan looked at me with sinister eyes. Compared to Lin's injury, Elder Su's 3 disciples' performance is more anticipated. My Wu Hua Ke disciples are waiting for him to challenge them, eh? I scratched my nostril nonchalantly. 70% chemistry, right? Su remembers it was just a bet with no suspense. Lin Zhan sneered. Since Elder Su was so confident, why not make a bet with Lin too? If you lose, kowtow twice loudly to everyone from Wu Hua Ke. How about it? I raised my hand to stop the Shan sisters, abruptly manifesting 3 spirit swords, kneeling and kowtowing. Is too childish, Dian. Currently, Su possesses 3 swords, namely Qingping Jian, Sibieli, and Xiao Chun Feng. Qingping Jian is Jianzhong's supreme treasure, cannot be bet. Sibieli was gifted by Su's master, only the Xiao Chun Feng was obtained by accident. If Su loses today, I will personally ascend Wu Hua Ke, and leave this sword before your Wu Hua Ke mountain gate. How about it? Lin Zhan was overjoyed. This is hanging his face before my mountain gate for all to trample? So he also took out his personal elder token. If I lose, I will personally deliver this token to Jianzhong's mountain gate, and at this time, below Wenxian Lu, Xiao Ruoqing and the others were staring absently at the mountain peak. In the previous life, I ultimately wasn't firm enough, so stopped at level 97. Wonder this life, Mo Li and Li Zijuan were comforting Jian Yang. If we enter at the same time, it can greatly alleviate the pressure. Jian Yang can follow behind senior sisters. Jian Yang clenched her fists, determinedly said, "Thank you senior sisters for your kindness, but this time, Jian Yang must walk alone." Then she raised her left hand high, loudly cheering herself on. Brave Jian Yang, fears no difficulties. I can do it, I definitely can. Xiao Ruoqing and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. But sisters will be waiting for you above. Jian Yang must keep up. Oh, on the other side, within Jianzhong, Wenren Pingxin was lounging comfortably on the bed, drinking wine. Let's give myself a holiday today. Wonder what that bad boy Su Bei is doing, hasn't written a letter back after so long. Truly got a wife and forgot his mother. Wenren Pingxin, tipsy, rubbed her heart. That bad boy is really something. How could he casually touch someone here? Just then, on the bedstand, a spiritual power letter suddenly appeared. Got a message. Wenren Pingxin joyfully opened the envelope. Stinky boy finally knows to write to mother, but after reading the contents of the letter, her face instantly became extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, on Wenxian Lu, Xiao Ruoqing and the others were rapidly climbing the heavenly ladder. The Shan sisters nervously watched Jian Yang lagging behind. Jian Yang hasn't lost her original heart, she's a good child. But this way, won't senior brother lose the bet? I looked up at the sky indifferently. To be honest, I have no confidence in winning at all, but giving Jian Yang a chance to prove herself is much more important than that damned bet. By the way, why did you arrive so late today? Shan Wulan instantly became angry upon hearing this. What were you doing last night? Why didn't you come back all night? I regretted it, wishing I could sew this broken mouth shut. Quickly made some excuses to gloss over it. I really can't speak about messing with sister-in-law. Then I forcefully changed the subject. I'm afraid something big will happen at Koxian Men this time. I've already notified eldest senior sister to bring people for support. Those Sha Xiu dare to act in Nandu. Aren't they afraid of being besieged by the entire 21 regions? I sneered coldly. Here are gathered the most outstanding geniuses from all over the world. As long as half are let go and a scapegoat is thrown out. After recuperating like this for a few years, by then, do you think the Xingnu can still suppress that Zuanchang? As soon as my voice fell, Yu Hongxiu suddenly appeared behind me, simultaneously hugging me enchantingly. Little brother, well said. Then she pressed me into her chest, urging Shan Wulan, there are many people here, mouths are loose. Everyone, please follow me. After returning to Hongga courtyard, Yu Hongxiu took out a lotus flower, asking, Elder Su, do you recognize this item? I couldn't help exclaiming, Ji Yang Ji sure? Isn't this the steel X I dug up from under Dongting Hu base? Yu Hongxiu leaned against the stone table, continuing, this item was discovered at Nandu's Chenghuang Temple. Someone used Ji Yang Ji sure as the formation core. Can Xinhua Zong find Qi Jinyan? Yu Hongxiu frowned deeply upon hearing this, still searching. Last night when my Xinhua Zong unearthed this item, the commotion was quite large. Any Zuanshan probably won't proceed according to the original plan. Just then, Shan Wulan suddenly spoke. The mid-autumn full moon in 5 days is the night of extreme Yin, since that Zuanshan used Ji Yang Jishur as the formation core. He is most likely to act that night. I scratched the back of my head irritable. Jianzong reinforcements might not arrive in 5 days, Sect Master Yu, can this matter be reported to the Xingnu? Yu Hongxiu winked playfully, the Holy Land is closed, unable to contact the Xingnu. Can only ask little brother to enter with the elder token. I straightened my back, waved my hand, revealing a pile of various tokens. Easy, Su lacks nothing more than this stuff. Yu Hongxiu suddenly produced a miniature fighter jet in her hand. Ride my Xinhua Zong's latest product, the Xinhua plane. You can reach the Holy Land in 3 days. By then, with the Xingnu's strength, she only needs half a day to rush back. Meanwhile, inside a certain cave, Nan Huang personally laid down a piece of Ji Yang Jishur. Seeing his own uneasy appearance, how? I merely met with Jian Yang once, and you, this crown prince, can't remain calm? The crown prince quickly cupped his fist to plead guilty upon hearing this. Father Emperor, Xinhua Zong's people have already discovered clues. Shall we just let their crown prince continue investigating? Nan Huang sneered coldly, let them investigate, to break the Ji Yang Suoxian formation. Besides using a large amount of Ji Yin Jishur to intercept the formation's activation, the only other way is to gather a large amount of Ji Yin Qi in a short time. The crown prince thought for a moment with furrowed brows. Dong Huan's physique is extremely similar to the Ji Yin physique, but the Ji Yin physique has historically only appeared in women. However, that woman named Nan Ji besides Su Bei. But this person disappeared after entering Nandu. Even if he receives the news and rushes over, he will also be trapped by my Jinshur Great Formation. Looks like Father Emperor's plan this time is foolproof. By the way, Father Emperor, do you know what talent your son received recently? That kid named Imo Fan has the Holy Bone. Who would have thought the Steel X base I looked down upon was actually used by Nan Huang as the Formation I Foundation Stone? In order to disrupt Zuanshan's plan. Yu Hongxiu specially found me, asking me to ride their newly developed Xingyue plane, to go to the Holy Land to find the Xingnu for aid. Meanwhile, on Wenxian Lu, Jian Yang wiped the sweat from her face with determined eyes, step by step, gritting her teeth towards the summit. Initially, every step she took was extremely difficult, but once she became familiar with the flow of meridians, her steps instantly became lighter. In a moment, she surpassed many disciples from other sects. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help saying, isn't she that miscellaneous disciple from Jianzong? How could she walk so fast? Just then, several figures suddenly blocked Jian Yang's path. Interesting. Didn't expect you trash could climb quite well, but this is as far as you go. Such a sacred place isn't for miscellaneous trash like you. Leave now, and we might spare you. A trace of panic flashed in Jian Yang's eyes. Blocking the path is not allowed on Wenxian Lu. The few from Wu Hua Ke instantly burst into laughter. So you chicks can talk? Were you pretending to be mute and pitiful before? Truly like master, like disciple. Jian Yang's face suddenly turned cold upon hearing this. I wasn't pretending to be mute. Also, don't you dare speak ill of my master. The leading Diao Mao waved his hand, sending out a stream of spiritual energy. Mere miscellaneous trash dares talk back? Scram down. Jian Yang ignored the burning pain on her wrist, apologized to my master. The several elders at the viewing area, you didn't see this scene? Wu Hua Ke's action is a bit too arrogant, but there's no rule against fighting on Wenxian Lu. That's because this situation has never happened before. I let out a gloomy sound. Truly a toad climbing onto the foot, doesn't bite but disgusts people. And the leading disciple, after hearing Jian Liang's words, directly condensed a giant palm print. Ignoring Laozi's words is one thing, actually still wants Laozi to apologize? Scram down. At this moment, Jian Yang showed none of her previous cowardice, raised her hand and dispersed the spiritual power before her. No one can insult Zun. The next second, a golden light suddenly burst from Jian Yang's eyes. Countless gray golden runes instantly appeared by her side, just as that Diao Mao's evil palm print struck. Jian Yang's fingertip suddenly condensed a strand of golden light, then a voice filled with endless heavenly might sounded. Stop! Dozens of runes flew out instantly, directly locking the few from Wu Hua Ke in place. Unable to move, then dozens more runes flew out, forcefully pulling that palm print towards the three. The leading Diao Mao instantly panicked. What are you doing? Stop, do you want to kill us? You trash miscellaneous disciple, extremely vicious, you won't die a good death. But Jian Yang was currently covering her right hand in panic, completely ignoring his dog bark. What to do? The spiritual energy inside my body won't stop. Here. The commotion of the fight gradually attracted attention from above, learning it was Jianzong and Wu Huake fighting. Disciples from various sects showed undisguised disgust. It's that bunch of hunting dogs from Wu Huake again. Always roaming in groups causing trouble everywhere, just hearing about it makes one sick. At this time, Xiao Ruoqing had already ascended to the 84th step, but when she heard the discussions behind her, she turned and ran down the mountain. Just then, Emily grabbed her sleeve. Have you thought this through? If you go down, your champion title and confession plan will all go down the drain. Xiao Ruoqing turned her head, revealing a brilliant smile. Master warned before. Those who don't cherish fellow disciples are worse than trash. She shook off Emily's hand and strode downwards, so between honor and fellow disciples. I choose the latter. Senior brother Zhu, what are you doing? Leading the three women by a few steps, little Sanshan smiled sinisterly, also turned and walked down the mountain. Go. Fight, take the Elder's token, it's not as cheap as Elder Su's sword. Jianzong's dilapidated mountain gate can't hold it. At this time, the three from Wu Huake were still standing there being punished. Helpless, they could only curse Jian Yang non-stop. Little Sanshan landed before Jian Yang with a dark face. Dare to injure my Wu Huake people? Today, don't even think about taking half a step out of here, then casually waved his hand, directly dispelling Jian Yang's true word restriction. Seeing the large number of opponents, Jian Yang instantly became timid again, explaining, they wouldn't let me pass, and insulted my master, and they attacked first. Little Sanshan frivolously lifted Jian Yang's chin. You say my Wu Huake disciples attacked first? Then why are you unharmed? Jian Yang shrunk back, still wanting to explain. Little Sanshan suddenly roared fiercely, simply audacious. A terrifying chi wave pulsed from his body, instantly shattering Jian Yang's outer clothes to dust. Little Sanshan grinned lewdly, approaching Jian Yang. Not much strength, but the figure is quite good. Looks soft and big, wonder how it feels to touch. Surrounded by dozens from Wu Huake in the center, Jian Yang could only cover her body, standing there crying aggrievely. Just then, two graceful figures suddenly appeared beside her, shielding her out of the encirclement. Emily stood alone with her sword, blocking the front, truly worthy of Wu Huake, whose code is despicable and vile. Only knows how to bully the few with numbers all day. Only Jian Yang, being kind-hearted, is willing to fight you. Little Sanshan retorted dismissively, you few can only rely on Elder Su to boost your morale. Now that Elder Su isn't here, who can you rely on? Seeing Xiao Ruoqing and the other three confronting dozens from Wu Huake, Shanwuk instantly became anxious. I smiled and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't panic, believe in them. Xiao Ruoqing knew they were outnumbered now, gritting her teeth in anger for a moment, yet didn't know how to refute. Just then, Li Zijuan beside her looked up and sighed in relief. Finally here, the next second, dozens of figures riding swords through the air gracefully appeared behind Xiao Ruoqing and the other three. How about relying on us? The disciple who was bullied by Wu Huake that day smiled and waved. Senior sisters, junior sister, junior brothers, we're late. Xiao Ruoqing's heart filled with mixed emotions. Tears couldn't help welling up in her eyes looking at the sky. This scene instantly ignited the emotions of the spectating cultivators. Damn, Jianzong's people have gone crazy too. Everyone actually ran down to have a group fight, but little Sanshan wasn't scared by this scene. Truly touching sex sentiment. Guozhou wants to ask everyone from Jianzong. Is Jianzong so poor they can't afford weapons for you? The disciples fearlessly raised their own scabbards, Elder Su said. Let us reclaim our dignity ourselves, and today is the day my Jianzong washes away its shame. Huan Muqian's I couldn't help revealing a gratified smile upon hearing this, united against a common enemy. This is how a proper sect should be, eh? Then my mind moved. Dozens of spirit swords suddenly flew out from the sword box. The dignity and backbone lost that day. This group of children has finally picked it back up, looking at the swords returning to their hands. The Jianzong disciples couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, then Chi bowed towards my direction. Disciple thanks Elder Su for bestowing the sword. Little Sanshan watched this scene listlessly. Really don't know where your Jianzong gets its confidence, since you're so eager to seek death. Let me make your deaths comfortable. Who would have thought Wu Huake would actually, on Wenxian Lu, publicly shatter Jian Yang's outer clothes? This action undoubtedly enraged the Jianzong disciples. With the support of fellow disciples, Xiao Ruoqing, as the eldest senior sister, immediately began assigning opponents. Leave this Zhu Hailu to me, that young master's son goes to Zijuan. Ah, why leave the weakest one for me? Xiao Ruoqing pointed her sword at Zhu Hailu, proudly proclaiming. Jianzong Xiao Ruoqing requests battle. Then, requests for battle sounded one after another. Jianzong Emoli, Ziju, Wang Yang, Zhang Nua, Lu Qiju, Li Ming request battle, Yuaning Realm Aura. Suddenly erupted from Zhu Hailu's body. Ridiculous, Miss Xiao is merely late-stage Jin Dan. I am a whole major realm higher in cultivation than you. Ah, Xiao Ruoqing was too lazy to waste words with him. Flew before Zhu Hailu, raised her hand unleashing Jian Yuang Urshan. Since master already knows about rebirth, there's no need to hide strength anymore. So the sword move in her hand changed, a giant lotus flower suddenly appeared behind her. Between the blooming layers of petals, dozens of sword shadows instantly condensed. Qingfeng sword art first style, Qingfeng Bayu Jian, Zhu Hailu dramatically looked at Xiao Ruoqing whose aura surged, hurriedly circulated spiritual power to block the incoming sword rain. At this time on One Xian Lu, the geniuses of all sects had stopped their climb. Watching the chaotic battle between the two sects below with great interest, Yuanzong Shang Nu hugged Daozong Daozi in surprise. How is Jianzong Xiao Ruoqing so formidable? And that Mo Li and Li Zijuan are also fighting above their level, and can even form suppression? A golden glint flashed in Daozi's eyes. They aren't overwhelmingly strong. Rather, they possess extremely rich combat experience. Wonder how that elder Nei Su trained them exactly? While the two conversed, Mo Li's long sword gracefully swept past. Wu Huakei's third elder Jian Xia instantly had his right arm severed. Third elder felt the intense pain from his shoulder, immediately raised his fuchin, angrily smashing towards Mo Li. Stinky bitch, you're seeking death. A hint of killing intent appeared in Mo Li's eyes. Backhanded with a move, Jian Si, Ji Yushui Tong, received. The sword she struck out with intense killing intent. Third elder's figure seemed to suffer a heavy truck's frontal impact, instantly smashing onto the rearmost steps. Mo Li disdainfully twirled her sword. A Taoist cultivator came to fight a sword cultivator in close combat? Does Wu Huakei collect brains along with disciples? Third elder roared furiously at his fellow disciples nearby with a ferocious face. Quickly go capture that trash miscellaneous disciple from Jianzong. Xiao Ruoqing was instantly alarmed upon hearing this. Hurriedly shouted backwards, protect Jian Yang, Jianzong crowd. Hearing this, rushed towards the surging Wu Huakei disciples, using hands and feet to stop them. Leave it to us here, senior sister Jian, quickly ascend the mountain. Elder Su's bet with Ling Zhan absolutely cannot be lost. Seeing junior brothers and sisters desperately protecting her, Jian Yang couldn't help questioning herself inwardly. Is everyone doing this for me? Can I really reach the very top? Then she took a deep breath, slowly uttered 3 words, I can do it. The moment dozens of ancient runes appeared, Jian Yang's eyes suddenly became incomparably determined. In just a few breaths, she ascended over a dozen steps. Wu Huakei crowd saw this, immediately split off several more people to stop Jian Yang. Unexpectedly, couldn't keep up with Jian Yang's pace at all. Just as Jian Yang climbed to the 66th step, Sun Laoer suddenly charged out from the side, scrammed down for Laozi. But the fuchin in his hand hadn't yet fallen before being blocked by Li Zijuan's horizontal sword. Senior sister, quickly go. Leave it to junior sister here. Zhu Hailu saw even Sun Laoer couldn't stop Jian Yang. Immediately unleashed a Shuolangjuan, heading straight for Jian Yang's heart. Seeing the Shuolangjuan about to hit Jian Yang, 2 Jianzong disciples, facing the risk of instant death, resolutely stood behind Jian Yang. Sword sister must reach the summit. Fiercely slapped the faces of that Wu Huakei bunch. Jian Yang's eyes filled with tears, gritted her teeth, turned, and continued climbing upwards, even though the pressure after the 70th level made her bleed with every step. Her steps never paused for a moment. Zhu Hailu, seeing this, suddenly roared loudly. Absolutely cannot let that trash step onto the 90th level. Everyone find a way to stop him. Xiao Ruoqing held her sword with both hands before her chest. Another burst of domineering spiritual power erupted from her body. Jian Yang, go boldly. On the 88th step, Jian Yang knelt down, Xiaolu unendingly, panting heavily, but at this moment, she felt no pain at all. Only repeatedly shouting in her heart, cannot stop. She reached out with trembling hands, grabbing the step above, dragging her body upwards with all her might. The cultivator outside responsible for recording stared deadly at the stubborn figure in the light screen. The moment Jian Yang completely lost consciousness, he impatiently announced loudly, Jianzong Jian Yang stops at the 95th step. The moment the announcement sounded, Zhu Hailu and the others' faces instantly turned gloomy as ink. Now, neither your state nor mine allows reaching the 99th level. Falling behind in this stage Even if we get first place in all subsequent ones, it's impossible to win the top spot on the Qianlong Bang. Are you satisfied? Xiao watching didn't even deign to glance at him. Someone like you. How would you understand how long she waited for this moment? After the first stage ended, besides Daozong's, Daozi and Yuanzong's Shangnu successfully reaching the summit, Jin Yang's 95th level was the highest. I looked coldly at Lin Zhan beside me. Looks like Su won this round again, eh? I suppose Elder Lin is a man of his word. Su will await Elder Lin at Jianzong to deliver the command token. After speaking, I ignored Lin Zhan's gloomy face, put my arms around the Shan sisters and slowly walked away, not accompanying further. On the other side, Ji Nanyu finally found Lin Jingyu hiding and drinking herself into oblivion, searched over 10 shops, finally found you. Seeing Lin Jingyu show no reaction, Ji Nanyu couldn't help sighing helplessly. After Koxian Men ends, I will tell you the whole truth. Then he picked up Lin Jingyu in his arms, flashed back to his own room. Tonight, Jingyu sleeps here. Lin Jingyu immediately struggled fiercely upon hearing this. I won't. Ji Nanyu just thought she was drunk and throwing a tantrum, gently placing her on the bed, then turned to make her honey water to sober up. Lin Jingyu hugged the pillow, staring blankly. The truth? But I haven't figured out how to face him yet. Just then, she suddenly touched something familiar. Lifting the pillow, she was instantly stunned. Isn't this palace's exclusive doo-doo? Why is it here? She quickly leaned close to the doo-doo, sniffing. This is the scent of Xian Yuan Chao. Just then, the completely unaware Ji Nanyu returned to the bedside, trying to please. Honey water is here. Why aren't you lying down? Lin Jingyu turned her head, gaze dull. Ji Nanyu. Are you a woman? Who would have thought Lin Huangho, entering Dong Huang's room for the first time, would discover her own exclusive doo-doo, and even smell the scent of Xian Yuan Chao on it? She looked at Ji Nanyu incredulously. Her husband of several hundred years turned into a wife? No wonder you haven't touched me for hundreds of years. Why hide it from me? Ji Nanyu also didn't expect to be discovered by Lin Jingyu just after making up his mind. Jingyu, Lin Jingyu looked up at him, coldly stating, undo the Xian Yuan Chao seal. Let me see the real you. Ji Nanyu hesitated for a moment, finally raised his hand, formed a seal. Undoing the seal, looking at the peerless woman before him, whose chest muscles were bigger than her own, and whose temperament was even more noble than her own, Lin Jingyu instantly broke down. Ji Nanyu, you bastard, only to see she flipped off the bed, walked aggressively before Ji Nanyu, raised her hand, pressed on his chest muscle, pinched. Damn bastard, how is it really bigger than mine? Before Ji Nanyu could say anything, she released her hand, stepped back a few paces. Shan Wulan said you have a younger sister named Nanji. If I'm not mistaken, this Nanji is you, right? Reaching this point, Lin Jingyu couldn't help laughing self-mockingly. So you slept with Su Bei? She walked step by step before Ji Nanyu. And not only did you sleep with him, you also fell in love with him? Ji Nanyu wanted to explain, but ultimately only managed to force out an N. Thinking of the grievances suffered these hundreds of years, Lin Jingyu could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. You and I have been married for several hundred years. Have you ever considered me even a little? Even if you are a woman. But you still betrayed me. Ji Nanyu, I hate you. Watching the teapot shatter before her eyes, Ji Nanyu couldn't help freezing. Ban Shan, then her eyes suddenly hardened. Lin Jingyu, haven't you betrayed me then? Your entire body, inside and out, smells of Su Bei. Must I expose it on the spot? I betrayed you. What about you? Meanwhile, atop one Xian Shan. I looked at the fighter jet before me with a complex expression. Shan Wulan beside me spoke indignantly. I can understand you saying Jianzong needs to leave the main world and Jin Yang needs someone to care for her now. But tell me, why must she go with you? Yu Hongxiu chuckled triumphantly. Is Fairy Shan jealous? This aircraft is Xinhua Zone's new product. If I don't go, who will pilot it? Shan Wulan still wanted to argue, but a Xinhua Zone disciple cupped his fist at this moment. Sect Master, the plane has been debugged, ready for departure at any time. Hearing this, although the Shan sisters felt indignant, they still handed me many pills. Be careful on the road. Also, bring back 10 or 8 female disciples, inside the Xingyue plane. I curiously fiddled with the very Lan Xing-like instruments. Your Xingyue Zong is very CT. By the way, flying this high, how long will it take? Won't there be any accidents halfway? As soon as the words fell, the plane suddenly emitted a loud bang, then the fuselage began to shake violently. Seeing the windshield crack, I pulled Yu Hongxiu from the co-pilot seat into my arms. The great Dao Qi within my body also poured out at this moment, tightly blocking the incoming turbulence ahead. A moment later, the windshield shattered completely with a crash. Ji Inchi instantly filled the entire cabin. My expression turned grave as I resisted the surrounding Ji Inchi. This is Su Koan? Yu Hongxiu's cheeks already had frost condensing. I'm impossible. On the way to the Holy Land, such creatures shouldn't appear. I glanced at her strangely. Have you considered the possibility that a traitor within Xin Yue's zone led us here? You mean this is Daoxian Tian? As the Jiyin power grew stronger, resisting it became increasingly difficult for me. But dragging this out only leads to death. Shi Zhoubie, Yu Hongxiu shivered, worriedly saying. But Su Koan is right outside now, and this is Daoxian Tian. The Wuwa realm can hide from my brother's detection, even if this is Daoxian Tian. There must be a way to reach the Holy Land. Rather than wait here to die, might as well take a gamble. Then I directly ignored Yu Hongxiu's thoughts, deployed the Wuwa realm and abruptly jumped out of the plane. When I opened my eyes again, I only saw a blood moon hanging in the sky. I struggled to sit up, looking dazedly at the vermilion grand hall before me. Then I rubbed my head while looking around. Where did this bring me again? Where's Yu Hongxiu? Just as I got up to look for Yu Hongxiu, a figure suddenly appeared behind me. Hey! I've waited here for you for a long time. Hearing this, my heart suddenly jolted. Just as I was about to investigate the source of the voice, the surrounding environment abruptly changed into a grassland. An ominous premonition inexplicably rose in my heart. Was that a dream just now? Why did that place in my dream look so familiar? The pain from my arm interrupted my thoughts. I clutched the wound, couldn't help hissing, then quickly looked behind me, clothes tattered. Yu Hongxiu, severely injured all over, had already fainted. I was just thinking of healing her first. But it suddenly started raining in the sky, helplessly. I could only carry her to find shelter from the rain. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Hongxiu just opened her eyes and came face to face with a bear's head. She hurriedly sat up, looking at the campfire before her. Where is this? I handed her the water skin. I borrowed a cave from a bear. Your leg meridians are severed, and you have many wounds on your body. You can rest here for a few days first. Yu Hongxiu took the water skin, thanking me. Where did we fall to? The spiritual energy here is thin, and the weather is unpredictable. Should be deep within Xian Tian. Yu Hongxiu nodded her thumb irritably upon hearing this. Even if I weren't injured, rushing to the Holy Land would take at least half a year. I casually rubbed her head with a bare paw. First priority is to heal your injuries. Secondly, it's not like there aren't other ways. As long as we find Zhang Tiangong within Daoxian Tian, we can use the teleportation formation inside. Then I patted the dust off and stood up to go outside. Su'll do scout the path. Sect Master, you can rest assured here, if I can find on my tang. Then you can walk tomorrow. A blush appeared on Yu Hongxiu's pretty face. I finally know why there are so many women following you steadfastly, little boy. Don't force it, there are many unknown creatures deep within Daoxian Tian, little fresh outside the cave. After parting the grass taller than me, I couldn't help complaining. Did the grass here grow up eating jinkala? Why are they all so big? Just then, I abruptly drew my sword and slashed behind me, hitting a giant eagle right between the eyes. Holy crap! Did you creepy thing also grow up on jinkala? The moment the giant eagle fell from the grass, dozens of similarly sized animals instantly emerged, each staring at the lone me with red eyes. Am I definitely going to die here today? Who could think that after Lin Jingyu exposed Ji Nanyu's identity, while denouncing his betrayal, Ji Nanyu would actually angrily point out her entire body still reeked of my scent? But I, the culprit, was deeply trapped in the encirclement of giant beasts. Save me, save me. I'm the protagonist. If I die, how can the main storyline continue? Just then, I suddenly stopped, looking vigilantly ahead, and the giant beasts that were crazily chasing me just now actually showed intense meaning in their eyes, only to see in the water pool ahead stood a stone statue holding a sword in its right hand and scales in its left. But amidst the green waves around it, piles of white bones flickered in and out of sight. Although those giant beasts fled in fear, according to the rule, falling off a cliff guarantees treasure. Beggars' hands guarantee secret manuals, the 7 laws of wuxia. This stone statue is definitely a good thing, so I directly walked on the waves to before the statue. How are these hidden plots usually triggered? Turn a mechanism? Or drip blood for ownership? I tentatively poked the statue. Who knew? The statue abruptly erupted with incomparably terrifying sharp power. The giant beasts that hadn't gone far were instantly sucked back. This sudden situation immediately made my heart turn cold. Did I trigger some mechanism? Should have dripped blood after all. Isn't that how all the tomb raiding notes write it? Just as I was pondering countermeasures, a terrifyingly large snail suddenly transferred into my heart. Great resurrector of Tiandao, our buddy and Jia, you have finally arrived. The strange energy inputted by this snail was too powerful. I simply couldn't spare the attention to ask questions. Could only complain internally. Resurrector of Tiandao, me? The next second, I only felt a current suddenly flash through my brain, immediately followed by countless memory fragments pouring in continuously. I clutched my head, kneeling down in pain. I remember everything now. This place is the entrance to Zhang Tiangong. After an unknown amount of time, I held my forehead and slowly sat up. That vast energy from last night was actually completely absorbed? Now my chi si has almost doubled in size or more. I glanced again at the freshly made skeletons around. These couldn't have been caused by me, right? Ba, good death. Then I continued studying the stone statue. That mysterious voice last night mentioned Zhang Tiangong. There must be an entrance here, right? The moment I touched the statue's toe, the entire statue actually floated up directly. A flight of stone steps leading into unfathomable depths appeared right before my eyes. I vigilantly manifested 3 spirit swords, since that statue called me Buddy and Je. It probably wouldn't deliberately trick me, right? Speaking of which, if I am the Buddy and Je, then what is that Zuanshan doing? So many foreshadowings, can the author fill all the plot holes? While my thoughts wandered, I suddenly noticed large murals carved on the wall ahead. This stuff looks like ancient Egyptian mythology. Could it be talking about the origin of the 21 regions? Just then, I abruptly drew my sword and slashed backwards. What person? Only to see a huge Kulubing holding a sharp axe, resolutely clashed with my sword. Seeing the sword couldn't easily kill me, the remaining Kulubing actually seemed intelligent. Quickly gathered together, forming a defensive posture, seemingly guarding something. I frowned, looking at these Kulubing. That strike just now was enough to insta-kill Lianshu realm cultivators. Yet this skeleton is completely unharmed? So I raised my hand, summon a ball of kindness. If I really am somebody in Je, and happened upon such a fortuitous encounter, then I can definitely take these little brothers under my wing. The moment the intimacy erupted, the originally extremely vigilant Kulubing instantly knelt down. Even revealing extremely charming smiles, I ignored them. Stepped forward, continuing towards the light source at the end of the passage. Before long, I walked into this underground palace. This thing looks like an altar, eh? Is it really paying homage to ancient Egyptian mythology? During my moment of daze, the Kulubing guarding here actually quickly built a ladder. Respectfully signaling me to ascend, I slowly walked up the altar, and immediately saw, on the central pillar, rested a piece of crimson injang carved with complex patterns. I curiously picked it up, only to see the bottom was carved with 5 large characters, actually. And reviving, on the other side, inside a certain underground secret room, a woman walked out from the crowd. Cupped her fist to report, Ding Zuanshan, Ding Ba has completed the mission. This person was precisely the disciple often accompanying Yu Hongxiu. By her side, Su Bei and Yu Hongxiu are rapidly heading towards Daoxian Tian. Presumably already devoured by Su Kuan. Nan Huang smiled calmly upon hearing this. Su Bei won't die that easily, but Daoxian Tian is enough to hold these two for over half a year. Done quite well. Then he stood up, passionately stating, we are all people reviving the Tian Dao. The Mid-Autumn Festival after the next day will be the day we announce ourselves to the public. May the glory of us Buddy and Je forever shine upon the earth. Then he abruptly raised his left hand at a 45-degree angle. The Tian Dao is flawed, though we bear the name of ants. Yet we hold the ambition to mend the heavens. Attack the Buddy and Je below had eyes full of fanaticism. One after another raising their heads, roaring desperately roaring and attacking. At the same time, inside the Empress's palace, Lin Jingyu had already confessed everything that happened to Ji Nanyu. That's how it was. That night I mistook Su Bei for you, which led to this huge mistake. You were right. I betrayed you too. I originally wanted to leave behind an heir for you, then quietly leave. Who knew you were actually a woman? Ji Nanyu looked at Lin Jingyu with eyes full of heartache. Sorry. I wronged you. You hating me is justified, but I don't regret falling in love with him. But can you keep the matter of gender secret for me? Once this matter leaks out. Lin Jingyu interrupted angrily, idiot Nanyu, how could I not know the gravity of the situation? But then she snorted coldly as if pouting, beg me, if you beg me, I'll help you keep it secret. Lin Jingyu grabbed Ji Nanyu's chest muscles, kneading frantically, is this palace's dudu really that comfortable to wear? And I always thought showing weakness wasn't some thief Dao expert, didn't expect it was an inside job. Who knew Ji Nanyu would suddenly exert force, sit up, counter-embrace Lin Jingyu's chest muscles and frantically retaliate. Empress, you have great courage, daring I to beg you? Then, while Lin Jingyu wasn't reacting, raised her hand and gave his round but a slap. A numbing sensation quickly spread through Lin Jingyu's body. You hit me? A wicked smile touched the corner of Ji Nanyu's mouth, both hands moving, striking left and right, directly hitting Lin Jingyu until his eyes blurred, continuously cried out softly, "You can pinch my chest muscles, but I can't hit your butt? Ji Nanyu, I diligently kept vigil for you as a widow for hundreds of years. Is this how you treat me?" Ji Nanyu gently stroked the Empress's head. "Jingyu, don't be angry anymore. Knowing your heart is so broad, I should have told you on our wedding night." Lin Jingyu puffed her cheeks and huffed. "Those three princes of Dongwei are getting increasingly restless. You and I are both women without heir. What about Donghua's heir? Ji Nanyu chased in filial life, who says Zhonghua can't have an heir? Who would have thought the dignified Ling Huangho would actually have her Emma tribute awakened by Ji Nanyu's slaps? Afterwards, even limp and husband's embrace, charmingly enjoying a chest massage. While the situation here looked promising, I returned to the cave with the sought-after on my tang. "Sect Master, I'm back. Your meridians will heal soon," but the next second, I was startled by the scene before me, only to see Yu Hongxiu, wrapped in bearskin, curled up on the ground. Face flushed red, panting heavily, murmuring deliriously, "Sube, is that you back?" I quickly circulated spiritual energy to help heal her injuries, my fault for being thoughtless. Didn't expect it would suddenly snow heavily, but I found thee on my tang. "Your injuries will be completely healed soon." Yu Hongxiu snuggled into my embrace, rubbing. "Didn't expect little brother cared so much about sister, eh?" Little brother, so hot, so warm. Fertilizer, these two movements actually loosened the wrapped bearskin. I hurriedly pushed her away, covering my eyes and turning my head. "No, why aren't you wearing clothes underneath?" Yu Hongxiu smiled charmingly, leaning close to me, exhaling fragrance. "Little brother, why so shy? When I was wearing clothes, you tried every way to peek. Now that I'm not wearing them, you act like a gentleman?" Burning with desire, I abruptly took several steps back, frantically waving my hands to dispel the wicked thoughts in my heart. Yu Hongxiu, seeing this, couldn't help but look dangerous. Resentfully raising her foot, sliding it up my chest. "What, do you think I'm too frivolous and dissolute?" I righteously wrapped the bearskin around her properly. "Sufil Sect Master Yu is devastatingly beautiful, intelligent, and independent, possessing both business acumen and great loyalty in Su's heart. Sect Master Yu has always been like a goddess. How could she be related to dissolute peaceful happiness in the slightest?" After dressing up, Yu Hongxiu, wearing new clothes, walked doubtfully behind me. "But why do you have clothes that fit me perfectly?" I smiled awkwardly. Who made me always encounter situations needing abalone? Can't help but prepare extra. Yu Hongxiu didn't fuss much. "Tell me, what did you gain this trip?" "Finders keepers." "Oh, I found a yin jiang and a map. Should be related to Zhang Tiangong." Yu Hongxiu held the yin jiang, observing it for a moment. "This yin jiang looks somewhat like a key. Perhaps related to how to open Zhang Tiangong." I stood up indifferently. "Don't know if that Zuanshang has this thing in his hands. If he does, then we have to fight the boss. What a hassle." I slowly walked to the cave entrance. Parting the vines, "The snow has stopped. We should set off, if we can make it out of Daoxian Tian alive." "Little Yu Sect Master, why not come celebrate mid-autumn with us?" Yu Hongxiu showed a shy smile. "On what basis?" "Unless you beg, sister." I dotingly squatted before her, clasping my hands and shaking them. Okay, little brother begs you. Don't you know, in those storybooks, once words like these are spoken, the ending is generally not very good?" My heart suddenly jolted. Right, how could I set up a flag? Retract everything. Then I turned my back. "Little Yu Sect Master, get on, I'll carry you." Before I could turn my head, Yu Hongxiu lightly planted a kiss on my cheek, then she shifted her gaze away slightly shyly. "Thank you, Elder Su, for taking care of this little woman. This is your reward." I stood up wordlessly and walked outside, but the sound of two hearts beating violently seemed particularly clear in this empty cave, and in the guest room on the other side. A crisp slap sound suddenly echoed. "This is the method you came up with? I am the Empress of Donghua, your wife, letting me give birth? Why don't you go have one with him yourself?" Ji Nanyu silently looked at his hands swirling with cold qi, Jiyin physique combined with Ji Yang physique. Even if depressed, the child born would likely die prematurely, but he didn't speak further on this matter. Waved his hand, took out the Xian Yuan Chao, changing back into male form. "As long as I is still in Donghua, there's no need for this temporarily, Empress, don't take it to heart." Ji Nanyu kissed the Empress's forehead comfortingly. "I will find a way regarding this matter." Then he stood up, tidied his robes. "It's dawn, I'll go deal with Nan Huang's side first." Lin Jingyu murmured with empty eyes. "No, impossible, Donghua must establish a place quickly." Meanwhile, inside Daoxian Tian, Yu Hongxiu was undoing the bandage on her ankle. Truly worthy of On My Tang, recovered almost completely so quickly. I pointed at the map. At the statue mark, at our current speed, without sleeping or resting. We can arrive by early morning tomorrow. Just then, a sinister sound suddenly echoed in the desolate sky. I immediately frowned and looked up at the cliff. It's this kind of giant beast again. These guys disappear during the day, but once night falls, they run around like crazy as if drugged. Just as I planned to hide for a bit, a golden thunder python suddenly smashed onto that giant eagle. Yu Hongxiu saw this. Instantly exclaimed, "This is Dao Zong's Zhengyang thunder technique." I cursed angrily in frustration. These people really are haunting spirits. Sha Xiu appearing again. Probably also for the statue in Yinjiang. Might as well leave one tongue behind. Maybe we can ask something from their mouths. Hearing this, inspiration instantly struck me. Little Yu sect master is indeed clever. Then I quickly took out 2 world-style black robes. Most of those Sha Xiu are traitors from various sects. They don't know each other's real identities at all. We can use this to blend in. At this time, the Sha Xiu, under the continuous onslaught of the beast horde, quickly fell into a bitter struggle. Laozi knew this wasn't a good assignment. No, I can't hold on anymore. If this continues, we probably won't even see the statue before getting wiped out here. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed by the beast horde, a layer of light suddenly appeared around, shielding them within. I, disguised as Sha Xiu, suddenly shouted towards them, "Brothers, retreat quickly, I can't hold on much longer." After fleeing all the way to a safe valley, the leading Sha Xiu cupped his fist. "Thank you both for helping out just now. I am Jiaxi, this is Jiashi-san." I cupped my fist in return. "You're too kind, we're all on the same side. I am Xianzhou, the one beside me is Xianzhou-san." But the 2 Sha Xiu were startled upon hearing this. I've seen plenty of Sha Xiu from Xinyue Zone, but this is the first time seeing one from Jin Zone. Then he frowned, thinking, there are only a few in Jin Zone who could reach this realm. "So Elder Shi Qingyi is you, right?" Now it was my turn to be startled. Why did he mistake me for second senior sister? If that tigress finds out about this, even if Little Master had 9 heads, it wouldn't be enough for her to stab. But at this moment, I could only confirm this identity, so I puffed out my chest slightly, speaking in a strained voice. "Who I am really isn't important, now I'm just Xianzhou." Yu Hongxiu beside me, disgusted half to death, suddenly reached out and pinched the soft flesh on my waist. "By the way, how are you two so careless to get entangled by those giant beasts?" Jiashi-san snorted angrily. "It's all that Jiai. He told us to come here looking for Mania Jiao. As a result, just as we found it, we were besieged by giant beasts. What about you? Jiai sent you here for what?" I cleared my throat, speaking intermittently. "Jiai sent us to find something called." Just then, Jiashi suddenly slapped his head. "I know. Jiai sent you to find Zhang Tiangong, right? That damned place is really hard to find, brother, tough job." Hearing this, I immediately gave Yu Hongxiu a look. Looks like that Jiai doesn't have the map, but has at least 1 or 2 Yinshangs. Who would have thought Ling Huangho, after being unexpectedly taken down by me, Ji Nanyu would directly tell her to borrow my seed, thereby producing an heir to deter the 3 kings. Although Lin Jingyu slapped him angrily, thinking of the undercurrents within Dongwei, she fell into endless entanglement, and at this time, within Daoxian Tian. After extracting the purpose of this group of Sha Xiu, I proactively led them back to where the statue was. "Finally back, now just need the materials in your hands, Jiaxi." Hearing this, immediately handed over the items respectfully. "Waited long, this is the Mania Jia you wanted." After taking the horn and confirming it was correct, Jia immediately leaped onto the god dash statue, taking out a purple Yinjiang with one hand, quickly forming a seal with the other. "Chengyi Daoshi Ling Kai." The moment the words fell, crimson moonlight instantly enveloped the entire statue. An intense humming sound resonated through the sky. I watched this scene dumbfounded. But why didn't I get such a grand treatment last night? And even fainted like some yellow camera? Just as I was silently complaining, Jiai had already placed the Yinjiang into the statue's open left hand, then placed the Mania Jiao, Fengyu, and Tingyu Lin sequentially into the statue's right hand. The next second, the strange vortex from last night appeared again, frantically devouring the essence blood of the surrounding giant beasts. Jiai knelt excitedly at the entrance, a morbid flush inexplicably appearing on his face. "Very good, this tomb is also opened." I inconspicuously exchanged glances with Yu Hongxiu. Judging by Jiai's proficiency, he's probably made quite a few traps like this. No wonder those fierce beasts feared this place so much. Just then, Jiai stood up, instructing seriously. "This statue is named Gongping Yutanlan Jixiang. It is one of the more dangerous among the 6 statues. Once you get the Yinjiang, retreat immediately." Hearing this, I immediately took Yu Hongxiu's soft hand. The situation here is vastly different from what I saw last night. You must follow me closely later. Yu Hongxiu slightly lowered her blushing face. Got it, stinky little brother, I'm not a child. The main group just stepped into the underground tomb when someone became greedy. No wonder Jia Yi went through so much trouble to enter this place. The spirit plants everywhere here would sell for at least tens of millions of spirit stones outside. So he plucked this spirit plant. Lousy worked so hard for so long, taking one plant is reasonable, right? But the next second, a thorn-covered vine suddenly shot out from a rock crevice, instantly strangling this person into a blood gourd. Save me, the cry for help just left his mouth. When the vine abruptly tightened, instantly twisted into this person into meat chunks. Jia Yi sneered, picking up the spirit plant from the blood pool. This is the fairest equivalent exchange. Yu Hongxiu quietly came to my side, whispering, if I guess correctly, everything in this tomb requires equivalent exchange. You mean he brought so many people in? With the example of seeking death right before them, no one in the team dared to cause trouble anymore. All honestly followed Jia Yi into the main hall of the tomb, but when he eagerly arrived at the center of the altar, he found the top of the stone pillar empty. Puzzled, a solemn voice echoed in the hall, uninvited intruder, what will you offer? This solemn voice hadn't yet faded. When Yu Hongxiu's eyes widened in terror, something's wrong. The spiritual energy in my body is flowing out uncontrollably. I immediately reached out, pulling Yu Hongxiu into my arms. These dried corpses want to absorb everyone's spiritual energy to revive. Indeed, Jia Yi, the thief old woman, planned to sacrifice everyone from the beginning, and Jia Yi sat on the stone pillar, smilingly watching us. Two friends, how long do you plan to watch the fun? Still not showing yourselves at this time? I took off my mask, frowning, asking, you knew from the beginning? It wasn't that I knew, it's that he knew. The Yinjiang here is in Elder Su's hands, right? Jia Yi held that Yinjiang, flashing before me. Elder Su, do you know the name of this Yinjiang in my hand? It's called Shiji Eugene II. It narrates the end of the 21 regions, the end of time, and the end of all cultivators' destinies. Under Jia Yi's full push, Yu Hongxiu instantly collapsed weakly to the ground. Her entire figure began to gradually dissipate like smoke. She struggled to lift her head, shouting towards me, don't mind me, escape quickly, help me take care of Xin Yue's own. And at this moment, Jia Yi's eyes were full of fanatical worship. Elder Su, since some time unknown in the 21 regions, no one has been able to ascend anymore. This is all because the Tiandao is flawed. Now that you possess one Yinjiang, you can surely know if what I say is true or false. Join us, buddy Inja. Together with us, save this terminally ill Tiandao. Bu's gaze stared sharply at this crazy woman. So for these uncorroborated mere words, you created such slaughter in the 21 regions? Jia Yi trembled with excitement. Tiandao is incomplete. No matter how much one cultivates, doesn't it ultimately turn into a handful of yellow earth? Better to sacrifice a small part in exchange for the vitality of the entire 21 regions. Elder Su, we need you. The 21 regions need you even more. Jia Yi's voice was like a demonic sound piercing my ears. I clutched my head in pain, actually awakening the final memory fragment. A crisp Pucci sound echoed in my ear, only to see the mysterious Zuanshan knelt before me, the mask on his face clattering to the ground, revealing Nan Huang's face, laughing maniacally. Even if I die, I also. My expression indifferent, I drew the Qing Ting Jian, it's all over. Then I stepped towards behind me, slowly squatting beside Elda's senior sister who had no breath left. The scene changed, my heart twisting like a knife, standing amidst the corpses of Jianzhong's elders, roaring towards the sky with tears streaming down. Just then, a crimson figure suddenly hugged my waist. My little man, you performed outstandingly, eh? I furiously stood up, pushing away Huang Fei, angrily questioning, are you satisfied? Is this the result you wanted? Huang Fei lay on the ground without resistance. I was just traveling, carrying out the task given to me by Tiandao. This is the innate destiny of the Tiandao clan. Amidst the dim ruins, a ray of brilliant light suddenly shone upon me. Huang Fei stood up, looking up. That is the world after ascension. I stood up, eyes full of despair. Everyone is dead. Such a world. What need is there for it to exist? Huang Fei gently stroked my hair tip, softly said, do you regret it? That place is the immortal realm. The realm of eternal life yearned for by all cultivators. No, I want to become the Tiandao, reverse time. Huang Fei didn't argue with me, instead planted a kiss on my forehead, then picked up the Qingping Jian and handed it to me. Since it's like this, then kill the guardian of Tiandao. Huang Fei pressed the blade edge against her own heart. Then kill me, only then can you not be bound by Tiandao. Become the new Tian Dao. As the price for reversing time, you will have all cultivation dispersed, all memories sealed, but your power will transform into a certain medium, guarding you in the restarted era. Drawing to this point, Huang Fei abruptly slammed into the blade edge. My heart like dead ashes, watching Huang Fei slowly fall. Humph, even you leave me too? Who would have thought, when Jia Yi was enticing me to join the cult, it unexpectedly activated my final memory fragment? Recalling everything, my sealed sword Dao comprehension began to rapidly recover, pale hair also turning back to black. Jia Yi saw this, couldn't help frowning tightly. Elder Su, better not play tricks. Joining us early is the wise choice. I looked at him with eyes full of mockery. What bullshit solid heart person, Buddy and Jia? Just a bunch of fools being used without knowing it. Jia Yi immediately attacked upon hearing this. Stubborn fool. Elder Su, today you will be buried here with them. This time I didn't reply. Struck out with Jian Qi ultimate meaning. Busuli Shang, looking at the spiritual power sword Qi dancing in the sky. Jia Yi immediately stopped and retreated, simultaneously waving his hand, summoning a scroll to block the sword Qi. I looked at Jia Yi astonishedly. Tianji Wan? You're actually the master of Tianji Ji? How many others like you secretly defected to Nanhuang? Jia Yi smiled charmingly, retracting the Tianji Wan. What? Elder Su intends to join us now? Before the words fell, the terrifying pressure belonging to the Du Jie realm erupted fiercely, directly pressing me down, kneeling, vomiting blood. Damn it, is this the strength of Du Jie? Just then, the solemn voice of the great Dao sounded again. Want power? Everything is fair, I can give it to you, but you must pay one Jiazi beast fate. In exchange for 2 kushur of power, you can dominate everything, do whatever you want. Looking at the yin yang on the pillar, I chose to exchange without hesitation. The next instant, my cultivation began to soar rapidly, breaking through Du Jie in just a few breaths. I grabbed a strand of split ends, sighing helplessly. Poor hair, turned black for less than half a season before turning white again. Jia saw I dared to make a deal with the yin yang. Hurriedly summoned the Tianji Wan again, ready for battle. You think entering Du Jie gives you a chance of winning? Even Shangwan Bieli couldn't escape my grasp. My expression serene. I Jade implements 3 spirit swords, you know? Since ancient times, villains die from talking too much. Realistic San Wu Hui. Jia Yi controlled the Tianji Wan, easily dodging my strike. Mocking words hadn't yet left his mouth before being blocked by water dripping from above. Seeing me still constantly swinging my sword towards the ceiling, Jia Yi instantly became anxious. Sube, are you crazy? That's water from the Daoxian waterfall. If the tomb collapses, everyone here will surely die. Seeing I paid him no attention at all, Jia Yi immediately stopped holding back, wanting to strike with full power to kill me. Unexpectedly, a pile of kulubing suddenly appeared around, instantly dragging the mid-air Jia Yi down forcefully. Taking advantage of this gap, I used Jian Jiu and Jian Shi simultaneously, directly blasting a large hole in the dilapidated tomb chamber, then relying on my remaining consciousness. Desperately swam towards Yu Hongxiu, finally got a second chance. Can't end here. A moment later, Jia Yi, disheveled, climbed ashore miserably. Stomped my elder token to powder with 1 foot. The cold chi of Daoxian water is indeed unusually heavy. How long has it been since meeting such an interesting person? Meanwhile, at Jianzhong, inside the Feizhou, Wen Renpingxin suddenly looked towards Nandu in terror. Then she started frantically sending me messages. Little Bei, Su Bei, can you hear me? Seeing eldest senior sister so frantic, Mo Xinjian beside her couldn't help asking. Eldest senior sister, did something happen to martial nephew Wu? Wen Renpingxin stared gloomily at the token. The aura on Su Bei's token has dissipated. Shi Qingyi turned her head, frowning upon hearing this. As the saying goes, a scourge lives for 1,000 years, that kid won't get into trouble so easily. Wen Renpingxin paced back and forth in the hall irritably. How much longer until we arrive? Can't this broken ship go any faster? Qi Zhanglao calmly wiped his sword. Eldest senior sister. You've already thrown everything throwable off the ship, can't go any faster. Calculating at our current speed, it will probably take another 2 days to reach Nandong. Above a certain tributary within Xiantian, I and Yu Hongxiu, unconscious, lay on a wooden plank, drifting with the current, and the 2 yinzhangs continuously poured power into me. Even seeming sentient, discussing control the wooden plank to drift towards a certain place, after an unknown amount of time. Yu Hongxiu sat up, looking confusedly at the vast snow before her. What is this place? Just then, she surprisingly discovered the 2 yinzhangs were actually helping me absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Then she carried me ashore, searching for a place to rest and warm up, while also looking for new clothes for herself. As a result, after searching for a long time, All she wore in her ring were silk-style light and thin sexy suits. Helplessly, she could only let the bearskin continue to radiate heat, but the temperature here was frighteningly low. Even Yu Hongxiu, suited to great power, shivered from the snow. After walking like this for a long time, Yu Hongxiu still couldn't find a suitable shelter. At this time, severely injured, her consciousness gradually blurred. Could only rely on constantly talking to force herself not to faint, but not long after. She was tripped by a loose stone. Yu Hongxiu lay prone on me, shivering, gently stroking my face. My great sword immortal is really handsome. Unfortunately, sister's spiritual energy is almost depleted. Afraid I can't protect you anymore. Then she took off all the tattered clothes on her body, gently covering me. For someone like me who has studied the art of bewitchment all my life, the hardest tribulation is falling in love. This is the first time I've seen someone with light in their eyes, someone I subconsciously want to approach and protect. Every moment with you, sister, has been really happy. Yu Hongxiu lightly planted a kiss on my lips. The only way sister can protect you now is this. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. Dying together with you? Doesn't seem so bad. Who would have thought Yu Hongxiu, while I was unconscious, would actually pounce on me completely naked? But when I woke up from unconsciousness, I found myself inside an ancient grand hall. This is Zhang Tiangong? Why did I suddenly appear here? I held my heavy head and stood up, slowly walked to the central ice coffin, looking at the devastatingly beautiful woman inside. I couldn't help curving my lips into a smile. Huang Fei, we meet again, eh? This is? A vast Hundan Qi suddenly gathered around, swiftly pouring into Huang Fei's body, lifting her up. Seeing this, I subconsciously reached out, catching the falling Huang Fei in my arms. You are Su Bei, you finally came. I silently looked at the woman in my arms. No way? This sister really completely forgot me? Huang Fei didn't know what I was thinking, kissed my forehead like an NPC, simultaneously releasing all the Hundan Qi within her body. This is from within the Yinjiang. The Hundan origin Qi is yours. As large amounts of origin Qi poured in, my cultivation began to soar rapidly. Then she gently stroked my face, saying, your companion's condition isn't very good, you should leave here. I urgently wanted to ask something, but when I came back to my senses, I was already back in the Borderlands Heaven Center. I looked shockingly at the pure Hundan Qi in my hand. The Yinjiang is awesome. Actually directly pushed my realm to peak Hadao? Then I looked heart-achingly at Yu Hongxiu beside me, huddled in bearskin, frozen to the point of delirium. She actually carried me through 3,000 li of snow while I was unconscious? I gently helped her up, frantically channeling spiritual energy to help her ward off the cold. Under the effect of the Hundan Qi, Yu Hongxiu quickly woke up. Awake, my sleeping beauty? Yu Hongxiu clutched the bearskin in her hand, stunned for half a beat. We didn't die? I flicked her forehead exasperatedly. Our great sect master, you moved by emotion for the first time. Thinking of dying for love? Yu Hongxiu instantly blushed crimson upon hearing this. You heard? Why didn't you wake up? I wasn't specifically wanting any response from you. I just, Yu Hongxiu spoke incoherently halfway through, before being pulled domineeringly into my embrace. Little you sect master, be my woman. Yu Hongxiu remained silent for a moment, then refused decisively. I don't want to enter your harem. Spending all day fighting with a group of women out of jealousy. Then she forced herself to stand up. Now only 2 days remain, we should quickly go to Zhang Tiangong. Unexpectedly, just taking one step, her legs gave way, landing straight astride my waist. Feeling the hard rod-like object beneath her, Yu Hongxiu curiously swung her waist, rubbing. Turns out when you're like that, this place gets so hot? I held Yu Hongxiu's smooth, slender waist. So bad, little you sect master's few shakes just happened to align the plug perfectly with the socket. Don't you know, you swaying before me completely naked is an extremely dangerous thing? 2.5 seconds later, I sported a fresh slap mark. Followed behind Yu Hongxiu dejectedly. Told you just rubbing, not entering. Why can't you believe me? Yu Hongxiu snorted coldly in exasperation. A man's mouth. A deceiving ghost. Then she glanced at me charmingly sideways. Besides, we still have important business to attend to. If you really want it, next time perhaps. I shamelessly stuck close behind her. Little you sect master is already thinking about next time so soon? Yu Hongxiu raised her head sunderily. Stinky little brother, don't think you can take me down so easily. A moment later, I stood before a sheet of ice. Yu Hongxiu looked at me puzzledly. Why do you look like you're strolling through your own backyard? Finding the entrance so easily? Oh right, I haven't been here in this life yet. Yu Hongxiu instantly gasped upon hearing this. Could you be the kind of reincarnator mentioned in storybooks? I squatted down, lightly tapping the ice surface. Nothing much to hide from you, but I'm also unclear if my situation counts as reincarnation. Before the words fell, the ice surface before us suddenly exploded, revealing a wide passage. Shall we go down directly now? No, first accompany me nearby to retrieve a sword, little Usect master. Remember back in Wuchang, the strange stone placed in the square by the Xingnu? I found Da Huang Jing and Tun Tian inside it. Tun Tian isn't a real cultivation technique. Rather, it's the incarnation fused with the origin Yin Zhang. This Yin Zhang is somewhat special. A part of it is in my hand, while the other part should be on Nan Huang. So Nan Huang wants to obtain the complete Yin Zhang, reconverge the laws of heaven and earth to reconstruct Tiandao? I shook my head dismissively. Based on my understanding of him, he's just using mending the heavens as an excuse. To satisfy his own desire for ascension, I took Yu Hongxiu's hand. In my previous life, I left a tan fan here, right near the strange stone the Xingnu found. Accompany me to retrieve it. A moment later, I pulled out an ancient long sword. Held it in my hand, examining it closely. Old rocket, hasn't even rusted after so long. You're quite something, eh? After retrieving the most familiar accessory from my previous life, we quickly arrived before the gate of Zhang Tiangong. Yu Hongxiu pointed at the 6 statues before the hall. Look there, doesn't it need Yinshangs to open? But we only have 2 Yinshangs. I skillfully took out reality and revival. Not needed, this is enough. As the great gate slowly opened, I finally met Huang Fei in reality. Person who accepted Wu's summons, you have finally arrived. First meeting, Wu is Huang Fei, descendant of the Shaodian clan. In a secret room on the other side, the crown prince was reporting the information sent back by Jiayi. Nan Huang took out the incomplete fusion and origin Yin Zhang, gaze gray, contemplating something. Then he suddenly opened his mouth wide, frantically devouring the origin she stored within the Yin Zhang. Only stopping after devouring bringing in. Nan Huang looked coldly at the crown prince. Gather all the hidden buddy and the plan advances, coming, after many twists and turns. I finally met Huang Fei inside Zhang Tiangong. Upon hearing Huang Fei say first meeting, I instantly became furious. The furthest distance in the world isn't life and death. But that I stand before you, yet you don't know how much I miss you. Clearly, in the previous life, I specifically asked him, if time reversed, would you still remember me? Back then, he gently stroked my face. Jadeo Shaodian person shouldn't have a heart. Even less should they develop feelings, but I am not a qualified Shaodian person. So I hope to remember you. He clutched his heart. Look here, because of you. It beats so fiercely. If you successfully reverse time, let me become the medium sealing your cultivation. In this life, be an unqualified Shaodian person. I have no regrets. If we meet again in the next life, I will be a true Shaodian person. Thinking this is the main manager of the Disciple 10,000-fold return system, I could only pretend not to know her, greeting her with tears in my eyes. Just then, a loud rumble suddenly sounded from outside the door. Sube, I finally found you. I frowned, looking at Yu Hongxiu. It's Jiayi. She actually managed to pursue us here? I took out the Holy Land's elder token and gave it to her. Little Usect master, this is my elder token. Let Huang Fei teleport you to the Holy Land to find the Xingnu. I'll come after you once I deal with Jiayi. Huang Fei heard this, pulled Yu Hongxiu and ran towards the teleportation formation. But Yu Hongxiu forcefully broke free from her hand, hugged my head, planted a domineering kiss. Su Bei, you must return to this old lady unharmed. I blocked before the 2 women with 4 arrows simultaneously. Rest assured, Su has always cherished life and feared death. Tianjizi lady, you really are a haunting spirit. Elder Shu's methods are numerous. Actually breaking through to late Hadao right under my nose? But I am only a step away from late Dujie, still a major realm difference from you. The pressure of Dujie realm abruptly erupted from Jiayi's body. I like you very much. So I am willing to give you one more chance. Hand over the 2 Yinshangs in your hand. Then sever your own meridians. I can spare your life, give you a chance to marry into Tianjiji. I flashed several times, distancing myself from her, picking my earwax speechlessly. I say, big sister. Entering son-in-law is a 21-year-old drama. When free, you should watch some new dramas. Then I took out the 2 Yinshangs. So what if you're late Dujie? Su is willing to exchange 2 Jiazi of beast fate for the power of Dujie. The 2 Yinshangs instantly erupted with brilliant light. Your wish, I have heard it. 2 breaths later, my cultivation rapidly climbed to mid-Dujie. Old rocket, time to get up and exercise. Jian Sure Air, Gue Su. Dense sword chi fiercely slashed towards Jiayi, but was completely blocked by the Tianji scroll. Jia trembled with excitement. What a Jianzong Sube, endured for so many years, finally can be unrestrained once again. The next second, several blood-red vines suddenly shot out from underground, directly surrounding me in the center. Jai sat on the scroll, leisurely crossing her legs. If Elder Su cannot be used by me, then go die. The moment the words fell, two vines instantly pierced through my chest. I suppressed the injury, continuing communication. Tanshin condensed several golden lotuses, sweeping away the surrounding blood vines. To buy enough time for little Yusek Master, must let Yao Yen know. The person behind the scenes is Nan Huang, so Tianjizi must die here. Thinking this, I once again used Jian Shi, slashing towards the ceiling. Jai saw this, couldn't help sneering coldly. Foolish thing. Did you think I would fall for the same trick twice? She controlled the scroll, tightly binding me. Employer, time to send you on your way, considering you are the descendant of my old acquaintance. If you have any last words, say them quickly. All alone, I just wanted to take good care of my few disciples. Be a salted fish living aloof from worldly affairs, but do you know? Later, I became extremely vicious. Personally through all close relatives, the main culprit of the blood calamity. So people back then called me a madman. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within me. Tianjizi, I am not Shangwan Bieli, don't expect me to be merciful to you, go die for lousy. Wang Daojian, Duan Shanhe, watching the sword Qi, magnificent as a golden dragon, strike towards her. Jia inexplicably recalled the first time meeting that person. This young master's surname is Shangwan, Ming Bieli, Zi Shuyuan. You are Tianjizi? So young and beautiful. Ah, it's a draw, this battle doesn't count. Let's duel again after we both reach Dujie. Wait for me to return from Sanjiang to marry you, okay? If you marry into my Tianji Ge, I might consider it. This move, let's call it Wang Daojian. How about it? With such a domineering sword move, my Jianzong descendants will surely hold a place in the 21 regions. One dynasty can sever heaven and earth. Better change it to Duan Shanhe. Tianjizi, severely injured and dying, fell to the ground. Her rosy smooth face rapidly aged and withered. I just wanted to complete the Tiandao. How did things turn out like this? Shuyuan, was I wrong? Meanwhile, within Nandu, numerous experts looked up at the sword scar in the sky. Ji Nanyu, bathing, subconsciously clutched his chest. An ominous premonition inexplicably arose in his heart, and Wenren Pingxin's eyes were full of shock. Could this be Duan Shanhe from ancestral masters Wang Daojian Dian? Who would have thought the famous top 10 sects actually had more than half hidden traitors? The night Nan Huang ordered the plan to advance, almost all sects suffered massacres. On the day Koxian men began, Xiaoru watching, the favorite to win. And Yuan Zongsheng knew of the Yuaning realm undoubtedly became the objects of discussion among disciples of various sects. At this time, within the Jianzong formation, Emily glanced sideways coquettishly at Xiaoru watching. This matter, master. This is the first set of clothes master gifted you in this life? Xiaoru watching clutched her skirt hem, nodding shyly. Master loves seeing me wear the supreme white silk he gifted the most. After winning first place, I will smile. Emily raised her hand signaling Xiaoru watching to shut up. No, no. How many times have you said this plan? My ears are about to grow calluses. Then she took out a spirit sword and handed it to Xiaoru watching. This sword is my Mo family's supreme treasure. Lend it to you for today. Xiaoru watching hugged Emily fiercely, smooching several times. Junior sister Emily and I are the best in the world, and Li Zijuan's eyes held undeniable sorrow. Senior sister, this life, will those Sha Xiu still appear? Emily looked at her nonchalantly. Our current strength isn't enough to change the outcome. Peacefully await master's return. The worst outcome is just dying again. Emily's words hadn't yet fallen, when several figures riding swords suddenly appeared in the sky, speeding over, only to see the leading old man with white hair and beard crashed into the Daozong formation. Weakly murmured something. Tongshou's face instantly became extremely unsightly. Are you serious? How is this possible? The old man coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Half of my Daozong's 86 peaks betrayed the sect. If not for the sect master timely activating the protective formation, my sect would likely be completely exterminated by these traitors. Just then, the old man suddenly used his last breath to shout, Daozong disciples, listen to the order. No one is allowed to return to the sect privately without permission. Elder Tong, even if it costs your life, must protect the disciples on one Xian Shan. Meanwhile, Daozong formation beautiful third elder suddenly slammed his saber onto the ground. This is absolutely impossible. It's absolutely true. Third elder, second elder Lu betrayed us. Daozong personally let the group of black-clothed people in. Overnight, Daozong's mountain gate was breached. Ancestor's life or death is unknown. Daozong elder covered his face, weeping bitterly. Great elder took 2 cities of disciples and hid in the mountains. Now completely missing, the remaining 80% of disciples were all harmed. The sect is unbalanced and wild. Yuanzong's situation was even worse, directly receiving the terrible news of the sect master's fall. The elder who came to report the news slumped to the ground with a thud, wailing. Last night, second elder conspired with that group of black-clothed people, designed a trap and killed the sect master. Within my Yuanzong residence, 18,000 disciples, none survived. The powerful top 10 sects suffered such tragic fates, the remaining sects were naturally even worse off. As news of entire sects being wiped out arrived one after another, the originally high-spirited formations of various sects instantly descended into chaos. They never expected that while out for a competition, everyone's home base would explode. The Shan sisters' faces turned gloomy, looking at the reporting disciple, fearing hearing the same terrible news. Fortunately, Zhenzong had few disciples turn traitor, and had Shangguan Wendo, this old veteran Dujia, holding the fort, so not only did it not fall, instead, wiped out the attacking black-clothed people. Now, various sects had long lost the mood for competition, all clamoring to fight back for revenge, and Ji Nanyu, after learning the news, immediately brought Ling Huangho to the Jianzong formation. They are Su Bei's closest relatives. Must protect these people at least. Just then, a startling thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky. Ji Nanyu's face instantly became extremely serious. Everyone be careful, he's here. Only to see Nan Huang stood atop a giant black dragon, leisurely stepping out from a spatial rift. Everyone, where are you planning to go? He smiled solidified smile, waving his hand. In my opinion, everyone should obediently stay here. Suddenly spring all around. Several more spatial rifts opened, countless masked black-clothed people poured out from within. The leading Wuhua Ke sect master bowed towards below. Dai Xia Ji Ru Qinglong greets everyone. The remaining black-clothed people no longer hid their identities, almost all were core personnel from various sects. Xiao Ru watching and the other two frowned tightly upon seeing this. Indeed, this group of Xia Xiu still came. Li Zijuan looked up, tears welling in her eyes. Uncle Eryu, Uncle Erxia. Ultimately, I still couldn't change anything? Meanwhile, Ji Nanyu gloomily deployed the Tiandi Dashi. Nan Huang wanted to know the reason. Nan Huang took out a Yinzhang. Ji Nanyu, don't you understand yet? This is the general trend. Nan Huang greedily devoured the energy within the Yinzhang. 1 jiazi ago, your strength and mine were comparable. But now, the difference between us is already heaven and earth, the moment the last falling. Nan Huang's cultivation directly broke through the half-step De Chang. Then he raised the Yinzhang high, De Heji Yang's vanguard formation. And Ji Nanyu, face grave, slightly released several spiritual energy, wanting to interrupt Nan Huang's casting. But the moment the spiritual energy flew out, Ji Ru Qinglong flashed to block for Nan Huang. Leave this Ji Dong Huang to this sect master to handle, later when Ru Sheng breaks the formation. Still need your majesty to deal with him. Then he looked at Ji Nanyu. Dong Huang majesty, do you plan to be trapped at Dujia for the rest of your life, never taking that step? Just mere ants, why care about their lives and deaths? Seeing Ji Nanyu entangled by Ji Ru Qinglong, the Shan sisters immediately shouted, Zhenzong. All disciples listened to the order. Tongxiu and other sect leaders' commands followed closely. All disciples listened to the order, kill. On the other side, inside Zhang Tiangong, Huang Fei, having sent off Yu Hongxiu, hurried before me, squatting down. Seeing me severely injured and unconscious, Feng Fei confusedly touched the tears sliding down her cheeks. Strange, why am I crying? She waved her hand, taking out a Bianhua, murmuring as if possessed, cannot die. Su Bei cannot die. Bianhua Wei Junzhan, Ji Nanyu never imagined. While he desperately protected the Shan sisters for me, I was actually flirting with Huang Fei started playing the qin. And at this time, by the Han Quan in the Holy Land, Dai Yi came behind Yao Yan with a conflicted face. According to normal development, the riot at Koxian Men has already occurred. Last life, it was Su Bei who personally came to ask Master to come out of seclusion. Only then was that turmoil, planned by who knows who, quelled. This life, why hasn't he come yet? Perhaps sensing the anxiety in Dai Yi's heart, Yao Yan smiled, turning her head towards him. What's wrong, Dai Yi? Is something the matter? Auntie, Dai Yi feels restless today, seems like something major is about to happen. Yao Yan wiped the water droplets from her forehead. Dai Yi's intuition is very accurate. Oh. Someone should be coming to the door very soon. Then she clasped her hands. The surrounding spiritual energy flow instantly became clearly visible. Now I can no longer detect the spiritual energy situation in Nandu. Seems like something unexpected happened there. Just then, a maidservant ran in hurriedly. Saintess, urgent matter. Someone outside requests an audience. Shixing sect master Yu Hongxiu. The maidservant presented my elder token with both hands. Sect Master Yu holds Elder Su Bei's command token, says there is an urgent matter requiring immediate audience with Saintess Yao Yan. casually draped on the suoi, walked towards the main hall, passed the decree, from today onwards, the Holy Land reopens. Then announced to the world, this venerable one has come out of seclusion. On the other side, inside Nandu's Qian Difun, Aou was leaning against a tombstone, gnawing heartily on roasted chicken. Luckily went to the South City before coming in, truly worthy of me. Ru Shang beside her sighed, stroking the barrier before him. Your Majesty, this time you've gone a bit too far. Aou looked puzzledly at Ru Shang. Old man, what does that mean? Speak human language. Ru Shang casually wiped the dust off the tombstone. Fan Huang invited this old man here today, intending to use the dragon chi accumulated over generations to restrain this old man? Actually, the dragon chi here is extremely fragile. Just a light poke from me and it will instantly collapse. But if this old man does so, the karma born will be enough to make this old man hopeless for this life. Ascension, Aou interrupted impatiently. But are you going out to fight or not? Keep chattering like this and the fight will be over. Ru Shang couldn't help chuckling lightly upon hearing this. Directly tore a large opening in the barrier before him. Aou in the ruins of Difun exclaimed, Old man, you really gave up ascension so easily? Wasn't that your ultimate dream? Ru Shang smiled freely. This old man's lost disciples are still outside, since they call me teacher once. This old man naturally must bring them back to the right path. As he spoke, an ancient chessboard materialized in his hand. Aou, leave Nandu immediately. Return to Beihai's dragon pool, don't look back. Your Majesty, you must have waited anxiously too. Meanwhile, inside Zhang Tiangong, I suddenly woke up startled, then abruptly sat up. Pointing at Huang Fei, shouted, Tianjizi. Only after seeing Huang Fei's speechless eyes did I retract my hand awkwardly. So painful. So many places on my body are broken? I grinned, leaning close to Huang Fei. Turns out Huang Fei saved me. Tianjizi, that. Huang Fei held the medicine pot, snorting coldly, your own life is almost gone. Still have the mood to care about others? Don't misunderstand, I meant, did you finish her off? No wait, Huang Fei, are you jealous? Huang Fei exasperatedly pushed my face away with the stone pestle. Still in the mood for jokes? Hurry up and take the medicine, but Sua's hand can't lift up. Huang Fei took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to whack me with the pestle backhanded. Fine. Finally managed to revive you. Don't actually die later, right, since you've already obtained the Yin Zhang. Presumably you are clear about my Shoutian clan's matters. The other 3 Yinzhangs should be in Beihai, Shi Huang, and Nan Man. The closest place from here is Nan Man, so we set off immediately. Halfway through speaking, Huang Fei suddenly noticed I was staring blankly. Didn't hear a single word she was saying. Dong, I instantly snapped back to reality. Not talking to you anymore, you didn't hear a single word? Of course I heard. I was just thinking, where is this? Nandu's side probably started fighting long ago. I need to quickly find the Xingnu to form a group. This matter. Let the strangely dressed woman beside you handle it, and you are currently severely injured. What use is there in going? Hearing this, I chuckled. We can talk about Nan Man later, but I must go to Nandu. I don't want to lose everyone again, including you. 2 blushes instantly climbed onto Huang Fei's cheeks. As you wish. I will wait here then. I slightly bowed my head, opening the item inventory, wanting to find clothes to wear. As a result, after searching for half a day, only found a set of novice equipment. My hand can't move the ball now. Huang Fei put the robe on me, blushing. Just this once, it's all for setting off sooner wealth. No. My Huang Fei is a devastatingly beautiful great person when it came to wearing pants. Huang Fei found the 2 were too far apart, couldn't reach behind me. You get up a bit. Move forward a little more. I obediently took a step forward, but Huang Fei's body suddenly trembled fiercely. Her entire pretty face instantly flushed crimson. You poked me. I awkwardly shifted my waist. Sorry, I really didn't mean it. I just haven't seen you for too long. Huang Fei turned her head, manifested a flying sword. Let's just pretend what happened earlier didn't happen. Today is our first meeting. Don't say such misleading things again in the future. No problem, but can you fly a bit faster? Could it be you're reluctant to let me go? Don't want me to go to the Holy Land, hence delaying like this? And I still really want to know. Tianjizi was beaten so badly back then, why didn't you finish her off? The Shoutian clan is cursed upon birth. Acting on evil thoughts might lead to the collapse of Tiandao. So Gu cannot kill people, and cannot kill people either. While the 2 conversed, a group of black-clothed people suddenly emerged from the forest, flying so low must be injured, can attack. Who would have thought while Huang Fei and I were playing outdoors, a group of black-clothed people were actually hiding in the forest peeping? Just as they couldn't hold back and wanted to attack, The leading woman raised her hand to stop them. Wait, although these two aren't wearing Jinzong robes. But the method of riding swords resembles Jinzong people, especially that white-haired man, seems extremely familiar. Perhaps we can seek his help. The crowd heard this. Instantly sighed, our sect is broken, even the clothes on our bodies are stolen. Wearing black clothes is perhaps a helpless measure to conceal identity. Just as the few planned to go make contact with me, they were stopped by a man with a dispirited expression. Don't be rash, observe carefully first. But when he saw my face, his eyes instantly widened in surprise. Actually wanted to attack him? He is. Before the words finished, my figure suddenly flashed before him. But what? The man fell to his knees with a thud before me. Bei Chi Dao Zai Xia Dao Zone 37 Disciple Tong Meng. Begging Elder Su to save our sect. The remaining black-clothed people heard my title. One after another took off the masks on their faces. Is it Jianzong's Wu Elder Su Bei? Then these few also knelt down before me together, weeping bitterly. Xin Yue Zong Yusan. Kneeling, begging Elder Su to save our sect. These cries instantly plunged me into an ice cellar. It's the blood calamity. How is this possible? Wasn't the blood calamity of the previous life caused by me personally? On the other side, below Koxian men, several chess pieces suddenly flew out, attacking Nan Huang. But Nan Huang just raised his hand, and these chess pieces lost momentum. Clattering to the ground, Dan Huang looked at the newcomer with complex eyes. Teacher, you ultimately still stood against I. Ru Sheng carried his hands behind his back. Calmly stated, yesterday a disciple still told me, Teacher, Tian Dao does not exist. The immortal path will soon end. Wu Denging should consider carefully, even if unacceptable, must remain neutral. Jin Dai result, you were the smartest among all my disciples. Why can't you understand such reasoning? Nan Huang waved his hand, pushing away the attacking chess pieces. Now teacher is no longer I's match. What meaning is there in saying these things again? I is planned for today for countless years. Teacher's persistence is useless now. A terrifying aura abruptly erupted from Nan Huang's body. I is now the only De Chang under the heavens. The crowd fighting below instantly revealed despairing deaths. Nan Huang stepped into De Chang. This is still a fight? Damn it, but Tongxiu took out a Fu Lu, quickly drawing. Han Xianshan will bury the toughest backbone of the 21 regions, avenge the sect. Nan Huang snorted contemptuously, waved his hand, and several purple lightning bolts appeared. Tianlei, go. And on the other side, I was worriedly asking, know the situation of Shuezhou Jianzong? Subordinate doesn't know, Miss Yuji, your Hongda has special methods to contact Yu Hongxiu, right? Yes, we were preparing to go there on this trip. I let out a sigh of relief. Slightly bowed my head, then trouble missed to lead the way. Fellow disciples are in trouble. Su will naturally help with all strength, but also ask everyone to lend Su an arm. From now on, any cultivator you meet on the road, please bring this news to Nandu. Still retains the last spark of tens of thousands of sects in my 21 regions. Sects' deadly feuds can all be avenged. After separating from the few people, I found Hongda and quickly contacted Yu Hongxiu. Not to brag, Huang Fei Fei, you're simply the strongest healer. How long has it been, and I can already move? Huang Fei didn't respond to my praise. The person you're looking for will arrive soon. Gu is leaving, don't forget our agreement. Come find me soon. Seeing Huang Fei was about to leave, I quickly called out to stop him. Wait, thank you, I mean for everything. Huang Fei's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, two blushes unconsciously appearing on her smiling face. Lowered her head, gently acknowledged with an N, then quickly left. Why does my chest feel so full? Such a strange feeling, just as I watched Huang Fei leave. A sour voice suddenly sounded by my ear. Why don't you chase her? Hearing this, my heart instantly filled with joy, quickly turned to look at the gorgeously dressed woman. Shang Yao Yen, you've come out of seclusion? My excited hand just raised, then suddenly froze midair. Your heart demon tribulation is broken. Do you still remember me? Yao Yen pretended to frown doubtfully. Have we met? Could you be some shameless mountain bandit? Quick, men, catch the thief. I looked bewilderedly at Yao Yen directing and acting herself. Stared for half a beat before smiling and hugging her from behind. Right, Lousy is the mountain bandit. Today, even if you scream your throat out, no one can save you. Better obediently submit to me. Diao Yen couldn't help but laugh out loud, then turned and hugged me tightly. Su Bei, long time no see, closed seclusion for so long yet failed to see through the heart demon, for the sake of the world. Did I, this Shang Nu, not stay willful? Just tonight then, take that step. Completely sever this affection. I clearly sensed Yao Yan's mood was off. Yao Yan, what's wrong with you? Nothing, your little Yu sister is still waiting for you. After speaking, she turned and walked towards the inner hall, so many women around him. I am just a passerby, being able to say goodbye properly now is enough. At this time, in that hall, Yu Hongxiu was frowning, studying the map on the table, hearing movement outside the door. She subconsciously turned her head towards the newcomer. "Hello there, little Yu sect master." Yu Hongxiu instantly appeared before me, pulling me into her large embrace. "You finally came, little Yu sect master, mind your image, the Xingnu is watching." Who would have thought I just finished being tender with the Xingnu, only to be pressed into Yu Hongxiu's large bosom? This sudden face wash startled me, quickly pointed at Yao Yan behind me. "Little Yu sect master, mind your image, the Xingnu is still watching behind you." Yu Hongxiu lifted my chin, teasingly said, "What, could it be little brother also has something going on with the Xingnu?" Hit right on the mark, I inexplicably panicked. Seems like touched everything that should and shouldn't be touched. Done everything that should and shouldn't be done, seeing me remain silent, not daring to meet her gaze. Yu Hongxiu's body instantly stiffened. "No way? You really?" Yao Yan beside couldn't hold back anymore. Quickly cleared her throat twice, interrupting, "Since Elder Su's body is unharmed, then let's continue discussing Nandu's deployment." I immediately picked up the topic. Along the way, I received much news. More than half of the sects in the 21 regions suffered heavy losses. Nan Huang has probably already taken that step. Tianji Gu and Wu Huake are rushing towards Nandu with the full strength of their sects. Currently, Daozong is still in a sealed state. Fo Man has already quelled the rebellion, but Yuanzong's sect master is suspected to have fallen. 2 traitor elders broke through to Dujie overnight, currently also heading towards Nandu. Sighed deeply, frustrated till now. What I fear most is other sects imitating Yuanzong, using slaughter to condense Sha Qi for breakthroughs, without Tun Tian's transformation. They have no hope of advancing further in this life. Looks like we must quickly integrate all cultivators. To prevent Nan Huang from picking them off one by one after breaking through constraints, Yu Hongxiu rubbed her forehead. Troubled, said, "That's easy to say, but letting sect disciples risk annihilation to evacuate their base? Thinking about it is impossible." Yao Yan also couldn't think of a good solution for a moment. "Currently, everything is in an unknown state. Only by doing will we know the result. I will have all disciples from the Holy Land cooperate with Xin Yuizong's actions. Sect Master Yu just needs to do her best." After agreeing on respective tasks, Yao Yan and I immediately set off for Nandu. But just stepping out of Hongga, Yao Yan looked south with a grave expression. "Just now, I sensed the aura of Di Chang. If ***** your mother, Nan Huang, that old thief, is blatantly cheating, right? Tian Dao still hasn't banned his account for this?" Just as my mentality exploded, Yao Yan suddenly gently tugged at my sleeve. "Sube, after I take you to Nandu, I need 8 hours to break through to Dichang." Remembering the price Yao Yan needed to pay for breaking through, my agitated emotions instantly became incomparable. "Was the ice cream I made for you before delicious?" 2 lines of clear tears slid down from Yao Yan's eyes. "Very delicious, sweeter than Mijian." "Then after you break through to Dichang, I'll make it for you again. Eat well, it's a promise, Captain for Soldier." The two's hands clearly progressed instantly, coincidentally intertwining fingers with the other. I pulled Yao Yan into my arms, lovingly rubbing her forehead. "It's a promise." Meanwhile, outside Nandu City, Jianzong's Feizhou finally arrived. Looking at the great formation enveloping the entire Immortal Gate Pass, Wenran Pingxin and Shi Qingyi's faces were extremely unsightly. "Damn it, we're still late." Just as Wenran Pingxin prepared to strike, a heaven and earth-shaking dragon roar suddenly exploded. Aou, who should have been driven back to Nanhai by Ru Shang, flew rapidly from the distance like a meteor, ramming headfirst into the great formation barrier, causing it to tremble slightly, yet remaining unharmed herself. Instead, she herself was shaken until her head bled, but even so, Aou still gritted her teeth, desperately ramming the barrier. The huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of the commoners below. The people of Nangua didn't know about formations or realms, only knew the long wang they usually burned incense and prayed to, was also helpless against the red barrier, and Wenran Pingxin couldn't help being surprised. "Isn't this pavilion master Aou from Duobao Ji?" Even she, just then. Mo Xingjian suddenly rushed out from the cabin. "Eldest senior sister, there's a problem." He stared at the trifold communication device dialing 3 numbers simultaneously. "5th junior brother's line is dead. 8th junior sister and 9th junior sister are also unreachable." A sense of panic instantly engulfed Wenran Pingxin. She gripped the railing, steadying her trembling body. "Impossible, little Bebe absolutely wouldn't." Jianzong's disciples, impossible. Just then, one after another, crisp sword cries sounded continuously in her ear. Intense surprise instantly dispersed the panic completely. Jianzong's disciples haven't given up yet. I, as Jianzong's great elder, how can I sit idly by? Wenren Pingxin fiercely swung her sword towards the barrier. I promised. Little Bei will definitely bring everyone back, but Wenren Pingxin's full-strength strike not only didn't damage the formation in the slightest, but was also reflected back doubled, and the speed was extremely fast. Wenren Pingxin didn't even have time to defend before being struck down by her own sword technique. Falling back onto the Feijo in a sorry state, Shi Qingyi quickly went forward to stabilize her injuries. Eldest senior sister, you were too impulsive. This is the Zhiyang Suoxian formation. It reflects attacks doubled. Imo Xingjian also spoke up to persuade, eldest senior sister, let's set off back immediately. Our Jian Zone's heritage cannot be left here. When Ren Pingxin forced herself to stand up. Sorry, just let senior sister be willful this once. A sword strike condensing all her spiritual power roared out. Who knew it hadn't flown far before being shattered by a palm strike from the suddenly appearing Yuanzong second elder. Isn't this great Elder Wenren? Truly long time no see. Unfortunately, this is the last time we meet, by order of Zuanshang. Today, all of you will be buried here. Mo Xingjie looked gravely at the newcomer. Li Lingyao's cultivation stagnated at Late Hadao for many years. How could she break through to Dujia without any sign? On the other side, Ji Nanyu wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, looking rather battered. Nan Huang, you still haven't caused enough slaughter? Nan Huang sneered mockingly twice. Dong Huang, I know what you're holding onto. He swiped his fingertip, opening a spatial rift. Instantly appeared before Ji Nanyu. Aren't you just waiting for Elder Su to return? Who would have thought Wenren Pingxin's powerful strike would be casually shattered by Li Lingyao? And Ji Nanyu's plan to stall for time waiting for me to bring reinforcements was also seen through by Nan Huan long ago. What a pity! Even if Su Bei luckily escaped Jia Yi's assassination and could bring back the Xingnu, who also broke through to Duchang from the Holy Land, still cannot step half a foot into this place. Zhiyang Suoxian formation cannot be broken except by extreme objects. Dong Huang, give up resistance early. Over these thousands of years, cultivators multiplied, causing spiritual energy to become increasingly thin. I is merely clearing out some weaklings, letting the world's spiritual energy return to the concentration of ancient times. Why must you all stop me? Nan Huang, regardless of your purpose, you have no right to scorn and judge all living beings. Nan Huang burst into laughter upon hearing this. Having the right or not isn't decided by your words. At this moment, I, as De Chang, will judge all living beings. Today, I as the Tiandao, countless thunder pythons pierced through the clouds, shooting towards Ru Shang. Even though Ru Shang deployed both the Tiandi chessboard and Taiji diagram, he was ultimately only at the Dujia stage, completely unable to resist the De Chang 7's Tiandi Dashi, in just 2 breaths. The Taiji diagram was shattered by the continuous thunder pythons. Ru Shang was even struck until he vomited blood. Like Lu Xingdan, heavily smashing into the mountain peak behind, seeing her father injured. Li Zijuan desperately wanted to rush over and help, but Shan Wulan knew this wasn't a battle they could interfere in, quickly held her in place with one hand, covered her eyes with the other, not letting her watch further. Ru Shang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly stood up. Since becoming Ru Shang, people always said teacher possesses grand ambition, willing to establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people. But only I myself know. No one is born destined for the world, just pushed step by step to that position. Dense Confucian aura suddenly erupted from his body. Since one has reached the mountain peak, naturally must do what the person at the peak should do. You being able to break through to Duchang today is only because you utilize the underground Tiandao Zhishur, absorbing all the spiritual energy of the deceased. To achieve it, right? Since that's the case, I will destroy it. Ru Shang transformed into a stream of light, fiercely charging towards the formation core, and Nan Huang, upon hearing Tiandao Zhishur, his arrogant expression was instantly replaced by terror. Bastard, you stop for I. And I, just arriving outside Nandu City, was startled by this hysterical roar. Worried something unexpected happened, I quickly rode my sword, swaying towards the inner city gallantly, but hadn't flown far when Bian Hua suddenly grew from my chest. Before I could react to what happened, Huang Fei from thousands of miles away spread out the flower bushes, forcefully pressing me back to the ground. Stop, you can't go die. I calmly wiped away the bloodstains, shaking my head. My beloved, my closest kin, my sect, my everything is there. Can't you sense there are no less than 5 Dujia stage cultivators there? What can you, a walnut, do by going? You are too weak now. Why go together? I couldn't be bothered listening to Huang Fei anymore, directly blocked her following words with my own mouth. This sudden kiss immediately stunned Huang Fei. After half a beat, she snapped back and pushed me away. I lay beneath her, smiling wickedly. How about it? Can't speak now, right? Huang Fei shyly wiped the corner of her mouth. Deng Du Zi. Don't think I'll let you go just like this. Difficulty, those are all your beloveds. So what? You are the Tiandao candidate. Your future path is still very long. As time passes, all memories and emotions will fade. As soon as these words were spoken, anger instantly surged in my heart. An inexplicable force welled up, flipping Huang Fei over. How could you say such cold-blooded words? I am human, I have a heart. In the previous life, I already lost everything. This life, I absolutely will not let that scene happen again. Huang Fei stood up, taking my hand. Gu is inherently heartless. Gu is just this kind of person. But Gu begs you, don't go, stay, come with Gu to Nanman. Feeling the softness transmitted from her palm, my thoughts instantly became chaotic. Could Huang Fei have secretly gone to Xinyuezong for further studies? About to lose control, taking advantage of my remaining self-control to suppress the impulse, I quickly pulled out ordinary decorative items from the system space. Overnight, Huang Fei was trussed up like a turkey with red rope, even her small mouth tightly gagged with a small ball. Sorry Huang Fei, no matter what, I must marry this time. After settling Huang Fei properly, I quickly hid behind the surgery, panting heavily, crying, tell my mom, I'm just a coward. If I don't leave now, something bad will really happen. Meanwhile, inside a certain Taoist temple, Huaihan dotingly stroked the sleeping little beggar. This little fellow really is adaptable. Then he gently pushed open the main door, looking south towards the reddish glow with complex eyes. Nanhuang, Nanhuang, the world the Holy Land painstakingly maintained for nearly 1,000 years. Ultimately still disrupted by you, favors, this thing, old Laohua always has to repay. On the other side, outside Nandu City, sensing Li Lingyao's Dujie realm aura, Wenren Pingxin immediately turned back and shouted, you leave immediately now, go back and find the old man. Although Shi Qingyi and the others wanted to stay, they clearly understood their low cultivation would only drag eldest senior sister down, so after a brief hesitation, the few turned to retreat back to Jianzone. Li Lingyao licked her fingertip, chuckling lightly, want to leave just like that? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Zuanshang has ordered, today, none of you from Jianzone think about leaving. Facing the Dujie realm attack, Shi Qingyi couldn't care about escaping anymore. Quickly turned back to help eldest senior sister block together. But the difference in realm couldn't be compensated by numbers. In just a few breaths, Shi Qingyi couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the 250 rest-assured guard refined by Mo Hangjian also began to constantly show cracks. Watching this one-sided scene, Wenren Pingxin's eyes filled with desolate feeling. Little Bei, is the world coming to accompany you soon? Her aura suddenly surged. Jianshi, Lang Fan Tao instantly swung out. Simultaneously, she turned back towards second junior sister calmly. Qingyi, take everyone away immediately. Exploded. Just as Shi Qingyi brought junior brothers and sisters onto the Bianzhou, Zhuzhou instantly exploded into fragments. Just as Wenren Pingxin forced herself up with her last breath, wanting to pick up her weapon to continue stalling for time, Yili, carrying 3 sentences of missteps, suddenly appeared before her, looking at those familiar faces. Wenren Pingxin instantly felt plunged into an ice cellar. Xinyuezong Elder Lan, Daozong Elder Wang, Yuanzong Elder Shao unexpectedly all dead? Yili casually tossed the corpses aside. Elder Wenren, long time no see. The next instant, Li Lingyao also appeared beside Yili. Junior sister came too? Quick, let senior sister gently. 2 soft valleys wrapped around Yili's arm, constantly rubbing. Junior sister Li is truly amazing, harvested so many heads alone. Yili's cool expression instantly crumbled. Senior sister, attending to business. Whatever needs you have, we can talk slowly tonight. At this moment, Wenren Pingxin's heart was full of doubt and terror. Completely ignoring the ambiguous conversation between the two, these two are the famous sick emperors of Yuanzong. Both flowers also stagnated at late minister stage for many years. Why overnight? Did both suddenly break through to Dujie? This is Yili already took out her weapon, preparing to finish. Wenren Pingxin, usually you always look down on us, now you die at the hands of us 2 sisters. Who knew? Before she finished speaking, a aim blade suddenly attacked from behind them. Yili immediately flashed to shield Li Lingyao behind her. What person? Come out. Amidst several fluttering peach blossoms, Huaihan abruptly appeared before Wenren Pingxin. This old man owes Jianzong a favor. Yili stared at the newcomer, frowning. Huaihan, you actually didn't die? This matter has nothing to do with you. Do you really want to meddle in this muddy water? Huaihan smiled slightly upon hearing this. Jianzong, this old man protects today. On the other side, inside the Suoxian formation, Rusheng political power flew towards the direction of Tiandao Zhishir, clearly sensed something, yet failed to prevent this catastrophe beforehand. Who knew ignorance over addiction? He slowly closed his eyes. The aura around him grew increasingly violent, thus worthy of the world respecting my whole life. Ru Shang stopped. Sensing her father's intention, Li Zijuan instantly collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Father, no. Nan Huang no longer had his previous composure. Li Qiu, I respected you once as my teacher, how could you, how dare you? Violent thunder instantly materialized from his hand, flying towards Ru Shang to kill him. But Ji Nanyu, who also understood Ru Shang's intent, had long been watching Nan Huang's movements with divided attention. Seeing him trying to intervene now, Ji Nanyu instantly shook off. Ji Ru Qinglong, flashing before Nan Huang, forcefully tanking the blow. Ling Huangho saw her husband severely injured in falling, instantly felt a sharp pain in her heart. The next second, a pair of magnificent phoenix feathers suddenly unfurled from behind her, instantly flying before Ji Nanyu. Gently cradling the unconscious Ji Nanyu in her arms, she stared hatefully at Nan Huang. Today, don't even think about getting past as husband and wife. Nan Huang didn't expect that after breaking through to De Chang, he would still suffer repeated setbacks, momentarily forgetting his original goal. Raised his hand, condensing spiritual energy wanting to kill these two to vent anger, just as he was about to strike. He suddenly remembered something, looked back. No, old Pifu, stop for I. On the other side, outside Nandu City, I rode my sword rapidly, face unsightly. Damn Nan Huang, old thief, exactly how many people did he kill? Stimulated by so many corpses, the Tun Tian within my body grew increasingly agitated, difficult to control. Can't continue soloing like this anymore. I took out a milk-fragranced ring, starting to recall the events from a quarter hour ago. Back then, I calmed down, preparing to set off. Huang Fei suddenly struggled constantly, moving towards me. Seeing she seemed to have something to say, I took out the small ball gagging venomous mouth. Do you have anything else to say? If I don't leave soon, something big will happen. Huang Fei caught her breath. Shyly said, if you must take it, then wear the ring inside my chest. Place it on Tiandao Jishur, and you can temporarily seal it. Saying this, Huang Fei even puffed out her chest, signaling me to hurry. Dian, if Nan Huang loses the supply from Tiandao Jishur, this catastrophe can be temporarily halted. I, already barely holding back. At this moment, didn't even dare look at Huang Fei, could only cover my face, reach in, and fumble around randomly. Only barely found it after fumbling until Huang Fei was weak all over. Receive reputation upon arrival. Shark was directly ignored. Keep going like this and can easily handle Tun Tian. But have to say, Huang Fei's feel is indeed bouncy, just as I was wildly fantasizing. A familiar sword chi suddenly shot out from within the city. This is Lang Fan Tao, and the traitor from Yuanzhong Dujie realm? Not good, master is in trouble. And at this time, within Nandu City, Huaihan, covered in wounds, knelt panting. Huaihan, still don't understand? We are now Dujie stage. Even if 10 more of you came, it's still completely hopeless. Li Lingyao beside him lifted the unconscious Wan Renpingxin. Jinzone stinky woman isn't reacting. AI. Say, if I feed her a dose of Huang Handan, then pour some internal medicine, would she? Halfway through speaking, several Handan sword chi suddenly slashed down from the sky towards them. Looking at eldest senior sister collapsed in the blood pool, the tyrannical chi of Tun Tian instantly erupted. You seek death. Seemingly sensing my aura, Wan Renpingxin quietly recovered a trace of consciousness. Extremely weakly called my name. I quickly hugged eldest senior sister. Senior sister, don't be afraid, I'm here. Wan Renpingxin spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Senior sister thought she'd never see you again. Sorry, senior sister broke her promise. Failed to bring Jianzong disciples back to Bu Jianfeng. Endless panic instantly swept over. My fingers trembled, searching for healing items in the system space. Senior sister, hold on. Junior brother has already found the Xingnu. Wait until I seal Tiandao Jishur and deal with Nan Huang. Everyone can go back to Jianzhong together for Mid-Autumn Festival. Wan Renpingxin encouraged. Raised her hand, pointing somewhere. Jianzhong's everyone is over there. But before finishing, her hand dropped. Looking at eldest senior sister, breathless in my arms, I only felt a sharp pain in my mind. The next second, terrifying Handan Chi instantly erupted, turning the surroundings into ruins. Who would have thought Huang Fei's milk-scented sword from her chest could not only seal Tiandao Jishur, but also help me suppress the Tun Tian within my body? And Ru Shang, at the cost of his own life, finally broke through the formation guarding Tiandao Jishur, just as he wanted to destroy the Qi. To end this catastrophe, he suddenly found he couldn't crush it at all. How is this possible? Why can't it be crushed? And Nan Huang, changing from his previous angry expression, pointed at Ru Shang, mocking loudly, right, why can't it be crushed? Tiandao Jishur is Tiandao itself. How can mere mortals destroy it? Pang Huang's laughter didn't last long. He suddenly discovered his own power was rapidly draining. He quickly looked in the direction and saw a blood-colored vortex inexplicably appear in the sky, frantically plundering the surrounding bloodshot chi. And at the very center of the vortex was me, having completely unleashed the Tun Tian trap. Turns out, after Wenrun Pingxin lost her breath, my mentality began to change. Although Shangwan Wendao was my master, that old man wandered around all day. My daily life, cultivation breakthroughs were all taught single-handedly by eldest senior sister, now watching helplessly. As eldest senior sister died in my arms, all costs and scruples became a joke. I stood up stiffly like a zombie, growling lowly, Nan Huan, Sha Xiu, none of you think about living. Giving up, no longer suppressing the Tun Tian within my body, frantically devouring the dense surrounding Sha Qi. In just a few short breaths, the Sha Qi not only repaired all my injuries, but also forcibly raised my strength considerably. Disciples from various sects entangled with Sha Xiu saw me appear. Sickly departed emotions instantly became agitated. Its elder Su, the Xingnu must have come too. We're saved, and Xiao Ru watching and Emoli, seeing my current state, instantly froze on the spot. Master's stance. Didn't expect Master would still commit the blood calamity in this life. Ji Nanyu, having just stabilized his injuries, also revealed a smile. I's little man has finally arrived. Then his gaze became incomparably determined, forcefully breaking free from Ling Huangho's embrace. Ling Huangho saw this, quickly pleaded, Nanyu, don't do this. But Ji Nanyu didn't stop. A dazzling radiance instantly enveloped it. Wu Dong Huang Ji Nanyu, am willing to transform my flesh into extreme yin. Seeing she couldn't persuade Ji Nanyu, Ling Huangho's heart instantly felt desolate. Now Dongwei is going to be in chaos. Everyone looked incredulously at Ji Nanyu in the air. Dong Huang is actually a woman? How is this possible? Isn't Ling Huangho also a woman? I couldn't help smiling bitterly. Indeed, I actually should have guessed long ago, and among everyone, the most collapsed was Nan Huang. Dong Huang, you're actually the Dujia female cultivator with the heroic limb physique beside Su Bei? Impossible. I planned for so long, how could I fall at the hands of you stinky women? Terrifying lightning life fiercely mocked Chicken Nanyu defend. Sitsu, I just collected my emotions when I saw this scene. Although wanted to intercept, it was already too late. Ji Nanyu was already severely injured. Now suffering another sneak attack, even standing up was extremely difficult. Nan Huang, I won't let you succeed. By the time I arrived, the sword chi formation had already completely formed. Ji Nanyu, stop for me, the Xingnu will arrive soon. He must have other ways to break the Ji Yang Sua Xian formation. Ji Nanyu pressed palms with me through the barrier. Wait any longer, the Jian Zone you want to protect, your 3 disciples and 9th junior sister, will all be killed one by Nan Huang, husband, breaking the formation for you. I have no regrets, you know? No regrets, Yasya, the first time I saw you, I fell for you. I like listening to those strange stories you tell, also like the barbecue you personally fed me. Before meeting you, I was a sentence, a lonely empty shell unable to find the meaning of life. If I could do it again, I definitely want to meet you earlier. The barrier locking the entire Nandu city instantly dissipated. Ji Nanyu also lost his breath at the same time. Only Ting Ting fell into my arms. Watching 2 beloveds die in my arms consecutively, my reason was almost consumed by rage. Brother Hua, can Su ask you for a favor? Please escort all elders of my Jian Zone and all disciples back to the sect. Hua Yihan, as someone who's been through it, knows the taste best. So he directly manifested a flying magic tool, taking all Jian Zone people aboard. Brother Su, take care. Without worries behind me, my last shred of reason also completely vanished. Began rushing into Nandu City relying on instinct, without the Suosin formation. Tian Daoji sure was Nan Huang's last reliance, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to intercept with full power. But at this time, I had long lost all mercy, taking several heads in a single encounter. Just then, a Sha Xiu suddenly rushed out from behind me. The long spear in his hand ruthlessly stabbed into my heart, just as the Sha Xiu thought I would fall. I grabbed the spear shaft, turned back and smiled at him. You guys like stabbing people this much? The next second, I abruptly broke the long spear, pulled it out, then raised both hands high, flying towards the Sha Xiu. Is it stabbed like this? Ah, like it? Like it and I'll give you 2 more stabs, speak up. At this time, above Nandu City, Xiaoru watching and others watched the crazed me with worried faces. Killed almost 200 people, master, quickly wake up. Just as I was getting into the killing frenzy, Li Lingyao and Yili suddenly blocked my path. Zuanshan has ordered, Elder Su cannot advance further. I stopped my actions, calmly saying, it's you too, eh? Bitch things, scram for lousy. Down Yu's many Shachi lingering flying swords instantly surrounded them, Jin Shirsan, Wu Hui. The two couldn't even manage the simplest defense before being heavily injured and falling by the sword chi. Li Lingyao forced herself to raise her head. How is this possible? We are both Du Jie realm experts. I naturally wouldn't answer, roughly grabbing his hair and lifting him up. It was you who wanted to defile sister, my eldest senior sister? I took out a Hahuan Gaohun Dan. Stabbed it into Li Lingyao's throat with one paper. This pill is system produced, not only takes effect extremely fast, but also the higher the cultivation, the stronger the effect. The moment I let go, Li Lingyao turned red all over. Started clamping her legs together, constantly tearing at the remaining shred of covering cloth. Who would have thought amidst the sex-fierce battle, Li Lingyao would actually hug a Huanlong and start a live broadcast? Turns out after swallowing the Hahuan Gaohun Dan, Li Lingyao was overwhelmed by desire, losing her reason. Not only lying on the ground twisting non-stop, but also hugging my thigh, rubbing everywhere. Elder Su, please help me. I kicked him away disgustedly. Then flipped out a giant Huanlong special make and tossed it to him. Your reward. Li Lingyao froze for a moment, but soon, driven by desire, held the Huanlong and began exploring the limits of her own body. Seeing Li Lingyao completely sunk in desire, I satisfactorily aimed the Liu Li Jingying at her. This item is meticulously refined by Mo Xinjian, can synchronize the current image to wherever spiritual energy reaches. Elderly truly is talented. What a pity not becoming an action actress in the island country. Meanwhile, within Nandu City, resounding with rare slaughter, large light screens suddenly appeared, 360 degrees without dead angles. Live broadcasting Li Lingyao exploring her body's limits on site. Isn't this Yuan Zong's second elder? Heard she and third elder suddenly betrayed the sect. Almost stole Yuan Zong's entire foundation. How did she suddenly switch careers to do this? And Yuan Zong, Shang Nu and remaining elders saw this scene, their worried hearts finally died. Our Yuan Zong ultimately died completely in another way. Yili, seeing me humiliate her love sister like this, immediately swung her staff, killing towards me. Dong Bei, you have great dog guts. I casually summoned a long sword. Terrifying bloodshot chi instantly displayed. You think you can retreat unscathed? Yili didn't even react before her chin was pinched by me. Forcefully stuffed with a Hahuan Gaohun Dan following the same method, feeling the rapidly heating body. Yili instantly panicked, while her reason still remained, quickly cast Fuin Suoshin Zhong on me. Then she pushed down the locked me, didn't expect my Yuan Zone's highest level curse technique would be used in such a place. Hahuan Gaohun Dan for two people to intertwine and harmonize can be resolved. Elder Su, aren't you afraid of being used as an antidote by us two sisters? Yili sat astride my waist, blushing. Undressing while charmingly filial piety, even Dujia cultivators hit by Fuin Suoshin Zhong. Need to wait a quarter hour before breaking free, so Elder Su, us two sisters entrust ourselves to you. Just as Yili reached to unbuckle my waistband, she heard me snort coldly, want my help? You two are worthy? Vast bloodshot chi erupted, directly helping me forcibly break free from the curse's restraint. Yili gasped incredulously. How is this possible? How did you do it? My face full of impatience, condensing chi at my gym body. Why so many questions all day? Seeing Liang Nu was about to be pleasured by my sword chi, Jiru Qinglong suddenly appeared, blocking the strike. This is the antidote, you two quickly take it. Heal yourselves. Then he turned his head towards me. Elder Zhu has the Injiang Zuanchang needs, must kill him. I lifted my suggestive bangs, grinning widely. I'll kill your paralysis. Liang Bing Long's sword instantly flew into my hand. Did you eat shit in the latrine this morning? Mouth this big, still must kill? Several ferocious sword chi struck out consecutively. Old wall lamp. Go die for lousy. Yujiru Qinglong didn't expect my strength to be so formidable. Unable to withstand even one round, retreated back, attacked together. This son must not be left alive. Damn it, like a swarm of unkillable mosquitoes all day. Aren't you tired? Lousy is fucking tired of seeing it. Ah, Wang Daojian, Duan Shanha. The swarming Sha Xiu were instantly wiped out. Good haha, died well. Ah, I'll go die for lousy. Li Lingyao and Yili, after resolving the Hahuan Dan, hid behind a large tree nearby, secretly watching the battle. Crazy, Su Bei has really gone crazy. Endless slaughter, non-stop absorption of Sha Qi. Continuing like this, he will surely die. Ah, Xiaoru watching and the others, observing from the air. We're also extremely anxious at this moment. Senior Hua, please, can you save my master? Hua Yihan sighed helplessly. Brother Su's realm at this moment is probably already close to Dechang. Hua cannot stop him, but master absorbing Sha Qi so recklessly like this. Either his body explodes and he dies, or he falls into a coma until the Sha Qi dissipates, and I knew from the beginning Xiao Ru watching and the other two didn't leave, so, facing the endlessly pouncing up Sha Xiao, I suddenly shouted towards the Feizhou direction, "Disciples, Master will teach you the last lesson today. The 1,000-year Jin zone mentioned by Yuan Men was once the Jin zone that held half the world with one sword. As long as there's enough addiction in the heart, then we can let the world see again. What is the world's Jin zone? Wang Dao Jin, Lai Kong Zhan Sumia." A tornado formed by countless sword chi instantly flashed across the entire Nandu. A huge sword scar instantly split the entire city in two. The terrifying commotion immediately scared the fleeing cultivators. Such terrifying sword technique. Who is still fighting in the city? It's Elder Su of Jin Zone. Mo Xinjian, who had been secretly squatting outside the city, heard this, quickly approached. To confirm, who did you say is fighting in the city? It's Elder Su Bei of Jin Zone. Just now, it was Elder Su and Dong Huang who broke the formation, allowing us to escape Nandu City. As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Wuxie and others immediately flashed out. We are powerless in battles above Du Jie, but at least can help senior brother block some Yuaning and Huashan. Second senior sister, Jin Zone's heritage must not be extinguished. Jin Zone's future rests on you, the remaining cultivators. After hearing this news, progress stopped, halting their fleeing steps like children. So only Elder Su remains on the Nandu battlefield? No, there's still Ru Shang. Damn it, Elder Su and Ru Shang are still fighting. How can we act like cowards? Anyway, the sect is gone, might as well go fight them. On the other side, within Dao Zone, Yu Hongxiu also received this news. She sat down dejectedly. Bitterly filial Wei Nandu has tens of thousands of Sha Xiu, yet our side only has 2 people. Senior Xingnu has already begun to act. Wu Deng still has a final chance to strike. Please lend your aid. Dao Zong's sect master didn't speak, just shifted his gaze away, not daring to meet his eyes. Just as Yu Hongxiu stood up disappointedly, preparing to go support alone, she saw Dao Zong's surviving disciples all cup their fists together. My Dao Zong disciples, how can we be cowards afraid of death? Such an old matter, good opportunity, everyone, if not now, then when? Meanwhile, on the other side, my surroundings were already unbalanced all over the field. Yili behind the tree didn't dare look anymore, afraid of being targeted by me again, but the next second, my frosty voice sounded behind him. Now it's your turn. Yili turned around in terror, hadn't even had time to cast a technique before being pierced by my sword and nailed to the tree. How could it be? I am a Dujie cultivator. Li Lingyao saw her junior sister fall, immediately cried out, attacking me desperately. I glanced at her indifferently, backhanded 2 sword chi strikes out, directly chopping him into people fragments, looking at the head rolling to my feet gurgling sound. I couldn't help chuckling lightly. What's the rush? You're second. Who would have thought Li Lingyao, after tasting the sweetness of Huanlong, would actually want to pull Yili into a real battle with me? But I had already seen red. Backhanded Yili onto the tree, then followed with several strikes, directly dismembering Li Lingyao into 8 pieces. After absorbing the Sha Qi produced by these 2, I immediately raised my sword. Seize and drink heavenly tribulation. Next should be Nan Huang Nai Zai Zhong. Xiao Ru watching and the others saw this, instantly aghast. Master actually wants to borrow the Zhou Yunlei to destroy Tian Dao Ji Shi? Li Zijuan looked at Hua Yihan's predecessor with furrowed brows. If Master fails the tribulation, lightly injured Dao Shao, heavily ashes scattered? Hua Yihan's face was extremely unsightly. He's really crazy. Meanwhile, inside a certain room, Ya Yan, having made her decision, finally successfully broke through to Dichang. She just pushed open the window and saw the tribulation thunder dancing wildly in the sky. Elder Su really wants to forcibly trigger the Dujie divine thunder? Just as she was stunned, a teardrop suddenly fell onto the back of her hand. She uneasily pressed her fiercely beating heart, clearly severed all worldly ties during the breakthrough. Why is there such heartache? She raised her hand, waved, forcefully erasing the palpitation in her heart. Move faster. And at this time, within Nandu City, Nan Huang stepped on Ru Shang, holding the hand gripping Tian Dao Ji Shi. Ru Shang, oil-drained lamp exhausted, couldn't even move a finger. Could only watch helplessly as Nan Huang snatched away Tian Dao Ji Shi. Subei, Subei, I really underestimated you, this little Jin Zone elder. I knows you want to destroy Tian Dao Ji Shi, but is it really necessary? Your momentum is gone. Why struggle anymore? He roughly grabbed Ru Shang. These ants are dead, so they're dead. But you are a genius with the strength to ascend. Dying in ruins like them. Isn't it a pity? Nan Huang's words instantly stunned me for a moment. Persist in what? Right, what am I persisting in? But senior sister is dead, Ji Nanyu's soul scattered. Ha, what the hell am I still persisting in? Nan Huang nodded with satisfaction. Elder Su, thinking like this is right, you killed 2 of I's Dujia generals under my command. Should have vented your anger too, if you can see clearly, just, a sword she suddenly slashed across Nan Huang's cheek, forcefully interrupting his following words, lousy to your mother's stinky si Jianshi san, wu hui. Nan Huang never expected I would start fighting without a word, hurriedly deployed a barrier to block. Elder Su, better give up, if you could break through to minister, perhaps could fight I once. And Jinjin's Tiandifa Xiang isn't broken, you probably can't withstand being struck dead by heavenly thunder. I turned a deaf ear, adding another shot, see 13 stupid idiot things, you care if lousy can handle it? Worry about whether you can handle it first. As he spoke, Nan Huang discovered in terror. The sword she carrying Jiuxiao Yunlei actually pierced into his Fa Xiang, directly reflecting it back, making him vomit blood. How is this possible? Although blood streamed from my 7 orifices, I laughed wildly and unrestrainedly. Nan Huang, old thief, you played yourself long ago. So what if you can withstand my heavenly thunder? Didn't you notice people have already come from the north? Trash thing, lousy will take your entire Nandu to be buried with me. F*** your blood calamity. F*** your Tiandaojishir, again Jianshi san, wu hui, violent sword she instantly pierced through the Fa Xiang, directly slashing onto Nan Huang's body. Nan Huang tightly gripped the Tiandaojishir in his hand. I's path to ascension, no one can stop it, Subei, die for I. The moment the 2 energies collided, Nandu City was instantly engulfed by a terrifying explosion. Even the resulting shockwaves made Xiaoru watching and the others unable to open their eyes. After half a beat, the vast firelight gradually dissipated, slowly revealing Nan Huang's proud figure. And I was like a pile of mud, powerlessly collapsed in the blood pool, wanting to turn the tide? I really admires you. If you were at half-step minister cultivation, I might have fallen under this sword of yours. What a pity. No ifs. I tiredly closed my eyes. Past scenes flashed before my eyes like a revolving lantern. Before my eyes flashed, childhood dreaming of immortal life with companions. Shirzun accepting me as disciple, leading the immortal path, traveling thousands of miles to accept my first disciple, proactively taking the task to find the second disciple, unexpectedly meeting my third disciple by coincidence, ignoring worldly views, accepting Jian Yang as 4th disciple, the Sharaba with the Shan sisters in the back mountain, the mutual probing during the first meeting with Little Yu sect master, casually eating the Xingnu's Mijian, suffering resentment, not regretting Ji Bao's life-saving grace under Yixia, and Huang Fei, right, the ring Huang Fei gave. I struggled to reopen my eyes. Even crossing the shore of time couldn't stop all this? I can't die yet. Just then, a kind voice sounded like heavenly music beside my ear. Good disciple, leave the rest to master, Jian Shirlu, Wan Xia. A brilliant sword light like the sunset afterglow instantly illuminated the dim sky brightly. The corner of my lip curled up as I coughed out 2 mouthfuls of dirty blood. Old man finally came. Nan Huang stared deadly at the newcomer. Shangwan Wandao, it's you again. The next second, a holy and noble graceful figure stepped through the air. Holy Land Yaoyan is here, Nan Huang, cease your rudeness. Immediately following, several familiar voices sounded consecutively. Xinyu Zong Yun Honshio, Dao Zong Wodozi pays respects. And my Yuan Zong monk Buddhist Dharma Willow, ha, Dao Zong is back to kill again. Tao Hua Zong has heard the news, specially came to lend Elder Su a hand. In the blink of an eye, the orthodox cultivators of the 21 regions gathered in Nandu. In this battle, both sides suffered extremely tragic losses. Countless Fan Su and Dao died, even most Dujia cultivators fell. After this battle, the number of cultivators in the 21 regions plummeted, not even half of before. The world's sects were less than 10% remaining, historically called the Blood Calamity Catastrophe. No one knows the final result of this battle. Only know the Xingnu and Nan Huang jointly announced to the outside world, the Tiandao Jishir that caused this catastrophe will be sealed for 5 jiazi. Among them, the most regrettable were Jian Zong's Wu Elder Su Bei and the legendary woman Dong Huang who concealed her gender from the entire world. Both fell in this battle. And my single sword destroying a city, single-handedly intercepting hundreds of thousands of Sha Xiu, and consecutively slaying 2 Dujia. Finally disregarding life and death to trigger heavenly tribulation to kill Nan Huang's Wu was even more pursued by the world. Jianzong sect master Shangwan Wendao collected the 2 bodies, burying them together within Jianzong, and established a genie in Daoshan for me in the mountain gate, serving as Jianzong's belief pillar. My 4 companion swords, Xingping, Tanshan, Taohua, and Sibieli, were also erected before the sect's Hanbaiyu Shanmen, for sect disciples to pay respects. Due to the influence of Tian Dao Zhishi, Zhang Tiangong hidden deep within Daoxian Tian, appeared before the world for the first time, its 6 divine statues scattered throughout the entire 21 regions, granting many opportunities to not yet hit cultivators. As time passed, the 21 regions gradually formed 2 different cultivation philosophies. One faction supported Nan Huang, striving to complete Tian Dao, recast the path of ascension, called Tianxiu by the world. The other faction supported the Xingnu, focusing on Renji Dao, called Renxiu. Among Tianxiu, emerged a new generation of cultivators led by Mo Fan and others, and the 4 direct disciples under my tutelage. All shone brightly in various fields, known as the Rinsu Si Shang. The 2 sides' strengths were evenly matched, mutually constraining, forming a strange balance in the recent 200 years. But everyone didn't know, Yi didn't die completely at all.